Chapter 1. Chilled and destined to be consumed. Wah wah wah. The feeble cries reverberated within the cramped, drafty room that a woman clutched her child tightly, using a tattered quilt to shield him from the biting wind that seeped through the doors and windows. The room remained dim, mirroring the somber atmosphere, as a solitary oil lamp flickered, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Wah, wah, wah. Tang San attempted to utter a sound once more, yet all that emerged was the most primal of cries. He had only been in this world for a few days, merely 3 days, to be precise. However, he was already acutely aware of the dire circumstances surrounding him. Once a formidable deity, he had forsaken everything to pursue his reincarnated wife. Just before his consciousness waned, he received a fleeting sensation, leading him to this realm. Regardless of his past might, he now found himself as nothing more than an infant. His most treasured asset was the memory of his former life. Yet the tragic reality was that no amount of recollection could alter his fragile, diminutive form. At 3 days old, subsisting on his mother's meager milk, he was yet unable to comprehend the language of this world. After all, such understanding requires time. Yet, it was painfully evident that life in this new existence would be far more arduous than he had envisioned. In his previous life, he was born into a blacksmith family, with a father who was a concealed powerhouse, and he himself possessed remarkable talent. Now, however, his greatest anxiety revolved around the simple question of survival. The extensive cosmic journey had left his consciousness barely capable of retaining memories, rendering him powerless to do anything else. He could sense the profound misery of his tiny body. His mother, suffering from chronic malnutrition, had birthed a reincarnated form that was, in every sense, malnourished. Even his cries were faint. In his past life, he had fathered children and understood how a normal child should cry. Yet, now, even the act of crying felt laborious, as if he were on the brink of expiration at any moment. Though he had never anticipated being reborn into a family of privilege, he had certainly not expected such a grim fate. The divine monarch reincarnated, teetering on the edge of death, would that not signify the abrupt end of everything? A narrative that concludes before even the first chapter could unfold. Nevertheless, within these fleeting 3 days, he had gleaned some insights about his surroundings. His sense of foreboding was closely tied to this newfound understanding. He had reincarnated as a human, at least resembling the humanity of his former world. However, in this realm, humans appeared to be a pitiful existence, reduced to the status of slaves, mere subordinates to a superior race. This was the root of their dismal plight. For 3 days, he had not encountered his father in this world, relying solely on his mother for companionship. Each day, ragged figures would stealthily deliver scant provisions to his mother, enabling their continued survival. Every person's expression appeared to be one of numbness, as if they had long grown accustomed to their current circumstances. Tang San, bearing the memories of a past life, possessed a consciousness that rendered his spirit in this world somewhat more formidable than that of an ordinary individual. The principal reason he had yet to master the language of this realm was the infrequent communication among the inhabitants. Even their spoken words were limited to mere fragments. Am I already forsaken? Tang San's lips twitched as he could not help but emit a few muffled sobs. Xiao Wu, should you be reincarnated with awareness, please ensure the well-being of your husband. Above all else, grant him the chance to survive, for without that, our family shall never again be united. His frail body succumbed once more to a heavy slumber, and thus, these aimless days dragged on for an entire month. Sustained solely by the meager nourishment from his mother, he managed to avoid starvation. Yet, the inherent weakness of his diminutive form was undeniably apparent. With his acute awareness of his own body, he marveled at the fragility of his small meridians and the frailness of his physique. A month had passed, and he surmised his weight barely reached 5 or 6 pounds, comparable to a typical newborn in his former life. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the fragile door burst open, producing the loudest sound Tang San had encountered since arriving in this world. Instinctively, he opened his eyes to behold the source of the disturbance. A robust figure, seemingly towering over 2 meters, squeezed through the doorway. Upon witnessing its appearance, Tang San found himself momentarily stunned. This was no ordinary human. In his previous existence, he had encountered various monsters, yet this one was undeniably novel. The creature, presumably male, possessed a physique resembling that of a human but bore the head of a wolf, complete with protruding fangs and an unmistakable scent of blood. Its powerful form nearly shattered the doorframe. It's been a month. Give him to me. The werewolf growled impatiently at Tang San's mother. Tang San's mother tightened her embrace around him, tears streaming down her face almost instantaneously. After a month, Tang San had finally begun to comprehend bits of the language in this world. Yet he felt an indescribable emotion stirring within him. It was evident that the werewolf sought him. What purpose could it serve? To consume him? Chapter 2. The Captive Human. Roar. Hurry up. The werewolf barked with impatience. Tang San's mother trembled, her tears cascading like a torrential downpour. The werewolf, however, paid her no heed, stepping forward and, with a swift motion of its clawed hand, seized the swaddled Tang San. Child, my child. The woman cried out in anguish. Yet at that moment, she did not attempt to reclaim her son. Instead, she draped the only tattered blanket in the room over Tang, in that instant. Tang San felt as though his heart had been mercilessly grasped for the first time since arriving in this world. He experienced a profound ache within. His mother suddenly noticed as the small face turned toward her. The once expressionless infant did not weep, rather. His eyes, previously devoid of life, sparkled with newfound brightness. Upon witnessing the sudden shift in expression, Tang San's mother momentarily froze. Her movements halted in a fleeting instant. Get away! The werewolf, exhibiting impatience, shoved her aside, causing her to tumble against the thatched pile, before seizing Tang San's small frame with one hand and striding out. The chill in the air was biting, the cold winds howling, but It was uncertain whether the werewolf acted out of compassion or fear that Tang San might perish ultimately. It draped a tattered quilt over his frail body. Before him, everything faded into darkness, the frigid breeze momentarily shielded. Aside from a slight struggle to breathe, death was not imminent. Tang San endeavored to steady his thoughts, praying fervently within. Do not perish, dear mother of this world, please, do not leave me. As long as I survive, I promise to find you and ensure your well-being upon my return. Regaining composure, his initial assessment led him to believe that this werewolf did not intend to take him as sustenance. The basis for this conclusion was simple. His meager 2 tails of flesh were certainly not worth more than the life of his mother in this world. Furthermore, the werewolf had indeed covered him with a quilt, a precaution against freezing to death. If he were merely a meal, who would concern themselves with his survival? Yet, the possibility of them desiring a living meal could not be entirely dismissed. Nevertheless, regardless of how composed he attempted to be, what could an infant do? He could only adapt to circumstances. Faintly, the howling wind could be heard. It seemed the outside world had fallen silent, devoid of any other sounds. This realm was known as the Fairy Continent, a designation Tang San arrived at after painstakingly acquiring a modicum of language. As he anticipated, humans in this world were relegated to the status of slaves, mere objects of servitude. Even among slaves, they occupied the lowest echelon, their frail bodies seemingly devoid of utility. This left open the grim possibility of humans becoming sustenance in this realm. The lowest of slaves being consumed was not an anomaly. They asked for other details. None were available, as his mother had engaged in scant communication with other humans. It had been a month since he last saw his father, and it was unlikely that circumstances were favorable. How tragic. How utterly lamentable. Even if starting from scratch, grant me the time to begin anew, Tang San silently lamented. He had once contemplated the arduous nature of reincarnation, but never anticipated it would be fraught with such difficulty. At last, the werewolf appeared to come to a halt, and Tang San vaguely discerned it uttering a few words. However, muffled by the quilt and his still limited grasp of this world's language, he could not catch the meaning. Then, he felt himself being lifted. As the quilt was pulled away, Tang San instinctively curled his body. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated cold breeze did not assail him. Instead, a wave of warmth enveloped him, albeit accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Yet, this was the first time since his birth that he experienced such encompassing warmth. With his eyes wide open, he strained to observe. Another child resembling a little monkey. Huff, puff, a muffled voice resonated. Then Tang San beheld a large visage approaching him. Was this a pig's head? Indeed, it was a rather sizable pig's head, at least in his perception. The pig drew closer, examining him with curious eyes, before cradling him and carrying him inside. Wah, wah, wah. The sound of cries echoed intermittently around him. Tang San quickly realized that he was not the only child present in this place. He was then nestled into a soft pile of straw, which he deemed acceptable to call a nest. The cries around him grew louder. Suddenly, a shadow loomed above him, and something pinched his mouth, forcing it open to a large, soft object, imbued with a sweet, pungent aroma, was thrust into his mouth. At that moment, as warm milk surged down his throat, Tang San's eyes widened not from overwhelming emotion, but nearly from choking. If his biological mother's milk was akin to a gentle stream, Then what lay before him was nothing short of the mighty Yangtze River. In a desperate attempt to save himself, he instinctively closed his toothless gums, attempting to compress the colossal offering, thereby slowing the deluge of milk. With great effort, he managed to swallow some down. He inhaled deeply through his nose, striving to adjust his frail body. After a considerable struggle, he finally caught his breath. Then, disregarding everything else, he began to drink fervently. Nutrition, this precious nourishment. Could this be the dawn of hope? Regardless of whether it was human or pig milk, he felt immense satisfaction simply to have something to consume. However, his contentment was short-lived, for the sizable shadow soon departed. Despite feeling slightly overstuffed, he could not resist the urge to consume more. After all, this was his first hearty meal in this new world. Once satiated, his spirits lifted slightly, allowing him to observe his surroundings. This was a dwelling, with thatched straw covering the floor. In his diminutive state, he could only turn his head, unable to roll over, thus viewing the world through a narrow lens. Beside him were 3 or 4 other children, all appearing to be of similar age and frail in stature. They lay upon the soft straw, and the room maintained a warm temperature, at least not cold. The pig mother that had just fed him seemed to have simultaneously nourished the others as well. This sensation felt remarkably akin to being raised as livestock. Were they slaves nurtured in unison? Tang San silently reassured himself that, at the very least, he was not being treated as food, which was already a blessing. After this meal, he finally felt a glimmer of hope for survival. Thus, the days passed. The pig mother visited 3 times daily to provide milk. Initially, Tang San struggled to adapt to the abundance of milk, yet he soon adjusted. Whenever the pig mother came to feed, he endeavored to consume more, understanding that only with proper nourishment could his body grow stronger. A healthier body would allow him to mature and cultivate his abilities, which in turn would empower him to seize control of his destiny. Regardless of the nature of this world, the priority was clear. Survival was of utmost importance. Thus, when he reached 100 days in this world, he had already become noticeably plumper than his companions in this realm. There seemed to be multiple maternal figures among the swine, and numerous offspring as well. 100 days, Tang San, through his diligent consumption, had learned to turn over, thus gaining the ability to observe more of his surroundings. Through the conversations among the maternal swine, he had also begun to grasp the nuances of language and acquire a deeper understanding of this world. The fairy continent was vast, stretching beyond the capacity of the swine mothers to describe. The location they inhabited was a small town in the northeastern part of the fairy continent, belonging to a noble wolf demon. This world is referred to as the fairy continent primarily because it is dominated by 2 main races, the demon clan and the spirit clan, collectively known as the fairies. Chapter 3. Wind Wolf Town. The small town they resided in was called Wind Wolf Town. It was understood that both the demon clan and the spirit clan possessed formidable beings, at least according to the words of the maternal swine. In this world, humans were regarded as the lowest of slaves. The children, like him, were raised collectively, indoctrinated into servitude, and ultimately became the property of the nobility. In simple terms, he was currently considered the possession of the Lord of Wind Wolf Town, and the least valuable kind at that. There appear to be a significant number of humans, as gleaned from the swine mother's discussions, with the only redeeming quality being their reproductive capabilities. The fertility of the fairy races was relatively poor, which provided humans with a precarious means of survival. The inherent weakness of humans was their frailty in the eyes of the demon and spirit clans. They were incapable of even the most laborious tasks. Yet, humans possessed a certain intelligence that surpassed that of other enslaved races, enabling them to undertake more delicate tasks. Additionally, for some of the demons and spirits, human flesh was considered tender and thus a delicacy. Slaves' food. It seemed an existence bereft of hope. Tang San could only silently reassure himself that, given the dire circumstances, any future positive change might bring a sense of happiness. His sole concern at present was where his future wife might be reincarnated and whether she would endure a fate as grim as his OWN. It must be said that the milk from the swine mothers was far more nourishing than that of his biological mother, at least providing enough sustenance. By the age of 6 months, Tang San felt he had finally reached a physical state comparable to that of a normal child in his previous world. This condition also rendered him noticeably plumper than the other frail children around him. At 6 months, a plumper appearance was all that was required, which endeared him more to the swine mothers, as strength seemed to be the ideal in this world. However, upon reaching 6 months, the milk was no longer available. It was replaced by a substance resembling porridge, simply placed in a basin for the children to feed. Themselves, the amount one could eat depended solely on their ability to seize it. Most of the children were unable even to sit up, compelling the swine mothers to often resort to feeding them with a spoon out of sheer impatience to at this moment. Tang San found himself increasingly cherished by Mother Pig. He was now capable of using his small hands to grasp food from the bowl independently. Naturally, this meant he indulged a bit more, and occasionally he would be rewarded with a drink of milk. It mattered little what he consumed, as long as it satisfied his hunger. Having feasted, Tang San lay in his cozy grass nest, a sudden smile creeping upon his face. He was reminded of a phrase often uttered by a dear friend from his previous life. Even a grass nest can harbor a golden phoenix. He realized that he had indeed grown up in a grass nest, and he couldn't help but wonder what expressions his companions would wear upon discovering this fact. As the thought flitted through his mind, Tang San closed his eyes, quietly pulling some straw over himself for warmth. He then silently began to guide the bloodline within his body through sheer will. This is not his first reincarnation. His previous rebirth took place in a realm known as Doloa continent. In comparison to that experience, this one is evidently far more tragic. However, he now possesses the opportunity to survive, and thus, he must strive to become stronger. The Xiantian technique, the foundational cultivation method he practiced in his former life, is upright and harmonious. Nothing could be more suitable for establishing a solid foundation. During his last reincarnation, he had already mastered the first level of the Xiantian technique by the age of 6, laying the groundwork for his eventual ascendance to divinity. In this life, his comprehension of the Xiantian technique is undeniably far more profound than during his previous rebirth. The only issue is that this body is excessively frail, necessitating a gradual approach. At merely 6 months old, his physical capabilities are limited. Reincarnation does not grant him the ability to cultivate even in infancy. His delicate body has yet to fully develop its meridians, rendering it impossible for him to genuinely operate the Xiantian technique. The only recourse available to him is to utilize the principles of the Xiantian technique alongside a fragment of his consciousness to feebly perceive the spiritual energy permeating the air, silently absorbing a modicum of it in an attempt to nourish his body. His initial endeavors began a few days ago. Now at half a year old, his condition is tolerable, not robust, but no longer teetering on the brink of frailty as if facing a life or death trial. When Tang San first attempted to use his limited consciousness to sense this world, he was astonished to discover that in this realm, where humanity is treated as mere livestock, the spiritual energy was remarkably abundant. Folang Town is by no means a treasure trove. It is merely an ordinary territory inhabited by monsters. Yet, when he sought to perceive the world around him, he distinctly sensed that the spiritual energy here was exceptionally rich and pure, much more so than during his initial rebirth on Doloa continent. He could not even ascertain whether the evolved Doloa star possessed such dense spiritual energy. Before his exploration, he had been plagued by inner turmoil and anxiety, fearing that he had entered an age devoid of spiritual energy and natural essence. As the saying goes, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. Humanity exists as slaves, and the future appears grim and precarious. If his progress in cultivation were to remain pitifully slow, he would be vulnerable to the powerful monsters and spirits, at risk of being crushed at any moment. The presence of such rich spiritual energy provided Tang San with a sense of relief. It was the first piece of good news he had received since arriving in this world. At the very least, with this abundant spiritual energy, once he begins to cultivate, the process will undoubtedly be much more manageable. Each day, he quietly absorbs a little, gradually improving his internal condition rather than his outward appearance. To the casual observer, he merely appears slightly more spirited than other children, still relatively frail. As days pass, the children around him gradually begin to speak. However, approximately 1/4 of the children silently succumb to their circumstances. There are no medical resources available, only sustenance to consume. Moreover, no one is present to provide guidance or instruction. One must learn to speak on their own. Upon reaching the age of 1, after barely mastering the art of walking, they are dispatched to another location, overseen by a stern pig demon. The ground is still covered with thatch, and the wooden hut offers minimal warmth. Within a modest 200 square meter dwelling, 200 human children are confined, yet the provisions available are scarcely sufficient for 150. Through the conversations between the pig demon and the wolf demon, Tang San discerns that those human children who possess stronger physiques are more likely to endure as slaves in the future, while the frail ones are deemed unworthy of the meager rations. Alongside a profound sorrow for the plight of humanity in this world, a seed of rebellion takes root within his heart, yet at merely 1 year old, he finds himself powerless. as he absorbs the nourishing spiritual energy. Tang San's physical form is naturally sturdier than that of his peers. Nevertheless, he only consumes what his body requires, leaving the remainder for others. Helplessly, he watches the weakest children being taken away, barely clinging to life, unable to intervene. In the stillness of the night, he silently contemplates while absorbing spiritual energy. A year has passed since his arrival in this world, and witnessing humanity living in conditions far worse than those of swine and dogs fills him with anxiety and anguish. He cannot bear to consider that his reincarnated wife might be enduring a similar fate, perhaps just another frail child being whisked away. It is crucial to remember that her reincarnation entails the complete erasure of her past life. Each time this thought crosses his mind, an intense fury against this world ignites within him. Why are humans so weak in this realm? Where are you, Xiaowu? He longs desperately to grow stronger and faster, for then he would be able to seek out his dear Xiaowu. She must still be alive. She will surely survive. Chapter 4. Growth in the blink of an eye. He is 3 years old. These past 3 years have been spent almost entirely isolated from the outside world, with the only glimpses coming from the cracks in the wooden hut. The dawn breaks outside. Among his peers, most are still unable to articulate their thoughts, languishing in a state of confusion. There is no education here, no semblance of learning. They are merely kept alive as if they were livestock. Suddenly, the door is thrust open, and a massive wolf demon strides in. Get out. Drive them all out. The wolf demon commands the pig demon, who is typically quite domineering, often kicking the children without provocation. At the sound of her shrill cries, the children tremble in fear. As they step outside, nearly all of them curl into themselves. For the world beyond is far more terrifying. There are several large carts outside, drawn by adult humans. Within those carts are enormous cages, and the human slaves pulling the carts have vacant expressions, indifferent to the presence of the children, as if they have long grown accustomed to such a reality. They are herded onto the carts, and the cages are locked shut. Under the relentless pursuit of the wolf demons, the human cage was dragged forward. It was evident that they were about to seek a new refuge. The road was flat, covered with pebbles, and the wheels emitted a creaking sound as they rolled over it. This was the first time in 3 years since arriving in this world that Tang San had glimpsed the outside. The sky was clear, and the air was slightly cool. The weather seemed pleasant today, at least not excessively cold. Although the majority of the children still trembled with cold, Tang San felt relatively comfortable. On either side of the road stood astonishing forests. They were aptly described as such due to the towering vegetation that stretched as far as the eye could see. Compared to the flora from his previous life, these plants bore similarities but were significantly larger. Some robust trees reached nearly 100 meters in height, requiring one to tilt their head back to align with the sky to see them clearly. Occasionally, a colossal creature would soar overhead, seemingly a bird. Though it was not entirely discernible, the air was imbued with rich spiritual energy and a vibrant life force. After 3 years, Tang San was now certain that this world was exceptionally conducive to cultivation, a realm of high life levels. Undoubtedly, the formidable demon clans and spirit beings were birthed in such an environment. In the span of 3 years, Tang San had successfully cultivated the first layer of the Xiantian skill. In his original world of Dolua continent, breaking through to the first layer required specific methods. However, here, as he opened his meridians, the energy of the Xiantian skill flowed effortlessly, allowing him to naturally surpass the first layer's barrier. At merely 3 years old, he had achieved this, whereas he had taken 6 years to accomplish the same breakthrough in his previous world. Though his understanding differed, the abundance of spiritual energy in this world played a significant role. Yet, he remained frail, and he harbored no desire for the demon clans to uncover any weaknesses. He sensed that even the most ordinary wolf demon was at least equivalent to the level he would need to attain the second layer of the Xiantian skill. Coupled with the inherent disparity in physical strength, any attempt to resist would be tantamount to courting death. In this world, humanity was shrouded in ignorance. If there was any hope of altering the plight of human slaves, addressing this ignorance was likely of utmost importance. After walking for over an hour, at least according to Tang San's perception of time, they arrived at a settlement resembling a village. The most rudimentary wooden huts surrounded them, inhabited by ragged humans, predominantly men, with women a rare sight. This village appeared to house at least 1,000 residents. The human cage came to a halt, and the door swung open. A few women approached, bending deeply at the waist and hunching their backs before the wolf demons, displaying utmost fear and trepidation. The leading wolf demon snorted coldly, declaring, "These little brats are now in your care. Take them away. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Were they to be returned to the realm of humanity? The children, having been confined for 3 long years, possessed little wisdom, and in the face of this unfamiliar world, they were engulfed by fear. They were dragged into the village. And what chilled Tang San's heart was the apparent lack of compassion from the human slaves towards these children. Their gazes were vacant, and they mechanically ushered the children into the village. In the days that followed, the children began to receive an education. Indeed, they were granted the right to learn. What would they be taught? Primarily, they were to familiarize themselves with their surroundings, to recognize the tools of servitude, and to acquire rudimentary speech. The food they received was even less than what they had during their confinement. Clearly, sustenance was in short supply. The rations allotted to women and children were scant, with only the stronger men having the opportunity to consume a bit more. Within the village, at last, there were no more restrictions on the children's movements. And Tang San observed that the male inhabitants frequently departed for extended periods, presumably to engage in labor. Death within the village had become a commonplace occurrence. Through the exchanges among the villagers, he learned that he belonged to another village. The residents of this human settlement were forbidden from raising the children born in their own village. Instead, they relied on exchange and adoption. Tang San did not recklessly engage in any actions, nor did he exhibit any astonishing behavior. He merely lived quietly in this place, diligently honing his skills. 3 years passed, and he reached the age of 6. At this tender age, children are expected to contribute to the village, weaving straw mats and transporting lighter items. The children have been gathered together since their arrival and continued to coexist in the same manner even at 6. A third of the children had succumbed over the past 3 years, with myriad causes of death, the lack of medical care being the most pressing issue, followed closely by starvation. As night fell, a figure stealthily emerged from the inconspicuous human village. Tang San, like most children of humanity, possessed a slightly hunched posture, yet his movements were remarkably swift. The moment he stepped into the woods, his spine straightened abruptly. His previously dim gaze transformed instantaneously into one of brilliance. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the crisp air of the night in Windwolf Town, where the temperature fluctuated significantly between day and night. However, amidst this chilly atmosphere lay a rich essence of spiritual energy, invigorating his spirit. Tang San gently formed a circular embrace with his hands before him, a faint white light shimmering across the surface of his body. With a delicate tap of his toes upon the ground, his figure became ethereal and agile. Drawing upon the wisdom of his past life, he was intimately familiar with the intricacies of the Xiantian art. However, this corporeal vessel required cultivation to synchronize with his thoughts. Since the age of 5, he had frequently slipped out under the veil of night. The wilderness offered a more potent essence of spiritual energy, affording him a superior environment for his practice. His light-footed movements were reminiscent of the ghostly shadow steps, one of his most adept skills from his previous existence. This technique became his primary focus, for in this perilous world, preserving one's life was of utmost importance. As he practiced, a jade hue gradually emanated from his hands, signifying the mastery of another profound skill, the Xianyu hand, which rendered his palms impervious to all toxins and weaponry. After an hour of cultivation, a gentle warmth began to rise from his body, the flow of Xiantian energy circulating smoothly within him. However, he felt a twinge of frustration. The martial soul he had awakened in the Doloa continent appeared to be absent in this realm. Yet, this was to be expected, as he had been reborn, carrying only memories without the powers of his former self. He had finally completed the 3rd level of the Xiantian art at the tender age of 6, an achievement unimaginable in his previous life. Yet now, in terms of strength, he lagged far behind the prowess he had attained in his past, where the awakening of his martial soul had endowed him with formidable power, further enhanced by his rare dual martial souls. The Xiantian art served as an internal support system, while the martial soul was the catalyst for unleashing immense strength. He vividly recalled the moment he broke through to the 3rd level in the Doloa continent, merging with a powerful soul ring and acquiring a formidable soul bone, laying the foundation for his future. Now, apart from the Xiantian art and the abilities documented in the Xiantian treasure record he had brought from his original world, he possessed no other skills. Although practicing the Xiantian art would undoubtedly strengthen him, it seemed insufficient. Chapter 5. The Power of Transformation. As his thoughts whirled, Tang San stretched his body. At this hour, dawn was still a distant prospect. The villagers, fatigued from a long day's toil, would retire early and sleep soundly. Tang San resolved to delve deeper into the forest. where the spiritual essence was palpably more potent than that of his village. He pondered whether the depths of the forest might harbor extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. Upon realizing his inability to awaken a martial soul in this world and recognizing his sole path lay in cultivating the Xiantian art, his intentions crystallized. First, to elevate his mastery of the Xiantian art to greater heights and accumulate strength, then to discern how best to wield this newfound power. Armed solely with the profound techniques from the Tang San's Xiantian treasure record, he believed that with sufficient mastery, self-preservation would not pose an issue. Through his cultivation, he gradually comprehended why humanity was so feeble in this realm, relegated to the status of slaves. This world, known as Phelan Star, consisted of a singular vast continent, the Fairy Continent, where both the monster and spirit clans possessed formidable innate abilities. In this place replete with spiritual energy, they merely needed to continuously absorb the essence of heaven and earth from birth to enhance their innate talents, rendering them exceedingly powerful. No other races could hope to rival them. In stark contrast, humans lacked any combat-related innate abilities or cultivation techniques, apart from their dexterity. They were essentially devoid of any worth, destined only to become slaves under the yoke of the mighty monster and spirit clans. Within the forest, the colossal vegetation created an atmosphere of dim light. In this world, there existed entities akin to the moon, albeit emitting a soft, ethereal blue glow, casting an enchanting and peculiar illumination throughout the surroundings. In Tang San's eyes, a faint glimmer of purple flickered, indicative of another extraordinary skill from the Xiantian treasure record, the purple extreme demon eye. This technique necessitated daily meditation while gazing at the rising sun. A couple of years prior, he had to position himself at the crevice of a door, struggling to practice. However, in recent times, opportunities for cultivation had increased. With the aid of the purple extreme demon eye, he could perceive the circumstances within the forest with greater clarity. The deeper he ventured, the more he felt an odd sensation within. In his former world, there existed a species known as soul beasts, who had been continuously oppressed by humans, ultimately leading to a coexistence forged through resistance. Yet, in this fairy continent, it was the monsters and spirits that governed all, leaving humanity to grapple for survival. As if the roles had been entirely reversed. As he proceeded forward, he suddenly heard a commotion and instinctively darted behind a large tree, concealing his presence. Thud. Not far in front of him, a figure tumbled down, crashing to the ground and rolling twice. The individual's breathing was rapid yet chaotic, gasping for air, struggling to rise, but seemingly lacking the strength to do so. After a brief struggle, they collapsed once more. Tang San remained still, concentrating the power of his purple extreme magic eye to observe closely. To his astonishment, he discovered that the figure sprawled on the ground was, in fact, a human. Though his face was obscured by a mask, his physique unmistakably indicated humanity. From his earlier agile movements, it was evident that he was no ordinary person. A capable human? A spark of intrigue ignited in Tang San's eyes. He realized he was still woefully unfamiliar with this world, having been confined to the small locale of Windwolf Town. The sudden appearance of such a formidable human was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. However, the individual was reeking of a strong metallic scent, indicative of serious injury. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed in the distance, a rhythmic thud that quickened in pace. Just as Tang San prepared to venture out, he quickly concealed his presence once more. Howl! Over here! A roar erupted, followed by the sudden descent of a robust figure. Under the cover of night, the creature's eyes glimmered a haunting green. It was unmistakably a wolf demon. Charging forth on all fours with astonishing speed, upon standing, it revealed a towering stature exceeding 2 meters, its muscular build exuding explosive power. A third-tier wolf demon. Over the years, Tang San had garnered some understanding of the hierarchical system within the demon continent. Here, every race was evaluated by its tier, with the lowest being the first tier. Ordinary humans lacked any tier and were relegated to the status of slaves. Creatures like the wolf demon were born as first-tier beings, maturing into at least second-tier entities, while the robust ones reached the third tier. This was merely the baseline for wolf demons of the ordinary bloodline. It was rumored that those of higher bloodlines possessed even greater strength. As for the apex tier on the demon continent, Tang San remained oblivious. Windwolf Town was merely a remote settlement, and it was said that the wolf demon lord of this town was at least 5th tier. In comparison to his own training in the mystical celestial art, Tang San had conducted a rough assessment. The energy intensity of his art at the same tier should be comparable to that of demons of equal rank. This suggested that, having attained the third level of the mystical celestial art, his energy level was not significantly inferior to that of the third-tier wolf demon. The descending third-tier wolf demon lunged directly toward the human. The individual, who was gasping for breath on the ground, instinctively sensed the impending danger. With a sudden roll to the side, he narrowly evaded the demon's assault. Simultaneously, he executed a peculiar maneuver. His body appeared to elongate instantaneously, claws extending from his hands, and a faint yellow aura enveloped his form. The luminescence made him strikingly visible against the night sky. Tang San distinctly observed a layer of brownish-yellow fur sprouting beneath his skin, adorned with dark brown patterns. With this transformation, his speed surged dramatically, and his claws lunged directly at the chest of the third-tier wolf demon. The wolf demon's forelimbs abruptly altered their trajectory, colliding with the transformed human's claws. With a crisp and piercing sound, the human's strength was evidently no match for his opponent. His body instantly repelled, and a momentary pause ensued as blood dripped from his lower abdomen. At that critical juncture, streaks of azure light suddenly shot forth from the distance, hurtling towards the fallen human. The wind blade. The third-tier wolf demon roared in fury, unleashing a wind blade from its maw, aimed directly at the human. In this life-and-death moment, the transformed human seemed to unleash his full potential, springing back into action with astonishing speed, deftly maneuvering through the wind blades in a split second. The faint yellow glow enveloping him brightened momentarily, his velocity surging to an almost lightning-like pace, and he appeared before the third-tier wolf demon in an instant. His claws struck with ferocity. The wolf demon hastily attempted to defend itself with its own claws, but its movements were a fraction too slow. In the face of imminent peril, all creatures can summon remarkable strength, and this transformed human was no exception. His claws slashed across the wolf demon's throat just before the beast's claws collided with his shoulder, sending him tumbling away, hissing and shrieking. The third-tier wolf demon emitted strange sounds, its focus momentarily diverted from the pursuit as it clutched its throat. However, the vital blood vessels had already been severed, and torrents of blood gushed forth, causing its eerie green eyes to roll back in evident agony from the grievous wound. In a flash, another robust wolf demon charged forward, clearly a comrade who had previously unleashed the wind blades from afar. With an enraged roar, it bellowed, "Damn it, leopard flash!" The earlier third-tier wolf demon lay defeated on the ground, and no matter how desperately it tried to stem the flow of blood from its gaping throat, it was all in vain. That blow had irrevocably severed its throat. "Die!" The new third-tier wolf demon shouted as it lunged towards the human, its claws radiating a spectral glow, subtly infused with the essence of wind, augmenting its attack potency. Just then, in the shadows, a seemingly inconspicuous figure darted silently from the side. The attention of the third-tier wolf demon was entirely fixated on the transformed human, utterly oblivious to the newcomer's approach. Chapter 6. The Initial Battle. The diminutive figure moved with unmatched swiftness, emerging from the side, a hand as white as jade striking towards the eyes of the leaping wolf demon from behind. In this moment, Tang San displayed remarkable precision in his timing, positioning, and distance. He understood well that despite his mastery of Tang's secret arts and his third-tier Xiantian skills, the wolf demon's innate gifts and formidable physique posed a significant challenge. Particularly given his youth and insufficient vitality, he knew he could not endure a prolonged battle. Had it not been for that transformation into a human, which enabled him to vanquish a wolf demon, he might have refrained from intervening in the presence of two third-tier wolf demons, as his own life was of paramount importance. However, once he decided to take action, it was imperative that he struck true. The wolf demon was currently engulfed in a state of profound rage. Thus it was only when Tang San's palm made contact with the side of its eye that it became aware of the impending threat. In a sudden motion, it twisted its head, its jaws lunging towards Tang San. At that moment, Tang San's other hand seized the fabric of his opponent's clothing. Utilizing his slight stature to his advantage, he yanked at the wolf's fur and swiftly altered his trajectory. In a fluid motion, he flipped around, almost brushing against the chest of the third-tier wolf demon, and found himself on the other side of the creature. With his right hand, his index and middle fingers formed a pointed gesture, and as he channeled his Xuanyu hand, the tips of his fingers glimmered with a pristine, jade-like radiance, piercing towards the eyes of the wolf demon that was turning back to face him. In an instant, his delicate fingers plunged into the warmth of the beast. And although Tang San's physical strength paled in comparison to that of the third-tier wolf demon, striking its vital point left no room for fortune in this encounter. Empowered by the infusion of Xiantian skill through his Xuanyu hand, His fingers spiraled into the demon's brain. In that moment, the wolf demon's other eye erupted. Its brain reduced to a pulpy mass. The roar that followed was abruptly silenced as if its throat had been constricted, and the formidable body collapsed to the ground. With a nimble push of his toes, Tang San executed a somersault, landing gracefully at a distance. The remarkable outcome of this maneuver was largely attributed to his extensive combat experience from his previous life. The diminutive frame of the child, coupled with the cloak of night, served as his greatest concealment, while the third-tier wolf demon, consumed by rage, suffered from diminished perception. Engaging directly, even Tang San's Xianyu hand might struggle to penetrate the thick hide of the wolf demon. However, the eyes remained the most vulnerable target. Piercing them and infusing them with Xiantian energy would guarantee a fatal outcome. As he touched down, he noted the eerie silence from the other third-tier wolf demon, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He refrained from hastily inspecting the human and instead pressed himself to the ground, straining to hear any approaching sounds, wary of potential pursuers. Given his current strength, facing a third-tier wolf demon head-on posed significant challenges. No matter his skill, his frail body was a liability. A single strike from the wolf demon could prove fatal. The seemingly simple attack he had just executed had, in fact, drawn upon the full extent of his mental fortitude. The absence of further disturbances indicated that only the two third-tier wolf demons had been tasked with pursuing the shapeshifter, which brought him a measure of comfort. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to flee. He cautiously approached the human, remaining vigilant. Upon nearing the individual, he was struck by the realization that the hair that had previously sprouted from the man's body had vanished. This revelation quickened Tang San's heartbeat. Given his youthful circumstances and the fact that the shapeshifter was a stranger, the most prudent course of action would have been to remain hidden until the wolf demons departed. Yet, he chose to intervene, motivated by two compelling reasons. First, the victim was human, and second, the recent transformation intrigued him. In his original world of Dolua continent, there existed soul masters with beast martial souls, endowed with similar abilities, capable of continuous growth through the cultivation of their beast martial souls. If such capabilities existed in this realm, acquiring them would undoubtedly enhance his own strength and facilitate his integration into this new world. Tang San crouched down, intent on turning the man over. Just then, the individual, who had been motionless on the ground, suddenly rolled over and swiped at him with a claw. At that very moment, their faces, illuminated by the dim light, were mere inches apart. The man's claw froze mid-air, halting its descent, while Tang San swiftly sprang back, evading the reach of his attack. "Are you human?" The man's voice was raspy, and he appeared to be in his 20s. His complexion was as pale as paper, yet he retained a certain handsomeness, with blood seeping from his mouth and nose. As he spoke, his hand slackened and fell limply to the ground. At that moment, Tang San could discern a significant gaping wound on the man's abdomen, with intestines protruding, and he was losing blood profusely. Tang San nodded at him, then swiftly approached his side. The man appeared to have lost all his strength, lying on the ground with a pale complexion, gasping for breath. His pupils had begun to dilate. Tang San did not hesitate. His hands moved with remarkable speed. The man's most pressing issues were excessive blood loss and internal organ rupture. Given Tang San's current capabilities, he could not save him, but he could strive to prolong his life for a moment. He swiftly tied off the severed intestines that had spilled out, then gently reinserted them into the abdominal cavity. He tore the hem of his garment to staunch the wound, at least preventing a further deluge of blood. With his other hand, he pressed against the man's chest, gradually channeling his Xiantian skills into the cavity, safeguarding the vital warmth of his heart. The man's breaths became somewhat steadier, and a glimmer of vitality returned to his eyes. You are still a child," Tang San remarked. "Your injuries are likely beyond remedy. If you have any final wishes, I can assist you in fulfilling them. But you must first answer me a question." Upon hearing Tang San's remarkably mature and composed voice, the young man was momentarily taken aback, then responded without hesitation, "Very well. You may ask. If I can answer you, I shall then request your assistance." Undoubtedly, this was the first rational and clear-minded individual Tang San had encountered since arriving in this world. He was certainly not a product of servitude. "What is the source of your recent transformation? How can one acquire it?" Tang San promptly inquired, voicing his foremost concern. The young man paused, taken aback by the question. "Are you not familiar with the demon god transformation? How then did you defeat that wolf demon?" "What is the demon god transformation? My ability is innate. I know not its origins," Tang San replied thoughtfully, committing the term demon god transformation firmly to memory. The young man's eyes brightened with curiosity. Is it possible to be born with the demon god transformation? What exactly is your ability? Tang San furrowed his brow slightly and said, I am the one asking you now. The young man took a few labored breaths and replied, the demon god transformation is the power inherited from the bloodline connection between humanity and the demon or spirit tribes. Tang San felt a heavy weight on his heart. Are you implying that we are of mixed blood? The young man replied with a bitter smile. Indeed, it is only in this manner that we may possess certain powers. Those who, like myself, openly acknowledge their humanity are exceedingly rare. The majority of individuals endowed with the ability to transform into demon gods often choose to become vassals of the demon and spirit races, enjoying a status far superior to that of ordinary human slaves. Conversely, we do not regard ourselves as demons or spirits. Our sole aspiration is to secure for humanity the right to exist independently, free from the chains of servitude. Thus, we rise in defiance. My original intent was to assassinate the Wind Wolf Lord, but I miscalculated and suffered grave injuries, leading me to this dire predicament. Chapter 7. Devour and Absorb. Tang San asked, so your demon god transformation is also inherited through mixed blood? The young man gritted his teeth and replied, indeed. A leopard demon insulted my mother, and thus I came into existence. Tang San asked, is there only this possibility to attain the demonic transformation? The young man replied, there exists another method, which is deprivation. One can extract the power of their demonic transformation to create a form of inheritance, temporarily passing it on to another individual. Should that person be compatible, they may indeed acquire this power. However, if they fail to resonate, it could lead to their demise. Tang San's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How many inheritances can one accept? He inquired. Under what circumstances does compatibility occur? The young man responded, generally speaking. Those who lack the inheritance of demonic powers find it easiest to achieve compatibility. However, this also depends on whether their constitution can bear it. For those who already possess a form of demonic power, the quest for further inheritance hinges on the compatibility and potential evolution between the two forms of demonic power. Tang San inquired, does this imply that one could directly extract the power of the demon gods from the demon and spirit clans? By absorbing such strength, could one facilitate the evolution of their own demon god? The youth was momentarily taken aback, pondering, I am uncertain. Is that even possible? However, if one were to devour the bloodline power from demons or spirits, would that not lead to a chaotic bloodline and ultimately one's demise? Surely, that cannot be the case. Tang San pondered. Perhaps it is worth a try. Through his interaction with the young man, he finally gained a semblance of understanding regarding the power dynamics of this world, particularly how humans harness it. The demon god transformation primarily revolves around acquiring the bloodline power of the demon and spirit races. However, due to its mixed heritage, human bloodlines are inherently feeble, thus lacking the formidable strength of the demons and spirits themselves. Nevertheless, a human who possesses the ability of the demon god transformation is undoubtedly far more powerful than an ordinary human. It appears that if he wishes to rapidly enhance his strength, he must invest effort into mastering the demon god transformation. Do you have anything to convey? Tang San inquired of the young man. With a hint of bitterness, the youth replied, my name is Zhu. My mother was cruelly slain by a leopard demon, and I am left without kin in this world. At your tender age, possessing the capability to battle third-tier wolf demons, your demon god transformation must be exceptionally potent. If it is within your means, and should you be inclined to assist us humans, I hope you will consider joining our organization. I am on the verge of death. Since you are interested in the demon god transformation, I can pass on my demon god power to you. It is your choice whether to absorb it. But if you feel a lack of resonance, please do not force it. What is the name of your organization? Where is it located? Tang San asked curiously. Zhu Jiasen responded, our organization has a presence in every major city inhabited by demons and spirits. I cannot provide you with specific contacts, but I trust that when you grow up, you will be able to find us if you seek us out. Our organization is called Redemption, existing for the salvation of humanity. As he spoke, a flush suddenly appeared on his face, and his body began to tremble violently. A faint yellow light began to surge around him, and his gaze turned clear. Child, you need not reveal your identity to me, but I firmly believe that one day, we will overthrow those demons and spirits that enslave us, allowing humanity to truly become the masters of this world. For that redemption, we must continually strive to grow stronger. Do not concern yourself with my remains. Do not expose yourself. grow up well, and become powerful. Long live humanity. By the end of his words, his voice had grown faint, yet the yellow light intensified, ultimately coalescing into a luminous sphere that hovered before him. The glow of the sphere illuminated Tang San's youthful face, while Zhu Jiasen's eyes brimmed with yearning and a fervor akin to faith. As the sphere finally took shape, he gradually slumped down. The sphere floated in the air, flickering in and out of visibility. Tang San could sense that it contained a peculiar power, which seemed to be dissipating and could vanish at any moment. After all, this was the legacy bestowed upon him in Zhu Jiasen's final moments. Without further hesitation, he raised his hand and placed it over the sphere, channeling the Xiantian skill within him. Zhu Jiasen had mentioned that those who had not undergone the demon god transformation were most amenable to receiving such a legacy. He certainly did not. His strength emanated from the profound art of Zuaniangong, and with its protective embrace, he possessed ample confidence in himself. Zhu Jiasen's demonic divine power was not particularly formidable, merely around the third tier in strength. If it were to prove troublesome, it would at least not impose a significant negative impact upon him. Moreover, having arrived in this world, his quest was to seek his beloved and to transcend this realm, yearning to return to his original world. Thus, he needed to grow stronger. At present, harnessing the power of this world to enhance his abilities was evidently the easiest shortcut. The yellow orb radiated a gentle warmth, and as his palm rested upon it, he immediately sensed the energy within the orb begin to penetrate into his being. Tang San did not directly absorb the energy. Instead, he meticulously guided it into his right arm and promptly sealed his meridians with the Xiantian skill, preventing the energy from penetrating deeper into his body. He silently attuned himself to the transformations brought about by the golden light. To his astonishment, when his Xiantian vital energy came into contact with the inherited power of the demon god transformation, it appeared to soften, seamlessly merging into his Xiantian vital energy with an almost obedient grace. Initially, upon entering his body, it exhibited a certain restlessness, even bearing a hint of wildness. However, the moment it encountered the Xiantian vital energy, it immediately became subdued. This was, Tang San silently commenced the operation of his Xiantian art. To his astonishment, the yellow energy swiftly merged into his cultivation technique, enveloping him in a warm embrace. He felt as though his Xiantian art had been elevated substantially, equivalent to several months of arduous training. Furthermore, the yellow energy seemed to subtly influence his physique, nourishing his bloodline and initiating a gradual transformation. Tang San could sense the transformation of his meridians, bones, and muscles growing stronger. The inheritance of the demon god transformation felt akin to consuming a nourishing tonic, revitalizing his body. The energy from the demon god transformation could be absorbed by his Xiantian skill, yet it seemed distinct from the inheritance described by Zhu Jiasen. He had mentioned that the process of inheritance bore risks. Without sufficient affinity, death was a possibility. However, during his integration, he felt no threats whatsoever. Not even a hint of danger. The energy from the Xiantian skill appeared to naturally facilitate the rapid absorption of this inheritance. This was intriguing. Once he fully digested this inherited power, he wondered if he might acquire the ability to utilize the leopard flash he had previously demonstrated. With this thought in mind, Tang San hastily approached the corpse of a third-tier wolf demon, placing his hand upon its lifeless body. As he activated the Xiantian skill, he infused energy into the remains of the wolf demon. The creature had only recently perished, its body still warm, and as the energy flowed in, he immediately sensed a faint energy lingering within. When his Xiantian skill made contact with this essence, it acted like a magnet, drawing the energy towards him and seamlessly integrating it into his own. Although the energy was minimal, Tang San was certain of its existence. Was this the bloodline power of the wolf demon? Releasing the Xiantian skill, he instantly perceived a hint of azure within his energy. Compared to the previous yellow energy of the demon god transformation, this azure hue was considerably more subdued, likely due to the time elapsed since the wolf demon's demise, which had allowed some energy to dissipate. Nevertheless, this azure energy was undeniably present and, like the yellow energy, it was obedient, merging into the Xiantian skill. While the enhancement was modest, it nonetheless contributed a slight increase. Simultaneously, it did not clash with the yellow energy, but settled within his Xiantian energy, seemingly being absorbed by his body in a subtle and gradual manner. This was indeed fascinating. Tang San swiftly approached the lifeless body of another wolf demon, performing the same ritualistic actions. The time of death was similar, and the innate bloodline power extracted was nearly identical. Having completed his task, he did not linger. After erasing his footprints, he hastily departed, making his way back to the village. He refrained from retrieving Zhu Jiesen's body. As Zhu had astutely pointed out, leaving too many traces could lead to discovery. However, Zhu Jiesen's words resonated deeply within him. The Redemption Organization, a faction existing for the survival of humanity. Perhaps this was the first glimmer of hope he had encountered since arriving in this world. At the very least, humanity was not entirely composed of apathetic slaves. There existed a force striving for the future of mankind. Albeit tragically, those individuals bore the bloodlines of demons and spirits. Quietly returning to the village, he found his wooden hut shared with a dozen or so children of his age. Among these children, few could articulate their thoughts coherently, let alone engage in deeper conversation. Tang San typically mirrored their behavior, and upon returning to the wooden cabin, he curled up in a corner, closing his eyes. This night had proven quite fruitful for him. Most importantly, he had gained a deeper understanding of this world, discovering the existence of a human resistance organization. Additionally, he had learned about the peculiarities of the demon transformation and the Xiantian skill. At this moment, his meridians felt warm, subtly nourished by the power he had previously absorbed. He could distinctly sense his strength augmenting, unrelated to the Xiantian skill, but rather a fortification of his physique. Living on meager rations offered no real nourishment. He could only rely on the Xiantian skill to absorb the spiritual essence of the world to sustain his body. However, this time was different. The power from the demon transformation and the bloodlines of the two wolf demons was evidently nurturing his meridians, bones, and internal organs. This was a comprehensive enhancement. And the presence of the Xiantian skill ensured there was no conflict, facilitating an even better absorption. Could it be that the Xiantian skill, upon entering this world, had transformed into a devouring technique, a means to absorb the bloodline power of demons and spirits? He pondered whether it could also consume such power while they were alive. If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Of course, there were potential risks involved. If he were to absorb too many different bloodline types, would it adversely affect his body? A chaotic energy mix would surely hinder his cultivation. Yet, the outcome remained uncertain. He would need to observe the changes in his body following this absorption to draw conclusions. Humans endowed with the demon transformation would possess the potential to transform into subservient demons or spirits, no longer relegated to the status of slaves. He envisioned entering a great city to seek out the Redemption Organization. Tang San silently formulated a plan in his heart. After locating the Redemption Organization, he intended to join them, believing that through their assistance, the search for the reincarnated Xiao Wu would be somewhat more manageable. This organization appeared to have a considerable presence, especially if it existed in every major city. The Wind Wolf town showed no signs of change following the deaths of those few individuals, at least not in their slave village. Tang San devoted a total of 7 days to digest the energy obtained from the demon god transformation and the bloodline power of two wolf demons. Upon completing this process, he felt a remarkable increase in his strength. His physique had undeniably become more robust. With his extensive training experience, he understood that the fortitude of the body is intrinsically linked to the limits of cultivation. Without a sufficiently resilient body, one cannot endure greater energies. Following this enhancement, he now possessed the confidence to confront a third-tier wolf demon head-on. However, this was not his greatest achievement. The more significant gain lay in the fact that he had truly managed to retain the abilities of the demon god transformation and the wolf demons. As night fell, Tang San quietly returned to the woods once more. His eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly activated the Xiantian skill, causing the blood within him to surge with fervor. With a nimble push of his toes against the ground, he erupted into a brilliant yellow glow, his speed accelerating dramatically. In an instant, he dashed 10 meters away like a bolt of lightning. However, the Xiantian skill drained a significant portion of his energy. And as he firmly planted his feet on the ground, he felt a wave of soreness enveloping his body. The explosive speed he had just exhibited took a considerable toll on him. Yet, Tang San did not falter. He raised both hands, each palm glowing with a verdant light. With a swift motion, 2 wind blades, each approximately 3 inches in length, shot forth. These azure blades vanished into the air after traveling 5 meters. Indeed, this was the result of his previous absorption. The leopard flash and wind blade were inherited from Zhu Jiesen's demon god transformation and the bloodline of the wolf demon, respectively. Through the devouring absorption of the Xiantian skill, he had remarkably mastered both abilities. an outcome he had never anticipated. After assimilating the powers of these two bloodlines, he sensed that his memory now held these newfound capabilities. When he sought to employ them, they manifested effortlessly. Strangely, however, his body did not undergo the beastly transformation characteristic of the demon god transformation when he executed these skills. They merely consumed his Xiantian energy. Furthermore, the once vibrant yellow and green hues within his Xiantian skill had dissipated. This sensation was akin to acquiring two new skills that he could now wield at will. Yet, regardless of how diligently he practiced, these skills would not grow stronger, remaining considerably weaker than the Leopard Flash and Wind Blade originally performed by Zhu Jiasin and the Wolf Demon. It felt as though they were frozen in time. While not entirely useless, these skills, which could not be enhanced, evidently bore limited utility. The sole piece of good news was that this ability to absorb and transform skills did not cause any conflict. It seemed merely a transmutation of the Xiantian skill. Overall, this development was undoubtedly a positive one. Tang San harbored some judgments and speculations regarding this matter. There was no doubt that his arrival in this world marked him as distinct from the humans of his original realm. The Xiantian skill was also one of a kind. The conversion between the Xiantian skill and the power system of this world required ongoing experimentation to uncover further revelations. Acquiring these two skills was certainly advantageous. Although Zhu Jiasin and the Wolf Demon were not particularly powerful, the skills he absorbed were correspondingly weaker. However, what if, in the future, his Xiantian skill gained greater potency? The strength of the absorbed demon god transformation would likewise enhance his skills. At the very least, he had discovered a more accessible avenue for growth. Moreover, through this method of absorption, his cultivation of the Xiantian skill would accelerate. The spiritual energy of this world was already profoundly rich. Tang San was fairly certain that if he continued to progress at this pace, by the time he turned 20, he could potentially reach the 9th tier of the Xiantian skill, corresponding to the 9th tier of this world, a mark of a formidable individual. Of course, this possibility hinged on the condition that his cultivation proceeded smoothly. The Xiantian skill harmonizes remarkably well with the spiritual energy of this world, which stands as the greatest advantage bestowed upon Tang San. Days pass by, with labor during daylight and cultivation at night, as he resumes his unremarkable existence. 2 years have elapsed, and Tang San is now 8 years old, perhaps due to his prior absorption of the wolf demon and the transformation of the demon god. He has grown taller than the average child, standing at a height comparable to that of a 10-year-old, albeit still somewhat slender. Nevertheless, he is indeed quite remarkable, leading to an increase in his assigned tasks. Chapter 9. The bottleneck. Tang San has recently been in a rather dismal mood. The reason is quite simple. After 2 years, he has yet to break through to the 4th level of his Xiantian Gong. Initially, he believed that by the age of 7, he would undoubtedly achieve this milestone. However, when he reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level, he discovered that he had encountered an insurmountable bottleneck. This obstruction does not appear to stem from his own limitations, but rather seems to be an invisible force of oppression within this mystical realm. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th level appears to be fraught with difficulty. Tang San had been diligently practicing and accumulating strength, yet he was unable to transcend the constraints that bound him. 2 years had elapsed, and at the age of 8, he remained at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage. Moreover, it seemed that the power he had amassed did not assist him in achieving a breakthrough. He had become quite adept at using Leopard Flash and Wind Blade, yet their potency had not increased with his advancement in the Xiantian skill, resembling two static abilities. This predicament had caused all his capabilities to reach an impasse. The most pressing issue arising from this situation was the loss of a pathway for ascension. Without such a pathway, he could only continue to grow in this manner. What could the strength of a pinnacle 3rd stage practitioner accomplish? In this world, he still found himself a feeble existence. Tang San understood that he must embark on some daring endeavors. Today, his task involved transporting timber. In the village, he assisted the adult men in moving the trees they had felled, utilizing a cart to convey the wood to the town. Together with 6 other children, they aided 4 adults in transporting a load of timber. The adults led the way, pulling the cart with ropes, while the children pushed from behind. The gravel road was relatively smooth, and the cart moved at a leisurely pace, as the adults exerted their strength, advancing rhythmically step by step. Windwolf Town, which Tang San had visited several times before, was inhabited by the Windwolf clan, a tribe of wolf demons. The Lord of the Windwolves resided in the largest house at the center of the town. More than 1,000 members of the Windwolf tribe lived in Windwolf Town, surrounded by 7 villages of human slaves who toiled for them, sustaining their livelihood. The wind wolves were carnivorous, and at irregular intervals, human slaves might find themselves becoming their sustenance. Of course, other livestock also served as food. Relatively speaking, the wind wolves exhibited less interest in consuming humans compared to other demon tribes, thereby reducing the likelihood of humans being devoured here. This was not due to the benevolence of the wind wolves, but rather because they deemed the labor of humans to be of greater value to them. As Tang San pushed the cart, he keenly observed the circumstances in the town. He pondered the possibility that his inability to break through the current bottleneck was largely due to a conflict between the Xiantian skill he practiced and the rules of this world, which likely led to his suppression. Given his present capabilities, it was evidently impossible for him to transcend the constraints imposed by this realm. These rules were typically the result of the unseen influence wielded by the Lord of the realm. As a former deity king, he possessed a profound understanding of this aspect. Having lived in Wind Wolf Town for 8 years, despite never having ventured beyond its borders, he was certain of one thing. The spiritual energy of this world was exceedingly abundant, indicative of the strength of the entire realm. A realm of such formidable power would undoubtedly harbor entities of extraordinary prowess, likely surpassing even the divine level of his original world. Consequently, the lord of this realm, synonymous with the planet itself, must also be immensely powerful. Through his prior exchanges with Zhu Jiasen and the absorption of the wind attribute bloodline energy from the wolf demon, he sensed that the Xiantian skill possessed a devouring capability over the energies of this world. Perhaps it was precisely this that led to his suppression by the rules. To achieve a breakthrough, relying solely on the Xiantian skill would prove exceedingly challenging. A novel approach was imperative. From his divine king perspective, the most direct method would be to gain recognition from the realm's lord and the rules themselves. The lord of the realm often existed in an intangible form, with all regulations established to safeguard their own existence and maintain balance. Thus, for Tang San to continue his advancement, the optimal strategy was to enhance his power within this world, concealing his Xiantian skill to weaken the rule's perception and suppression of him. This would create opportunities for a sudden breakthrough, allowing him to continue his cultivation. His observations of Wind Wolf Town were an attempt to take calculated risks. At this juncture, the best means to augment his capabilities within this realm was to enhance the powers he already possessed from the Wind Wolf clan or that of the Leopard Flash. While the Leopard Flash was elusive, the Wind Wolf clan was abundant in this town. His plan was to identify suitable wind wolves, preferably around the 3rd tier, to experiment with, rather than resorting to slaughter. He intended to incapacitate them, and then see if he could utilize the Xiantian skill to extract their bloodline power to enhance his existing wind blade ability. If successful, he would further observe whether the wind wolves from whom he extracted bloodline power could recover their own. If they could, it would serve his purpose well. As the wind blade continually improved, the essence of the wind wolf bloodline within him would grow richer, aiding him in breaking through the bottleneck of the Xiantian skill. This was a meticulously devised plan by Tang San. With the abilities of the Leopard Flash and Wind Blade, augmented by the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of Xiantian skill, he felt confident in ambushing a wind wolf. As he walked, the cart suddenly halted, causing the children behind him to instinctively jolt, with one particularly slender child even falling to the ground due to the unexpected stop. Tang San swiftly mastered his own strength, refraining from exerting force, and mirrored the reactions of the other children. The adult man ahead came to a halt, seemingly gazing in a particular direction. From a sideways glance, Tang San could discern a glimmer of envy within their gazes. It is worth noting that these human slaves, conditioned from a young age, typically exhibit a profound apathy and seldom engage in conversation. Instances of such divergent emotions are indeed rare. Tang San followed their gaze and noticed a few individuals not far away, busily affixing notices. Indeed, the ones posting the announcements were humans. However, in stark contrast to the tattered garb of the slaves, these individuals were clad in clean and orderly attire. Tang San narrowed his eyes slightly, activating his purple extreme demon eyes to enhance his vision. He noticed that the notice stated that a bloodline selection would take place in 3 days. Slaves from various villages possessing the Wind Wolf bloodline were invited to participate in the test. Those who succeeded would be granted permission to reside in Wind Wolf Town and undergo vassal training. A hybrid selection? Tang San instantly comprehended the situation. Although he frequently journeyed to Wind Wolf Town for labor, he had never before encountered such a proclamation. Undoubtedly, those who affixed the notices were also vassals of the Wind Wolf clan, possessing a measure of wind wolf lineage, thus elevating their status above that of mere slaves. At the very least, they were no longer considered slaves. Upon realizing this, he felt a stirring within his heart. If this were indeed the case, it seemed that his plans could be adjusted. Remaining a slave, while the commendable guise, posed its own challenges, primarily the severe limitation of his exposure to the world. Without sufficient interaction, he could hardly hope to experience more or access the true resources that this world had to offer. The selection of bloodlines in Wind Wolf Town undoubtedly presented an opportunity for humanity if the slaves retained even a modicum of self-respect. They must recognize the profound indignity of their situation. What kind of human could possibly possess wind wolf blood? Undeniably, it must be a hybrid. And what does hybridity imply? It signifies offspring born from the unions between the wind wolf clan's wolf demons and humans. In this world, humans lack the qualification to be partners of demon clans, which implies they are merely objects for the release of bestial desires. Chapter 10. The Awakening Ceremony. Tang San had pondered deeply about the existence of the Redemption Organization. The establishment of such an organization, functioning as a clandestine opposition group, was undoubtedly a manifestation of the conscience of certain individuals who profoundly understood the nature of their world. The ratio of human slaves to the Wind Wolf clan clearly indicated that the human population in this world was substantial. 3 days later, on the second day following the posting of the announcement, the villages began to respond. The slaves within the villages were overseen by leaders, naturally, the wolf demons. At dawn, the wolf demons summoned all the villagers, regardless of age or gender, to gather. However, the older humans appeared numbly silent. Those younger, in their 20s, bore expressions tinged with a glimmer of hope, clearly indicating that they were the most likely candidates for awakening their wind wolf lineage. Tang San stood amidst the crowd, his heart enveloped in profound sorrow. A multitude of humans awaited here, burdened by the knowledge that their mothers had once suffered indignities at the hands of monsters, leaving them with a trace of monstrous blood within. How tragic this reality is. Regarding the dominion of the monster and spirit races, Tang San harbored no grievances, for it was merely a manifestation of the world's inherent order. Yet, as a human, witnessing his kin's numbed acceptance of servitude, merely to ensure their survival, filled him with desolation. Over the past 8 years, the accumulation of such emotions had solidified his resolve. Aside from searching for his beloved wife, he was determined to create opportunities for humanity, enabling them to rise in true strength and live with dignity in this world. Listen closely. Shortly, I shall awaken your bloodlines. Any slave possessing the blood of my Wind Wolf clan may participate in the test in 2 days. Those who pass, with sufficiently potent bloodlines, may become vassals and gain entry to the town for further education. Exceptional vassals may even attain privileges akin to those of my clan. This is your opportunity, a chance to ascend to greatness. Therefore, during the awakening process, fully embrace the sensations of your bloodlines. Do not suppress any changes, but rather allow them to manifest. Do you all understand? The human slaves bowed in unison, their expressions a mixture of trepidation and reverence. The wolf demon nodded in satisfaction, his fangs protruding, as a faint green glow emanated from his eyes, glimmering with ferocity. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and released a sharp, haunting howl. In response, a chorus of distant howls echoed from afar, as if countless voices joined in harmony. Tang San stood at a relatively distant position, yet his perception was remarkably acute. He could distinctly sense that as the wolf demon unleashed its roar, the bloodline within him surged forth, erupting with a fervent wave of warm vitality. This pulsation radiated outward, causing the human beings present to tremble slightly in response. Just as the wolf's howl was nearing its end, another howl erupted from the creature's maw, intensifying the essence of its bloodline. Suddenly, a young human man to Tang San's left quivered, as if beset by some agonizing affliction. He emitted a strange cry and abruptly collapsed forward, his limbs hitting the ground. From the surface of his skin, tufts of ashen gray fur began to emerge. Yet he seemed to endure excruciating torment as he writhed on the spot. Had the bloodline of the Wind Wolf clan awakened within him? Tang San refrained from hastily revealing himself, opting instead to observe silently. Aside from the young man, a short distance away, there was also a teenage girl with her hands clasped over her head, seemingly retreating into herself, as subtle transformations appeared to unfold around her. Beyond these two, the rest of the onlookers were predominantly gripped by tremors and shivers, exhibiting little else. When their peripheral vision caught sight of the pair, it was tinged with a hint of envy. As the third howl of the wolf echoed through the air, Tang San understood that he could no longer afford to wait. He abruptly crouched down, enveloping his head with his arms, manifesting an expression of anguish. This startled the children beside him. With the conclusion of the 3 howls, the wolf demon's gaze swept across the gathered crowd. The transformations exhibited by Tang San and his companions were the most pronounced, naturally drawing attention. The wolf demon advanced, selecting them one by one. The young man, from whose body fur was sprouting, writhed on the ground, his physical change evident, saliva dribbling from his mouth, appearing far from lucid. The transformation of Tang San and the other girl was rather subtle. The girl merely exhibited some changes in the hair on her neck, while Tang San remained entirely unaltered. The wolf demon disregarded the young man and woman, delivering a kick that sent Tang San tumbling twice. "You must understand the consequences of impersonating my noble lineage," it sneered. "You ought to hope that you genuinely possess a reaction, otherwise, well, tomorrow you shall become offerings upon the sacrificial altar. Take them away." Several second-tier wolf demons approached, lifting the 3 of them and casting them onto a carriage to be taken away. The number of awakened Wind Wolf bloodline slaves was fewer than Tang San had anticipated. When gathered together, there were only 13 individuals of varying ages. Among them, for displayed pronounced signs of transformation, their entire bodies bearing the marks of a wolf. Judging solely by appearances, those exhibiting such characteristics likely possessed a relatively stronger Wind Wolf lineage. Tang San's physical transformation was the least pronounced, as there was virtually none. Conversely, the others exhibited varying degrees of change. They were gathered together, poised to undergo a unified bloodline test the following day. What surprised Tang San, however, was that their dinner this evening included meat. This marked his inaugural opportunity to consume meat since his arrival in this world. Yet, he found himself lacking in appetite. Among the 4 young men who had undergone the most significant transformations, 3 had perished before dinner. Tang San had also examined their frail bodies. For the reasons were all the same. The weak physiques of the slaves could not withstand the transformations brought on by the awakening of the Wind Wolf clan's bloodline, resulting in organ failure or ruptured blood vessels leading to death. The 3 corpses were taken away by the wolf demons who came to inspect them at night. The others silently consumed their meals, none daring to speak. The evening fare remained coarse. Even the meat was of a tough, fibrous nature, the origin of which was uncertain. It was merely boiled, lacking any discernible flavor. After dinner, Tang San quietly sought a corner to lean against. In 2 days, the bloodline test would occur. He felt no apprehension about testing the Wind Wolf clan's bloodline. Since he dared to come, he surely had his own means. As he closed his eyes to rest, preparing to quietly commence his cultivation of the Shantian art, he suddenly sensed something and instinctively opened his eyes. To his surprise, he noticed the presence of another person beside him. It was a girl, slightly older than he, hailing from the same village. Although she appeared older, she was actually more petite than he. Her face bore some dirt, yet she still possessed a certain delicate charm. The girl parted her lips, her voice somewhat hoarse. "Can you really do it?" she asked softly. Communication among human slaves was rare, especially among adults, while children like them, having received no education from a young age, were largely oblivious to many things. Tang San looked at her with a hint of surprise, and the girl lowered her voice, saying, "If it's not allowed, you might die." Was she concerned for me? A wave of warmth flowed through Tang San's heart, marking the first time he felt such a sensation since arriving in this world. Chapter 11. Intent to kill. The girl pointed to a nearby corner of a wooden shack, where a pile of thatch lay, revealing some damage to the walls. "If it's not possible, you should run. Pretending to be genuine could lead to death." Her voice, having spoken a few more words, was no longer as hoarse as before. "Thank you, I can manage," Tang San replied softly. The girl looked up at him, meeting his calm gaze. Her petite frame trembled slightly before she quickly lowered her head, murmuring, "Oh." She shifted her body, seemingly preparing to leave. "My name is Tang San. What is yours?" he inquired quietly. Aside from Zhu Jiasen, she was the first human he had communicated with, and she too shared a background as a slave. The girl glanced back at him, showing no surprise at his straightforwardly numerical name. After a moment of hesitation, she replied softly, "My name is Ling Muxue." Upon hearing her name, Tang San was momentarily stunned. It did not seem to resemble that of a slave at all. "My mother was." Ling Muxue hesitated. "She was from the same village as me, our village. She taught me." Though her ability to express herself was limited, Tang San grasped her meaning. Her mother had likely caught the eye of a wolf demon. Despite being a slave, she had some privileges, such as living with her child and imparting knowledge. Hence, the girl's intellect appeared more developed than that of her peers, and she possessed an elegant name. Tang San nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Ling Muxue looked at him again, her eyes reflecting concern. Are you really going to be okay? Tang San nodded once more. Oh, at that moment, other human slaves began to gaze in their direction. Ling Muxue dared not say more, merely nodding to Tang San again before curling up and moving to another side. Their brief exchange uplifted Tang San's spirit somewhat. Being a solitary traveler in a foreign land, experiencing a semblance of warmth felt akin to discovering a spark of hope. After all, 8 long years had passed. 2 days swiftly passed. The 10 survivors enjoyed the finest meals available in this world during these 2 days. Their spirits were notably brighter than when they first arrived. The older youths among them were clearly filled with yearning. They understood that this was their opportunity. Among the 10, Ling Muxue was the only girl, yet no one paid her much attention. Everyone's focus was on awakening their bloodlines. Success in this endeavor would mean liberation from slavery and a chance to become vassals of the Wind Wolf tribe. For the slaves, this indeed represents an unprecedented elevation. In this world, the status of slaves is so abject that it scarcely differs from that of mere sustenance, essentially treated as livestock, and in some respects, even beneath them. At long last, the door of the wooden cabin swung open, fulfilling the anticipation of the majority. A group of robust wolf demons entered, calling out for Tang San and the others within the cabin to follow. As they stepped outside, the sunlight was somewhat blinding, yet it bestowed a considerable warmth upon them. Ling Muxue walked closely beside Tang San, who once again sensed her anxious gaze. Do not worry, he murmured softly. Ling Muxue paused for a moment. Looking up at him, Tang San nodded at her. The wooden cabin where they had been residing for the past 2 days was situated within the town. However, today they ventured into the heart of Foglang town, a place Tang San had never visited before. It was a small square, approximately 1,000 square meters in size. At this moment, a considerable number of members of the Foglang tribe had gathered around. In the center of the square stood an altar. What caused Tang San's pupils to constrict instantly was the sight at the base of this altar, where what appeared to be a foundation constructed from mortar and stones was vaguely interspersed with numerous human skulls, intricately assembled within. Tang San's subordinates instinctively clenched their fists. Even in death, they would confront it with unwavering resolve. A flame seemed to ignite within him. Once a god king, his mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary beings. Yet, at this very moment, he was consumed by a burning desire to annihilate the entire fairy race. His gaze grew increasingly frigid, a faint hint of murderous intent lingering in his heart. Beside him, Ling Muxue appeared to sense something amiss, shivering slightly and instinctively stepping back, widening the gap between them. Her movement startled Tang San, but amidst the surprise, he felt a faint recollection stirring within him, fragments of his past life. He vividly remembered traversing a path in his previous existence, a road akin to hell. As he calmed his emotions, he gently closed his eyes, concealing that fleeting inspiration deep within. The demon race. Excellent. The 10 individuals, including Tang San, were brought to one side of the square in Wind Wolf Town. Beneath a grand tree sat an elderly wolf demon, who appeared to be female. Her eyes gleamed a deep emerald green, and she held a staff firmly in her right hand, seated regally upon a large chair. Beside her stood a human, seemingly in his 40s, with a gaunt visage yet adorned in opulent attire. There was a flicker of green light in his eyes, and he hunched slightly, displaying an air of deep respect. The wolf demon who had escorted Tang San and his companions approached the elder wolf demon and immediately bowed in reverence, addressing her as the esteemed high priestess, and announcing the arrival of the awakened bloodline slaves for this year. The elder wolf demon, referred to as the high priestess, responded with a faint acknowledgement and then gestured towards the human male. The human bowed respectfully to her before slowly stepping forward to face Tang San and the other 9. Tang San silently sensed the aura of the high priest, which was formidable. With his current strength, he was unable to discern the true level of the opponent's cultivation. Of course, this was without utilizing his limited spiritual consciousness. However, he dared not to easily employ his remaining reserves of spirit, as they were exceedingly scarce. And given his present circumstances, recovery was implausible unless faced with life-threatening peril. Thus, he would not readily invoke his spiritual consciousness. It was only when he matured that this ability could be truly harnessed. As the human male was about to speak, the nearby wolf demon suddenly parted, respectfully bowing. A towering wolf demon, exceeding 3 meters in height, strode purposefully towards them. This creature appeared immensely powerful, its muscles brimming with explosive strength. Its emerald eyes, though not as profound as those of the high priest, seemed to harbor intense energy fluctuations. The imposing figure approached the high priest, slightly bowing, and placed its right hand over its chest, addressing the high priest. A smile graced the old priest's face as he welcomed the Lord. Has the preparation for the ancestral sacrifice been completed? Remaining seated, it was evident that in Windwolf Town, the high priest held the highest status. The Windwolf Lord replied, "Everything is ready, and the offerings have been assembled. I must trouble you, high priest, to preside over the ceremony." "Very well. Once the bloodline tests of these slaves are conducted, we shall commence immediately," the high priest replied calmly. "Let us begin." The Windwolf Lord instructed the middle-aged human who had approached Tang San and the others earlier. "Yes, my lord." The man respectfully bowed before turning back to face Tang San and the other 9. "Listen carefully. I will now conduct tests on your bloodlines. During the examination, feel free to express any reactions you may have. Do not hold back and do not fear. Give it your all. Do you understand?" Tang San raised his gaze towards the slightly hunched middle-aged man, catching a fleeting glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. Chapter 12. The assessment in the next moment. The middle-aged man slowly spread his arms, tilting his head towards the heavens as he proclaimed, "O magnificent wind, I implore you to bestow your grace upon your people, guiding them to comprehend the essence of the wind." As he recited these words with fervor, his body began to swell, azure gray hairs sprouting from his skin, while his garments tore apart, revealing his robust musculature. A vibrant azure light erupted from him. Was it 4th or 5th rank? This was Tang San's immediate impression. He could assert that this middle-aged man was the most powerful human he had ever encountered. The rich wind elements coalesced instantaneously, saturating the air around them. The dense wind elements enveloped the 10 of them. The Windwolf Lord glanced at the high priest and remarked, "Wang Yanfeng has significantly improved his mastery over the wind elements." The high priest replied nonchalantly, "After all, with the bloodline of a slave, his potential is limited to the 4th rank. However, when it comes to control, humans possess some remarkable qualities. He simply excels in that regard. As for you, my lord, rather than cavorting with those she-wolves, you ought to focus on enhancing your own strength. Otherwise, will you not become the subject of ridicule at our clan's grand ceremony in a couple of years?" The expression on the Windwolf Lord's face stiffened momentarily, acknowledging the truth in the high priest's words. Bathed in the essence of the wind elements, Tang San and his companions shimmered with a faint azure glow. Tang San narrowed his eyes slightly, silently attuning himself to the rich presence of the wind element around him. It seemed that the wind blades he commanded within his being were also influenced. With utmost caution, he summoned the power of the wind blades, merging it with his own bloodline, causing a transformation in his aura. To his astonishment, he realized that the dense wind elements surrounding him were being absorbed following the alteration in his bloodline. The energy of the wind blades appeared to be accumulating, possessing remarkable intelligence and vast experience. He quickly comprehended a pivotal truth. The previous inability of his wind blades and leopard flash to evolve was not solely due to the constraints of his bloodline, but also because the absence of a supportive, dense elemental affinity had hindered their advancement. Now, amidst this abundant wind element, it was evident that the wind blades were indeed stirred. This indicated that, under favorable conditions, his wind blades were capable of enhancement. Just then, among the 10 individuals, the sole survivor from the prior awakening, whose beastly transformation had been the most pronounced, experienced a dramatic change. His clothing tore as his fur erupted, his body visibly expanding. With a faint azure glow swirling in his eyes, Wang Yanfeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. With a flick of his hand, a whirlwind enveloped the youth's form, drawing him aside. This was clearly a sign of passing the assessment. Tang San did not rush to showcase his abilities. The intense presence of wind elements was something that could not naturally exist in the world. With his current level of cultivation, he was incapable of actively condensing such elements. So he seized the opportunity to absorb as much as he could. Perhaps it would aid him in breaking through his bottleneck. To his surprise, the second to exhibit a reaction was none other than Ling Muxua, who let out a delicate exclamation as her figure slightly expanded. Though not as pronounced as the young man before her, tufts of hair emerged at the nape of her neck, and the hue of her azure eyes deepened noticeably. Ethereal blue light swirled around her, even lifting her body slightly upwards. Wang Yinfeng waved his hand once more, enveloping her in wind elements as she descended gently to the side. He remarked that her bloodline was not strong, yet it was more attuned to the wind elements. Subsequently, two more youths, approximately 15 or 16 years old, exhibited a marked response. Wang Yifeng appeared increasingly anxious, and the wind elements he was condensing became even more potent. However, Tang San clearly observed beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sustaining such a high intensity of wind elements was evidently quite taxing for him. His efforts stemmed from a desire to ensure that more among them could pass the bloodline assessment. That should suffice. Insufficient is simply insufficient. Do not delay the time of the sacrificial ceremony, the Wind Wolf Lord coldly stated. Wang Yifeng replied with difficulty, "My lord, grant me just one more minute. I believe there is still potential." Tang San understood that he could no longer afford to wait. With his eyes closed, he slowly raised his hands before him. When he opened his eyes once more, a brilliant azure light emanated from them, and the surrounding wind elements visibly coalesced towards him, dissipating slightly into the air. In his palms, a wind blade, approximately 3 inches in length, took shape. Though modest in size, the wind blade was remarkably vibrant. In the next instant, it seemed to lose control, shooting into the sky with a piercing sound. The awakening of the wind blade. Wang Yinfeng was taken aback, yet without hesitation. He waved his hand and brought Tang San to safety. The high priest, seated nearby, furrowed her brow and instinctively turned her gaze towards Tang San. At that moment, Wang Yinfeng's control over the wind elements came to an end. He gasped for breath, clearly nearing his limits. His physical changes were minimal, but his affinity for the wind elements was extraordinarily strong, awakening the innate skill of the wind blade from the Wind Wolf clan. The lack of significant physical change was likely due to his age, reminiscent of my own past experience, Wang Yinfeng thought, panting as he respectfully addressed the high priest. The high priest merely cast him a sidelong glance, her gaze shifting away from Tang San. To her, a mere child was inconsequential. There were 10 individuals who had come to participate in the assessment, 5 of whom had displayed a response and passed. The remaining 5 appeared bewildered and helpless. The Wind Wolf Lord waved his hand, and several robust wolf demons swiftly approached, seizing the 5 unsuccessful humans and dragging them aside. At this moment, the high priest slowly rose, making her way to the altar, her voice resonating with authority. "Let the sacrificial ceremony commence." "Yes." The Wind Wolf Lord bowed respectfully to her, then followed closely behind as they both proceeded towards the altar. Wang Yinfeng did not accompany them. Instead, he remained by the side of the 5 who had just passed the assessment. His breath had steadied somewhat as he lowered his head to regard Tang San, who appeared somewhat dazed and confused. In the art of disguise, he, having lived 3 lifetimes, exhibited no flaws whatsoever. The high priest ascended the platform, with the Wind Wolf Lord standing beside her, and let out a long howl that resonated through the air. Owl! With the sound of his howl, all the wolf demons present raised their voices in a chorus of howls, filling the entirety of Wind Wolf Town with an echoing cacophony. As if a beastly horde were preparing to attack, the high priest gradually raised her staff, and the howling gradually subsided. Although she appeared aged, her deep, emerald green eyes sparkled with a cold brilliance as she spoke with an icy tone. "Today marks the day of honoring our ancestors. Our lineage of wolves, within the sacred clans, is among the strongest warrior races. The great wolf ancestor created us, enabling our survival and prosperity. Let us honor the wolf ancestor with the finest blood offerings, empowering our wind wolf lineage to grow ever stronger." As she spoke, she abruptly turned her head to the side, casting her gaze upon the 5 human adolescent slaves who had previously failed the assessment beneath the altar. "Contaminated by the blood of my kin, yet unable to awaken the brilliance of our lineage. Your filthy blood dares to obscure the essence of the Wind Wolf clan. Only blood can cleanse this disgrace. Slay them." The wolf demons appeared to be well prepared. The moment the high priest uttered those words, the wolf demons seized the shoulders of the 5 human youths with alacrity, their hands exerting force as they ruthlessly tore apart their bodies. In an instant, blood erupted, splattering across the altar. This scene unfolded with startling suddenness. Witnessing this, Tang San felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head, his body stiffening while his hands clenched tightly. Yet, just then, darkness enveloped his vision as a figure silently positioned itself before him. Blocking his sight was none other than Wang Yifeng. Chapter 13. Cruelty. Tang San pressed his lips tightly together, feeling an overwhelming impulse to rush out in that very moment. However, Wang Yanfeng's obstruction gradually quelled the fervor coursing through his veins. The Wind Wolf Lord was likely a formidable being of at least the 5th tier, and the High Priest was perhaps of the 6th tier. Should he venture out now, it would only lead to his demise, offering no chance of success. Yet, even though the human slaves here could be described as soulless, they were still his kin. The wolf demons, in their bloodlust for humans, treated them with the same indifference as one would show towards livestock. In their eyes, humans were even less than beasts. Present the offerings. At that moment, the voice of the High Priest resonated once more. Tang San subtly shifted his stance to evade Wang Yanfeng's obstruction, casting his gaze outward. Wang Yifeng seemed to sense this movement, turning his head to regard him with a slight furrow of his brow. Meanwhile, the other awakened children trembled in fear, their bodies quaking with trepidation. Tang San's expression bore the marks of fright, which, upon witnessing, brought a semblance of relief to Wang Yanfeng. With a flick of his right hand, he gently nudged Tang San back behind him. Although Tang San was unaware of this individual's status within the Windwolf clan, his previous actions during the assessment and his current demeanor indicated that he harbored at least a semblance of compassion for humanity. Before being pushed back behind him, he witnessed a group of 10 naked human women being lifted onto the arena. Undoubtedly, these were the sacrifices referred to by the High Priest. Tang San's body trembled, and he did not even need to feign it. Although he had witnessed numerous human deaths in Windwolf Town, this brutal display of mass slaughter was a sight he encountered for the first time. Even in his previous life, he rarely experienced such intense emotions of rage. Once a divine king, he prided himself on his mastery over his emotions. Yet, in this very moment, how could he find tranquility? Oh, great ancestors! Today, your descendant offers the most exquisite sacrifice of blood. Please, continue to bless your progeny and allow the Windwolf lineage to flourish. As the High Priest's voice pierced the air like a wail of despair, 10 human women were swiftly dispatched on the altar, their throats severed, their blood flowing and staining the altar. The haunting howls of wolves reverberated throughout Windwolf Town. For them, the sacrificial ceremony was a moment of frenzied excitement. 10 lives extinguished, another 10 lost. Tang San painfully closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt no hesitation within his heart. He was determined to transform this world, to alter everything here. He sought to liberate humanity from their status as livestock, to awaken them and overthrow the dominion of the monster and spirit races. In every realm, the law of the jungle prevails. Only by empowering humanity can all of this be truly changed. The sacrificial ceremony continued, enduring for a full half-hour before finally drawing to a close. Tang San kept his head bowed throughout, his body trembling slightly, and he did not glance in the direction of the altar again. He silently stood behind Wang Yifeng. At this moment, his heart was resolutely determined. Beyond the quest for his wife, in this realm of law and on this land of fairies, he bore an additional weighty responsibility. As the ritual concluded and the wolf demons dispersed, Wang Yanfeng turned to Tang San and the others, saying, "Follow me." The 5 of them followed him with trepidation, led to a house on the western side of Windwolf Town. This dwelling was a stark contrast to the humble abode they had previously occupied in the village. It was a 2-story structure made of wood and stone, with a yard enclosed by a fence crafted from wooden stakes, encompassing a small area of over 100 square meters. Wang Yifeng pushed open the gate and ushered them into the yard. The door of the 2-story house swung open, revealing a beautiful woman who emerged. Upon seeing Wang Yanfeng's return, she hurried forward and softly inquired, "Is it over?" Wang Yanfeng sighed. "Yes, it is over." The woman lowered her gaze, her eyes reddening. Were there only these 5 children? Yes, 5 others did not pass. She seemed to understand the implications of failure and bowed her head. Wang Yanfeng embraced her gently, offering a comforting hug. "Come inside," she murmured, her voice noticeably hoarse. Under the guidance of Wang Yanfeng and the woman, Tang San and the others entered the house. It was warm inside, with a fireplace casting a cozy glow against the walls. The furnishings were simple yet complete, with tables and benches and rooms on either side, along with stairs leading to the upper floor. As they felt the warmth of the house, the 4 companions of Tang San, though somewhat at a loss, relaxed a little compared to their earlier terror. The woman moved to the side, pouring several cups of hot water and distributing them to them. Holding the cup, Tang San suddenly felt a sense of renewed humanity. Ling Muxue could not help but quietly weep. Wang Yanfeng sighed again, saying, "You are fortunate, yet also unfortunate. You have been chosen and thus granted a new life. Children, from today onward, I shall be your teacher. You must learn from me." Only by acquiring the strength to protect yourselves can you truly survive. In 3 years, there will be another assessment. And you must conquer the wolf demons of your age to earn the right to be a vassal. Otherwise, you have witnessed the fate of those children today. He paused for a moment. I do not know if you can comprehend my words, but I will strive to teach you. From today, you will reside here with me. Only upon passing the assessment will you be entitled to your own home. He turned to the woman beside him and said, "This is your mistress. Her name is Qiu Jing. We, like you, have endured everything that today entails. Our survival is attributed to our status as vassals. In the coming 3 years, you too must strive to attain such a status, lest you remain in bondage. Now, please take your rest. The matron will escort you to your quarters. The boys will share a room, while this girl shall have her own. Tomorrow, I shall commence your instruction. Ensure you wear this badge, for it signifies your status. Without it, you may be mistaken for slaves if you venture out." As he spoke, Wang Yinfeng distributed wooden tokens to each of them. Adorned with intricate carvings and embedded with a piece of bone resembling a wolf's fang, though not an actual tusk. Their accommodations were on the ground floor, where Tang San was assigned to share a room with a boy slightly over 10 years of age. Qiu Jing guided them to their quarters, where a communal restroom was available on the first floor. She instructed each of them to wash themselves first. After cleansing, they were provided with a set of garments made from coarse burlap. Though rough, the fabric was thick and offered decent warmth. Once refreshed, they gathered on the ground floor for a meal consisting of tuberous plants, simply boiled and lightly salted, accompanied by some cooked meat. For slaves, this was indeed a sumptuous feast. They sipped a broth that, while lacking in flavor, was pleasantly aromatic. The atmosphere among them had notably lightened. However, Tang San observed that Ling Mushue's eyes remained swollen and her gaze vacant, as she consumed only a meager portion. Wang Yinfeng inquired about their names, and among the 5, apart from Tang San and Ling Mushue, the other 3 had no names at all, merely simple titles. The first to awaken and transform into a wind wolf was referred to as De Chong, while Tang San's roommate was called Xiao Mu Tuesday. The boy sharing a room with De Chong was named Mao Tu. Wang Yifeng assigned them new names, rather straightforward in nature, akin to Tang San's, Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San. He also informed them that once they truly became vassals, they could choose names of their own. Only by becoming legitimate vassals could they possess their true names, adorned with the vassal insignia, thus avoiding the fate of being mercilessly slain as slaves. After dinner, Wang Yifeng instructed them to return to their rooms for rest, as their lessons would begin the following day. Upon returning to his quarters, the fright of the day and the warmth of this place lulled Wang Er into a swift slumber. Noticing his companion's deep sleep, Tang San quietly rose from his bed. By now, darkness had enveloped the outside world. He stealthily traversed the hall to the doorway of the room on the opposite side of the ground floor. Gently rapping on the door, Ling Mushue resided within. Separated from the boys' quarters by the hall, the door swung open to reveal her tear-streaked face. Upon seeing Tang San, her already swollen eyes glistened anew with unshed tears. Tang San swiftly entered the room and gently closed the door behind him. "What is the matter?" he inquired softly. He was genuinely concerned for the girl who, since his arrival in this world, had bestowed upon him a sense of warmth that was truly rare in a realm that felt akin to an apocalypse for humanity. Upon hearing his question, Ling Mushue instantly burst into tears. Mother! Tang San was momentarily taken aback, steadying her faltering frame. In that instant, an ominous premonition enveloped him, akin to having one's throat constricted, rendering him breathless. "What has happened to your mother?" Tang San inquired with increasing urgency. However, Ling Mushue could only weep inconsolably. Unable to articulate a single word, Tang San furrowed his brows, gently guiding her to sit by the bedside. He placed his right hand against her back, gradually infusing his profound celestial energy into her being, soothing her turbulent emotions. As his power flowed into Ling Mushue's body, he immediately sensed a faint azure energy within her, which seemed to yearn to merge with his celestial essence upon feeling its presence. Tang San swiftly retracted his power. Not wishing to drain the bloodline energy of the wind wolf from Ling Mushue's body entirely, what if she could not recover? That would truly be a disservice to her. However, with the infusion of the Xiantian skill, Ling Mushue felt a warmth enveloping her, bringing her emotions into a semblance of calm. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Tang San and murmured, "Mother, I see my mother on that altar." In an instant, Tang San felt his mind descend into a void. The altar, her mother. Those 10 human women upon the altar were likely the mothers of the 10 individuals who inherited the Wind Wolf bloodline. Among them was Ling Mushue's mother, as well as the woman who had brought him into this world. Although their encounter had been fleeting, leaving little memory in his mind, she was the one who had ushered him into existence. It was precisely because he chose to impersonate the awakened of the Wind Wolf bloodline that such a realization dawned upon him. At this thought, Tang San's body trembled. He never anticipated the cruelty of the wolf demons to such an extent. The other three had likely remained oblivious, having been separated from their mothers since childhood, rendering them unable to recognize them. Only Ling Muxue had grown up alongside her mother. At that moment, she was clearly paralyzed with fear, yet she recognized her mother. The overwhelming dread stifled her cries, thereby preserving her life. Yet, witnessing her mother's murder, once her emotions stabilized, how could she contain her sorrow? This world is indeed merciless. Just then, the door swung open, and Wang Yanfeng and Qiu Jing entered, the latter's eyes also rimmed with red. Tang San suddenly rose to his feet, and in that fleeting moment, the blood coursing through his veins seemed to boil over. He found himself on the brink of losing control over his emotions. Even the mere thought of unleashing his limited spiritual awareness tempted him to obliterate everything in sight. Just then, Qiu Jing hurried forward, enveloping Ling Muxue in her embrace, soothing her with gentle words. Wang Yanfeng shut his eyes in anguish. For each of us, every surviving vassal has confronted such a scene. This is the ancient decree of the monster clan to them. Human women born with their bloodline are but a desecration of their ancestors. They are destined to be sacrificed as offerings. Did you observe the myriad of human skulls beneath that altar? Each one a testament to the lives taken in such a manner. Upon encountering the two of you, I sensed an unmistakable difference. You both possess awakened intellect. Particularly you, though outwardly akin to others, the moment those children, who came to test alongside you, were slain. Your body tensed not with fear, but with an instinctive readiness. Being beside you, I could feel it, if I am not mistaken. Your transformation into the Wind Wolf must have already been awakened. I know not from whom you acquired this knowledge or awakened your wisdom, but I must convey this truth. In this world, survival begets opportunity. Impulsiveness leads only to demise, not merely for you, but for us all, and for everything here. According to the Monster Clan's law, should a vassal betray, all vassals in the town face collective execution, even if you are but a child. The safest course of action would be for me to seize you now, surrender you, and allow them to interrogate how you attained your enlightenment. Both of you. Do you comprehend? The fury in Tang San's eyes gradually transformed into a chilling calm as he regarded Wang Yanfeng. His gaze, though frigid, bore a semblance of tranquility. Do you intend to surrender us? Wang Yanfeng felt a sudden jolt of trepidation, unnerved by the intensity of Tang San's stare. Despite the fact that the boy appeared so diminutive in his eyes, there was an undeniable weight to his presence. He could not help but let out a bitter laugh, saying, "If I meant to hand you over, would I still stand before you now? Child, do not act recklessly, nor should you venture forth. You will never see your mother's remains again, for they have long since been disposed of. If you truly care, then strive to live and grow stronger." The frigid look in Tang San's eyes gradually faded, and his clenched fist slowly relaxed. If he were to summon even a fraction of his divine consciousness, he would possess an 80% chance of obliterating everything in this place. However, the prospect of regaining his divinity under the constraints of this world would diminish significantly. The rules governing this planet are overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, in this realm, on this continent of fairies, is the tragedy of humanity confined solely to Windwolf Town? No. It permeates every corner. Even annihilating Windwolf Town would not resolve the fundamental issues facing humanity. Wang Yanfeng was indeed correct. Only by becoming stronger, truly formidable, can one hope to address all challenges. At that moment, a warm hand grasped his own. Tang San turned his head and beheld the misty, tear-filled eyes of Qiu Jing. "Child, we are utterly powerless. Living well is the greatest solace we can offer your mother. I too have a child, yet he failed the awakening assessment. If he were to succeed, I would gladly embrace death." As she spoke, Qiu Jing pulled Tang San into her embrace, cradling him and Ling Muxue, both drenched in tears. Her embrace was warm, soothing the tumultuous heart filled with lethal intent. Ling Muxue gradually succumbed to slumber within her comforting arms, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Wang Yanfeng escorted Tang San back to his room. "Rest well," he said, gently ruffling his hair. Chapter 15. Instruction. Tang San lifted his gaze to Wang Yanfeng, observing the man who appeared to be aging, with eyes reflecting profound pain. Qiu Jing's child was also his child. Their offspring had once failed the awakening assessment, akin to the 5 children of today. Thus, His fervent efforts today were driven by the hope that more children might survive. Teacher, thank you. Tang San bowed deeply to Wang Yanfeng. Despite his previous life as a deity, and even though Wang Yanfeng held a humble position in this Windwolf town, the actions he took to preserve the flickering flame of humanity had earned Tang San's recognition, even after just one day's acquaintance. Possessing divine consciousness, Tang San could perceive the sorrow and genuine emotions within Wang Yanfeng and Xiao Jing. In this world, he had finally found a sense of home. A sleepless night ensued. Tang San refrained from practicing, as thoughts of the altar incessantly occupied his mind. He did not venture outside that night. The seeds of hatred were deeply sown in his heart, yet the warmth bestowed upon him by Wang Yanfeng and his wife made him cherish it all the more. At this moment, he knew he could not act hastily. He must have absolute certainty and devise an escape for those within this dwelling before he could consider taking action. As dawn broke, Xiao Jing had prepared breakfast early. After a night of restful slumber, Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San appeared noticeably rejuvenated. As they enjoyed a relatively sumptuous breakfast, each relished the meal with expressions of utter satisfaction. Tang San appeared somewhat dispirited, while Ling Mushue's eyes were puffy and her gaze somewhat vacant. Wang Yanfeng seemed to have returned to his usual self. After their meal, he instructed the 5 individuals to stand before him. From today onwards, I shall impart knowledge to you. Each morning, I will enlighten you with cultural lessons and relevant knowledge pertaining to the mainland. The subsequent morning will be dedicated to assessing your comprehension of the previous day's teachings. Should you fail the assessment, there will be consequences. In the afternoons, I will guide you in the cultivation of the Windwolf transformation, hastening your development. For the next 3 years, you shall not rest. Each day demands your utmost effort. Only through this diligence shall you possess a chance of survival 3 years hence. Do you all understand? The responses were affirmative, with Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San nodding vigorously. Here, they felt as if they had entered an unprecedented paradise. The absence of labor and the assurance of ample sustenance rendered them exceedingly content. Although they might not have been particularly enlightened, human beings are inherently intelligent, and thus they likely grasped that their fates had shifted. They understood Wang Yanfeng's words regarding the assessment 3 years later. Failing would equate to death, akin to the evaluation they had faced yesterday. Wang Yanfeng produced a blackboard and began inscribing characters, teaching the 5 individuals one by one the letters of this world. Among them, only Ling Mushue possessed a modicum of understanding and could write a few characters. Tang San could speak, but had not yet mastered writing, having spent 8 years as a mere slave. On the first day, they learned 10 basic and simple characters, followed by a discourse on the fairy continent. On our fairy continent, there exist 2 principal regions, one governed by the monster clan, which refers to itself as the Holy Clan, and the other ruled by the Spirit Clan, also known as the Ling Clan. The territory of the Holy Clan is designated as the Tianyu Empire, while that of the Ling Clan is known as the Richan Empire. The nomenclature of these nations varies among the clans. Thus, in future discussions, I shall predominantly refer to them as the Holy Clan and the Ling Clan for the sake of clarity. The origins of the fairy continent remain shrouded in mystery. However, historical records from both clans suggest that it was birthed by the ancestor monsters and ancestor spirits. They created the Monster Clan and the Spirit Clan, which are synonymous with the Holy Clan and the Ling Clan. Both clans inherently possessed formidable abilities, gradually strengthening themselves through the absorption of the world's spiritual energies. This eventually gave rise to the great monsters and great spirits. The powerful clans, imbued with unparalleled might, dominated the vast expanse of the fairy continent. There exists a degree of interdependence between the Holy Clan and the Ling Clan. Hence, despite occasional conflicts, a semblance of balance is maintained. Their strengths are comparable, which is why they govern separately. The Holy Clan primarily controls the northeastern part of the fairy continent, while the Ling Clan occupies the relatively warmer southwestern region. Each clan boasts numerous grand cities, ruled by formidable great monsters and great spirits. At the confluence of their borders, which could be considered the very heart of the fairy continent, lies the city of sacred spirits. This is the largest city on the fairy continent, home to the mightiest great monsters and great spirits. The vastness of this city is said to be beyond imagination. As Tang San and his companions listened to Wang Yanfeng's narration, even the sorrowful Ling Mushue became somewhat entranced. After all, her mother was merely a slave and possessed limited knowledge. Wang Yanfeng's words unfolded like a tale, yet they also served as their first glimpse into the vast world beyond. The demon race boasts 8 principal cities, while the spirit race comprises 7. Together with the Holy Spirit City, the two races encompass a total of 16 grand cities. Only the most formidable demons and spirits hold the authority to govern these principal cities. Those of lesser strength form villages and towns centered around these cities, organized by their respective clans. These villages vary in size, with Fenglang Town being one of the smallest, as the Fenglang clan itself is not particularly powerful. And our lineage is considered a marginal bloodline within the clan, thus rendering us even weaker. What about humans? Are we present everywhere? Tang San inquired. Wang Yanfeng glanced at him, then slowly nodded, stating, "Indeed, humans are scattered throughout the entire fairy continent. In terms of numbers, we surpass the combined total of the demon and spirit races. Among the slave races, we are the largest. We humans lack inherent abilities and are physically frail. Compared to the demon and spirit races, who were born with innate powers, we appear exceedingly weak. Some powerful demons and spirits possess 5th or 6th tier strength upon birth. And upon reaching maturity, they can effortlessly break through to the 9th tier and advance toward even greater power. Though we may be weak, we reproduce at a relatively swift pace and possess a degree of intelligence, enabling us to execute more complex commands and exhibit a modicum of creativity." At this point, his expression twisted slightly, and he added, "Moreover, we are considered desirable as slaves, and to certain demon races, we are even regarded as livestock. This explains why they extensively cultivate us. In their eyes, we are deemed inferior beings. Curiously, however, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation or being innately powerful, some of these formidable demons and spirits can transform into forms resembling ours. I have only heard of this phenomenon, although I have visited the grand cities. I have not witnessed it myself. It is said that human slaves among the spirit race enjoy a somewhat better existence, as most of them do not consume meat and are relatively less ferocious. Additionally, under fortunate circumstances, there can be instances of fusion between humans and the spirit race. Consequently, the vassal-level humans in the spirit race hold a higher status than those of us. It is also said that some possess considerable strength. That is all for today. If I were to elaborate further, you would not be able to retain it all. Upon returning, you must write the characters I taught you today 10 times and memorize them diligently. There will be an assessment tomorrow, and failure to pass will result in punishment. Now, go." With the morning class concluded, it was evident from Wang Yanfeng's account that although his understanding bore its limitations, he was undeniably well-versed among humans. Listening to his account, particularly the details regarding the fairy continent, proved exceedingly beneficial for Tang San in his quest to locate the reincarnation of his beloved wife. It was imperative for him to comprehend the intricacies of this world. Chapter 16. The cultivation method of the Wind Wolf transformation after completing the 10 repetitions of characters as requested by Wang Yanfeng. Tang San took a moment to digest the information imparted earlier that day, leading him to the midday meal. Following lunch, Wang Yanfeng instructed the 5 individuals to rest for an hour before commencing the afternoon class. The topic for the afternoon was the cultivation of the Wind Wolf transformation, which piqued Tang San's interest even further. To restore his former prowess, he knew he must begin by understanding the unique abilities of this realm. Through this comprehension, he aimed to gradually reclaim his past capabilities while also leveraging the characteristics of this world alongside his Xiantian skill to enhance his strength. Only with formidable power could he undertake any endeavor. The reason you were selected is that within your bloodlines resides a portion of the Wind Wolf lineage. When this bloodline is awakened, your bodies will undergo transformations akin to those of the Wind Wolf, thereby granting you certain abilities. This phenomenon is what is referred to as the Wind Wolf transformation. Any human who possesses the bloodline of a monster, upon awakening, will gain such powers, collectively known as the Demon God transformation. The essence of cultivation lies in amplifying the strengths embedded within your bloodlines, thus acquiring even greater capabilities. Within 3 years, you must attain at least a 3rd-tier strength through the cultivation of the Wind Wolf transformation to survive the assessment. I must reiterate, survival is paramount. Failure to meet this criterion could result in death, much like the 5 children who did not pass the assessment that day. Except for Tang San, the other 4 could not help but reveal their trepidation. No one is impervious to the fear of death, and they were no exception. To master the Demon God transformation, it is essential to understand the cultivation methods inherent to the monster clans. Regardless of the species, upon their birth, a certain energy forms within their bloodlines. This energy is omnipotent for them, nurturing their bodies and facilitating growth, while bestowing them with capabilities. Even without deliberate cultivation, their bodies naturally absorb the spiritual essence of the world, gradually strengthening their bloodlines. Furthermore, more powerful monsters and elite species possess methods to enhance their bloodlines, making their cultivation more accessible and expeditious, thereby raising their potential ceilings. Our cultivation methods are quite similar, primarily relying on the absorption of the world's spiritual essence for enhancement. Additionally, there are specific techniques to follow. I possess the cultivation methods for the first 4 stages of the Wind Wolf transformation, which I shall now impart to you. The crux of this technique lies in how to awaken the energy within your bloodline, enabling it to generate more energy following stimulation, while also allowing you to control this energy. Now, I will begin teaching you how to guide the Wind Wolf bloodline for cultivation. At this moment, Wang Yifeng commenced his instruction. Tang San listened attentively, and Wang Yifeng spoke in a manner that was quite straightforward, primarily to ensure that the Wang family's 3 brothers could comprehend. Relatively speaking, he felt more assured of Tang San and Ling Mu Shui's understanding. The cultivation of the Wind Wolf transformation fundamentally involves stimulating one's bloodline. By harnessing the energy already present within their blood, practitioners can invigorate their bodies and bloodlines, allowing them to absorb greater amounts of the world's spiritual essence during the process of awakening. According to Wang Yifeng, the denser the spiritual essence in the environment, the more advantageous it is for the elevation of the bloodline. However, one must not cultivate in areas with excessively concentrated essence, as the body may falter under the overwhelming influx. After all, the human form is inherently frail. Therefore, cultivating within the confines of Wind Wolf Town is sufficiently adequate for them. The method of stimulating the bloodline is not particularly complex. From Tang San's perspective, it essentially involves guiding the power of the Wind Wolf within oneself to activate specific acupoints. This can be regarded as a remarkably simplistic form of cultivation. In comparison, the Xiantian skill is exponentially more intricate. Yet, regardless of how elementary this method may seem, Tang San would never be able to master it. The reason is simple. He does not possess a genuine Wind Wolf bloodline. His Wind Blade was acquired through the devouring nature of the Xiantian skill, effectively resulting in the energy of the Wind Blade being retained within his body. After use, the Xiantian skill can further transform energy resembling that of the Wind Blade based on the imprints it leaves behind. However, its potency remains equivalent to that of the energy he initially absorbed. Thus, the Wind Wolf transformation holds no significance for him, serving only to deepen his understanding of the cultivation methods in this world and the demon god transformation. Under Wang Yinfeng's guidance, the Wang brothers quickly discovered the sensation of stimulation with the aid of his bloodline power. Ling Mu Shui, in particular, grasped the cultivation method even more swiftly. After just one guiding session from Wang Yifeng, she was able to cultivate independently. When it came to Tang San, even before Wang Yifeng could guide him, a brilliant blue light was already swirling around him as he activated the Wind Blade. Have you mastered it? Wang Yifeng marveled at the wind elements surrounding Tang San, which were evidently stronger than those of the others. Curiously, however, there were no visible signs of a Wind Wolf transformation on him. Yes, your explanation was very clear. I attempted it, and it seems I can manage, Tang San replied earnestly. Wang Yinfeng regarded him with skepticism. He had taught many individuals, and Tang San was the first who could complete the Wind Wolf transformation without external guidance. Such talent was remarkable. Upon first encountering Tang San, he sensed that this child was somewhat extraordinary, though he could not pinpoint exactly how. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a positive development, even in his own youth. He had never possessed capabilities akin to those of Tang San. Tang San truly yearned to inquire whether there existed a bottleneck upon reaching the 3rd rank in his cultivation. However, at that moment, he deemed it unwise to pose such a question, lest he arouse Wang Yinfeng's suspicions. He resolved to conduct his own experiments before seeking answers, for his method of cultivation diverged from that of the demon god transformation. Very well, then, focus on your training and strive to enhance your bloodline power. In a month's time, I shall evaluate your progress and assess the strength of your abilities, Wang Yifeng declared. Teacher, may I pose a question? Tang San ventured. Feel free to ask, Wang Yifeng replied with a nod. Tang San inquired, Teacher, among the monster and spirit clans on the fairy continent, what is the highest rank they can achieve? Wang Yinfeng was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a question from the somewhat gaunt, yet noticeably bright-eyed and handsome child before him. He replied, according to legend, it is said to be the 12th rank, extremely powerful. If the mythical ancestor demon truly exists, whether there could be beings of a rank higher than 12 is beyond my knowledge. Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart stirred, and an immediate assessment formed in his mind. In his original world, known as Dolua Continent, the highest rank attainable by an ordinary person should be 9, with the divine rank following thereafter. If we were to equate this world's ranks of 10, 11, and 12 to the third, second, and highest divine tiers respectively, it could be inferred that the monster and spirit clans on the fairy continent could cultivate to the first divine level. Should this be the case, the immense energy possessed by this planet, Fablon Star, would undoubtedly rank among the most exceptional he had ever encountered. If the so-called ancestor demon exists at a level surpassing the first divine tier, it would imply a connection to the divine king's realm from his original plane. However, here, he had not sensed the existence of a divine realm. The mere emergence of divine king-level beings reliant solely on this planet would signify that the energy hierarchy of this planet itself aligns with that of the divine realm, and not just any ordinary divine realm. Indeed, he had arrived at a remarkable place. Navigating through such layers of complexity would not be an easy feat. Contemplating this, Tang San felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. With no other recourse, he decided to take things step by step. Chapter 17. Devour again. After Wang Yanfeng guided Tang San and his companions through the training of the Wind Wolf transformation, he allowed them to return to their respective rooms for cultivation. At dinner time, Wang Yanfeng addressed Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San, saying, "I've given it some thought, and I believe it's time for you to have names of your own. Are you willing?" "Yes." Wang De nodded enthusiastically. Wang Er blinked, responding, "Sure." Among them, Wang San was the tallest, even surpassing Tang San. Yet he was exceedingly slender, resembling a bamboo stalk. "Is that all right?" "Absolutely." Wang De shot a glare at Wang San. "Oh." Wang San seemed somewhat intimidated by Wang De and merely nodded in acquiescence. Wang Yifeng continued, "Then it's settled. I have thought of names for you all. Wang De, from now on you shall be called Wang Chao. Wang Er will be Wang Zhong, and Wang San, you will be known as Wang Shaolei." Wang Chao exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful. Thank you, teacher. I finally have my own name." Wang Zhong blinked in response, saying nothing. Yet he too was quite slender, appearing more reserved compared to Wang De and Wang San, though not timid in nature. Among the three of them, during the sacrificial ceremony, it was only in Wang Zhong's gaze that Tang San discerned a hint of hatred, rather than mere fear. Wang Xiaolei furrowed his brow and remarked, "It's just 3 characters. Is it so difficult to write? Why do you have so much to say?" "That will be all. Thank you, teacher." Wang Cha shot him a glare, adopting a brotherly demeanor, as he was indeed the eldest. "Tang San, why don't you allow the teacher to give you a name as well?" Wang Chao suggested kindly. Tang San shook his head and said, "No need. I am perfectly content being called Tang San." With this, he decided it was time to eat. After dinner, they returned to their respective rooms to cultivate. The 3 brothers of the Wang family still required Wang Yanfeng's personal guidance to enter a state conducive to stimulating their bloodlines. Tang San, however, did not need such assistance. To Wang Yanfeng's astonishment, after a single session of guidance, Ling Muxiwei was able to independently activate her bloodline for cultivation, a development that took him by surprise. As night deepened, Tang San, seated cross-legged on his bed, gradually opened his eyes. Across from him, Wang Zhong was still diligently practicing, his aura remarkably steady. Tang San could sense the rhythmic pulsing of his own bloodline. Faintly, he felt the fluctuations of wind elements surrounding him. Quietly getting out of bed, Tang San's gaze sharpened. Among the 5 children, he was, in fact, the youngest. Wang Chao was already 17, Wang Zhong 14, Wang Xiaolei 12, and Ling Muxiwei 10. While he himself was merely 8. Life had finally changed, at least becoming stable, freeing him from the fear of becoming prey. Now, his foremost priority was to enhance his strength. He had set a 3-year limit for himself. 3 years from now would mark the time to leave this place, and also the moment for vengeance. Looking out the window towards the plaza of Windwolf Town, Tang San instinctively clenched his fists. The mother he had met only once had perished at the hands of the Windwolf clan, sealing any chance for reconciliation between him and the monstrous tribe. Silently pushing open the window, Tang San swiftly slipped through, carefully closing it behind him. Although Wang Yanfeng's cultivation was superior, Tang San was confident that with the Tang sect's secret techniques he had brought from his previous life, he could go unnoticed. Stealthily, he made his way away from their dwelling. He did not head towards the plaza, fearing that encountering the bones beneath the altar would overwhelm him with emotion. Instead, He moved along the dim corners beside the walls, cautiously concealing his presence. Having visited Wind Wolf Town many times before, he was not wholly unfamiliar with the terrain. And soon he arrived near a larger stone house. From a distance, he could see it brightly lit and hear the raucous sounds emanating from within. Viewed through the lens of his past life, it resembled a tavern. Tang San was unaware of what the liquor in this world was like, but he knew this was a favored haunt of the Wind Wolves. Though it was late, the tavern remained lively, indicating that Tang San had found the right place. He crouched in a shadowy corner, silently watching the entrance of the tavern, patiently waiting. Perhaps due to the late hour, he was not kept waiting long. Soon, several towering figures emerged from the tavern, arms slung around one another, their voices loud yet indistinct, clearly inebriated. These wolf demons walked out, laughing and exchanging jests. Tang San watched them as they made their way towards the town. At the fork in the road, the wolf demons parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Tang San set his sights on a medium-sized wolf demon and swiftly followed in pursuit. He treaded lightly, while his target, having indulged in drink, remained blissfully unaware. Among the Wind Wolf clan, one could generally discern the strength of an individual by their physique. Those of smaller stature typically represented second-tier Wind Wolves, while the taller ones indicated third-tier. Only the particularly robust specimens might suggest an even higher rank, yet within the confines of Wind Wolf Town. Such formidable creatures were exceedingly rare. The sole exception was the Wind Wolf Lord, who towered at over 3 meters in height, a singular presence amidst the pack. Tang San had chosen a formidable target, a third-tier Wind Wolf, a robust creature commonly found in Wind Wolf Town. Swiftly closing the distance, he silently approached from behind. With a subtle gesture of his right hand, he executed a pulling motion towards the wolf's unsteady steps. The gentle essence of his Xiantian skill was unleashed through the Tang sect's renowned technique. Controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, the Wind Wolf stumbled momentarily, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, despite its inebriated state, the agile third-tier Wind Wolf instinctively braced itself with its forelimbs, preparing to spring back into action. What Tang San captured was the fleeting opportunity of a moment. He agilely ascended, his toes lightly pressing against the vulnerable flank of the third-tier Wind Wolf. For creatures such as dogs and wolves, the waist is their most susceptible area. The Wind Wolf, being a wolf demon, is no exception. Struck at its flank by Tang San's foot, the creature's body immediately yielded, toppling to the side. As it prepared to utter an insult, Tang San's Xian Yu hand seized its nape, sealing its blood vessels and rendering it unconscious in an instant. This series of actions transpired with astonishing swiftness, taking merely 2 or 3 seconds for the third-tier Wind Wolf to collapse helplessly to the ground. Tang San observed his surroundings intently, noting the absence of any disturbances. He promptly dragged the third-rank Wind Wolf into a shadowy corner and placed his right hand upon its chest. After years of cultivation, he was well acquainted with the elemental wind essence inherent in the Wind Wolf lineage. As the profound energy of the Xiantian skill surged into the creature's body, he immediately sensed the presence of the wind element within its bloodline. To his delight, the living Wind Wolf exhibited a far richer bloodline power than the 2 deceased ones from 2 years prior. Once the Xiantian skill permeated, it unhesitatingly began to devour this bloodline energy, drawing it into itself. The energy melded seamlessly with the portion of Windblade energy he had previously absorbed. The 2 forces, sharing a common origin, began to exhibit a tendency to fuse. Although some energy dissipated during the merging process, Tang San distinctly felt that the fluctuations of his Windblade aura had intensified, not due to the Windblade itself growing stronger, but because the imprint belonging to the Windblade had been enhanced. This signified that when he employed the Xiantian skill to transform the Windblade, he would be able to manifest an even more potent version. Most astonishingly, after having reached a long-standing bottleneck with his Xiantian skill at the 3rd level, he sensed signs of loosening as this new energy was assimilated, suggesting he was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th rank. He carefully examined the Wind Wolf, committing its features to memory, yet chose not to slay it. Tang San swiftly departed, returning to his dwelling. It was not that he lacked the desire to eliminate the wolf demon, rather, a drunken man slumped by the roadside would go unnoticed. But the death of a 3rd-rank wolf demon within the town would undoubtedly incite unrest. The time was not yet ripe for such an action. Chapter 18. Experimentation and Judgment. Tang San quietly returned to his dwelling, where Wang Zhong was still in bed, immersed in his cultivation. Tang San could sense that Wang Zhong was deeply engrossed in the training of his wind wolf transformation. Tang San settled onto his bed, swiftly mobilizing the Xiantian art to circulate the portion of the wind wolf's bloodline he had just absorbed. This experiment bore significant importance for him today, as it would determine whether he could continue to break through his current limitations and discover a path to further advancement. Should it prove successful, it would greatly benefit his future cultivation. The experiment was divided into two parts. First, whether the power derived from devouring the wind wolf's bloodline could assist him in transcending his bottleneck. Second, whether the third-tier wind wolf he had consumed could eventually regain its bloodline power, or if it would be irrevocably stripped of its strength. Both aspects were crucial, intimately tied to his future cultivation journey. Having long mastered the Xiantian art, he had previously felt a distinct loosening of his bottleneck after absorbing the third-tier wind wolf's bloodline. However, upon reactivating the Xiantian art, he noticed that sensation was dissipating. The once loosening bottleneck of the Xiantian art seemed to be subjected to an invisible pressure, preventing him from achieving any upward breakthrough. This development caused Tang San to furrow his brow. If reality diverged from his expectations, it would be a significant setback for him. Remaining constrained at his current level of cultivation would pose considerable challenges, necessitating the search for alternative paths. He remained composed, continuing to silently circulate the Xiantian art, gradually dissipating the absorbed bloodline power. The Xiantian art grew denser, and although he did not achieve a breakthrough in tier, it appeared to solidify further from its original peak state. Simultaneously, he discovered that the imprint belonging to the wind wolf within him had strengthened somewhat. In simpler terms, the wind blades he could coalesce had become larger. When he invoked this imprint using the Xiantian art, the essence of the wind wolf exhibited some changes, and now, those changes seemed to amplify. Previously, after absorbing Zhu Jiasen's leopard flash demon transformation and the wind wolf's bloodline, the imprint from leopard flash was evidently more potent than that of the wind wolf, yielding superior results. He could effectively unleash its power within a 10-meter radius. Conversely, the wind blades derived from the wind wolf's bloodline, while possessing some potency, were not overwhelmingly strong. However, following the absorption of the third-tier wind wolf's bloodline, the imprint associated with the wind blades had noticeably intensified. When he activated the imprint through the Xiantian art, not only did the essence of the wind wolf strengthen, but the wind blades also expanded considerably, their power significantly enhanced, now nearly matching the might of a third-tier wind wolf's manifestation. Silently absorbing and reflecting upon the changes within himself, Tang San gradually formed his own judgments. He was now nearly certain that the Xiantian art could indeed empower him through the absorption of the bloodline power from monstrous beings. Throughout this process of absorption, the energy transformed into an integral part of the Xiantian art, aiding in the acceleration of his cultivation speed. Concurrently, the unique characteristics of the bloodline would imprint and persist within him, to transform oneself through the mystical heaven technique, enabling the manifestation of abilities represented by the bloodline imprint. Is indeed a remarkable metamorphosis, unique to his mystical heaven technique. In essence, he can assimilate the bloodline power of various monster clans to forge imprints, thereby acquiring their abilities. This notion is particularly intriguing. His earlier speculation appears to hold merit, to transcend his limitations and liberate himself from the constraints of this realm. He must inevitably consume the bloodline power of monsters. The loosening of the bottleneck he previously sensed was undoubtedly accurate. The primary obstacle to his breakthrough lies in the insufficient intensity of the energy he has absorbed. The energy from a third-tier wind wolf pales in comparison to the pinnacle of his third level of the mystical heaven technique. Thus, to advance further, it is likely that he must consume the bloodline power of a fourth-tier wind wolf. By devouring the bloodline of a creature of greater strength, his aura could momentarily resonate with that of a formidable first-tier monster, allowing him to shatter the bottleneck when the realm's suppression wavers. This could potentially elevate him to the fourth tier. Moreover, he harbors doubts that, beginning from the third-tier bottleneck, future breakthroughs may necessitate similar means to circumvent the realm's restrictions on his being. If this is indeed the case, he now possesses a direction and objective for his cultivation. The next step is to seek a fourth-tier windwolf and attempt to absorb its bloodline. Though fourth-tier windwolves are scarce in Windwolf Town, he is fortunate to have access to one, Wang Yefeng, who is indeed a fourth tier. Were it otherwise, as a vassal, he could not possibly reside in such a house. Among the vassals in Windwolf Town, he is likely the strongest. The forthcoming experiment involves observing whether the third-tier wolf demon, from whom he previously absorbed bloodline power, can restore its potency. Should it succeed, Tang San can commence his search for a fourth-tier wolf demon, remaining discreet in the process. However, if the wolf demon fails to recover, Tang San must retreat into silence for a time. The Wind Wolf clan would surely question the inexplicable loss of bloodline power. If one anomaly is manageable, the emergence of a second fourth tier with the same issue would raise undeniable suspicions. With these considerations, Tang San's mindset stabilized, allowing him to continue diligently cultivating the mystical heaven technique. Although he cannot yet break through the bottleneck, his extensive training experience assures him that gradual accumulation will yield fruitful results. The more solid his foundation now, the easier his future cultivation will become. In the ensuing days, Tang San and his companions devoted themselves to learning and practicing under Wang Yinfeng's guidance. Each day consisted of morning lessons and knowledge, and afternoon sessions focused on the training and transformations of the Wind Wolf. Their lives were now vibrant and fulfilling, a stark contrast to their previous existence as slaves. Ling Mushue's mood remained somewhat somber, yet she exhibited remarkable seriousness during training and study. After several days of learning, each individual's talents began to reveal themselves. Among the three brothers of the Wang family, it is ironically Wang Chao who possesses the highest level of awakenings, yet has somewhat inferior talent. In contrast, both Wang Zhong and Wang Xiaolei exhibit commendable aptitude. However, all three of them fall slightly short when compared to Ling Muxue. After several days of training and guidance in the Wind Wolf transformation, Ling Muxue has begun to manifest a degree of transformation, although she has yet to condense the wind blade. Nevertheless, her rapid progress has even drawn praise from Wang Yanfeng. As for Tang San, his situation is distinctly different. When Wang Yanfeng observed that the wind blade Tang San was capable of releasing had noticeably increased in size, he was filled with astonishment. Although the wind blade had strengthened, Tang San had not exhibited any signs of transformation into the Wind Wolf. Not a single wolf hair had sprouted. This piqued his curiosity, yet he found himself at a loss. Nonetheless, he decided to impart some techniques on controlling the wind blade to Tang San. During these few days, Tang San completed his experiments. Each night, he discreetly ventured out to locate the wolf demon he had previously consumed. On the first and second nights, he was unsuccessful. However, on the third night, he spotted the wolf demon from a distance. Compared to its state before being devoured, the wolf demon appeared noticeably weakened. Upon closer inspection, Tang San discerned that its bloodline power had likely recovered to some extent and was gradually healing. The absence of the wolf demon during the first 2 days suggested it had been resting at home to recuperate its bloodline strength. This indicated that the bloodline power he had consumed could indeed be restored through rest, albeit requiring a certain amount of time. For the wolf demon, it was akin to recovering from an illness through recuperation. Chapter 19. Practical Combat Instruction to Ensure Caution. Tang San observed the wolf demon for several more days, and by the 5th day, its bloodline power had nearly returned to its original state. This gave Tang San a sense of confidence. His next objective was to seek out a 4th-tier wolf demon to test his breakthrough. However, this posed a dilemma for him. 4th-tier wolf demons were fundamentally different from 3rd-tier ones. The disparity in power was substantial. Generally, 3rd-tier wolf demons stood over 1.90 meters tall and were exceptionally robust, while 4th-tier wolf demons exceeded 2.20 meters, rendering them beyond mere strength. A 4th-tier wolf demon could easily contend with 4 or 5 3rd-tier counterparts without difficulty. The transition from 3rd tier to 4th tier represented a significant threshold. Despite Tang San's adeptness with the Tang sect's secret arts and his abilities such as Leopard Flash and Windblade, he felt confident in facing a 4th-tier wolf demon. However, achieving victory without attracting attention seemed implausible. Should any noise arise, he risked revealing his presence. Thus, his current strategy was to either confront a 4th-tier wolf demon in the wilderness or devise a plan based on the teachings of his master. Tang San was not overly eager. He diligently continued his studies and training each day. Through the guidance of Wang Yifeng, he gained a deeper understanding of the history and culture of the fairy continent, which held equal significance for him. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed, and everyone's bloodlines had experienced varying degrees of enhancement, enabling them to unleash wind blades. However, in this regard, the other four displayed a considerable disparity compared to Tang San. Starting today, we shall introduce a new subject, practical combat training. Only through real combat can you further hone your fighting skills. As afternoon approached, today's lesson appeared to take on a different tone. Follow me to the courtyard, Wang Yifeng instructed, leading the five into the open space. After half a month of training, They could now independently enter the bloodline stimulation state and practice the wind wolf transformation. This practical combat lesson, however, was a first for them. The courtyard was not overly spacious, yet it provided ample room for movement, with a wooden fence shielding them from external view. Standing at the center, Wang Yifeng declared, "You will take turns attacking me. Wang Chao, you shall go first. Use the wind wolf transformation." "Understood," Wang Chao replied, positioning himself 3 meters in front of Wang Yifeng. "Begin." Wang Yifeng chose to confront them directly out of concern that they might not yet master their powers and could inadvertently harm one another. Wang Chao took a deep breath, and immediately, a surge of vitality coursed through him. He emitted a wolf-like howl, his body expanding slightly. Straining against his clothing as tufts of fur emerged, teeth protruding, and a faint azure light igniting in his eyes. A latent ferocity began to awaken within him. In stark contrast to his previous frail self, after executing the wind wolf transformation, he could now be considered robust among his peers. "Attack me," Wang Yifeng nodded in encouragement. With a low growl, Wang Chao launched himself forward. The wind wolf transformation not only enhanced his physical capabilities but also instilled within him an instinctual ferocity akin to that of a wolf. He exerted force through his legs and lunged toward Wang Yifeng. This assault lacked any finesse, yet both his speed and strength far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Wang Yifeng, however, did not engage in the wind wolf transformation himself. He simply sidestepped with a lateral movement, effortlessly evading Wang Chao's charge. "Your speed is lacking. You must learn to utilize your wolf claws as weapons. Aim for your opponent's vital points." Wang Chao missed his target, pivoted, and charged again, this time aiming his right claw at Wang Yifeng's chest. Yet again, Wang Yifeng sidestepped, avoiding the attack with ease. Tang San observed from the side. Realizing that Wang Yifeng's judgments were remarkably astute, it appeared as though he merely sidestepped Wang Chao's attacks with a single, effortless step. In reality, this was a testament to his precise anticipation of his opponent's movements. While evading, he simultaneously offered guidance to Wang Chao on methods of attack. Tang San discerned that his mentor possessed an abundance of combat experience. Throughout the session, his gaze remained remarkably composed, consistently pinpointing the flaws in Wang Chao's assault with piercing accuracy. After approximately 5 minutes, Wang Chao found himself crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. As his transformation into the wind wolf came to an end, given his current bloodline strength, he could only sustain the wind wolf transformation for about 5 minutes. It is essential for you to recognize the errors he just exhibited. Furthermore, bear in mind that until your bloodline powers reach the 2nd tier, you should refrain from recklessly employing the wind blade. This energy-releasing skill significantly drains your bloodline power, unless you possess absolute certainty of a decisive strike. Using it will merely shorten the duration of your wind wolf transformation, leading to a more passive stance. As Wang Yifeng spoke, he gestured to Wang Zhong, indicating the mistake he had just made, urging him to avoid repeating it. Wang Zhong said nothing, merely nodded, and stimulated his bloodline, unleashing his own wind wolf transformation. His transformation, though less pronounced than Wang Chao's, was accompanied by a sharper gaze. With his slight frame slightly crouched, he lunged towards Wang Yifeng. Wang Yifeng's foot moved slightly, seemingly to evade, yet Wang Zhong's charge momentarily faltered. He pivoted on his right foot, altering his trajectory to coincide with Wang Yifeng's anticipated evasive path. However, Wang Yifeng merely adjusted his step slightly before retracting it, resulting in Wang Zhong's attack missing entirely, creating the appearance of a deliberate feint. Among the 5, only Tang San perceived that Wang Yifeng had executed a deceptive maneuver to lure Wang Zhong. Indeed, he had not exhausted his strength and was aware enough to change direction. Yet one must remain vigilant about the opponent's movements. "Continue," Wang Yifeng commended Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong twisted his body and lunged at Wang Yifeng once more. Comparatively, he demonstrated greater agility than Wang Chao, and after several failed assaults, he prudently created distance to catch his breath. He managed to sustain his wind wolf transformation for roughly 5 minutes, despite his cultivation being noticeably inferior to Wang Chao's. In terms of combat aptitude, he evidently surpassed Wang Chao. Next, Wang Xiaolei could only maintain his wind wolf transformation for 3 minutes. Being younger, he was lacking in various aspects compared to Wang Chao and Wang Zhong. However, Wang Yifeng had previously praised him, noting that during the cultivation of the wind wolf transformation, Wang Xiaolei exhibited superior results compared to the other 2. Finally, it was Ling Mushue's turn. "Teacher, may I attack freely?" Ling Mushue inquired softly, gazing at Wang Yifeng. "Feel free to unleash your attacks. You cannot harm me." Let me witness the combat prowess of our little Muxue, Wang Yifeng responded, evidently pleased with his sole female disciple. Ling Muxue's dedication to her cultivation is undoubtedly on par with that of her male counterparts. Moreover, due to her early awakening of intelligence, her learning and training yield remarkable results. Taking a deep breath, Ling Muxue's hair gradually transformed into a slate blue hue, and wolf fur sprouted from the nape of her neck. With a glimmer of azure light in her eyes, she dashed toward Wang Yifeng. Her speed was evidently swifter than that of the Wang family's 3 brothers, and although her technique was somewhat lacking, she exhibited an ethereal grace. Wang Yifeng immediately discerned that her leap was executed with complete commitment. Her speed was commendable, yet she did not evade the mistakes made by the Wang brothers. He could not help but furrow his brow and stepped aside to avoid her. Consequently, Ling Muxue missed her target, but in that fleeting moment, she executed a sudden twist mid-air without altering her trajectory. This maneuver, while seemingly reckless, allowed her to regain control as her body flipped back. A blade of wind shot forth from her hand, hurtling directly toward Wang Yifeng's shoulder. In Chapter 20, Tang San versus Wang Yifeng, because Wang Yifeng had merely sidestepped. The two were now in close proximity, leaving no time for further evasion. Wang Chao and Wang Xiaolei gasped in astonishment at the scene. Yet they witnessed a flash of azure light emanating from Wang Yifeng, causing the wind blade aimed at his shoulder to vanish into thin air. Simultaneously, a beam of azure light shot up from beneath his feet, deftly catching the descending Ling Muxue, stabilizing her descent. With the wind wolf transformation dispelled, Ling Muxue gasped for breath, clearly bewildered by the recent events. In contrast, admiration sparkled in Wang Yifeng's eyes. Indeed, quite impressive. You are acutely aware of the gap between us, thus opting to concentrate all your strength into the wind blade, launching a surprise attack against me. This exemplifies strategic combat. Well done. Wang Yifeng could easily perceive Ling Muxue's subtle intentions. Teacher, you are incredible, Ling Muxue exclaimed, her eyes filled with astonishment. Wang Yifeng replied, that was an application of the wind blade technique. When you advance to the 3rd tier in the future, I will instruct you in its use. However, this requires a sufficiently strong bloodline power to manifest. Both Ling Muxue and the Wang brothers gazed at Wang Yifeng with a sense of reverence, akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Even Tang San felt a profound shock within him. Among the formidable humans he had encountered, Zhu Jiasen was the first, followed closely by Wang Yifeng. He was now certain that Wang Yifeng's strength surpassed that of Zhu Jiasen, who was likely at the 4th tier. Despite being gravely wounded, Zhu Jiasen had once slain a 3rd-tier wolf demon. Yet, even if Wang Yifeng were also of the 4th tier, his mastery over the wind element was exceptionally refined. This was not merely a simple wind blade. It was a direct application of the wind element itself. At the very least, he had yet to witness such prowess in any lycanthrope. Merely this level of control instilled in Tang San a profound sense of admiration for Wang Yifeng. Such mastery necessitated formidable mental fortitude, as well as a deep understanding of the wind element. Tang San, it is your turn, Wang Yifeng instructed, allowing Ling Muxue to step back before addressing Tang San. Tang San took a few steps forward, pondered for a moment, and then nodded to Wang Yifeng. Wang Yifeng smiled gently at him and said, let us begin. Tang San narrowed his eyes slightly, a brilliant azure light emanating from them. Upon witnessing this radiance, Wang Yifeng felt an involuntary jolt of surprise. For the Wind Wolf clan, the strength of one's bloodline directly influenced their affinity with the wind element. The more potent the bloodline, the greater the mastery over the wind elements, manifesting predominantly in the azure glow of their eyes. Remarkably, after merely half a month of cultivation, Wang Yifeng was astonished to observe that the intensity of the azure light in Tang San's eyes had significantly increased since his arrival. Before Wang Yifeng could ponder further, Tang San made his move. He raised his right hand, and a wind blade approximately 3 inches long shot forth. As it flew, the blade produced no sound, appearing unremarkable as it hurtled toward Wang Yifeng. Anticipating that Tang San would not charge at him, Wang Yifeng was prepared. Knowing that without the ability to transform into the Wind Wolf, it would be unwise for Tang San to initiate a direct assault given his lack of physical strength. However, he was taken aback when the wind blade emitted no sound of breaking the air, a stark deviation from the norm. Wang Yifeng remained still, only preparing to evade as the wind blade approached. With his extensive combat experience, he knew that conserving energy was paramount regardless of the opponent. Yet, at that moment, he was startled to find that the wind blade had inexplicably vanished from his sight. It had simply dissipated, leaving him bewildered. Had it lost energy? That seemed improbable given their proximity of only 5 to 6 meters. Even during Tang San's initial awakening, he should have been able to strike effectively. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Just then, a sharp pain pierced his vision, prompting him instinctively to raise an azure light as a shield. The azure glow rippled from his forehead, and he instinctively stepped back, astonished. He had been struck. Indeed, Tang San's wind blade had found its mark, and he had failed to evade it, unable even to perceive its trajectory. This silent wind blade had struck his forehead. Had it not been for the protective energy of the wind wolf, he would have surely drawn blood. How could this be? Wang Yinfeng's gaze toward Tang San shifted dramatically. Again, he shouted, urging Tang San to continue. With a swift lift of his left hand, Tang San unleashed another blade of wind. It appeared identical to the previous one. Silent as before. The distance between the two combatants was minimal, and at the precise moment he released the wind blade. Wang Yinfeng also launched a blade of wind from his hand, moving with astonishing speed directly towards Tang San's blade, evidently larger and seemingly intent on obliterating it. However, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Tang San's wind blade gracefully arced through the air, narrowly evading Wang Yinfeng's attack, which instead plunged into the ground. In Wang Yinfeng's line of sight, the wind blade vanished once more. Without a moment's hesitation, a circle of azure light spiraled around Wang Yinfeng, and with a flash of blue, the wind blade re-emerged at his lower back, only to dissipate again. The expression on Wang Yinfeng's face was one of sheer astonishment. He pondered whether anyone in the entire Wind Wolf town could rival his mastery over the wind element derived from the bloodline of the Wind Wolf. He doubted even the Wind Wolf Lord could match him. Only the enigmatic High Priestess was likely superior in this regard, possessing a more formidable bloodline power. Yet he could not have anticipated that before him stood a mere 8-year-old boy who exhibited such exquisite control over the wind blades. If it had been a single occurrence, it could be dismissed as coincidence, but twice? Both instances silent and executed with remarkable finesse, causing the wind blades to vanish before his very eyes. Such a skill could only be described as extraordinary. Little did he know, in the world of Tang San's first life, he lived to the age of 28 within a sect known as the Tang sect, renowned for its expertise in concealed weapons and poison. Tang San harbored an almost obsessive passion for concealed weaponry, which led him to audaciously learn the inner sect's esoteric texts, including the Xiantian treasure record, Xiantian skill, Jade Hand, Control the Crane and Capture the Dragon, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Ghostly Shadow and Elusive Steps, and the 6 mysteries of concealed weapons. He further elevated these 6 ultimate skills to new heights. When his transgressions were exposed, he chose to abandon everything and leap from a cliff to assert his resolve, marking the first of his reincarnations. This journey led him to a realm known as Doloa Continent, where he rebuilt his cultivation on the foundation of the Tang sect's ultimate skills, merging them with a unique ability called Martial Soul from that world, ultimately achieving divinity and becoming a legendary god king. Among these 6 Tang sect ultimate skills, the first 5 served primarily to enhance the final mastery of concealed weapons. The hidden weapons of the Tang sect can be classified into 2 principal categories. One consists of ingeniously crafted mechanical devices, while the other relies on skill and the profound mastery of the practitioner. In his previous life on Doloa Continent, Tang San's father was a blacksmith, a master craftsman whose talents were concealed beneath a humble exterior. Tang San learned the art of blacksmithing, and with the opportunity to start anew, he created numerous astonishing mechanical hidden weapons. In this life, he arrived endowed with consciousness and memories from his past existence, coupled with an abundance of experience far surpassing that of his previous rebirth. Moreover, lacking the opportunity to forge in this realm, he naturally devoted more effort to honing his techniques with hidden weapons. In Chapter 21, the narrative unfolds, even when he first acquired the ability of the Windblade. Its strength was initially limited. However, through the techniques recorded in the 100 solutions of hidden weapons and his years of understanding, combined with the enhancement of his mental prowess through the cultivation of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, he had long since mastered the Wind Blade to an extraordinary degree. After absorbing the bloodline of a 3rd-tier wolf demon, his Wind Blade's power surged even further. His approach towards Wang Yinfeng had grown quite conservative. Otherwise, he could easily compress the Wind Blade to unleash a more formidable attack, making it far more challenging for Wang Yinfeng to defend against. Wang Yinfeng gazed at him in astonishment, while Tang San maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Without immediately inquiring, Wang Yinfeng simply stated, "All right." Today's practical lesson ends here. Upon returning, you must reflect carefully on the issues you encountered during today's exercise. From now on, we will conduct a practical lesson every 3 days. I hope to witness your progress by then. As it pertains to whether you will triumph in the assessment against the Wind Wolves 3 years hence. As everyone returned to their quarters, Wang Yinfeng called Tang San aside and led him to the second floor. The second floor housed 2 rooms, which Tang San had previously visited. One belonged to Wang Yinfeng and the other to Qiu Jing, with an additional room designated for guests that he had never entered. To his surprise, Wang Yinfeng opened this guest room and beckoned him inside. "Come in with me," he said. Tang San entered the room, following closely behind Wang Yinfeng. As he stepped inside, his brows instinctively arched in surprise. The room appeared barren, devoid of any furniture or adornments. Yet, upon entering, Tang San could distinctly perceive that the elemental wind within this space was far more potent than that of the outside world. Although he was unable to easily summon his consciousness, the mere presence of a wisp of it allowed his mental acuity to develop at a pace far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, rendering his perceptions exceptionally sharp. Soon, Tang San discerned the source of these wind elements. They emanated from various minerals positioned in the 4 corners of the room. It was these very stones that generated the wind elements. As he closed the door, Wang Yinfeng's expression grew somber, prompting him to inquire, "Now, tell me, how did you come to master the wind blade?" Tang San blinked, gazing at him, while teacher Wang Yinfeng, with a composed expression, regarded him intently and said, "You must elucidate this matter clearly, as it pertains to your very existence. I require a reasonable explanation, otherwise you shall not be permitted to remain here any longer. What is truly going on with you? From the moment of your awakening, I sense something amiss. Typically, humans who awaken the Wind Wolf bloodline undergo transformations resembling that of the Wind Wolf, enhancing their physical prowess before gradually accumulating the elemental power of wind within their bloodline, thereby enabling mastery over the wind blade ability. Yet, you have exhibited no signs of such transformation, and yet you can wield the wind blade. And its potency appears to be escalating rapidly. Today, you displayed an extraordinary level of control. This cannot possibly be an innate ability of yours. If the wind blade can be attributed to the power of bloodline, then from whence does your mastery of it originate? I refuse to believe that you possess such an innate talent without instruction, and furthermore, you must also clarify how your enlightenment came to be." Tang San fell silent. His head slightly bowed as he pondered how to articulate the inquiries posed by Wang Yinfeng. Wang Yinfeng, in turn, exhibited no impatience, patiently awaiting his response. After a prolonged moment, Tang San began to speak. "Teacher, I actually awakened long ago. It was not merely this time." Wang Yinfeng appeared to have anticipated this revelation. "Oh? When did this occur?" "When I was 6, Tang San recounted. "In a serendipitous turn of events, I experienced my awakening. One evening, I was quite hungry and ventured out in search of food. Unbeknownst to me, I wandered to the edge of the village, where I encountered a stranger in the woods. He abruptly seized me, and in my fright, I tried to scream, but he covered my mouth. In that moment of terror, I awakened the power within my bloodline." He paused momentarily before continuing. "It seemed that the individual sensed my awakening. He urged me not to cry out and then released me. After inspecting my condition, he inquired whether I wished to learn from him. At that time, I was utterly bewildered, not even comprehending the concept of learning. He then shared some words with me and offered me a bit of food, encouraging me to seek him out each night. He assured me that whenever I came to him, he would provide sustenance. Having often gone hungry, I eagerly returned each evening. He commenced my education, gradually imparting knowledge. It was he who taught me to manipulate the wind blade." "What did he look like? Do you know his name?" Wang Yinfeng pressed for further details. Tang San shook his head in confusion. He had never spoken of it. He merely stated that he would reveal it to him when he grew a bit older. However, he had not appeared for the past 3 months. Subsequently, the awakening ceremony took place. Therefore, it was he who taught you the manipulation of the wind blade. Did he ever mention the reason you are unable to undergo the wind wolf transformation?" Tang San remarked. "Transformation is not inherently beneficial, for it confines one to a singular form of demon deity. One should merely extract its essence." He then imparted to me a unique method of cultivation, after which I could no longer transform. He cautioned that this technique was extraordinary and must not be divulged, as it is not meant for those at the onset of awakening. To practice it recklessly could lead to demise. "A technique? One that is exclusive to humanity?" Wang Yinfeng's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Tang San said, "I do not know. I only remember that the last time I saw him, He told me before leaving that no matter what happens in the future, I must remember to aim for the redemption of humanity. One day, humanity will no longer be enslaved. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yanfeng suddenly trembled all over, his face a mask of astonishment, instinctively clenching his fists, as if he had been profoundly affected and could not contain himself for a long while. Redemption, redemption, he murmured to himself, pressing his lips together. Tang San could sense the intensity of his emotions at that moment. After a considerable pause, Wang Yanfeng's expression finally began to soften. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and spoke in a hushed tone. Tang San, remember this conversation. Do not mention it to anyone, including Mu Shui and the others. It must remain buried within your heart. If anyone inquires about the origins of your wind blade technique in the future, you may tell them you learned it from me. Do you understand? Tang San gazed at him and blinked once more. Teacher, would you like to learn? I can teach you. The individual responded. As long as one is human, one can be taught. Wang Yanfeng felt a stir within. Today, he was genuinely astonished by Tang San's two displays of wind blades. He had always considered his mastery over the wind element to be exceedingly refined, to the point where further progress seemed implausible. However, what Tang San had demonstrated today with the shadowless wind blades appeared to unveil a completely new realm for him. He hesitated, pondering the idea of learning from his own student. Teacher, I believe you may not be able to defeat me. At that moment, Tang San suddenly interjected. Wang Yanfeng was taken aback. When he looked at him, he saw Tang San's eyes, which bore a touch of innocence yet were imbued with earnestness. Unable to defeat you? Tang San nodded slightly and remarked, that individual advised me not to readily display my combat prowess before others. On that day, I truly yearned to vanquish them. Yet, I sensed that I would likely be outmatched by the two strongest opponents. However, the ordinary wolf demons should not pose a challenge for me. Wang Yanfeng inquired. Am I also incapable? Tang San remarked. The level of energy possessed by my teacher should surpass my own. However, you should find it difficult to contend with my wind blade. Chapter 22. You should find it difficult to contend. Tang San remarked. The level of your mastery should surpass mine, yet you may find it challenging to contend with my wind blade. Wang Yanfeng pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. Let us engage in a friendly spar here. If you emerge victorious, I shall teach you the art of wielding the wind blade. Should you lose, I will impart a method for cultivating the wind element to enhance your own abilities. How does that sound? Agreed, Tang San replied with a nod. His endeavors today were indeed driven by earnest intentions, aiming to achieve several objectives. Firstly, he sought to demonstrate his shadowless wind blade to Wang Yanfeng, thereby elevating his own standing in Wang Yanfeng's eyes, which would afford him greater freedom in the future. Additionally, he genuinely wished to share some abilities with Wang Yanfeng, extending this knowledge to the other four, so they might swiftly enhance their prowess and successfully pass the assessments 3 years hence, thus averting any tragedies. Moreover, there lay a deeper significance in his mention of the name redemption. He was curious to gauge Wang Yanfeng's reaction, testing whether Wang Yanfeng was aware of the redemption organization or perhaps even affiliated with it. If that were the case, it would be an optimal situation, facilitating his future integration into the organization to seek out his reincarnated wife. Lastly, there was the matter of his own cultivation. His assertion that Wang Yanfeng's strength was inferior to his own was a calculated move to create an opportunity for him to absorb a fragment of Wang Yanfeng's wind wolf bloodline power, thus enabling him to transcend to the 4th level of his Shantian skill. In the past few days, he had meticulously contemplated various strategies and observed the 4th-tier windwolves in the town. A reckless ambush on a 4th-tier windwolf would inevitably attract attention and expose him. Given his conspicuous physique, absorbing power without causing harm to the Foundation was prudent, and achieving a breakthrough through Wang Yanfeng was the safest route. He had also considered the unlikely scenario of Wang Yanfeng being a loyal pawn of the Windwolf clan. However, even if Wang Yanfeng feared the clan's retribution, his demeanor towards Tang San and his companions indicated a character of integrity. In the most extreme case of betrayal, Tang San had already been restraining himself. Should he be pushed to desperation, he could unleash his consciousness to level Windwolf Town. After several days of contemplation, he concluded that the potential gains from a measured exposure of his own abilities far outweighed the associated risks, leading him to make this choice. At that moment, Wang Yanfeng had approached a corner, cautiously maneuvering among the emanating wind elements. In the next instant, Tang San was astonished to sense a gentle wave of energy permeating the air, unmistakably the wind element. enveloping the entire room in what resembled a wind-based formation. Such a phenomenon exists? Tang San's heart was filled with astonishment. The surprise Wang Yifeng bestowed upon him was indeed profound. Was it possible for such entities to exist in this world? It is fine. There is no need to worry about causing too much commotion here. Come, let me witness what you have learned from that individual. Wang Yifeng deliberately distanced himself from Tang San, intending to provide him with ample space to unleash his wind blades. The current exchange differed significantly from prior instruction. Wang Yifeng did not underestimate the 8-year-old child before him. A glimmer of azure light surged in his eyes, and his physique instantaneously expanded. Wind Wolf Transformation. When humans invoke the Wind Wolf Transformation, their bodies, though becoming robust, cannot surpass the size of a wind wolf of the same rank. Nevertheless, after executing the transformation, Wang Yifeng's height exceeded 2 meters. The wind elements surrounding him grew increasingly turbulent, and his wolf-like claws shimmered with azure light. Despite the distance between them, Tang San could still distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. It could be said that this was the most formidable opponent he had encountered since his arrival in this world. Tang San's gaze became somewhat vacant as he earnestly fixated on Wang Yifeng, his body slightly crouched, one foot positioned ahead of the other. A faint azure glow flowed within his eyes, rippling outward from the corners. In the next instant, Tang San sprang into action, raising both hands simultaneously to unleash 2 wind blades, noticeably larger than those employed during their earlier sparring session in the courtyard. Without a whisper of movement, the blades carved arcs through the air, hurtling directly towards Wang Yifeng from either side. At that very moment, Wang Yifeng also initiated his advance, disregarding the wind blades. The earlier display of power from Tang San's blades had already astonished him. He understood that evading such formidable constructs would be a daunting task. Instead, he relied on his superior strength to overpower Tang San. He was uncertain whether Tang San's assertion of being able to defeat him was mere arrogance or if it stemmed from genuine confidence and capability. He was curious to discover the truth. Neglecting the 2 wind blades, Wang Yifeng charged towards Tang San, closing the distance to prevent him from unleashing more blades. This seemed the wisest course of action. Yet, he refrained from releasing his own wind blades, still apprehensive that Tang San might be unable to withstand the impact and be harmed in the process. Meanwhile, the 2 wind blades that Tang San had launched were already slicing through the air as he retreated. With 2 sharp sounds, the blades struck Wang Yifeng's knee joints. Despite enveloping himself in wind elements and significantly enhancing his physical strength post-transformation, he was still staggered by the blows, his forward momentum momentarily disrupted. He was taken aback. These were no ordinary wind blades that a second-tier wind wolf could conjure. Seizing the opportunity created by Wang Yifeng's momentary loss of control, Tang San deftly sidestepped, increasing the distance between them once more while releasing another pair of wind blades. Wang Yifeng stepped forward, using his wolf-like claws to steady himself. But the new blades were already upon him, striking his knees again, halting his impending spring. Immediately following, 2 more wind blades emerged, smaller in size. Yet upon their arrival, Wang Yifeng distinctly sensed a greater threat. Were they compressed? Instinctively, he crouched low, his claws striking out to form a whirlwind before him, unwilling to confront the onslaught directly. However, at that moment, an uncanny scene unfolded. 2 azure glimmers vanished above the whirlwind, and in the next instant, Wang Yifeng felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Reacting instinctively, he raised his arm to shield his face, only to suffer the stinging sensation from the attack directed unmistakably at his eyes. Tang San's wind blade wielded a power far surpassing his expectations, evidently reaching the 3rd-tier level. This was a scenario that Wang Yifeng had never anticipated. At merely 8 years of age, he had already attained such formidable strength, although he lacked the enhancement that the Wind Wolf transformation would provide. The might and technique of this wind blade could undoubtedly rival that of an ordinary 3rd-tier wolf demon. Yet, he himself was not at the 3rd tier. Wang Yifeng no longer harbored any underestimation of Tang San. With a low growl escaping his lips, a surge of azure light erupted around him. The azure glow intensified, and the depth of the blue in his eyes deepened. The potent wind elements, seemingly amplified by the room's magical formation, caused each hair on his wolf-like frame to shimmer with a faint jade brilliance. With a powerful push from his feet, he accelerated swiftly, arms raised to protect his vital areas, charging directly at Tang San. 2 wind blades struck him again, yet were effortlessly neutralized by the protective wind elements surrounding him. At that moment, he had fully unleashed his own cultivation. His intent was simple: close the distance and conclude the battle. Chapter 23. The fourth level of Xiantian skill in his perspective, regardless of how exquisitely Tang San controlled the wind blade. It held no significance if it could not breach his defenses. Once he closed in, Tang San, devoid of any transformation, would undoubtedly be defeated. The room was small. In the next instant, he would be before Tang San. However, at that moment, a faint smile graced Tang San's lips. In truth, he desired Wang Yanfeng's approach. In terms of sheer speed, he could not compete with the fourth-tier Wang Yanfeng. Yet when it came to close combat, he had always excelled. No matter how seasoned Wang Yanfeng's battle experience was, it could not compare to Tang San, a former king of battles. With a light push of his toes against the ground, Tang San's figure flickered like a phantom, evading Wang Yanfeng's frontal assault through what seemed an impossible gap. Almost instantaneously, he maneuvered to Wang Yanfeng's side, crouching low to avoid the latter's robust arms. His right hand shot forth like lightning, fingers poised together. Emanating a luster akin to white jade, it swiftly struck under Wang Yanfeng's armpit. Despite Wang Yanfeng's azure light radiating and his strong physique providing considerable defense, Tang San's attack pierced through with precision, enhanced by the Xian jade hand, creating a gap in Wang Yanfeng's protective wind elements. The armpit, a critical point, remained relatively vulnerable despite one's physical strength. Wang Yanfeng felt a sharp pain akin to a needle prick at his armpit, followed by a sudden numbness spreading through half of his body. In his moment of panic, Tang San transformed his piercing strike into a fist, landing another blow in the same vulnerable area. Wang Yanfeng's body weakened, and he began to topple towards the ground. Tang San leaned against him, his shoulder pressing under his armpit, leaving him no opportunity to support himself and directly toppling him to the ground. Wang Yanfeng felt an overwhelming weakness in the right side of his body, rendering him unable to exert any strength. A sense of horror enveloped his heart. He was, in truth, unable to comprehend how he had been defeated. Everything transpired at an astonishing speed. This was certainly due to his reluctance to fully unleash his power for fear of injuring Tang San. Throughout the encounter, he had never employed his most proficient technique, the Gale Blade, for an all-encompassing assault. Yet, even so, the fact that Tang San had ultimately vanquished him through close combat left him with an incredulous sensation. Tang San swiftly retreated, a swirling azure light enveloping his palm. In the brief moments of their recent clash, he had surreptitiously pilfered a fragment of the fourth-tier Wind Wolf bloodline power from Wang Yanfeng using his Xiantian skill. This was one of the reasons for Wang Yanfeng's weakened state. Though the amount was modest, its rank was fourth tier, and Tang San immediately sensed a transformation within his Xiantian skill, akin to a bubbling fervor. His intuition proved correct, indeed. What he required was a higher-level bloodline power of the same attribute to facilitate his breakthrough. Feeling this change, Tang San withdrew to a distance, plopping down on the ground, gasping heavily, feigning an appearance of utter exhaustion. In truth, with the richness and restorative capabilities of his Xiantian skill, he could effortlessly unleash a dozen more wind blades, especially without employing the leopard flash technique. In terms of true strength, had they engaged in a full-fledged battle, Tang San would likely have a 60 to 70% chance of overcoming Wang Yanfeng. Yet, Wang Yanfeng had held back, as had he. Despite the disparity in their cultivation levels, Tang San had far more experience and combat strategies. In his previous life, triumphing over opponents of higher ranks had been all too simple for him. However, in this life, he had yet to fully comprehend this world or derive substantial benefits from it. Otherwise, his ascent in strength would have been swifter. As the fatigue gradually faded, Wang Yanfeng righted himself and regarded Tang San with a complex gaze. He had never imagined he would one day be bested by an 8-year-old child. Defeat was defeat. He would not concoct excuses for himself. "Teacher, I feel rather drained. May I return to rest?" Tang San looked at Wang Yanfeng, his expression one of pitiable exhaustion. Wang Yanfeng's lips twitched slightly. "Go ahead. Remember what I told you today. Do not divulge any of this to anyone. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences." "Understood, teacher." Tang San promptly agreed, rising to his feet and exiting. He needed to seize the sensation of impending breakthrough and hasten his Xiantian skills advancement to the fourth tier. Once his cultivation ascended to the next stage, everything would naturally change. Upon returning to his room, he found Wang Zhong already engrossed in his training. Climbing onto his bed, Tang San felt rather pleased. From Wang Yanfeng's reaction, his judgment had proven accurate. This teacher would undoubtedly harbor some doubts, yet he would still protect his own. He had no qualms about imparting some of his concealed weapon techniques to him. Moreover, today bore unexpected joy, particularly the wind-based formation located in Wang Yinfeng's second-floor chamber, which was evidently conducive to cultivation. Currently, his mastery over the wind element was reliant on the imprint left by the wind wolf bloodline. However, this required continuous consumption to enhance. Directly controlling the wind element seemed beyond his reach. Even with sufficient mental strength, he could not summon it. This is also constrained by the rules of this realm. To transcend these limitations, as Wang Yinfeng mentioned regarding the hierarchical system of the Phelan world, it seems that one must wait until they break through to the 9th tier to have such possibilities. Sitting cross-legged, he activated the Xiantian skill, which surged with fervor under the shimmering blue light. This time, the 3rd level of the Xiantian skill, which had long been at a bottleneck, finally broke through without hindrance. Achieving a seamless advancement, Tang San's aura became noticeably denser, and his absorption of the world's vital energy accelerated significantly. At the 4th level, he finally entered the realm of the 4th tier of Xiantian skill. The moment he successfully broke through this level, Tang San immediately sensed that the entire world within his perception seemed to transform. It was a wondrous feeling in his awareness. Many elements of this world seemed to beckon to him, and he could feel an intensified richness of spiritual energy that belonged to this realm. All of this was calling out to him. Moreover, the imprint of his wind wolf bloodline deepened noticeably, and although the amount he had absorbed was not substantial, it still represented the power of a 4th tier bloodline, which provided him with a certain enhancement. Yet, the most significant aspect was the enhancement of the Xiantian skill. Through years of cultivation and the experience accumulated from this successful breakthrough, Tang San gradually began to understand the relationship between his Xiantian skill and the bloodline of the demon clan, or rather, the connection between his Xiantian skill and the bloodline of the demon race. To grow even stronger, he needed to acquire more skills. Thus, seeking out more powerful demon races and skills that suited him for absorption, leaving behind the imprints of their abilities to gain such powers himself seemed to be the optimal choice. Clearly, Foam Wolf Town was not a place where he intended to linger indefinitely. Only by traveling to the grand cities of the Tianyu Empire could he encounter demons with even stronger bloodlines. However, the prerequisite was that he possessed the strength to absorb them. 3 years. After 3 years, he could attain the status of a vassal here. According to Wang Yinfeng, once he held the title of vassal, he would be free to traverse the continent, provided that his lord consented. 3 years hence, he would journey to the grand city. This was the goal Tang San set for himself. In the coming 3 years, what mattered most to him was accumulation, further accumulation, mastering aspects from his previous life, and strengthening his power. Chapter 24. The instructions, perhaps due to the minimal amount of bloodline power extracted, when Tang San saw Wang Yinfeng again the following day. He appeared to have returned to normal. However, the change in Wang Yinfeng's gaze was unmistakable. How could he not perceive that this mere 8-year-old child had, in fact, already attained the capabilities of the 3rd tier? This realization brought some relief to Wang Yinfeng. It clarified why Tang San had shown a tendency to act that day, as he indeed possessed a certain level of strength. Even Wang Yinfeng, when not fully exerting himself, found himself ensnared. This lad was not only adept in the wind blade technique, but also exhibited remarkable prowess in close combat. The morning continued with cultural lessons, imparting knowledge to them. Tang San continued to listen attentively, diligently engaging in his studies and practicing his writing. After class, Wang Yinfeng summoned Tang San to the upper floor. Tang San, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Although I provided some counsel yesterday, I feel it necessary to elaborate further, Wang Yinfeng said, his expression serious as he regarded Tang San. Please, go ahead, teacher, Tang San replied with a nod. Wang Yinfeng continued, when I first began teaching you, I explained the concept of collective punishment. I trust you still remember that, do you not? Tang San nodded once more. Wang Yinfeng remarked, the topic of collective punishment I bring up is not born from fear of death. In truth, I have lived for several decades, making me one of the elder members among humanity. Compared to most, I consider myself fortunate. At least I am able to remain by your teacher's side. Our lives have been worthwhile. However, in our Wind Wolf Town, there are a total of 27 vassals. Every vassal capable of survival possesses strength of at least the 3rd rank, and with the addition of your 5 companions, that amounts to 32 individuals. Should any one of us be discovered to have issues, it could lead to the entire group facing consequences. He paused for a moment before continuing. The concept of redemption you mentioned yesterday should remain unspoken to anyone. You must also conceal your own strength as much as possible. Being young, you may be prone to emotional impulses, which you must learn to restrain. This is not only for your own sake, but for all the people of Wind Wolf Town. Do you understand my meaning? I understand, Tang San replied earnestly, nodding his head. Wang Yanfeng sighed lightly and said, I hope you truly grasp the gravity of my words. Very well, I concede defeat to you from yesterday. A promise is a promise. From this evening onward, you shall come to this room to cultivate. Within this space lies a formation arranged with wind spirit stones. Though rudimentary, it represents years of my effort. If you practice here every other day, it will greatly enhance your comprehension of the wind element. The effects of cultivating the wind wolf transformation will also improve. For someone so young, possessing such capabilities at the age of 8, your future is limitless. You must heed your teacher's advice and protect your valuable self, for a promising future lies ahead. Yes, Tang San replied respectfully. Wang Yanfeng hesitated for a moment and asked, Do you have anything you wish to say or inquire about? Tang San asked, Master, would you like to learn the technique of controlling wind blades from me? Wang Yanfeng's lips twitched in surprise, evidently taken aback by the question. However, after a moment's hesitation, he nodded and replied, Yes. It has become exceedingly difficult for me to advance to the 5th tier. The Wind Wolf clan will not provide me with the corresponding techniques. Moreover, the power of our bloodline is ultimately limited. The Wind Wolves of the Wind Wolf Town possess very little of the strongest bloodline, which naturally imposes a ceiling on our capabilities. Acquiring some new skills could enhance my abilities to a certain extent. Thus, the master expressed his readiness to learn. Tang San inquired, Teacher, is there any method to enhance one's bloodline? Wang Yifeng paused for a moment and replied, There likely exists such a method, although I am not entirely certain. However, I have heard that within both the demon and spirit clans, when a high-ranking member of the same lineage passes away, they may willingly bestow the essence of their bloodline inheritance upon a lower-ranking kin, thereby elevating their bloodline. As for us humans, it is futile to contemplate such matters. How could the demon and spirit clans possibly confer their high-ranking inheritance upon us? Tang San asked, What if we forcibly separated? Is that even possible? Wang Yanfeng's heart tightened. Who told you that? Was it someone who once guided you? Tang San nodded slightly. This was, of course, his own contemplation. Yet he could only attribute it to that nebulous figure, which could very well be Zhu Jiesin. Wang Yanfeng remarked, Perhaps it is a possibility, but it is beyond my reach. In the midst of redemption, he suddenly paused, with a sharp slap to his own face. He scolded himself for uttering those 2 words again. You must remember, never mention it, especially not in public, to anyone. Teacher, please be gentle. It pains me just to watch, Tang San remarked, his lips twitching slightly. Wang Yifeng replied with irritation, Enough of that. Are you going to start teaching me now? I wish to learn your technique that renders the wind blades invisible. Tang San nodded and said, Teacher, the manipulation of the wind blade is not particularly challenging. The key lies in harnessing its greatest advantage, speed. The wind element inherently amplifies velocity. Thus, what you perceive as the shadowless wind blade is fundamentally rooted in swiftness. Today, I shall impart to you some foundational techniques. This method is known as the whip arrow, which maximizes the speed of the wind blade. Once you have mastered the whip arrow, I will then teach you the spiral technique. Only after acquiring these 2 techniques can one begin to attempt the shadowless wind blade. Wang Yanfeng listened attentively, somewhat bewildered by the multitude of techniques. Last night, not only did Tang San break through to the 4th level of the Xiantian skill, but the tranquility of the night also symbolized Wang Yanfeng as protection and recognition of him. This led Tang San to further acknowledge his teacher. Consequently, he began to teach Wang Yanfeng the fundamental techniques from the Tang sect's hidden weapons manual. Wang Yanfeng exhibited remarkable control, surpassing most wolf demons. Thus his learning speed was naturally swift. Each morning, after the cultural lessons and before lunch, became a dedicated time for Wang Yanfeng to learn from Tang San. However, to the Wang brothers and Ling Muxue, it appeared as if Wang Yanfeng was receiving special attention from Tang San. None of the 4 harbored any doubts about this. Ling Muxue felt the closest connection to Tang San, as they had shared the most challenging times together. The Wang brothers, being significantly older, instinctively believed that the 8-year-old Tang San required more guidance from the teacher, otherwise, he would struggle to pass the assessment 3 years hence. When Tang San first cultivated within the wind element array, he gained a deeper understanding of this world. As night fell, a faint azure light emanated from the room, with gentle wind elements rippling within the corner's wind spirit stone. although only rich in wind elements. It rendered the spiritual energy within the room several times denser than in ordinary places, greatly benefiting Tang San's cultivation of the Xiantian skill. Yet, he did not hasten to practice the Xiantian skill. Instead, he endeavored to perceive the wind elements present in his previous life, wielding immense divine power and awareness. Mastering any element was effortless. In this life, starting anew, everything had transformed, compelling him to rediscover all aspects of existence. The wind elements here were exceptionally light, carrying a gentle breeze with a warm yet cool essence. As Tang San attempted to communicate with them using his mental energy, the wind elements naturally rippled away, evoking a sense of repulsion as they were not drawn to him. Chapter 25. Changes in a year when Tang San practiced using the Xiantian skill, the wind elements, when forcibly absorbed into his body, would inevitably be influenced by the Xiantian skill and transformed into earthly spiritual energy, facilitating his cultivation without any issue. However, this was not Tang San's intention. What he desired was to become even more powerful. This formidable power is not solely attributed to the Xiantian skill. If direct communication is unattainable, then how is it that the Wind Wolf clan is capable of such feats? In that moment, he utilized the Xiantian skill to invoke the wind blade imprint within his own body, allowing a portion of his Xiantian energy to transmute into the essence of the wind blade. Within this imprint, Tang San immediately sensed a distinct transformation. As his energy underwent this metamorphosis, the surrounding wind elements began to exhibit a remarkable change. The wind blade imprint within Tang San's being acted as a node, drawing in the wind elements which began to swirl around his form. Tang San endeavored to draw the elemental winds into his being through this specific node. Yet he discovered an inexplicable barrier within himself that rendered the task impossible. However, he found that he could still manipulate a portion of the wind elements present in the air. As he coalesced a blade of wind in his palm, its ability to absorb the surrounding wind elements became increasingly pronounced, thereby augmenting the inherent power of the wind blade itself. How intriguing! Tang San gradually began to comprehend certain truths. In this realm of fairies, or rather, within the world of Fa Lawn, the existence of various elements does not seem to be directly cultivable or manipulable. Instead, they appear to adhere to a unique set of rules, wherein only those possessing a bloodline infused with corresponding elemental properties can draw upon them. In other words, the wolf demons of the Wind Wolf clan can absorb the wind elements from the air to enhance their own bloodline. And even those who are vassals yet possess the bloodline of the Wind Wolf clan can also partake in this absorption. His inability to do so arises from his pure human bloodline, devoid of any Wind Wolf lineage. While Xiantian can transform these bloodline powers, it cannot directly extract elements from the air. However, it can siphon the energy of the transformed Wind Wolf bloodline from within the Wind Wolf clan to fortify its own wind blade. Bloodlines seem to function as filters, sifting through the forces of nature. The inherent weakness of humanity in this world is closely tied to this aspect, as ordinary humans are fundamentally incapable of cultivation. There exist no laws conducive to their growth. Such beings are destined to be slaves. Their survival, despite not being entirely exterminated, is due to their formidable reproductive capabilities. Having unraveled these concepts has deepened his understanding of this world. Consequently, the primary advantage of cultivating within this wind elemental array is the acceleration of his Xiantian progress, although it does not confer any direct benefit regarding the wind elements. Nevertheless, Tang San remains unconcerned. There are numerous wind wolves in this town. Now that he has reached the 4th stage of Xiantian, his overall strength has significantly improved. Thus, acquiring bloodline power from the wind wolves becomes considerably easier. In the days that followed, Tang San established a training regimen. Each night, he would practice within the wind elemental array on the 2nd floor. And as dusk fell the next day, he would stealthily leave his wooden abode to seek out solitary wind wolves. He deliberately avoided the rare yet stronger 4th-tier wind wolves, focusing instead on the 3rd-tier variety. Moreover, he would only quietly absorb a third of the bloodline power from each 3rd-tier wind wolf. After such an absorption, it would take at most 2 or 3 days for the wolf to fully recover, leaving them only slightly weakened. The vast majority of wind wolves would scarcely notice the depletion. By absorbing less, Tang San could also digest the power more swiftly, typically achieving complete integration within 2 days. This greatly assisted him in cultivating Xiantian and refining the wind blade. Thus, the days passed in serene tranquility. The 3 Wang brothers and Ling Mushui displayed remarkable talent, and under Wang Yanfeng's diligent guidance, their progress was swift. A year had elapsed, and all four had already attained the cultivation level of second-tier wind wolves. Based on the awakening and stimulation of their bloodlines, by the passage of 3 years, possessing the prowess of a third-tier wind wolf would be a foregone conclusion. Once they were able to unleash the wind blade, Wang Yinfeng began imparting some of the concealed weapon techniques that Tang San had taught him to the 4 individuals. As Tang San had anticipated, the restrictions imposed by this realm, coupled with the inherently slow progression of the Xiantian skill at higher levels, meant that he had yet to cultivate the Xiantian skill to its 4th pinnacle even after a year. However, in terms of overall strength, significant advancements had been made. He had gradually begun to reclaim certain practices from his past life that were conducive to cultivation. Under Wang Yinfeng's protection, the 5 of them, who were assured of adequate food and warmth, exhibited notable transformations. Firstly, in terms of physique, when they first arrived, each of them appeared gaunt and emaciated. After a year of training and nourishment, they now exuded a much healthier demeanor. Wang Chao had reached adulthood, his physique robust, towering over 1.8 meters, which is considered quite tall among humans. Wang Zhong still appeared lean, yet there was an undeniable strength emanating from him. His small eyes often narrowed into slits, hinting at a glimmer of cold light. He spoke the least among them, but was the most diligent in his training. Wang Xiaolei, the most vivacious of the Wang brothers, seemed to harbor other intentions, frequently orbiting around Ling Muxue, much to her chagrin. Despite his youthful age, he was quite tall, exceeding 1.7 meters, and even surpassing Wang Zhong by a few inches. It was likely that once he reached adulthood, he would eclipse Wang Chao in height. Among them, the most dramatic change was observed in Ling Muxue. The combination of rigorous training and proper nutrition had transformed this originally delicate-looking young girl into a vibrant presence. At 11 years old, she had begun to develop, her height now exceeding 1.5 meters. Among the 4, Tang San's transformation appears to be the most subtle. He still retains a somewhat frail demeanor, and his height has not changed significantly, rendering him the least conspicuous among the 5. Tang San, please come here. After concluding the morning's cultural class, Wang Yinfeng once again summoned Tang San to the upper floor. The other 4 had long since grown accustomed to this. Tang San followed Wang Yinfeng upstairs, where Wang led him into a room and pointed to the walls. As Tang San's gaze fell upon the object hanging on the wall, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a map, somewhat rudimentary in appearance. Wang Yinfeng remarked, "This is what you have long desired. I have procured it for you." Though it was no easy task. By the way, an opportunity is forthcoming. The Lord has summoned me to Jieli City, and I am allowed to take a companion. Why not accompany me? Entering the city, Tang San's eyes instantly brightened, his usually calm demeanor transforming into one of palpable excitement. Over the past year, he had learned the language of the fairy continent under Wang Yinfeng's tutelage, absorbing numerous tales of the monster and spirit races, as well as insights into various cultures. For him, the pursuit of knowledge held far greater significance than the physical training conducted in the afternoons. However, since arriving in this world, he had not ventured beyond the confines of Wind Wolf Town for a full 9 years. Chapter 26, The City Well. Haven T, you always wanted to see the city? This is a perfect opportunity. I will take you with me, Wang Yifeng said with a smile. He harbored a rather peculiar sentiment towards Tang San. Throughout the year, he had imparted much knowledge to him, yet he had garnered considerable insights from Tang San as well. Initially, he believed that Tang San had only grasped the superficial aspects of what the mysterious figure had taught him. However, after beginning to learn wind blade manipulation from Tang San, he discovered that the boy had opened an entirely new realm of understanding for him. Though Wang Yifeng remained at the 4th tier of cultivation, he was unequivocally aware that he had evolved significantly compared to himself a year prior. This transformation was entirely attributable to Tang San. Thus, despite his youth, Wang Yinfeng had never underestimated him. He also noted that Tang San's wind blades had been consistently improving, their potency steadily rising. Wang Yifeng could not ascertain the full extent of Tang San's current strength, but he sensed that the boy was progressing rapidly. Consequently, during practical lessons, while the other 4 students engaged in sparring with one another, Wang Yifeng refrained from allowing Tang San to participate, citing his youth as the reason. A year ago, he had even defeated himself. What significance could practical training hold for him now? Furthermore, Wang Yifeng was very careful to conceal Tang San's true abilities. The prospect of going to the city was undoubtedly a boon for Tang San. He was eager to unravel the mysteries of this world. Had it not been for his insufficient strength and lack of a legitimate identity, he would have longed to leave this place. From Wang Yinfeng's teachings, He understood that this world was vast, immensely so, even larger than the Dola continent of his previous life. In such an expansive realm, searching for a single individual was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It was indeed an arduous task. Moreover, humanity is so humble in this world that he cannot ascertain the circumstances of Xiao Wu's reincarnation. The reason he is reluctant to part with that fragment of divine consciousness is that it allows him to faintly perceive whether his reincarnated wife is still alive. This is the only certainty he possesses at present. Yes, she is alive, somewhere in this vast world. If he could cultivate back to at least the divine level, he might be able to utilize his divine consciousness to seek her out more effectively. However, he cannot afford to wait. Even though the spiritual energy in this realm is exceedingly abundant, the constraints imposed upon him are manifold. Under such circumstances, the path to attaining divine prowess is fraught with countless suppressions and tribulations. By the time he succeeds in his cultivation, he cannot be certain of her situation, whether she is safe, whether she might fall in love with another, or become someone else's partner. These are the concerns that weigh heavily on Tang San's heart. The stronger he becomes, the more he yearns to escape this place. Lost in thought, his gaze shifted to the map before him. The map could be deemed rudimentary, as it bore very few markings, only some general annotations. A line traversed from the northwest to the southeast, serving as a demarcation. On one side of the line was labeled the Tianyu Empire, while the other side bore the inscription of the Richin Empire. This clearly delineated the division between the Monster Clan and the Spirit Clan. Judging by the map's dimensions, the two empires were nearly equal in size, with the Richin Empire, governed by the Spirit Clan, appearing to be slightly larger. In the very center of the map, close to the line's midpoint, a prominent city was marked, Holy Spirit City. This city serves as the nucleus for both the Monster and Spirit clans, jointly governed by the two races, and is reputed to be the foremost city of the continent. As he scanned the upper right corner of the map, Tang San quickly located another city's mark, next to which was inscribed, Jelly City. Indeed, Jelly City is one of the 7 major cities of the Tianyu Empire, situated closest to Windwolf Town. Although it lies somewhat remote, it is a place greatly coveted by the Monster Clan. The continent boasts a total of 15 cities, with 7 belonging to the Monster Clan and 7 to the Spirit Clan. As for Holy Spirit City, both factions claim it as their own, often asserting that they each possess 8 major cities. Windwolf Town, however, is conspicuously absent from the map, which merely indicates the locations of the major cities of the two empires. Having briefly surveyed the map, memorizing the most distinct mountains, rivers, and city locations, Tang San's heart began to race. His beloved wife is somewhere depicted on this map. Xiao Wu, where could you possibly be? Observing the myriad expressions that flitted across Tang San's face, Wang Yifeng felt no surprise. He, too, had experienced a similar fervor upon first entering the Grand City years ago. Even more excited than Tang San, Jelly City is vastly different from our Windwolf Town. In such a grand metropolis, one can encounter various levels of monsters, and even the presence of spirit beings is plausible. We are merely vassals, the most insignificant entities within the city. In such a vast urban environment, even slaves are not permitted entry. I will assist you in obtaining a temporary vassal identity card. You must keep it safe. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril at any moment. Teacher, is the city truly dangerous? Tang San, having regained his composure, inquired. Wang Yinfeng shook his head, stating, under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to us insignificant figures, so danger is unlikely. However, it is wise to remain cautious. Just follow closely behind me and heed my instructions. Remember, do not speak unnecessarily, nor gaze around indiscriminately. Exercise utmost caution. Understood, Tang San nodded. He was indeed intrigued by the cities of this world. Although it seemed safe in Windwolf Town, he found no opportunity to search for his wife, and he felt the need to explore the outside world to seek ways to enhance himself. He sensed that breaking through from the 4th to the 5th level of his Xiantian Gong would prove increasingly arduous. 2 days later, Wang Yifeng completed the necessary arrangements and departed Windwolf Town with Tang San. Due to Wang Yinfeng's own 4th-tier strength, he was the most formidable human vassal in the entire Windwolf Town. Ordinary wolf demons, upon seeing him, might not offer a pleasant demeanor, but they would refrain from uttering harsh words. As they exited Windwolf Town, Tang San was suddenly enveloped by a peculiar sensation, akin to the boundless sea allowing fish to leap freely and the vast sky inviting birds to soar. Taking a deep breath, the air felt refreshingly invigorating. Wang Yinfeng guided him along a narrow path. According to Wang Yinfeng, This path would lead to the main road toward Jerry City, and by following it, they would soon reach their destination. The path was relatively short, measuring only 3 to 4 meters in width. It was not particularly smooth, yet not excessively rugged either. The ground was strewn with pebbles, a task evidently completed by human slaves. The Windwolf Lord had assigned Wang Yifeng the mission of delivering a tribute list to the Windwolf clan leader in Jari City. The Wolf Demon clan is one of the larger factions among the various monster races, although they have yet to amass the strength to establish a city of their own. Their sheer numbers and individual combat prowess place them among the top 20 of the monster races, despite barely making it into the top 20. It is essential to recognize that there are over 100 different types of monsters. To rank among the top 20 is a considerable achievement. The Windwolf clan, while relatively weaker among the wolf demons, remains a significant lineage within the larger clan. The clan leader of the Windwolf is a powerful entity capable of entering the core of the Wolf Demon clan. As a minor lord of the Windwolf clan, the Windwolf Lord is required to present offerings to the clan leader annually as a demonstration of fealty to the leader. The delivery of tributes is certainly not a task suited for Wang Yinfeng. As the year draws to a close, it will be personally overseen by the Lord of the Windwolves and the High Priest, transported to Jelly City. Wang Yinfeng's current mission is to present the list for confirmation by the chieftain of the Windwolf clan. Should the chieftain express dissatisfaction, it would pose significant trouble for the Windwolf Lord. Conversely, if the chieftain is pleased, it would undoubtedly yield considerable benefits. Chapter 27. The Elephant Demon. The distance from Windwolf Town to Jelly City is approximately 300 kilometers, traveling day and night. With the speed of Tang San and Wang Yinfeng, they can arrive in about 3 days. Following a narrow path, the master and disciple dare not delay, advancing swiftly. The task assigned by the Windwolf Lord allows for a 10-day round trip, during which they must return with news. Any delay would surely result in punishment for Wang Yifeng. Moreover, by increasing their pace, they would be afforded a longer stay in Jelly City. As they proceeded, Wang Yifeng inquired of Tang San, who was accompanying him, "Let me test your knowledge. What is used for trade in large cities?" Tang San unhesitatingly stated, "In the villages and towns, most transactions are conducted through barter. However, in the grand cities, or rather across the entire continent, commerce is primarily carried out using coins crafted from rare minerals or plants. In the Tianyu Empire, the currency is predominantly composed of mineral-based coins, while in the Riwo Empire, plant-based coins take precedence. The most significant advantage of such currency lies in the fact that the coins themselves embody energy, which can be directly absorbed to enhance one's bloodline, rendering counterfeiting impossible. In essence, the coins possess intrinsic value. Indeed, he recalled clearly the distinctions within the currency system of the Tianyu Empire. Wang Yin nodded in satisfaction. Tang San remarked, "The currency of the Tianyu Empire is categorized into 5 distinct tiers. The highest denomination is known as the purple gold coin, crafted from a rare and unique purplish golden metal. It is said to harbor immense energy, making it suitable even for the cultivation of formidable beings such as great demons and spirits. Its scarcity renders it exceptionally rare, seldom circulating in the marketplace. Its value is largely symbolic. One purple gold coin is approximately equivalent to 100 Tianyu coins, named after the empire itself. The Tianyu coin is composed of 6 rare minerals, each representing one of the elemental properties: water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness. The intricate craftsmanship required to meld these minerals together is a formidable feat, and the energy contained within is substantial, significantly enhancing the strength of one's bloodline. One Tianyu coin is equivalent to 10 elemental coins. The elemental coins are divided into 6 types, corresponding to the elemental minerals found in the Tianyu coins, albeit of a lower quality. These coins represent the most widely circulated form of high currency, possessing considerable purchasing power. Below the elemental coins are the Lingxi coins, made from a specific Lingxi ore. One elemental coin is approximately equal to 100 Lingxi coins. At the lowest tier of currency, there exists a multitude of varieties collectively referred to as demon coins, assessed by their energy intensity. Any mineral containing approximately 1% or more of the bloodline power of a first-tier demon can be utilized as a demon coin. Due to the diverse types of demon coins, their exchange rates with Lingxi coins can be rather complex, leading most major cities to prefer transactions in Lingxi coins. Wang Yinfeng nodded appreciatively and said, "I remember quite well. Our greatest source of income in Windwolf Town comes from a nearby wind spirit mine. The wind spirit stones produced there, when sized to that of a fist, are valued at roughly 1/5 of a Lingxi coin. While not exceedingly precious, they are still a commendable resource. Each year, a significant portion of the yield must be submitted to the Windwolf clan, and robust slaves are tasked with the extraction. Tang San was familiar with the wind spirit stones. They are a bluish-gray mineral, utilized in Wang Yinfeng's room to arrange wind elemental formations. Though they contain a considerable amount of impurities, what is remarkable is that they solely embody the wind element. Wang Yinfeng sighed softly and said, "A fist-sized wind spirit stone weighs approximately 1 kilogram. The tribute list we are bringing this time consists of 5,000 kilograms of wind spirit stones, which accounts for over 2/3 of the town's annual output. The situation remains fairly consistent year after year." Tang San inquired, "Is the Windwolf clan truly formidable?" Wang Yinfeng replied, "Indeed, they are quite powerful in our eyes. The leader of the Windwolf clan ranks among the top 10 of the Wolf Demon clan, and although not at the forefront, possesses formidable strength. It is said that they have surpassed the 10th tier, categorizing them as a top-tier powerhouse. In the realm of demons, the presence of a strong leader often determines the survival or demise of a clan. It is a primal law of the jungle." "You speak the truth," Tang San remarked. "This world indeed operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest." The path from Windwolf Town to the main road appeared somewhat desolate, devoid of encounters with demon clans. After a day's journey, they finally merged onto the grand thoroughfare leading to Jelly City, which was notably broader, spanning 50 meters, and remarkably smooth, a sight Tang San had not witnessed since his arrival in this world. The roadbed was composed of compacted gravel, strikingly level, flanked by dense forests and rolling hills. Upon entering the main road, they encountered a multitude of various clans. While slaves were a rarity, the diversity of demon clans left Tang San in awe. In Windwolf Town, he had primarily encountered wolf demons, while pig demons were considered a subordinate race, generally lacking in combat prowess. However, on this expansive road, within a mere half-day, Tang San had already observed more than 10 different demon clans. Among these, one particular race left a profound impression on him. It was an exceptionally robust species, standing over 8 meters tall when upright. When in motion, its powerful limbs touched the ground, yet it would rise to a bipedal stance when halted, revealing a humanoid form. Its trunk, exceeding 5 meters in length, swayed, and its massive head was shielded by a thick layer of horn-like skin. Its eyes, a pale violet, emanated an inherent sense of overwhelming authority. After the formidable creature vanished from sight, Wang Yifeng finally dared to explain to Tang San that was a powerful member of the Elephant Demon clan. Unlike the Wolf Demon clan, the division of the Elephant Demons is less intricate, with a singular main lineage. Their numbers are significantly fewer, yet they rank among the top 10 super clans within the demon hierarchy. Newly born elephant demons possess a 3rd-tier strength, while adults boast formidable powers exceeding the 7th tier. The elephant demon we just witnessed is merely an average adult of its kind. The evaluation of an elephant demon's strength is not solely based on its size, but also on the hue of its eyes. Ordinary elephant demons have pale violet eyes. Those of the 8th tier display deep violet, while 9th tier demons possess red eyes. It is said that those surpassing the 10th tier possess golden eyes, earning them the title of Golden War Elephants, endowed with extraordinary combat abilities. Although the creature they had just seen was only of the 7th tier, Tang San could sense an intense surge of vitality emanating from it as it passed, coupled with its immense physique. One could easily imagine the formidable combat prowess of this elephant demon, witnessing such a powerful demon clan. Tang San increasingly comprehended the reasons behind the dominance of demons and spirits in this world. The formidable prowess of their innate abilities rendered them utterly unmatched. According to his understanding, the so-called monster race was essentially composed of beastly creatures that had awakened their intelligence. Moreover, within the fairy continent, there existed those beasts that had yet to attain such enlightenment. These beasts would also fall under the dominion and subjugation of the monster race. A hierarchical bond often existed between the closely related monster races and their beasts, resembling a form of vassalage. Yet, even these subservient beasts held a higher status than human vassals. After all, from the perspective of the monster races, the beasts proved far more advantageous. Under the guidance of Wang Yanfeng, the two traversed the very edge of the Grand Avenue. Human vassals were strictly forbidden from stepping into the heart of the avenue, for should they be trampled by the monster race, it would be deemed a fitting fate, with no one to intervene. In the swift passage of time, after a day and a half of travel, the two finally arrived at their destination. Chapter 28. Whispers from a distance. Tang San beheld an immense city wall, towering at a staggering height of 100 meters. This was no exaggeration, it truly reached that height. Flanking the wall were two grand mountains, upon which the structure was built, providing an imposing natural barrier. Through the knowledge imparted by Wang Yanfeng, Tang San had long been aware that Jelly City was a basin city, enveloped by mountains that served as the city's finest shield. Only the north and south sides bore segments of city wall, through which the gates allowed entry. The gates were unguarded, wide open, permitting free passage. Rather than immediately ushering Tang San into the city, Wang Yanfeng paused, waiting at the side. It was only when a lull in the comings and goings of the monsters presented itself that he swiftly led Tang San inside. As they crossed the threshold, Tang San felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Located in the northeastern part of the fairy continent, Windwolf Town remained predominantly cold throughout most of the year. However, within the walls of Jelly City, the atmosphere was as warm as spring. The air was not only warm and humid, but also imbued with a richness of spiritual energy far denser than that outside, instantly uplifting one's spirits upon entry. The ground within the city was entirely paved with stone slabs, appearing solid and level. On either side of the roads stood tall edifices constructed from wood and stone. Upon entering the city, the presence of various monster races became even more pronounced, presenting a dizzying array of sights. Tang San mentally cataloged them, matching each with the categories of monster races that Wang Yanfeng had taught him. Despite his profound disdain for the monster races, he could not help but feel a sense of awe at the spectacle before him. "Do not stare," Wang Yanfeng cautioned, blocking Tang San's line of sight with his body, whispering, "What did I advise you?" "Yes," Tang San replied, lowering his gaze. His observations were not mere idle curiosity. His heart was filled with a profound sense of shock. The monster races were indeed overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing even the peak strength of the soul beasts from his original world. Jelly City was merely one of the principal cities of the monster races, yet every type of monster he encountered exuded an aura of immense strength. Each race possessed its own unique characteristics, and even the most ordinary of them seemed undeniably formidable. Humans devoid of any talent are indeed far from being able to compare with them. Tang San couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh within his heart. In this world, the struggle for humanity against the demon race is indeed fraught with insurmountable challenges. To alter this dire situation, a fundamental shift is required. It is only by endowing humanity with the innate ability to cultivate and grow stronger that such a possibility may arise. Even so, achieving this remains a formidable task, as the control wielded by the demon clans over this continent is overwhelmingly powerful. Humanity stands as mere slaves, even if they awaken some latent talents. The moment such abilities are discovered, they will likely be suppressed without hesitation. Moreover, is the transformation into a demon god truly a viable path for humanity? Absolutely not. The origins of this transformation stem from the oppression of humanity by the demon race, resulting in the mingling of their bloodlines. In reality, such hybrid vigor pales in comparison to the true might of the pure-blooded demon race. For humanity to rise, not only must they possess their own unique talents, but they must also be afforded the space to develop. Thus, a nascent idea began to take shape in Tang San's mind. "Let us find a place to reside. We can likely stay here for 3 days. Once we complete our task, I will take you on a tour." Wang Yanfeng's voice interrupted Tang San's reverie. "Understood, teacher," Tang San replied, his demeanor respectful and compliant. The two moved along the outskirts of Jelly City, where Wang Yanfeng appeared quite familiar with the surroundings. Swiftly locating a modest inn. To Tang San's surprise, the inn was managed by a human vassal, a woman who seemed to be of similar age to Wang Yanfeng. Upon seeing them enter, she approached with genuine delight. "What brings you here?" she exclaimed, enveloping Wang Yanfeng in a warm embrace. Wang Yanfeng reciprocated the embrace with equal fervor, his eyes alight with joy. "I have been assigned to carry out a task, and will be staying for a few days." "Tang San, come here," he said, releasing the woman from the embrace and pulling Tang San to his side. "This is my newly accepted disciple from last year, named Tang San." "Tang San, this is my sister, Gue Gue. You may call her Aunt Gue," Wang Yanfeng introduced. "Ah, so she is your sister," Tang San thought, feeling a sense of relief for his teacher's familial connection. "Hello, Aunt Gue. What a curious name," he remarked. Gue Gue turned her gaze to Tang San, her surprise evident as she addressed Wang Yanfeng. He awakened at such a young age? "It has been a long time since I've seen a child of this age awaken." However, as she spoke, her words faltered, a hint of compassion flickering across her face. Wang Yinfeng cleared his throat and said, "Let us settle in first." He held no concern regarding Tang San's ability to pass the assessment. If Tang San were unable to succeed, then surely no one could. He certainly could not disclose to Gui that this child was teaching him how to manipulate wind blades. The inn, albeit modest, boasted nearly 20 rooms, each approximately 10 square meters in size, furnished with 2 beds. The rates were quite reasonable. Though simple, the rooms provided a measure of tranquility. Wang Yinfeng instructed Tang San to rest in the room while he accompanied Gui elsewhere. The two siblings clearly intended to reminisce. The room contained a window, yet the remote location of this modest and revealed only a distant high wall when opened. Upon entering, Tang San noticed a few other guests, primarily human vassals. The size of the beds indicated they were specifically designed for humans. This place was evidently tailored to accommodate them. Strangely, the inn bore no name, nor was there any sign outside. In front of the inn lay a small patch of land, cultivated with some vegetables. Despite its simplicity, a visit here imparted an almost subconscious sense of separation from the vast city, a comforting feeling. Perhaps this could be deemed a sanctuary for humans in Jilly City. After a full hour, as dusk settled, Wang Yinfeng returned and called Tang San to dine. The dinner was sumptuous, featuring meat, though the flavor was rather unremarkable. Since arriving in this world, Tang San had yet to savor anything truly delectable. His observations indicated that even the wolf demons in Wind Wolf Town consumed similar fare, albeit in larger quantities. In terms of culinary standards, this world seemed decidedly inferior to his own. Gui accompanied them at the table and, while eating, asked Wang Yinfeng, "Are you taking him with you tomorrow?" Wang Yinfeng turned to Tang San. "Tomorrow. I will be heading to the ancestral home of the Wind Wolf clan in Jelly City to settle an account. Would you like to accompany me? While there is little danger, one must remain cautious. Any of the wolf demons there are far mightier than our lord." "I will accompany you," Tang San replied without hesitation. His cultivation of the Xiantian skill and the enhancement of Wind Blade required engagement with the wolf demons. Should he have the opportunity to absorb the bloodline power of a higher-tier wolf demon, provided his current physique could withstand it, such an experience would undoubtedly benefit his training and breakthroughs. Very well, Wang Yinfeng nodded. Gui regarded Wang Yinfeng with curiosity. To her, Tang San was merely a 9-year-old child. Yet, Wang Yinfeng treated him with a seemingly equal demeanor, which struck her as peculiar. Turning to Tang San, she inquired, "Little Tang, what level have you reached in your Wind Wolf transformation training?" At her question, Tang San glanced at Wang Yinfeng. Chapter 29. The elegant young master's milk tea shop. Wang Yinfeng cleared his throat and replied, "It's going well. I believe I have a promising chance to face the forthcoming assessment." "Oh, the awakening effect, is that remarkable?" Gui's eyes lit up. "No wonder you chose to keep him close. However, you must keep a close watch on him. Those demons have never held a favorable attitude towards us. Be sure he doesn't stir up trouble." Rest assured, Tang San maintained his composure. Wang Yinfeng smiled, perceiving Tang San as much more than just a child. In their routine exchanges, Tang San's words and emotions exude a remarkable maturity, as if he were the eldest among the 5. Gui, increasingly perplexed, remarked, "It seems you have great confidence in this child. After completing the task, do you intend to explore the city?" Wang Yinfeng nodded and replied, "I brought him along to expose him to the world." Gui responded, "That sounds good. Recently, Jelly City has been remarkably peaceful, with no conflicts arising. Your timing for arrival is indeed fortuitous." Tang San could not help but inquire, "Aunt Ghost, will there be any further conflicts in the city?" Aunt Ghost replied, "Naturally. There will be. Among the various monster clans, there exists a great deal of animosity, particularly among those with comparable strength. Fierce battles are often waged for the sake of ranking. The differences in rank directly influence the resources they can acquire. Take our Wind Wolf clan and the Flash Leopard clan, for instance. We are sworn enemies, frequently clashing in combat. More often than not, it is we who suffer the losses. Therefore, do not reveal your Wind Wolf transformation lightly, for you never know when you might encounter a rival clan that is hostile towards us. They will not show mercy to us vassals. Should a vassal perish, the Wind Wolf clan would scarcely bat an eyelid. Thus, concealing one's monster transformation has become a matter of survival for us human vassals. Do you understand? Flash Leopard clan. Leopard Flash? At that moment, Tang San felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that the Ghost Ant and the Flash Leopard clan were also present within this jolly city? Indeed, Their ancestral residence is located here as well. As one of the 7 principal cities, Jiali City is home to the ancestral residences of 7 prominent clans. These ancestral homes represent the very heart of each clan. Among them are the Wind Wolf clan and the Flash Leopard clan, albeit they are merely branches of the wolf and leopard demons. Nevertheless, they hold a respectable position within the city. The ancestral residences of the major clans, however, are situated in the Holy Spirit City. Only the top 10 elite clans are afforded the privilege of establishing their ancestral homes in the central area of Holy Spirit City, while the residences of other clans are relegated to the peripheral regions. Tang San firmly etched the words spoken by Gue into his heart. Having lived in Jelly City, Gue seemed to possess knowledge that surpassed even that of Wang Yanfeng. Gue Aunt, have you ever been to Saint Spirit City? Tang San inquired with a curious expression. Gue shook her head and replied, I have not been there. I have only heard tales. It is not a place where mere vassals can venture. There, the most formidable beings of the 2 demon clans congregate. A single sneeze from a powerful demon could spell our doom. It is said to be an immense city, stretching as far as the eye can see. After dinner, Wang Yanfeng and Tang San retired early for the night, sitting cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. Tang San distinctly felt that the rate at which he absorbed the world's vital energies was somewhat accelerated here. The aura of the heavens and earth in Jelly City was exceptionally rich. Moreover, Tang San had noticed that the density of this energy varied across different locations within the city. The place they were staying in belonged to a relatively thin zone. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after breakfast, Wang Yanfeng and Tang San departed from the small inn and made their way to the ancestral home of the Wind Wolf clan. The ancestral residence was situated in a more central area of Jelly City. This basin city was quite expansive, and running along the streets was not permitted. Thus, they walked for over 2 hours. In the distance, Tang San spotted the location of the Wind Wolf clan's ancestral home. The reason he could identify it from afar was due to the enormous azure wolf head insignia atop the high courtyard wall. This wolf head, with a diameter exceeding 3 meters, was striking against the backdrop of the tall main gate, emitting a faint azure-gray luminescence that intensified the surrounding air's wind elements. There was even a subtle air current rippling outward, repelling all entities that approached the gate. It was indeed a solid piece of wind spirit stone, measuring a full 3 meters in diameter, a formidable weight. From the outside, the courtyard walls of the Wind Wolf clan's ancestral home extended at least 100 meters to either side. The 10-meter-high walls concealed everything within, rendering it impossible to see from the outside. Upon nearing the courtyard walls, an invisible pressure seemed to manifest, making it difficult to breathe. Wang Yanfeng led Tang San along the walls, and as they approached the grand entrance, several wolf demons, presumably of the 4th rank, obstructed their path. There were 4 wolf demons stationed at the entrance, each towering over 2 meters, clearly representing 4th-tier beings. Wang Yanfeng promptly unleashed his wind wolf transformation, his body swelling as a turquoise light emanated from his eyes, signifying his identity as a vassal of the Wind Wolf clan. What brings you here? One of the wolf demons inquired coldly. Wang Yanfeng hastily replied, We hail from Wind Wolf Town and have come to deliver this year's tribute list to the clan leader. We kindly request that you relay our message. Upon hearing that he was there to present the tribute list, the expression of the Wind Wolf demon softened slightly, and he said, You may come in with me. As he spoke, he took the lead and stepped inside. Wang Yanfeng hurriedly followed suit, just as Tang San was about to enter as well. A large hand belonging to a wolf demon obstructed his path. This kid shouldn't go in. What does he intend to do? Seek his own demise? Wait outside. Tang San was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at Wang Yanfeng, who was equally surprised by the turn of events. It was evident that the wolf demons held him in low regard, likely due to his youthful age. Wang Yanfeng quickly urged, Tang San, please wait for me outside. Go over there. In front of the ancestral home of the Wind Wolf clan lay a spacious area resembling a small plaza, dominated by a towering ancient tree. This magnificent tree, so vast that it would require at least a dozen individuals to encircle its trunk, cast a generous shade beneath its expansive canopy. This location was the very heart of Jelly City, where several prominent clans had established their ancestral residences, as Wang Yanfeng had previously informed Tang San. Wang Yanfeng gestured discreetly to Tang San, indicating that he should wait by the great tree, advising him to refrain from lingering in the presence of the wolf demons to avoid excessive questioning or potential annoyance that could lead to unwelcome consequences. Tang San obediently acknowledged with a sound and turned to walk into the distance. The wolf demons, clearly, did not regard him as a significant presence. The leader led Wang Yanfeng directly into the ancestral abode. Tang San could not help but feel a twinge of boredom. He had initially intended to explore the ancestral home of the Wind Wolf clan, to experience the elevated energy levels of the powerful wolf demons, and to survey the terrain, preparing himself for a potential future endeavor to seize the Wind Wolf bloodline. However, he found himself unable to even enter the premises. Instead, he wandered to the base of a colossal tree, its expansive canopy casting a vast shadow and refreshing the air around him. In this core area of Jelly City, even the passage of demon clans was infrequent, with distant grand estates dotting the landscape. To avoid drawing undue attention from the wolf demons on guard, Tang San decided to circumvent to the opposite side of the tree, finding a spot to sit and await Wang Yanfeng. As he settled onto the ground, his gaze was drawn to a modest shop at the roadside in the distance. Is there really a shop here? It appeared to have separate entrances for the front and back, with the front serving as a storefront and the rear seemingly a living space. A sign hung above the shop, proclaiming, "Beautiful Young Master Milk Tea Shop." Chapter 30. I am not Xiao Wu. I am the beautiful young master. Is this a place that sells milk tea? What exactly is milk tea? In Tang San's previous life, he had never encountered such a thing, and arriving in this world, he had seen it even less. It seemed to be a kind of beverage. Although the frequency of demon clans passing by was minimal, the milk tea shop appeared to be thriving, with a steady stream of patrons, demon beings, stopping by to purchase a cup. The cups looked rather substantial. Tang San focused his gaze, and a purple light flickered in his eyes as he activated the purple extreme demonic eyes to scrutinize the milk tea shop. Upon clarity, astonishment etched itself upon his face. Within the establishment were two women, both human. One appeared slightly older, seemingly around 30, possessing stunning beauty with her flowing black hair and dark eyes. A gentle smile graced her features, and her gaze exuded a warmth that effortlessly drew others near. It could be said that she was the most exquisite woman Tang San had encountered since arriving in this world. The other, younger woman appeared to be around 16 or 17, her features also quite charming, busily assisting her elder. How could a human vassal operate a shop in the heart of Jelly City? Moreover, it seemed that the demon creatures frequenting the shop showed them no discrimination, merely purchasing their drinks and departing. They likely used the most basic demon currency, indicating that the milk tea was reasonably priced. Some demons even bought several cups. The shop was named Beautiful Young Master Milk Tea, and the older woman must be the titular Beautiful Young Master. An intriguing name, indeed, and one that seems well-deserved. Tang San gently patted his body, recalling the demon coins that Wang Yanfeng had previously bestowed upon him, crafted from wind spirit stones, essentially embodying the energy characteristic of demon coins. A surge of impulse welled up within him. He too yearned to purchase a cup of that milk tea to savor. The human proprietor instilled an inexplicable sense of familiarity in him. Ever since his arrival in this city of jelly, he had harbored a persistent feeling of tension within. Now, gazing at the shop before him, he couldn't help but ponder what the flavor of that milk tea might be. Looking around, he noticed no sign of any demon clans. The Maigongzi milk tea shop had just bid farewell to several demon patrons, leaving a momentary lull in its activity. Tang San took a deep breath and retrieved a demon coin crafted from a wind spirit stone, hastening his steps towards his destination. This marked the first occasion since his arrival in this world that he intended to engage in commerce using its currency. With each stride he took, the distance to the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop diminished. A delicate fragrance of milk wafted from the establishment, enticing him and causing him to swallow involuntarily. As he approached, only a mere 10 meters separated him from the milk tea shop. Now closer, he could discern the activities within. The enchanting woman and the young girl were busily attending to their tasks. At that moment, another figure emerged from the inner room, approaching the woman with a smile and engaging her in conversation. Tang San's footsteps abruptly halted in that fleeting moment. He stood there, completely rigid, as if time itself had frozen around him. In that instant, he felt as though every pore on his body had burst open, his eyes wide with disbelief. His body had become so stiff that it was no longer under his control. The world around him seemed to vanish, leaving only the enchanting silhouette of her presence in his vision and heart. She appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, petite and well-proportioned, her dark hair cascading neatly down her back. On her delicate, rosy face, Her features were exquisitely defined, perfectly inheriting the virtues of a beautiful woman while infused with a playful and whimsical essence. Her large, dark eyes blinked, causing her long eyelashes to quiver softly. Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? The petrified Tang San felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. In that moment, everything else faded into insignificance. In his eyes, there existed only that singular figure, despite the changes in her appearance and the transformation of her aura. The imprint engraved deep within his consciousness unequivocally embedded her essence into his heart. Tang San could never have anticipated that he would encounter her with such ease. In that fleeting moment, he felt no resistance towards this malevolent world. Instead, an overwhelming sense of gratitude enveloped his heart. His heart quivered, and his body was rendered immobile. Yes, it was her indeed. Memories of their past life surged wildly within him. This was a fated connection from a previous existence, the singular pursuit of his innermost being. He stood merely a few meters away from the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop, where the three individuals inside had naturally noticed him. The beautiful woman gazed at the dazed Tang San with a hint of surprise, while the young girl beside her also took note of him. The girl furrowed her brow, but the woman whispered something to her and gestured towards Tang San. The dark-haired girl nodded and then vanished from his line of sight. Tang San's rigid body instinctively took a step forward, his mouth opening as if to cry out, "Don't go." As the figure before him vanished, an overwhelming sense of emptiness surged within him. "Hey, drink this." At that moment, a melodious voice rang in his ears. Tang San stood in a daze. Gradually turning his head, his rigid body began to tremble slightly. There she stood before him, both familiar and yet strangely foreign, the one who haunted his dreams. A cup was presented to him, carrying a subtle fragrance of milk and tea. The girl with ebony locks observed Tang San's bewildered expression and furrowed her brow once more. With a hint of irritation, she thrust the milk tea into his hands and said, "Stop staring, let us hurry along." The distance between them was so minimal that Tang San's voice quivered as he softly uttered, "Shall we?" The dark-haired girl paused momentarily before turning her gaze towards the tea shop, where a graceful woman beckoned her, saying, "Xiao Mei, come back." "All right, Mama," the girl replied, turning to retrace her steps. Tang San held the trembling cup of warm milk tea in his hand, instinctively taking a step forward. At that moment, the dark-haired maiden turned around and spoke to him. "You have mistaken me. I am not Xiao Wu. Everyone calls me Mei Gongzi." Grasping the cup that radiated warmth, Tang San opened his mouth, yet found himself utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word. 9 years had elapsed since he arrived in this world, and during this time, he had witnessed the suffering of humanity, lost his mother, who had given him life in this realm, and lived under the constant threat of being slain by monstrous beings. Yet, he also found solace in the warmth provided by teacher Wang Yinfeng's home, all of which stirred his emotions profoundly. However, he had never felt as exhilarated as he did in this moment. Having lived 3 lifetimes, he had endured much, far too much. Yet today, after 9 years of longing and concern, he finally beheld his beloved once more. At that instant, his emotions surged uncontrollably, and as Mei Gongzi turned to re-enter the shop, tears streamed down his face. In his mind, memories of their past life flooded back, recalling her enchanting smile. 2 figures, distinct in appearance, seemed to merge within his consciousness at that moment. Chapter 31. Nothing could be more beautiful. The sunlight appeared to shine more brightly, and the surrounding air felt increasingly refreshing. In this world, so inhospitable to humanity, the moment felt exquisitely beautiful for Tang San. He had finally located the reincarnation of his wife, a feat far easier than he had anticipated. Without traversing the continent or enduring trials, he had found her. What could be more delightful than this? Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Mei Gongzi, Mei Gongzi. At that moment, Mei Gongzi had returned to the shop, where her mother was speaking to her. Surprised, Mei Gongzi glanced outside and caught sight of Tang San, his face streaked with tears. Her beautiful eyes reflected a hint of confusion, while her mother offered Tang San a warm smile and gestured with her hand as if to invite him to drink the milk tea. Tang San's emotions gradually began to settle, and in that fleeting moment, his consciousness trembled. His hands quivered. Yet he meticulously ensured that not a single drop of milk tea spilled as he raised the seemingly wooden cup to his lips and took a sip. The gentle aroma of milk intertwined with the delicate fragrance of tea, accompanied by a hint of sweetness that cascaded down his throat. The warm milk tea enveloped his entire being with a comforting warmth, akin to a heart that had been replenished. In this instant, his heart was no longer hollow or wandering. He had rediscovered the fateful connection that belonged solely to him. What could be more delightful than this? For the first time, he felt a surge of gratitude towards the wolf demon, realizing that it was their refusal to allow him entry into the ancestral home of the wind wolves that had led to his encounter with the charming gentleman. Everything unfolded as the best possible arrangement. Taking another sip of the milk tea, he wiped away his tears and turned around, returning to sit beneath the grand tree. The cup of exquisite milk tea in his hand was the most delightful beverage he had ever tasted in this world, and though the tears had ceased, a faint smile had graced his face. He had found her. Nothing could be more glorious than this. He gazed from a distance at the milk tea shop, watching the charming gentleman and her daughter bustling within. In this lifetime, she was human. Over the past 9 years, he had devoted himself to cultivation, with few moments devoted to contemplation. He understood that in order to seek the reincarnation of his wife, he first needed to grow stronger. At this very moment, his mind felt as if it had been rejuvenated. He needed to ponder how he could swiftly be by her side, to safeguard her in every way, to inspire her to love him anew, and to truly walk alongside him. Nothing was more urgent for him than this. Whether you are Xiao Wu or the charming gentleman, you are destined to be my wife. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise broke through his thoughts. Tang San, where did you get this milk tea? Tang San was finally roused from his reverie. Rising to his feet, he observed that Wang Yanfeng had already approached him. From the expression on his face, it was evident that this mission had been successfully accomplished. Tang San pointed towards the distant Mei Gongzi milk tea shop and inquired, "Teacher, have you ever visited this establishment? The milk tea is exceptionally delightful." Wang Yanfeng paused momentarily, shook his head, and replied, "This area is the heart of Jilucheng. I seldom come here. Whenever I do, it is merely to swiftly attend to matters at the ancestral home before departing. Let us proceed." The aristocrats of the monster clan residing here are not known for their amiable disposition. Indeed, Tang San nodded in agreement. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, he exclaimed, "Teacher, please wait for me a moment." With that, he hurriedly made his way towards the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop. Upon arriving at the storefront, he noticed that Mei Gongzi seemed to be inside, meticulously counting currency and sorting the demon coins, having just bid farewell to a guest from the monster clan. "What brings you here, young man? Is the milk tea to your liking?" As he drew nearer, Tang San could perceive the exquisite beauty of Mei Gongzi's mother, a gentle and refreshing charm that enveloped him like a gentle spring breeze, her gaze imbued with a subtle warmth. Tang San took out his soul spirit stone coin and placed it on the table. "Auntie, the milk tea is delightful. Thank you. This is money for you to enjoy." "No payment is necessary," the elegant lady replied softly. "You should leave this place quickly. The monsters that pass through here are seldom of amiable disposition." "Auntie, I must pay you. Thank you once again. Also, my name is Tang San." As he uttered his name, his gaze turned towards the graceful gentleman. However, at that moment, the gentleman had his back turned to him and showed no reaction. Tang San cast a lingering gaze upon her, as the distant call of Wang Yanfeng echoed through the air. Despite the myriad of reluctance and profound attachment weighing upon his heart, he found himself compelled to depart with hasty steps. The mother of the beautiful young lady regarded the boy with a hint of astonishment. With her life experience, she could certainly discern that Tang San's gaze held a uniqueness when directed at her daughter. Though her child was still quite young, her beauty was undeniable. Yet, the human boy before her did not merely gaze with admiration and infatuation. Rather, there resided within his eyes a deep, intricate emotion, accentuated by the traces of tears at their corners. Was this a moment where the scene had stirred his feelings? Tang San returned to Wang Yanfeng's side. Finishing the last sip of his milk tea, he still held the empty cup gently, reluctant to let it go, for it bore a trace of her essence. "Are you all right?" On their way back to the hotel, Tang San trailed behind Wang Yanfeng, devoid of the earlier curiosity. His head bowed as he walked in the most subservient manner. Wang Yanfeng perceptibly sensed the shift in his mood and, upon their return to the hotel, inquired with concern, "Are you okay, my dear student?" "I'm fine, teacher. I'm really well, truly," Tang San replied, his smile radiant and genuine. Observing the warmth of his smile, Wang Yanfeng remarked, "It seems that cup of milk tea has made quite an impression on you." Indeed, in this world, despite the multitude of malice directed towards us, beauty still persists. Throughout your life, even when confronted with daily adversity, one must cherish those moments of beauty within the heart. Only then can you turn your face towards the sun, fostering an enduring sense of hope and happiness. Undoubtedly, his words were heartfelt, and Tang San wholeheartedly resonated with them. Now that the important matters are settled, We can linger in the city for a couple of days. Shall I take you on a tour? Wang Yanfeng smiled, having successfully completed his mission. With the Wind Wolf clan leader approving the tribute quantity, he could return and report back to the Wind Wolf Lord without any issues. Tang San inquired, Teacher, are there any lively places in Jelly City? I would like to take a look. Wang Yanfeng replied, There aren't many bustling spots, but as I mentioned before, one must be cautious in speech and action. Stay close to me. All right, no problem, Tang San responded without hesitation. Wang Yanfeng remarked, It has been quite a while since my last visit. I will inquire with your Aunt Gue. Upon locating Gue, he mentioned his intention to take Tang San to a livelier place. Gue said, There are indeed vibrant locations nearby, and tonight presents an excellent opportunity. It is the annual Jelly City Collision Competition. Not only will the local monster clans participate, but also individuals from neighboring strong clans and settlements. What is the collision competition? Wang Yanfeng asked curiously. Chapter 32. The Collision Competition. Gue explained. The collision competition involves both parties starting simultaneously from a distance of 30 meters and crashing into one another. The one who retreats the most after the collision is deemed the loser, while the other emerges victorious. Different tiers of monster clans are categorized into distinct groups, typically starting from the 3rd tier and ascending to the 6th tier. This event is a grand occasion for the younger generation of monster clans. It is limited to the 6th tier because collisions among stronger beings could result in unnecessary casualties. Moreover, those above the 6th tier generally lose interest in such games. That does sound intriguing. However, considering the unique traits of different species, it is likely that the more robust races will have an advantage, Wang Yanfeng said with a smile. Gue responded, I have witnessed it once. There are indeed some techniques involved. Let us do this. Since it is getting late, we should have dinner first. And then we can head to the competition just in time for its commencement. Tang San and Wang Yanfeng ventured to the ancestral home of the Wind Wolf tribe today, a journey that consumed over 4 hours in total. Adding the time spent there, they returned in the afternoon. Naturally, Tang San held no objections to attending the collision competition, especially since it featured formidable creatures ranging from the 3rd to the 6th rank, aligning perfectly with his aspirations. Upon encountering the enchanting young Master Mei, his thoughts ignited, and a profound urgency to grow stronger surged within him, a feeling more intense than ever before. The tea shop owned by young Master Mei is situated in the heart of Jelly City, a locale teeming with formidable beings of the 8th and 9th ranks. Having finally located her, there is nothing more paramount than ensuring her safety. To safeguard her, it is imperative that he first becomes powerful. His current strength, merely at the 4th rank, is evidently insufficient. After years of diligent study, Tang San has developed a profound understanding of the relationship between the Xiantian skill he cultivates and the energy derived from the bloodlines of the monstrous beings in this world. The Xiantian skill possesses the remarkable ability to devour and transmute energy, converting the external forces it absorbs into personal strength, while imprinting the essence of the bloodline within his own body. Through these imprints, he can reverse the transformation of the Xiantian skill to unleash similar abilities. The potency of the imprint directly correlates with the strength of the skills he can manifest during the transformation process. The bloodline imprint from the monstrous beings within him serves as a form of authorization for various levels of these skills. It is imperative for him not only to enhance the Xiantian skill, but also to elevate the tier of his imprints, thus empowering himself to wield greater capabilities. According to his research and experiences, he surmises that until he breaks through the 9th level of the Xiantian skill, his cultivation will largely depend on this method. Consequently, the most effective way for him to expedite his advancement is to acquire a multitude of skills. In contrast, humans who inherit the bloodline of the demon god can typically possess only a singular ability. However, through the devouring nature of the Xiantian skill, he is free from such restrictions, enabling him to harness a variety of abilities. The more skills he possesses, the stronger he becomes when they are judiciously combined. In the bustling areas of the city, he seeks opportunities to absorb lower-tier abilities, thereby amplifying his own strength. The energy he assimilates, transformed into the essence of the Xiantian skill, accelerates his personal growth. Today marks one of Tang San's most proactive days since arriving in this world regarding his cultivation. The 4th and 5th tiers are insufficient. He must strive to reach the 9th tier swiftly, allowing his consciousness to be rejuvenated, his spiritual essence to be reconstructed, and to awaken abilities that were once his but are now absent in this realm. Only then can he truly safeguard the esteemed young master. After a brief respite and a meal, Gui donned a more opulent attire before escorting Wang, Yanfeng, and Tang San out into the world. The choice of more lavish clothing stems from the reality that appearances carry significant weight in this society. As humans of a subservient race, they encounter relatively few adversities in the grand cities, provided they do not provoke the monstrous beings. After all, these beings require their subordinates to serve them. Among all subordinate races, humans are regarded as the most astute. Although they may lack raw strength, they excel in performing complex tasks compared to other subservient races. The collision tournament does not feature particularly high-level participants, as it only involves monstrous beings below the 6th tier, predominantly comprising youthful contenders. Furthermore, the rewards are not overly substantial. The first prize consists of 5 elemental coins. While the purchasing power of these coins is formidable, they do not represent a considerable fortune for most affluent monstrous beings. Moreover, this reward is designated for the 6th tier champion. The rewards for lower tiers are even more meager. The champion rewards for the 5th tier consist of 4 tokens, while the 4th tier offers 3, and the champions of the 3rd tier receive merely 1 elemental coin. Only the lower ranks are granted rewards in the form of spiritual coins. It is noteworthy that the highest currency within this monetary system is the purple gold coin, followed by the Tianyu coin, both of which are conspicuously absent from the rewards, indicating that this competition is more a festive spectacle than a serious contest. The venue for this collision tournament is a grand square, surrounded by an array of shops, each peddling a diverse assortment of goods. Had he not encountered the esteemed young master Mei, Tang San would have likely found these shops far more intriguing, as they would greatly aid in his understanding of the monster race. However, at this moment, his interest lies predominantly in the collision tournament itself. The square is already teeming with thousands of monsters, with a spacious arena at its center cordoned off by the guards of Jelly City. These guards are not representative of a single race. Rather, they are selected from various tribes. To become a Jelly Guard, one must possess a minimum strength of the 4th tier or above. In the monster race, the military structure is organized by city, with each of the 7 main cities having its own guards. Within the military, those of higher cultivation naturally hold more prestigious positions, making the 4th tier merely the baseline for Jelly Guards. This reveals the formidable power of the monster and spirit races on this fairy continent. Among the crowd, there are also several vassal races, with humans being the most numerous. Many of these human vassals are seen trailing closely behind the monsters, evidently acting as their attendants. As the tournament has yet to commence, the sky gradually darkens, but the square remains illuminated by towering wooden pillars adorned with luminous ores, casting a bright glow over the area. The atmosphere here is quite eclectic, infused with the presence of numerous races, yet the spiritual energy is remarkably dense. Tang San followed Gui and Wang Yanfeng to a secluded corner at the edge of the competition venue, finally managing to find a place to stand. In this area, the majority were affiliated races. The arena, roughly 50 meters in diameter, was circular and demarcated by the guards of Jelly. On one side of the arena stood a platform adorned with coins. This was Tang San's first encounter with elemental coins, which radiated distinct glows according to their respective elements, overshadowing the nearby Lingxi coins. In the night, their luminescence was especially pronounced. The Lingxi coins appeared in a dark silver hue, exuding an ancient and subdued charm. Though they lacked the resplendent brilliance of the elemental coins, they evoked an odd sensation within Tang San. The collision competition is about to commence. A resounding voice suddenly proclaimed. Instantly, the creatures surrounding the arena erupted with deafening cheers, enveloping Tang San in an atmosphere akin to that of a wild beast pack. A robust giant strode into the inner circle, his towering form reaching an impressive height of 4 meters, exuding an aura of ferocity. Clad only in a tight leather belt around his waist, his upper body was bare, covered in a coat of black fur, with a massive V-shaped white fur pattern adorning his chest. From his appearance, Tang San deduced that he was likely a bear demon. There are various races among the bear demons. However, I cannot ascertain which tribe this one belongs to, he thought. This is the Violent Bear Clan, a formidable race among the bear demons, second only to the royal lineage, Gui whispered. Naturally gifted, they possess immense strength. Adult members of the Violent Bear Clan are inherently 6th tier warriors. Violent Bear Clan, Tang San mentally noted. 6th tier in adulthood, these powerful demon races are indeed formidable. At that moment, the bear demons stood at the center of the arena, letting out a thunderous roar that silenced the surrounding cheers. At least 7th tier, Wang Yanfeng murmured. This one is clearly an elite among the Violent Bear clan. The rules of the collision competition remain unchanged. The collision point is still the circle beneath my feet. The edge of the circle serves as the starting point for measuring distance after the collision. The closer one is to the edge, the victor they shall be. The burly bear demon declared in a deep voice. Tang San then noticed a circle beneath his feet, approximately 3 meters in diameter. This indicated that both parties would simultaneously accelerate towards each other, aiming to collide within the confines of the circle. Following the collision, the victor would be determined by who was sent flying the farthest. This also implied that the swifter individual, who managed to penetrate the circle with greater momentum, would enjoy a distinct advantage. Thus, the contest was not merely a test of strength, but also a race of speed. Those at the 3rd tier were now permitted to register. Whoever could achieve 10 consecutive victories, or who remained unchallenged, would be crowned the champion of the day. With a grand gesture, the formidable bear announced the commencement of this collision tournament. Tang San inquired of Wang Yanfeng beside him, Master, during the collision competition, are we permitted to employ techniques? For instance, may we utilize our innate skills to strike our opponents? Certainly, Wang Yanfeng replied. The demon clan reveres strength above all. Although the collision competition is the most straightforward of contests, any abilities may be employed if you possess the skill. In the pursuit of victory, all means are justified. The long-standing tenet of the demon clan has always been to recognize only the victor, without concern for the methods employed. Tang San nodded in realization. Pondering for a moment before inquiring, Teacher, may I enroll? Wang Yanfeng was taken aback, and Gue immediately turned her gaze towards Tang San. You wish to register? Gue's voice slightly elevated in pitch. I want to give it a try. There's a chance to win money. Tang San gestured towards the victor's reward on the distant table. Wang Yanfeng looked at Gue, who furrowed her brow and said, affiliated races are also permitted to compete. However, generally speaking, it is quite challenging to compare with the monster races. Moreover, they tend to be more ruthless towards affiliated races, showing no mercy. If one is killed, it is considered deserved. Are you truly determined to attempt this? Tang San nodded slightly and said, I wish to give it a try. Teacher, I possess a certain level of confidence. Even if I do not emerge victorious, I believe I shall not suffer any losses. Wang Yanfeng had a considerable understanding of his abilities, yet when it came to strength Tang San stated without hesitation, with cunning one can surpass strength. Since the collision competition values only the outcome rather than the process, I see an opportunity. Before encountering the young Master Mei today, he would never have considered participating in such a competition. Until he had truly matured, it was prudent to bide his time and conceal his capabilities. However, after meeting the young Master Mei, his heart brimmed with determination. Time waits for no one. He could no longer afford to cultivate in a passive manner. Even if it meant embracing risk, he must swiftly grow stronger. Only in this way could he hope to draw nearer to the young Master Mei and protect her. Gue whispered, isn't it too risky? Regardless of the outcome, it may not end well. Tang San retrieved a piece of cloth from his bosom, a remnant from his stay at the inn. He deftly folded the cloth into a triangular shape and donned it over his face, securing it at the back of his head to obscure his features. Master, Gue, after the competition, I shall return on my own. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with me. This way, my identity will remain concealed, Tang San declared. Wang Yanfeng pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, exercise caution. Do you intend to register for the 3rd or 4th tier? If you opt for the 3rd tier, you may adequately mask your true abilities, and it is unlikely that you will be discovered. Tang San remarked, I believe I shall choose the 4th tier. The rewards are considerably more substantial. With that, he bent low and slipped into the throng behind him. You truly allowed him to participate in the competition? Gue cast a disbelieving glance at Wang Yanfeng. Moreover, what is this 4th tier? Does he genuinely possess authentic 4th tier strength? Wang Yanfeng nodded and responded, this child cannot be assessed by conventional standards. Although he is merely 9 years of age, he exhibits a remarkable composure far beyond that of his peers. Despite having studied under my tutelage for only a year, he consistently conveys an unwavering sense of assurance in all his endeavors. He must have his own plans. Throughout the past year, he had been imparting diverse knowledge to Tang San and his companions. However, it was precisely the insights that Tang San shared with him that enabled Wang Yanfeng to witness a significant enhancement in his own capabilities. bringing him to the precipice of the 4th tier. Remarkably, this transformation occurred within a mere year, a feat previously deemed unimaginable. Thus, his sentiments towards Tang San diverged from those he harbored for the other 4 children. He was acutely aware of Tang San's ascension to the 4th tier. Achieving such a rank at the tender age of 9 is exceedingly rare, even among the exceptionally gifted members of the monster clans. Excluding those born with extraordinary might, he had never encountered anyone from the Wind Wolf clan who attained 4th tier cultivation by the age of 9. This implies that Tang San, a child gifted with the Wind Wolf transformation, surpasses even the innate talents of the Wind Wolf clan itself. As a vassal race, it is virtually impossible for such a phenomenon to occur under normal circumstances, thus underscoring the extraordinary gifts possessed by Tang San. Even Wang Yanfeng himself remains somewhat uncertain about the true extent of his disciple's current prowess. In practical combat classes, Tang San seldom participates. Today, however, he proactively expressed a desire to engage in the collision tournament, eager to ascertain just how far he could truly advance in this relatively low-risk competition. Tang San navigated through the crowd, having just grasped the intricate rules of the competition's rewards. Regardless of the level of the contest, a solitary victory would yield a Lingxi coin, a prize of exorbitant value for those of the vassal class. Thus, upon arriving at the registration area, he was taken aback to find numerous human vassals and representatives of other vassal races also signing up, evidently eager to secure a victory and obtain the coveted Lingxi coin. In each tier of the competition, only the ultimate champion would be entitled to receive elemental coins, with the rewards increasing in magnitude at higher tiers. Furthermore, upon receiving the elemental coin, one would have the privilege to select a coin that resonated with their own attributes. Tang San approached the competition, not primarily motivated by the monetary rewards. His foremost aim was to harness the bloodline powers of various races encountered in this multifaceted contest, transforming them into bloodline imprints. This endeavor would not only enhance his mastery of the Xiantian art, but also augment the array of skills derived from these imprints. Each skill possessed unique capabilities, and the diverse talents of various monster races held distinct strengths. The greater the number of skills he acquired, the more adept he would become at wielding them. Presently, the wind blade bestowed by his Wind Wolf bloodline exhibited a prowess roughly equivalent to the 4th tier, while the Flash Leopard's ability was likely only at the 3rd tier, not yet reaching the 4th. This was primarily due to Zhu Jiasin being severely injured when they first encountered one another, resulting in a weakened bloodline power. These bloodline imprints could evolve through the consumption of additional abilities of the same type, a fact that Tang San had thoroughly confirmed through his experiments with the Wind Wolf clan. Thus, his principal objective in participating in the competition was to absorb the bloodline powers of the monster races and thereby bolster his own strength. Chapter 34. The competition commences as Tang San queued to register. The 3rd tier matches had already begun. His short stature hindered his view amidst the crowd, but he could hear the resounding cheers and the heavy sounds of collisions. The pace of the matches was naturally rapid, characterized by acceleration, impact, and the determination of victors. Winners would then have the option to proceed to the next round. Despite the numerous participants from both the affiliated clans and monster races, the registration process was surprisingly swift. When it was his turn, Tang San found himself somewhat speechless. The registration method was exceedingly straightforward. A table displayed numbered tokens, indicating both the tier and the specific number. Contestants merely needed to take a token to enter the competition, without any formal registration required. This was merely a form of entertainment among the monster clans. And being below the 6th tier, there were not many formalities involved. The area for obtaining tokens lacked any staff. Participants could simply take one at their leisure. However, once a token was acquired, they were required to join the queue for direct entry into the matches, meaning that one could not simply take a token without competing. Upon witnessing the slender human child, Tang San, approach with a token, a guard from the galley watch let out a peculiar chuckle, yet no one hindered his participation. Tang San knew without a doubt that the malevolent glances from the guards of Jelly were eagerly anticipating the sight of him being grievously injured. Whether in front of him or behind, the towering figures of the demon clan obscured his field of vision. These creatures did not even register the existence of this human vassal, who stood at a mere 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall. Their gaze simply did not descend to such a lowly height. Tang San cautiously peered through the crowd towards the arena of the collision tournament. At this moment, the fierce competition among the 3rd-tier participants was in full swing. The The ground was stained with the blood of unknown races. A recent clash had just concluded, featuring a creature from the formidable bear clan, standing less than 2 meters tall, evidently still in its youth. Its opponent was a being resembling a lizard. During their encounter, the lizard suddenly sank its body and swiftly pivoted, sweeping its tail towards the bear's legs. However, the young bear leapt into the air the instant it entered the collision zone, delivering a powerful kick with its hind legs that sent the lizard soaring. It crashed into the surrounding crowd, only coming to a halt when intercepted by the guards. The unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoed from the lizard, while the cheers of the onlooking creatures, particularly from the bear clan, grew resoundingly triumphant. The creed of the monster races is simple: the victor reigns supreme. This seemingly petite bear displayed remarkable ferocity, exhibiting not only brute strength but also a commendable degree of skill. In the subsequent rounds, whether through direct confrontation or employing cunning tactics, it consistently dominated, achieving victory after victory. Through observation, Tang San discerned that the young bears of the Savage Bear clan possess innate abilities akin to rage. Whenever they unleash their full strength, their bodies swell, their fur bristles, and their power becomes markedly enhanced. Their originally brown eyes transform to a vivid red. When a creature resembling a porcupine collided with him head-on, it was sent flying by the force of his shoulder. Although the porcupine's tusks left 2 wounds on him, it was unmistakably at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Despite being a third-tier creature, the combat prowess of this young bear was comparable to that of a fourth-tier opponent. Such is the disparity in racial talents among different species. This was Tang San's first encounter with such a multitude of monster clans. He meticulously observed the abilities of each species, etching their characteristics into his memory. Simultaneously, he analyzed the potential utility of these abilities for himself. He had already formed a fairly accurate understanding of the correlation between the Xiantian skill and the bloodlines of the monsters in this world. However, the only uncertainty that plagued him was the extent to which he could accumulate various bloodlines through his ongoing consumption. In other words, he pondered how many imprints of monster bloodlines his Xiantian skill could retain and whether this was related to the skill's level. Currently, he had only 2 forms: Wind Wolf Transformation and Flash Leopard Transformation, which granted him the abilities of Windblade and Leopard Flash. Both abilities were immensely valuable, one enhancing speed and the other providing ranged attack capabilities, provided he could continually elevate them. He believed that he was not capable of infinitely enhancing the abilities he consumed. There must be a numerical limitation, the extent of which remained unclear to him. He harbored a vague hypothesis, yet he needed experimentation to validate its accuracy. The ultimate victor of the third-tier contest was the young Savage Bear. Upon defeating 10 opponents, it roared triumphantly in the center of the arena. Ultimately, it chose 1 fire element coin and 1 earth element coin, along with 10 spirit coins as its victory reward. The bear presiding over the contest lifted the young bear high above its head, bellowing in the arena, "This is my son. Do you see? My son. First in the 3rd tier. Roar." The cheers and roars resonated, causing the very earth to tremble. The subservient races present were rendered mute, trembling in fear at the spectacle. The participants in the contest were predominantly from the 3rd-tier competition. Tang San noted at least 7 grievously injured, with 2 of their survival in question. With the conclusion of the 3rd tier, it was time for the 4th-tier competition. A robust pig demon slowly entered the arena. Its body covered in iron-black fur and its head notably large, standing about 2 meters tall. Its broad back exhibited astonishing power, with 2 stout tusks protruding from its lips. Emitting a ferocious growl, the Porcupine clan possesses a rare dual innate ability. Indeed, the innate abilities of the monster clans are not limited to a singular form. Wang Yanfeng had previously enlightened him on this matter, yet it does not imply that possessing multiple abilities guarantees strength. Relatively speaking, the most elite among the monster and spirit clans often possess a multitude of innate talents. The innate powers of the Porcupine clan, for instance, consist of 2, charge and backstab. The porcupine has sharp quills that can be projected from its back, and the charge ability is self-explanatory. The more formidable the porcupine, the greater the number of quills it possesses. The 4th-tier porcupine before him boasted an impressive 8 quills protruding from its back. As it positioned itself on one side of the arena, the 8 quills gradually rose, poised to launch forward, its back swelling as if ready to unleash its attack at any moment. Tang San found no interest in the innate abilities of the Porcupine clan. As for other races, he had no desire to become akin to a pig. Neither the charge nor the backstab were powers that appealed to him. Its opponent, however, was a lightning leopard. This marked Tang San's first encounter with a member of the leopard clan in today's collision tournament. None had appeared in the previous rounds of third-tier competitors. The lightning leopard excelled at speed, and frontal collisions were not its forte, which explained its absence in earlier contests. The fourth-tier lightning leopard that now emerged stood tall at approximately 2 meters, slender yet not imposing. Its squinted eyes glimmered with a hint of malice, and its fangs jutted downward. Despite its somewhat lean physique, it exhibited taut muscles, radiating vitality. Begin. With a thunderous roar from the host, the formidable bear. Both sides launched their assaults from opposite ends. The lightning leopard dashed forward with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, reaching the collision zone almost instantaneously. Meanwhile, as the porcupine raced forward, its 8 quills were unleashed without reservation. When the porcupine released its backstabs, Tang San couldn't help but regard it with newfound respect. The quills were not aimed at the leopard, but rather shot in other directions. Yet, these 8 quills effectively sealed off all possible escape routes for the lightning leopard. The porcupine was confident in its frontal collision power, believing it could easily overpower the leopard. However, it feared the leopardess speed. Should the leopard evade its charge, it would undoubtedly propel itself far away under full acceleration, risking defeat in the contest. If the porcupine and bear clans are considered powerful in the collision tournament, then the lightning leopard represents a school of technique. When strength meets skill, the initial objective is to restrict the opponent's technique. According to the rules, a collision must occur within 3 seconds of entering the inner circle, after which the victor will be determined. The porcupine's charge was not at full speed. For even at a lesser velocity, its tough hide and substantial bulk were sufficient to secure victory in a direct clash. The only concern was the opponent's evasion. Yet its spines restricted this aspect. The fourth-order flash leopard, undeterred by the 8 spines, maintained its swift advance. It charged forward with unwavering determination, as if oblivious to the presence of the 8 spines. As long as it refrained from evading, those spines could not possibly strike it. Both parties were swiftly approaching the collision zone. In Tang San's eyes, a purple glimmer flickered, rendering everything around him seemingly slow. The porcupine's tusks were already raised, while the lightning leopard appeared to charge forward with a straight, shimmering golden form, activating its speed-enhancing ability. In an instant, their figures intersected. With a resounding thud, the porcupine burst forth from the collision zone, while the lightning leopard soared straight upwards, executing a graceful roll in midair before landing steadily at the center of the collision circle. Without a doubt, the fourth-tier lightning leopard had secured victory in this contest. Most of the monster clans failed to grasp what transpired at the moment of impact, as the speed of the leopard was simply too swift. Upon its victory, a chorus of astonished voices erupted. Yet, Tang San perceived the events with clarity. As the two were about to collide, the lightning leopard leapt into the air in a split second, gliding almost in tandem with the porcupine's tusks. It then forcefully propelled itself off the porcupine's back. Although the porcupine did not charge with full force, it had activated its collision ability and could only decelerate during its frantic dash. Moreover, it attempted to block the leopard's evasive maneuver with its back spikes, believing it would inevitably collide head-on. However, the leopard managed to soar over it, and with the combined force of its hind limbs and its own momentum, it was propelled out of the collision zone. Conversely, the leopard's powerful leap transformed its forward thrust into an upward force, landing precisely in the center of the collision area, thus clarifying the outcome. Ultimately, the porcupine had underestimated the finesse required in this contest. Tang San mused that had he been the one to guide the porcupine, he would have advised against releasing its back spikes so early to block the trajectory. Instead, it should have unleashed them at the very moment of collision. Although the leopard was swift, confronting an unexpected burst from the 8 spikes at such close range, with indeterminate direction, would have posed significant danger. Should even one spike pierce it, the consequences could be dire. The porcupine, after all, had not fully utilized the advantages of its 2 innate skills. In contrast, the lightning leopard exhibited superior speed, skill, and composure, clearly holding the upper hand. The subsequent battles validated Tang San's assessment of the lightning leopard. It achieved successive victories, defeating 3 consecutive fourth-tier opponents, all succumbing to its speed and technique. Roar! It's my turn now. You shall perish, bellowed a robust rhinoceros demon with a horn on its nose, situated in the waiting area at the edge of the arena. Renowned for its formidable defensive prowess, it was also adept at charging. It had devised a strategy. Against such a speedster as the leopard, it would charge directly into the collision zone and remain there. No matter what techniques the opponent employed, they would be futile against its defenses. It was confident of triumphing over its adversary. However, just as it was about to step forward, a voice suddenly interrupted. Hold on, it's not your turn yet. The nearly 3-meter-tall fourth-tier rhinoceros demon paused momentarily, glancing down in surprise. It was only then that he noticed, standing before him, a diminutive figure that he had previously failed to detect. This slight silhouette was obscured by a cloth covering its face, rendering its features invisible. Yet, from its stature, it was evident that this was indeed a human, and a remarkably petite one at that. What mischief is this? Begone! The rhinoceros demon waved its massive hand, intending to sweep the intruder aside. However, the small figure took a swift step forward, dashing into the arena while proudly raising its identification badge. Fourth rank, number 6. Indeed, this was Tang San's badge. He had been the first to register, thus securing the 6th number among all competitors of the 4th rank. The leopard demon, having emerged victorious in 4 consecutive matches, was finally set to face him. The rhinoceros demon, towering behind Tang San, had been so engrossed in observing the arena that it failed to notice his presence. As Tang San entered the arena, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. For the demon race, the sudden appearance of a human vassal in the collision competition, particularly one of the 4th rank, was nothing short of astonishing. What audacity did this seemingly fragile human possess to step onto the battlefield, especially with his face concealed? The mask was not entirely surprising. After all, while vassals do not face the constant peril of death like slaves, offending a powerful demon could still lead to dire consequences. Yet, what drove him to this arena? The 4th-ranked lightning leopard, with its eyes glinting with a savage light, extended its tongue to lick its fangs. The sight of Tang San's entrance thrilled it. Having vanquished 4 opponents consecutively, its own stamina was waning. In terms of talent, the lightning leopard clan was not among the elite races, and it understood that sustaining 4 matches was a considerable challenge. However, each additional victory increased its chances of ultimately claiming the championship. After all, it was rare for any rank to witness a 10-match winning streak. The higher the rank, the slimmer the chances, as the strength of the competitors was formidable and the potential for exhaustion and injury was substantial. In the eyes of the lightning leopard, the emergence of this human vassal not only promised to save it effort, but also offered the prospect of an additional victory, an undeniably delightful scenario. It had also observed the next opponent, the rhinoceros demon, and knew that it held no advantageous strategy against such a powerful foe. The disparity in their races was significant, and the rhinoceros demon had a natural advantage over it. The 7th-ranked violent bear regarded the lightning leopard and then turned its gaze to Tang San, its eyes flashing with a brutal gleam. Tear him apart. Begin. Roar, roar, roar. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. The surrounding demons, having momentarily recovered from their surprise, erupted into a deafening chorus of roars. A subordinate daring to appear in the arena of the 4th tier is, in their eyes, an affront to their dignity. The flash leopard sprang into action, not even utilizing its full powers, but relying solely on its swiftness as it surged towards Tang San. Although it was a collision competition, the act of tearing apart an opponent with its claws upon impact seemed to it a trivial task. At that moment, Tang San too made his move. A cerulean light flowed from his exposed eyes. His physical form underwent little alteration, yet there was an evident gathering of wind elements, enveloping him in a faint azure glow. Wind. Azure glow? Is this a transformation into the wind wolf? The expression of the 4th-tier flash leopard grew increasingly ferocious. The wind wolf clan and the flash leopard clan had always been bitter enemies. Even if the latter were merely a subordinate, they were still a vassal of the wind wolf clan. Among the spectators, there were certainly members of the wind wolf clan. Upon realizing that this subordinate belonged to their lineage, their immediate feeling was one of disgrace. It was certain that they would be defeated by the leopard demon. This would bring shame upon the wind wolf clan. Chapter 36. Instant Kill. The leopard's ascension. Tang San's speed appeared to be inferior to that of the lightning leopard. Hence, as the leopard charged into the collision zone, he was still 5 meters away. The leopard soared directly past the collision zone without employing its signature move. Its razor-sharp claws already extended, its elongated body stretching forth. Its menacing fangs were aimed squarely at Tang San. In its mind, the gruesome fate of this subordinate human had already materialized. His arms and chest would be torn asunder by its own claws, his throat pierced by its fangs. But where was he? Just when the 4th-tier lightning leopard anticipated the imminent sensation of the warm, delectable blood of a human, it suddenly realized that the human had vanished. Indeed, Tang San had disappeared from its line of sight. In a remarkable maneuver, Tang San executed a slide. As he surged forward, his upper body reclined completely backward. His knees bent, and he glided along the ground. The elongated form of the lightning leopard swept over him, just above his head. At that very moment, with a gaze as cold as ice, Tang San extended his hands, now transformed into jade-like appendages, from which sharp claws formed, coalescing from blades of wind. With merely the extension of his resolute hands, the charging fourth-tier lightning leopard had unwittingly exposed its chest and abdomen to his claws. With two swift thrusts, Tang San's hands pierced the leopard's abdomen. The leopard was not known for its defensive capabilities, and moreover, its abdomen was its most vulnerable region. As Tang San's hands delved into the abdomen of the lightning leopard, his legs coiled upward, entwining around its waist. His slender form was propelled forward by the momentum of the charging beast. At that moment, the Xiantian skill activated, fervently absorbing the bloodline power within the lightning leopard. The imprint of the lightning leopard on his body suddenly brightened, as a torrent of bloodline energy was transformed and surged into him. The imprint evolved instantaneously, ascending from the third to the fourth tier. This momentous breakthrough made Tang San feel as if his body had become remarkably lighter. The potency of the Xiantian skill also experienced a noticeable enhancement. As the fourth-tier lightning leopard's abdomen was pierced, it emitted a heart-wrenching wail of agony. Yet, in the next instant, the sound abruptly ceased. The bloodline power was ferociously devoured in an instant, and in the following moment, the blade of wind erupted within its belly. At the moment Tang San made his move, he had no intention of allowing it to survive. The flash leopard, aside from the Windwolf clan, was the most suitable race for him to devour. However, if he consumed too many, the opponent would inevitably become aware. He could not afford to take that risk. Only by silencing them could he ensure a complete consumption. When the observing monsters witnessed the flash leopard pounce and Tang San's body vanish, their immediate reaction was to believe that Tang San had been pinned beneath it, and his demise was certain, prompting them to cheer with excitement. Yet, the anguished roar of the fourth-tier flash leopard snapped them back to reality. The cries of terror abruptly ceased, as if a hand had clenched around their throats, and then a torrent of blood mixed with entrails erupted from the mouth of the fourth-tier flash leopard. Tang San turned over and emerged from beneath the fallen flash leopard. He shook his hands, removing the blood that clung to them. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, which seemed to be choked in their throats, he stepped into the collision circle. The fourth-tier flash leopard lay motionless in a pool of its own blood. Silence enveloped the arena, a brief yet profound stillness that none of the monstrous spectators had anticipated. A mere vassal of humanity had slain a fourth-tier flash leopard? How could this be possible? Despite the fact that the flash leopard had already engaged in 4 consecutive battles without utilizing its signature skill, it had perished so inexplicably. Yet, the reality was undeniable. The blood on the diminutive human's palms, alongside the lifeblood still flowing from the flash leopard's mouth, attested to the veracity of the event. The bright lights illuminated his slender figure, and for reasons unknown, an aura of icy coldness seemed to radiate from him, sending shivers down the spines of the observing monsters. A sudden wolf howl pierced the air. A colossal wolf demon, towering over 2.5 meters, strode forth, directing a howl towards Tang San. Well done. Truly worthy of the bloodline of the Wind Wolf clan. This 5th-tier Wind Wolf demon's eyes sparkled with fervor. Had Tang San vanquished an opponent from another race, even utilizing the Wind Wolf transformation, the clan would have remained indifferent. However, he had slain a flash leopard, the most adversarial of foes. In that moment, the Wind Wolf clan overlooked his status as a vassal. The shame transformed into exhilaration. Nothing thrilled them more than the demise of a flash leopard. Suddenly, a massive flash leopard leaped into action, charging toward Tang San in the collision circle. With astonishing speed, its form flickered in the air, executing the leopard flash technique. And within an instant, it stood before Tang San, swifter than the previous combatant. The 5th-tier Wind Wolf demon, who had just lauded Tang San, found it too late to intervene. At that critical juncture, a gigantic hand descended from the heavens, forcefully striking the seemingly invincible creature. With a resounding thud, the flash leopard was sent hurtling away, crashing into the throng of monsters. Standing beside Tang San was a 7th-tier savage bear, towering over 4 meters. Its eyes glinting with ferocity. Its massive hand slowly lowered. A loss was a loss, and rules were rules. Any thoughts of revenge would have to wait until after the match. Tang San silently retracted his right foot, having prepared to unleash his ghost shadow misty steps, even readying his leopard flash. The sudden ambush came from a 5th-tier lightning leopard. Faced with such a swift opponent, he held no absolute confidence. Yet, the intervention of a 7th-tier violent bear alleviated the impending crisis. From a distance, Wang Yanfeng and Gui Gui watched with bated breath. Gui Gui turned to Wang Yanfeng, her hand tightly gripping his arm, her nails digging into his skin. "Brother, is this the disciple you trained?" "No, a monster?" "A 4th-tier lightning leopard, indeed, a 4th-tier lightning leopard." To participate in a collision competition was one thing, but to dispatch a 4th-tier lightning leopard in a single encounter? Was this the work of a mere human vassal? Wang Yanfeng stood in a daze, muttering, "Who am I? Where am I? Who is he?" Meanwhile, Tang San, standing at the center of the arena, gazed up at the colossal 7th-tier violent bear, asking, "Does the match continue?" His voice bore a hint of youthfulness, unmistakably that of a child. The 7th-tier violent bear lowered its head, and perched upon its shoulder, the recently crowned champion of the 3rd-tier collision competition, the little violent bear, looked at him with curiosity. Continue. Chapter 37. Armored Technique. Tang San took a deep breath, feeling the surging vitality and the flowing energy within him, as his next opponent stepped into the arena. The rhinoceros demon. Indeed, it was the same creature that had failed to notice Tang San earlier, mistakenly believing it was its turn to compete. At this moment, the tumult within the arena had quieted considerably under the imposing presence of the 7th-tier violent bear. The previously launched lightning leopard had risen to its feet, its gaze intensely fixed upon Tang San. In this clash, the recently fallen 4th-tier lightning leopard was the first casualty among its kind. As for the demise of its subordinate, such losses were seldom held in their hearts. The Wind Wolf clan subordinate had slain a 4th-tier lightning leopard, an affront that would be deemed a profound humiliation for the lightning leopard clan. Lower-tier lightning leopards had already returned to relay the news. However, Tang San had no time to ponder the sentiments of the lightning leopard clan, while Wang Yanfeng and Gui Gui began to grasp the significance of his masked appearance. The rhinoceros demon emitted a low, rumbling roar, lowering its upper body to the ground, its forelimbs bracing against the earth as its right hind leg scraped the surface, its aura intensifying. A layer of dark yellow light radiated from its form. This was the rhinoceros demon's most proficient skill, the heavy armor technique. In terms of defense, the rhinoceros clan undeniably ranks among the elite within the demon species. Few races could withstand a direct charge from a rhinoceros demon. This 4th-tier rhinoceros was already a favorite contender in today's competition. With a sudden, fierce roar directed skyward, the rhinoceros demon charged towards Tang San with reckless abandon. Its hooves pounding the ground, and the sharp horn upon its snout emanated a blinding light, propelled by an overwhelming force as it barreled toward Tang San. Tang San also launched an assault, his speed appearing no different from when he charged at the flash leopard moments earlier. The azure light still enveloped him, radiating the unique essence of the Wind Wolf clan. The distance between the two adversaries shrank rapidly. At that moment, Tang San suddenly raised a hand, sending 2 azure wind blades hurtling towards the rhino demon. Upon release, the wind blades traced elegant arcs through the air. The rhino demon merely noticed the flicker of azure light in his hand, only to witness the blades veering off course as if by mistake. Yet, just as confusion clouded its mind, a brilliant azure light burst forth in its eyes. The 2 elegantly arcing wind blades had already targeted its eyes with impeccable precision, exploiting its inherent speed and spatial awareness. At this juncture, both combatants were on the cusp of entering the collision zone. The rhino demon snorted coldly, abruptly halting its limbs and steering directly into the collision zone, simultaneously shutting its eyes. It was skeptical that Tang San's wind blades could penetrate its heavy armor technique. Even though the skin around its eyes was one of the most vulnerable areas of its body, it should remain impenetrable. Unbeknownst to it, Tang San's intention was precisely to exploit this moment of blindness. The wind blade struck against its eyelids, although the heavy armor technique provided some defense. The rhino demon could not help but feel a sharp pain in its eyes, issuing yet another roar of fury. Meanwhile, Tang San had already leaped into action. Observing demons watched as a new wind blade manifested in his hand. Initially a turquoise hue, the blade underwent a transformation in his grasp, with the very air around him visibly coalescing into a gust towards his palm. In a fleeting moment, the turquoise wind blade shifted rapidly to a deep emerald green. The rhino demon, its eyes stinging, tilted its head back, but regaining its sight would require time. It could only rely on its memory to guide itself into the collision zone. Tang San's slight figure descended from the air, gracefully landing upon the head of the raging rhinoceros demon. With a swift motion, he plunged the dark green wind blade into his target, the creature's eye. Simultaneously, his other hand struck down upon the demon's crown. A soft thud echoed as, upon closer inspection, one could observe the eyelid of the rhinoceros demon rapidly caving in where the wind blade had made contact. Its heavy armor provided formidable defense, yet it remained merely a fourth-tier creature, far from being considered powerful among its kind. The protective capability was only marginally spread across its body, integrated with its own resilient hide, unable to project energy outward. However, the wind blade in Tang San's grasp was a concentrated manifestation of wind elements, striking with unparalleled sharpness at its most vulnerable point, the eye. In the next instant, the wind blade shattered, dissipating into a flurry of green sparks. Yet, the rhinoceros demon let out a nearly maddened howl of agony, its entire upper body rearing up. It could no longer concern itself with the contest of collision. With frenzied hooves pounding the ground, and its massive head thrashing wildly, it sought to unleash its mightiest attack against Tang San in retaliation for the grievous injury inflicted upon its eye. Yet, at that moment, Tang San had already gracefully leaped away, landing securely at the center of the collision zone, unnoticed by others. A flash of yellow light briefly flickered from the palm of his hand that had previously rested atop the demon's head. The internal energy of his Xiantian skill surged forth, swiftly replenishing the expenditure from his recent wind blade strike. However, he felt a twinge of surprise within. He had held nothing back in that attack. Although it was not his ultimate technique, he considered the penetration power of that strike to be remarkably formidable. The fourth-tier rhinoceros demon had indeed sustained severe injury to its eye, yet it appeared that its sight had not been completely extinguished. This demonstrated the impressive resilience of the rhinoceros demon clan's heavy armor technique. A seventh-tier violent bear, with its colossal paw, seized the frenzied rhinoceros demon's horn. With a thunderous roar, it summoned its strength, effortlessly lifting the robust creature high above its head with a single hand. In the next moment, it brought the demon crashing down to the ground, rendering it unconscious. Useless. Take it away. Can't you even defeat a mere vassal? The seventh-tier violent bear's disdain was laced with a hint of fury. 2 victories in a row. Tang San consecutively triumphed over the 4th-rank lightning leopard and the 4th-rank rhino demon. Although he relied on technique, those from more formidable demon clans discerned that it was far more than mere skill. The judgment of timing and his own composure were pivotal to his victories. Gui's gaze was decidedly peculiar, if she had harbored significant concern for Tang San's safety during his first match. Now her sole inquiry was directed towards Wang Yin Feng beside her. Where exactly did he procure this little monster? The Wind Wolf clan's windblade. Was it merely that simplistic? Furthermore, a 4th rank at such a tender age. She was acutely aware of Tang San's true age, 9 years old and already 4th rank. Such exceptional talent was unparalleled. She had scarcely heard of such beings in the human realm. In Wang Yanfeng's eyes, a myriad of colors danced. He had long known of Tang San's prowess. A year prior, when Tang San was merely 3rd rank, he had already suffered defeat at his hands. However, he never anticipated Tang San's strength could escalate to this extraordinary level. This was entirely beyond his expectations. With a thunderous roar, Tang San's 3rd adversary made its entrance. In stark contrast to the previous rhino demon, this opponent was considerably smaller in stature. Its figure was remarkably slender, appearing to stand only 1.5 meters tall. Yet, from its back sprouted a pair of wings, unfurling majestically with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters. Within its elongated eyes, a sharp glimmer of light could be observed. If I recall correctly, this participant should not have been the one who just stood behind me. It appears that a contestant position further back has been advanced. Was this done specifically to counter me? This creature must belong to the hawk and falcon category of the monster clan. Undoubtedly, after witnessing the previous 2 battles, the monsters must perceive that I possess agility and exceptional combat skills. They likely believe that their more clumsy kin would be at a disadvantage against me, which is why they have chosen to send forth these swift and skillful hawk-like creatures to confront me. For a mere vassal to achieve consecutive victories is undeniably a source of shame for the monsters participating in this collision tournament. Tang San required little contemplation to discern the subtle fluctuations within the hearts of these monstrous beings. The white-headed falcon demon, belonging to a relatively rare species among the demon kin, was renowned for its remarkable speed and endurance in flight. Although its combat prowess was not particularly formidable, its exceptional aerial and reconnaissance abilities set it apart. With eyes capable of detecting minute changes from 10 miles away, it stood as the finest scout among the demon race. The white-headed falcon demon had evidently emerged at the behest of higher-ranking demons, intent on countering Tang San's agility. In truth, a genuine Wind Wolf clan would not fear the white-headed falcon demon, for they possessed not only the ability to wield wind blades, but also considerable physical strength. However, Tang San, being merely a subordinate with a frail physique, appeared swifter to the demons, yet this frailty undoubtedly rendered his defenses more vulnerable. Employing a creature so adept in speed and reconnaissance against him was exceedingly fitting. The death of the previous lightning leopard was largely attributed by the other demons to the creature's own carelessness. Commence. With the command of a 7th-tier violent bear, the white-headed falcon demon flapped its wings vigorously, soaring into the air in the blink of an eye. Its gaze, infused with a radiant white light, activated its eagle-eye bloodline talent, instantly locking onto Tang San. Should Tang San find himself under its scrutiny, he would perceive that everything around him seemed to decelerate and sharpen in clarity. Under the watchful gaze of the white-headed falcon demon, every subtle quiver of Tang San's muscles was distinctly discernible. Even the frequency of his eyelashes fluttering was visible. At that moment, Tang San remained stationary, not advancing but allowing his hands to hang naturally at his sides, with azure light flickering at his fingertips. The white-headed falcon demon ascended to a height of 100 meters in an instant. In the next moment, it dove downward, its wings retracting slightly yet remaining partially spread, continuously adjusting to control the angle of its descent. This ability to alter its flight trajectory was its greatest strength. It relentlessly sought Tang San's vulnerabilities, ready to strike with precision the moment it discerned a flaw. In its eyes, Tang San was already a doomed soul. Yet at that moment, Tang San finally sprang into action, his toes barely grazing the ground as he sprinted toward the collision zone. Simultaneously, he lifted his gaze to meet that of the white-headed falcon demon. Their eyes locked, and he perceived the radiant white light within the demon's gaze. Just then, the white-headed falcon demon caught a fleeting glimpse of the violet hue in Tang San's eyes. That ephemeral shade, although momentary, struck the falcon demon's mind with an overwhelming force, plunging it into a brief stupor, as if its mental realm had been abruptly jarred. In the fleeting moment after rushing into the collision zone, Tang San sprang upwards, his arms, which had been hanging at his sides, suddenly arcing upwards. With a deft motion, he unleashed 2 blades of wind from each hand, directing them towards the airborne, white-headed falcon demon. Although the demon's momentary daze lasted but an instant, the imprint of Tang San's violet gaze lingered in its mind. As it regained its senses, the sharpness of the wind blades, imbued with a silent azure glow, was already upon it. True to its nature as the most adept evader among demonkind, the white-headed falcon demon swiftly adjusted its body, narrowly avoiding the 2 incoming wind blades at the last possible moment. With claws extended and wings unfurled to control its descent, it attempted to grasp the remaining blades. However, that brief moment of confusion had cost it the advantageous position it once held. While astonished, it prepared to ascend once more and launch a counterattack. Yet, having already activated the violet extreme demon eye, Tang San would not afford it such an opportunity. The 2 wind blades that had missed their target circled back stealthily, now approaching from behind. Just as the demon's talons were about to seize them, the blades erupted into 4, accelerating instantaneously and striking the slender body of the white-headed falcon demon. Although much of the impact was absorbed by its feathers, the strength of the wind blades, being of the 4th rank, was not so easily resisted, resulting in a sudden burst of crimson light. The 2 wind blades that had circled back viciously struck the demon's back, eliciting a pained scream as it plummeted towards the ground. Tang San, having leapt into action, reached out with both hands, one grasping the delicate neck of the white-headed falcon demon and the other seizing its chest. As he spun through the air, he flung the demon away. With a resounding thud, the white-headed falcon demon crashed to the ground, blood flowing from its wounds, rendering it unconscious. A triumphant victory. Tang San took a deep breath and gracefully descended into the collision zone. If the first match was a stroke of luck and the second revealed a vulnerability, what could be said of the third? The gazes of the watching monsters shifted, their scrutiny of this human vassal taking on a new intensity. When did a mere human vassal acquire such combat experience and prowess? It is worth noting that the white-headed falcon demon had been specifically chosen to confront him. Yet it had underperformed, failing to evade the slicing wind blades during its assault. To all the monsters, it appeared as though the white-headed falcon demon had erred. Yet they remained unaware of the true nature of that blunder. The 7th-tier violent bear furrowed its brow, fixated on Tang San, who was quietly retreating to one side of the arena, preparing for the next round. The next one. Rules are rules. Although the monster clan abides by the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, where strength reigns supreme, it also possesses its own order and regulations, especially within the confines of the main city. Thus, even if Tang San were merely a vassal, the monster clan could only address him in accordance with their established protocols during this collision tournament. They could not swarm him, nor could high-tier beings bully those of lower tiers. How could an ordinary wind wolf transform exhibit such remarkable combat skills, and perhaps even fortune? Tang San's fourth opponent has entered the arena, a creature that was originally meant to be his adversary in the previous match. Following the defeat of the white-headed falcon demon, the sequence of challengers has continued as planned. This opponent is a deer demon, adorned with forked antlers and possessing a robust physique. Unlike many other demons, its gaze does not exude ferocity. Instead, it carries an air of tranquility. As it regards Tang San, a faint glimmer of light flickers in the depths of its eyes. Its fur is remarkably unique, a delicate shade of blue interspersed with clusters of white. Is this the lynxy deer demon? Tang San felt a stirring within. He had heard a detailed account from Wang Yefeng regarding this particular type of deer demon. They are exceptionally unique, possessing blue fur, which is exceedingly rare among demonkind, especially within the deer demon lineage. The population of deer demons is relatively substantial, placing them at a moderate level among demon races. The lynxy deer demon does not belong to the royal lineage of deer demons and does not possess significant strength. However, their innate ability is remarkably peculiar. This talent is referred to as the lynxy hard eye. The most formidable aspect of this bloodline ability is its heightened perception. The lynxy metal, used to forge lynxy coins, was discovered by the lynxy deer demon clan. The primary advantage of lynxy coins is that they can be carried on one's person, enabling the bearer to maintain mental focus, and even serving to invigorate the mind and enhance cultivation. After the lynxy deer demons uncovered lynxy metal, this metal was subsequently minted into coins, named after their clan. Although the population of lynxy deer demons is scant, their status among demon races surpasses even that of the royal lineage of their own deer demon kin. The lynxy hard eye grants them the ability to perceive many things that other races cannot see, characterized by their formidable sensory skills. They can sense both fortune and misfortune, as well as the presence of treasures, marking them as a lineage endowed with powerful psychic abilities. Consequently, while their combat prowess may be lacking, they are warmly welcomed in any demon clan. Several prominent demon families also count lynxy deer demons among their ranks. Chapter 39. The Retreat from Battle. Tang San never anticipated that he would encounter a spirit rhinoceros deer demon during this collision competition. The creature's eyes emanated a soft blue luminescence, and as its gaze settled upon Tang San, he experienced an uncanny sensation of being completely seen. However, in the next moment, a flicker of confusion appeared in the depths of the demon's eyes. It had indeed been scrutinizing Tang San with its innate perceptive abilities, seeking to uncover any weaknesses while also sensing his uniqueness. The demon could feel the vitality surging within Tang San, a vigor that belied his slender physique. Yet, simultaneously, it sensed an undercurrent of unease, as if there existed something unsettling about this young man before it. This left the ordinarily composed spirit rhinoceros deer demon feeling somewhat agitated. "Begin," roared the 7th-tier violent bear. The reason for not allowing the spirit rhinoceros deer demon to take the stage first was primarily due to its lack of combat prowess. In this confrontation, it was merely here for the experience, driven by its insatiable curiosity. This curiosity often led it into perilous situations, which is why most spirit rhinoceros deer demons sought refuge among powerful races, finding safety under their protection. This time, it was Tang San who initiated the encounter. He propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, rushing towards the spirit rhinoceros deer demon. The demon slightly lowered its head, charging at Tang San in return. In that instant, it had gained clarity. It sensed that this human vassal bore no ill intentions. The impending collision would undoubtedly be safe. The distance between them swiftly diminished. The spirit rhinoceros deer demon charged straightforwardly. While it possessed a robust physique, its combat strength was not on par with the 3 preceding challengers. It was merely a participant in this event. Consequently, after the earlier battles, no one believed that this spirit rhinoceros deer demon could triumph over the somewhat extraordinary vassal of the Windwolf tribe. As they rapidly approached one another, on the verge of collision, Tang San leaped into the air. With a graceful motion of his hands, he positioned himself right in front of the spirit rhinoceros deer demon. The demon felt as though something was gripping its antlers. In the next moment, Tang San was above it, one hand pressed firmly atop its head. Suddenly, a wave of intense fear washed over the spirit rhinoceros deer demon, prompting an instinctive and forceful shake of its head. In an instant, Tang San was flung away, while the demon, overwhelmed by trepidation, wobbled on its forelegs, nearly losing its balance. It struggled to regain its footing, its heart filled with a sense of bewilderment. Tang San executed a somersault in midair, landing awkwardly on the ground and stumbling back a few steps before finally regaining his balance. Meanwhile, the lynxy deer demon, with a bewildered expression, had already reached the epicenter of the collision zone. It stood upright once more, gesturing towards its own nose, as if to say, "Have I won?" The seventh-tier violent bear was equally astonished. How could the anticipated victor have faltered, while the unexpected contender triumphed? When did the lynxy deer demon become so formidable, effortlessly sending the human flying? Or was it that the human had already exhausted himself and could no longer continue? As the observing demons gazed at the lynxy deer demon in astonishment, Tang San swiftly made his way to the prize table, seizing 3 lynxy coins before promptly disappearing into the crowd. The demons from the clan he maneuvered through attempted to reach out and grasp him, eager to glimpse the visage hidden beneath his mask. However, they soon realized that this slender human moved through the throng with the grace of a fish, vanishing from sight in mere moments. The ghostly shadow stealth technique was perfectly suited for this densely populated space. Having won 3 rounds and lost to the lynxy deer demon, he made his hasty exit. Upon witnessing Tang San's unexpected defeat and his immediate departure, Wang Yanfeng and Guigui exhaled in relief. They too dared not linger, swiftly retreating to blend into the crowd and hastily leaving the scene. For the demon clan still engaged in the collision competition. Aside from the enraged Flash Leopard clan and the exhilarated Wind Wolf clan, the reactions of the other demons were relatively subdued. Tang San emerged from the crowd and immediately quickened his pace. His memory was remarkably sharp, vividly recalling the path he had traversed earlier. He did not seek out Guigui and Wang Yanfeng. Instead, he navigated through the streets and alleys, deliberately advancing from the shadows. He made his way back to the tavern. Less than a minute had passed since his departure when several flickering yellow-glowing Flash Leopard tribe members swept through the area he had just vacated. Their noses twitched, attempting to discern his scent and trace his whereabouts. Naturally, their efforts proved futile. For Tang San, concealing his aura was a simple matter. He merely needed to transform the bloodline imprint of the Wind Wolf, which had employed the Wind Blade, into that of the Flash Leopard. With the alteration of his bloodline aura, how could they possibly identify his scent? Continuing the competition would undoubtedly yield further victories. Defeating a 4th-tier monster tribe in a contest primarily focused on skill and strength would not be an easy feat. Tang San's performance today had already been quite restrained. Had he exerted his full strength, the white-headed falcon demon and the rhino demon might not have survived. During the 3rd match, he noticed a Flash Leopard departing the arena, clearly to summon reinforcements. Having accomplished his primary objective for the day, he saw no reason to linger. Utilizing the clash with the spirit rhino deer demon, he swiftly made his escape. As he hurried away, he remained vigilant for any impending dangers, a subtle smile beginning to form at the corner of his mouth. Success. His main goals had been achieved. Upon returning to the hotel, Tang San quickly retreated to his room, finally removing his mask to gaze out the window. It wasn't long before Wang Yanfeng and Guigui returned. The two rushed to Tang San's room, and before Guigui could utter a word, he presented her with a spirit rhino coin, saying, "Guigui, this is for you." Guigui was taken aback. In her modest inn, she typically accommodated impoverished human vassals, many of whom were unable to pay. It was rare to even receive well-preserved demon coins, let alone a finely crafted spirit rhino coin. Faced with such a gift, the reprimands that had been on the tip of her tongue were instantly swallowed. Tang San took out another lynxy coin and handed it to Wang Yanfeng. "Teacher, I apologize for causing you concern." Wang Yanfeng accepted the lynxy coin, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. "You possess an audacity that is quite remarkable. You even went so far as to slay that lightning leopard." Tang San's face betrayed a hint of fear. "I had no intention of taking its life. I merely raised my hand, and who could have foreseen the outcome? Teacher, will there be any repercussions?" Observing the terror etched upon his countenance, Wang Yanfeng's expression relaxed slightly. It would be truly abnormal for a 9-year-old child to remain unperturbed after slaying a monster. Fortunately, you fled swiftly, by the time we departed. Numerous leopard demons had already arrived, Wang Yanfeng remarked, a note of lingering anxiety in his voice. Tang San inquired, might this lead to repercussions for other human vassals? Wang Yanfeng shook his head and replied, that will not be the case. Distinct vassals belong to different races. They are naturally protected by their respective kin. Upon our return, we observed that the flash leopard and wind wolf had already begun to clash. After all, the core issue remains the conflict between the two races. That is reassuring, Tang San exhaled in relief. Chapter 40. The transformation of the bloodline imprint. Wang Yanfeng cast a profound glance at him and turned to Gui, saying, you should rest for now. Keep a vigilant watch at the gate tonight. Although there should be no significant issues, it is prudent to exercise caution. Very well. I shall scout ahead. You all ought to retire early. I believe it would be best for you to depart tomorrow. Although Tang San is masked today, his physique is still rather conspicuous, Gui murmured. I am aware. Wang Yanfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Once Gui departed, Wang Yanfeng's gaze returned to Tang San as he solemnly questioned, why did you choose to participate in the collision competition today? This is not your usual demeanor. Though you are the youngest among the five of you, you have consistently exhibited the most composure. What has prompted such impulsiveness today? Are you aware of the dangers involved? Tang San hung his head, resembling a child who had erred. Speak, Wang Yanfeng exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Watching Tang San compete today, his heart was genuinely lodged in his throat, especially when he witnessed Tang San vanquish the Thunder Leopard from the surface. It appeared as though he had been overpowered by the fourth-tier Thunder Leopard. At that moment, Wang Yanfeng felt a sense of impending doom. Yet, who could have anticipated that Tang San would triumph in 3 consecutive matches? The formidable defensive prowess of the Rhinoceros Demon and the astonishing speed and perception of the White-Headed Falcon Demon both fell before him. Wang Yanfeng pondered to himself. Even if he were to intervene, he might not have performed any better than Tang San had. Tang San murmured softly, Teacher, that milk tea is delightful. I wish to earn some money. Milk tea? Wang Yanfeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the child before him, who was bowing his head. Suddenly, an inexplicable heaviness settled in his heart. All of this, merely for a cup of milk tea. A wave of indescribable sorrow surged within him. At that moment, he realized that the figure before him was still a mere 9-year-old child. Growing up amid servitude, he had never known warmth. In the eyes of the demon race, human slaves were no different from livestock. That cup of milk tea likely offered him a taste he had never experienced before. Our human children, willing to risk their lives merely to earn enough for a cup of milk tea. Yes, milk tea is sweet and fragrant, Tang San said, his head bowed. Wang Yanfeng took a deep breath, suddenly stepping forward to embrace Tang San, pulling him into his arms. Tang San lowered his head, yet at this moment, the visage and laughter of the beautiful young gentleman he had encountered today danced through his mind. The cup of milk tea rested upon his bedside, a cherished object solely because it had been touched by the elegant youth. He resolved never to act so foolishly again. In the future, whenever he craved milk tea, he would simply inform his teacher, who would gladly accompany him to procure some. Wang Yanfeng's voice was no longer stern. It resonated with a subdued warmth, tinged with a hint of suppressed emotion. Tang San felt a tremor in his heart, and in that fleeting moment, visions of his father from his past life surfaced in his mind. Compared to this life, his previous existence could be deemed fortunate, at least in his childhood. He had the companionship of a father. His father in that life was one of the few formidable figures of his era, always by his side during perilous times as he navigated his path of growth. From Wang Yanfeng, he sensed the comforting presence reminiscent of his father from his past life. I am sorry, master. I shall not act impulsively again. I appreciate your concern. Tang San sincerely acknowledged his mistake. Indeed, had he not encountered the beautiful young man today, whose profound impact on his heart was undeniable, he would never have recklessly decided to participate in the competition. However, the moment he beheld the beautiful young man, he found himself unable to restrain his inner impulses any longer. Today marked the happiest day since his arrival in this world, as he had located the reincarnation of his beloved from his past life. At this moment, he also felt the warmth of paternal love emanating from Wang Yanfeng. He had anticipated a stern reprimand from Wang Yanfeng and Gui upon his return, yet unexpectedly, he was met only with kindness. Wang Yanfeng gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Forget everything that happened today. You possess great talent and will undoubtedly go far in the future. Rest early. I will check on your Aunt Gui. If nothing happens tonight, everything should be fine." "All right," Tang San replied softly. Wang Yinfeng patted his shoulder lightly before departing. Once alone, Tang San noticed that the Lingxi coin he had given Wang Yinfeng remained on the bed, untouched. Master is truly a good person. Tang San's heart warmed considerably. Turning off the light, Tang San sat cross-legged on the bed. He first collected his thoughts before gradually entering a meditative state, feeling the surging power of his Xiantian skill within him. The 4 battles of the day were of immense significance to him. His choice to engage in the 4 battles and withdraw at the right moment was meticulously planned. In the first battle against the Flash Leopard, he vanquished it, swiftly absorbing all of its 4th-tier bloodline power, primarily to enhance his own Leopard Flash ability. The enhancement of Leopard Flash was of great importance to Tang San. The instantaneous acceleration it provided would empower him with greater adaptability and versatility during combat. The disparity between 4th-tier and 3rd-tier abilities was monumental, significantly augmenting his strength. Had it not been for the watchful eyes of the crowd, the true might of his wind blade would have been far superior. Elevating Leopard Flash to the 4th tier would undoubtedly advance his overall combat prowess. In the subsequent 3 battles, he merely absorbed a fraction of the bloodline power from the Rhino Demon, the White-Headed Falcon Demon, and the Lingxi Deer Demon, forming faint bloodline imprints within himself. Given the modest amount absorbed, these imprints were akin to those of the 3rd tier. Why absorb 3 different types? One reason was to broaden his array of skills. There exists one paramount reason. Tang San seeks to ascertain the number of imprints he can devour through the Xiantian skill. According to his hypothesis, it is highly probable that each tier of the Xiantian ability can consume a singular imprint, thereby granting him a unique skill akin to that of a demon god transformation. Nevertheless, this remains a conjecture that requires empirical validation. Having already acquired the Wind Blade and Leopard Flash, should he successfully consume 3 additional imprints, he would possess the abilities of the 4th tier, surpassing the norm. If all 3 can be inscribed within his Xiantian skill for utilization, it would signify that his previous assessments were erroneous. Conversely, if only 2 can be inscribed while the 3rd remains unattainable, it would validate his initial judgment, greatly benefiting his future cultivation endeavors. Ultimately, however, the outcome surprised Tang San. At that moment, the 3 strands of bloodline power he had absorbed remained uninscribed, akin to 3 distinct orbs of light in varying hues, suspended within his Xiantian skill, patiently awaiting their fate. Tang San faintly sensed that these 3 skills could be inscribed within his Xiantian art, becoming part of his own abilities. However, he also felt that the Wind Blade and Leopard Flash skills he already possessed seemed to be undergoing a transformation, becoming more dynamic and vibrant. What could this signify? Tang San could not help but feel a sense of perplexity. Why was it that after acquiring 3 new abilities, the 2 skills he had previously possessed now seemed to wane in potency? This was a situation he had never encountered since embarking on his journey of cultivation in this world. The ephemeral nature of the 2 existing imprints did not induce anxiety. Rather, he found himself brimming with excitement. For him, both the Wind Blade and the Leopard Flash were not formidable abilities, nor did they possess significant potential for enhancement. The ceiling of their growth was painfully evident. In this circumstance, the most troublesome predicament arose from the fact that the skills he had already imprinted could only continue to evolve, while the total number of skills he could imprint remained limited. Consequently, at least until he transcended to the divine level, the Wind Blade and Leopard Flash would accompany him throughout his growth. Chapter 41. Fusion of new imprints. Undoubtedly, this represented the worst-case scenario. Yet Tang San found himself devoid of alternatives. During the initial phase of his arrival in this world, his foremost priority was to comprehend the system at play. The fusion of Wind Blade and Leopard Flash had, in fact, opened the gateway to this world, gradually leading him to his current understanding. Thus, he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility that if his skills were constrained to a certain quantity, he would simply have to accept the persistent existence of Wind Blade and Leopard Flash while endeavoring to enhance their power and tailor their application to suit his needs. At this moment, with the arrival of the 3 new imprints, he was inexplicably delighted to discover that the 2 deeply embedded skills within his bloodline had suddenly become tenuous, as if they could detach from his lineage at any moment. This revelation sparked a sense of joy within Tang San, suggesting that his Xiantian skill, in conjunction with the various abilities of this world, had the potential for further transformation. Although he was uncertain of the nature of these changes, they undeniably opened the door to more possibilities. He refrained from hastily invoking the 5 imprints and instead took a moment to quietly perceive the distinctions among them and their connection to his body. Among these 5 imprints, It was evident that the wind blade and leopard flash stood out as larger and more radiant. Although the leopard flash had just completed an upgrade and could not yet rival the wind blade, it had made clear progress. The other three abilities had not yet reached the 4th tier. In the midst of combat, Tang San had little opportunity to absorb more. Nor could he fully assimilate the opponent's bloodline power, lest his devouring ability be exposed. Consequently, the heavy armor technique of the Rhino Demon, the eagle eye of the white-headed Falcon Demon, and the heart eye of the Spirit Deer Demon all hovered around the 3rd tier. Among the 5 imprints, the 2 4th-tier ones, having already fused with Tang San's bloodline, appeared more vivid, while the other 3 were evidently detached from the system, yet still influenced by the Xiantian skill. After a period of silent observation, Tang San could sense that these 5 imprints were, in fact, quite stable. Even those 3 imprints that have not yet melded into his very essence remain confined within a certain boundary, showing no signs of departing from his corporeal form or dissipating. This is indeed rather peculiar. As the Xiantian skill circulates within his Dantian, his power transforms into a swirling vortex, where the 2 skills already imprinted within him rotate in harmony with the whirlpool, as if he were an intrinsic part of this phenomenon. Conversely, the 3 newly acquired skill imprints hover above the vortex, influenced by its pull, yet failing to integrate. It is not that they lack the desire to assimilate, rather, it is Tang San's decision not to employ the Xiantian skill to draw them in. His observations yield fruitful insights. He gradually perceives a remarkable truth. Although these 3 newly arrived skill imprints have not merged with his being, their existence is nonetheless nourished by the Xiantian skill. This implies that, even while suspended outside the whirlpool of his Xiantian skill, they can quietly absorb some of its energy to sustain themselves. With a mere thought, Tang San directs his spiritual energy to sever the connection with the heavy armor technique imprint. Instantly, the heavy armor imprint quivers gently, then begins to fade at a pace discernible to the naked eye. Tang San immediately directed the Xiantian skill to reinfuse the imprint, and instantly, the seal became vividly clear once more. He quickly discerned that these bloodline imprints, belonging to the transformation of the demon god, bestowed upon him skills. Their existence required the nurturing of his Xiantian skill, akin to a transformation during their utilization. If he severed their connection with the Xiantian skill, these skill imprints would vanish. As long as he maintained the Xiantian skill's sustenance, they would persist. If that were the case, could he not freely switch between the integrated skills and those yet to be merged? With this thought, Tang San began to experiment, using his mental power to guide the leopard flash imprint, attempting to extract it from his bloodline. As he initiated the leopard flash, he immediately sensed his Xiantian skill stirring. The once steady vortex began to fluctuate. However, his mental power was remarkably stable. He did not hasten to abruptly draw out the leopard flash, but proceeded gradually, cautiously tugging while observing the changes. Soon, he began to uncover some clues. The leopard flash imprint was being drawn out bit by bit, and during this extraction process, its brilliance started to wane, as if the recently ascended power was beginning to diminish. Tang San did not pause. For him, comprehending the relationship between the Xiantian skill and these skill imprints was far more significant than the leopard flash. The leopard flash could be devoured again if lost, but failing to grasp its integration with his Xiantian skill would hinder his future self-improvement. At last, the leopard flash gradually separated from the Xiantian skill under his persistent and steady extraction. The moment it completely detached, its aura plummeted from the recently ascended 4th rank to the 3rd. However, the leopard flash imprint now hovered above the vortex of the Xiantian skill, rotating silently alongside 3 newly acquired imprints. Indeed, it was possible to separate in exchange for other skills. A surge of joy filled Tang San's heart. This indicated that he would not be adversely affected in his growth due to a misguided fusion of skills. Yet, at the same time, his earlier desire to switch skills that will faded into a mere illusion. If each separation resulted in a diminishment of the skill imprint's capabilities, he would have to proceed with great caution. At his current level, the 3rd and 4th rank imprints were inconsequential, but as he ascended to higher tiers, gaining a rank would undoubtedly become a formidable challenge. The prospect of being downgraded due to separation would be quite disheartening. The wind blade, of course, could not be separated, as it pertained to his identity as a windwolf. Thus, the leopard flash was the subject of his previous experimentation. Gazing at the 4 skills suspended above his Xiantian skill, Tang San continued his trials, initiating the integration of these 4 imprints into his being. First came the return of the leopard flash, perhaps due to their prior fusion. The process of reintegrating the leopard flash into the embrace of the Xiantian skill was remarkably smooth, occurring in the blink of an eye. However, it remained at the third rank. The previously dissipated imprint layers had not been restored. Next was the heavy armor technique. The integration of the heavy armor imprint proceeded at a more languid pace. Yet Tang San discovered that as he assimilated the heavy armor technique, his bloodline seemed to undergo a certain transformation, becoming more robust, and his physical strength appeared to amplify in tandem. These imprints brought not merely the skills themselves, but also certain attributes inherent to their original bloodlines. He had not perceived such a distinct sensation when fusing the wind blade and leopard flash imprints. Perhaps it was due to the higher tier of the rhinoceros demon's bloodline? Next was the eagle eye imprint from the white-headed falcon demon. Upon its integration, Tang San distinctly felt a refreshing coolness emanating from his eyes, akin to the benefits he experienced during the assimilation of the heavy armor technique. If this were the case, it would signify that the stronger the original bloodline of the fused skill, the greater the benefits conferred upon him post-integration. This was indeed a fortuitous discovery. Chapter 42. Devour. Merge. As his body grew stronger from the incorporation of bloodline imprints, might he one day possess the power of a bear, the speed of a leopard, and the endurance of a horse? This was a direct enhancement of his physical prowess. Lost in thought, Tang San began the fusion of the final skill imprint. This is, for him, the most crucial aspect of the integration process. It marks the fifth stage, transcending his current tier. Should he succeed, it would signify that he is yet to reach the pinnacle of skill integration. In circumstances where separation is feasible, naturally, the more skills he can amalgamate, the greater his holistic advancement. Even when he eventually encounters his limits, he can replace the existing imprints with superior skills in the future. With the evident enhancements brought about by the heavy armor technique and the eagle eye technique, Tang San begins to question whether his earlier judgment was erroneous. He harbors hopes of integrating the spirit eye of the Lingxi deer demon. This spirit eye appears to augment perceptual prowess, a rarity indeed. Perhaps even more precious than abilities that directly enhance combat effectiveness. However, true to his lineage as the God King, his prior assessment proves accurate. As he endeavors to incorporate the spirit eye into his Xiantian skill, the whirlpool of the Xiantian skill palpably swells, with the four internal imprints radiating their respective luminescence. When the luminous entity representing the spirit eye initiates its integration, he is immediately met with a formidable repulsion, as if it seeks to expel the new entity from the circle. Indeed, his conjecture is confirmed. It appears that each tier permits the integration of only one additional skill, rather than allowing for an infinite amalgamation of imprints. Tang San did not feel much disappointment. For him, certainty was paramount. This was also the reason why he sought to assimilate three distinct abilities for experimentation. With a firm grasp of his judgment, he could subsequently choose his path in cultivation and improvement. If it did not yield the desired results, that was acceptable. There was no rush. After all, nurturing the mind's eye ability of the Lingxi deer demon merely consumed a portion of his Xiantian energy, causing his progress to be slightly slower. Once he arrived at a conclusion, he would then decide which ability to retain and which to replace. Just as he was on the verge of relinquishing the integration of the Lingxi mind's eye, he suddenly sensed a tremor from one of the four seals within the vortex of his Xiantian energy. Immediately, a force of attraction emanated from that seal. The previously repelled Lingxi mind's eye seal paused momentarily, then was drawn in by the seal that emitted the attractive force, slowly beginning to merge into it. This was. Tang San was instantly enveloped in a wave of tension, not the anxious kind, but rather an exhilarating anticipation. He refrained from interfering with this transformation, choosing instead to concentrate his spirit to its utmost focus, silently observing the fluctuations between the two imprints. The imprint that produced the alluring pull was none other than the eagle eye skill, recently settled within him by the white-headed falcon demon. At that moment, this eagle eye was evidently generating a strong suction, as if intent on drawing in the Lingxi hard eye and subsequently devouring it. However, this act of consumption appeared to be fraught with difficulty. The Lingxi heart eye was struggling vehemently, seemingly unwilling to be consumed by the eagle eye. Yet, the determination of the eagle eye to absorb was unwavering. Simultaneously, Tang San could immediately sense a significant depletion of his Xiantian Gong energy. The eagle eye was rather intriguing. It was siphoning off his Xiantian Gong energy to facilitate the consumption of the Lingxi heart eye. This indicated that, in terms of hierarchy, the bloodline of the Lingxi deer demon should surpass that of the white-headed falcon demon, thus necessitating the assistance of Xiantian Gong energy for the latter's bloodline imprint. The most critical question remained: could they actually merge? This phenomenon had not manifested in the more formidable Windblade, nor had there been any changes in the leopard flash or heavy armor technique. Only the eagle eye exhibited such peculiar behavior. Was it possible that, given a certain shared origin, bloodline imprints could mutually consume one another? Could this be classified as an anomaly or perhaps a hybridization? Tang San couldn't help but entertain some peculiar thoughts, yet he refrained from interfering with this process of fusion and devouring. He merely observed silently, allowing the eagle eye to absorb as much of the mysterious celestial energy as it desired. Tang San quietly activated the Xiantian skill, diligently restoring his expended energy. It was noteworthy that the consumption incurred by the eagle eye was indeed substantial, with Tang San's 4th level of Xiantian skill merely a short while had elapsed. Yet a third of his power had already dissipated. However, he also observed that a third of the bloodline imprint of the Lingxi heart eye had been drawn into the eagle eye imprint. The imprint of the eagle eye itself had noticeably brightened, albeit without any apparent increase in tier. The Lingxi heart eye, originally resembling a shade of turquoise, and the eagle eye, marked by a white bloodline imprint, upon merging had transformed the eagle eye imprint into a pale azure hue that deepened progressively, reminiscent of the wind blade imprint, yet more luminous. This development was indeed intriguing. The rate of absorption, coupled with the burgeoning strength of the eagle eye imprint, accelerated gradually. When Tang San's Xiantian skill had nearly exhausted over 2/3 of its energy, the imprint of the Lingxi heart eye finally vanished completely, merging seamlessly with the eagle eye to form a unified azure imprint. On the surface of this imprint, a faint flow of white energy emerged. This phenomenon clearly transcended mere absorption. The eagle eye had not only fortified itself but had also acquired certain attributes of the Lingxi heart eye. Otherwise, the color of the imprint would have remained white, rather than manifesting such an extraordinary transformation. Tang San silently cultivated his Xiantian skill while reflecting on the bountiful gains of the evening. This night had undeniably yielded immense rewards. Most crucially, he had discerned the limits of his skill imprint and the potential for skill-devouring evolution, particularly the latter. Tang San, the reincarnated God King, finds himself in a world that is entirely novel and unfamiliar. However, by discerning certain underlying connections, he is able to gradually grasp the essence of this realm and leverage his innate abilities for self-enhancement. More crucial than acquiring new skills or advancing in the Xiantian art is understanding the relationship between his bloodline imprint and his own Xiantian art. With this revelation, a clear path for future advancements emerges. Furthermore, it is notable that skills that have already been imprinted are not immutable. They can be detached at the expense of the hierarchical nature of the bloodline imprint itself. In this world, he stands alone in cultivating the Xiantian art, rendering his abilities uniquely singular. Given his current frailty, he is not yet a target for the dimensional forces of this realm. Whether this will change in the future remains a concern for when he ascends to the divine level, transforming 2 skills into 4. One of which is a fusion of 2 bloodline imprints, undoubtedly amplifies Tang San's strength significantly. The night passed without incident, and the small and welcomed the dawn in tranquility. The absence of the flash leopard or wind wolf tribe's beasts indicated that the events of the previous day had been surmounted. As for what transpired after the collision tournament, that was not a matter for Wang Yanfeng, Gui, or Tang San to ponder. As morning broke, the first light of dawn unfurling softly, Tang San awakened from his meditation, a daily ritual of his. He pushed open the window, focusing his gaze on the pale horizon, where the first light of day was just beginning to emerge. As he activated the Xiantian art, the auspicious purple energy that accompanies the sunrise provided him with the prime opportunity to cultivate the purple extreme magic eye. A faint hue of purple blossomed within his eyes, and suddenly, Tang San's pupils constricted in astonishment as he perceived that his vision seemed to be magnified, as if the horizon had drawn nearer in that fleeting moment. At that precise instant, a streak of purple energy appeared on the distant skyline, heralding the arrival of auspicious purple chi from the east. Chapter 43. The Eye of Spiritual Insight. Tang San felt a surge of warmth in his eyes, as if his vision had instantaneously established a connection with the violet energy. An abundance of this energy flowed into the depths of his gaze, causing his eyes to become somewhat feverish, compelling him to swiftly close them. He focused all his mental strength to control the vast influx of violet energy, merging it with his own essence. This transformation was remarkably peculiar, imparting a sensation of warmth throughout his entire being. As he experienced the changes within his violet extreme magic eyes, he began to contemplate privately. This must be the result of the fusion of the eagle eye and the spiritual inside eye. The integration of these two bloodline imprints seemed to have significantly enhanced his vision. Thus, what if he were to employ this skill to cultivate his violet extreme magic eyes? No, that would not be prudent. Merely through regular cultivation, the violet energy he had just summoned was already several times greater than usual. This would enable him to achieve remarkable progress in the cultivation of his violet extreme magic eyes with minimal effort. However, if he were to draw upon the skill, an excessive influx of violet energy could prove problematic. His eyes might not withstand it, risking blindness. Having lived 3 lives, he was far from reckless. After a brief contemplation, he reached a conclusion. The benefits of assimilating bloodline imprints exceeded his expectations. They could also fortify his body. At this moment, he could distinctly feel his strength augmenting. A boon bestowed by the Rhino Demon's heavy armor technique. The world he had often harbored disdain for finally revealed to him some of its inherent wonders. After a considerable interval, having digested the violet energy, Tang San quietly assessed his progress. His violet extreme magic eyes had evidently advanced, equivalent to what would typically require 5 or 6 days of cultivation. By now, the sun had risen, and the sunlight, often blinding to the ordinary eye, appeared gentle to Tang San. The daily moment of violet energy had passed. He could not utilize his newfound ability for the cultivation of the violet extreme magic eyes. Thus, he pondered, what would occur if he were to incorporate it during its activation? With this thought, Tang San focused his intent, closed his eyes, and summoned the cerulean bloodline imprint within him. As the azure light surged forth, he distinctly sensed that a portion of his Shintian skill had been expended, nearly 1/10 of it. In the next moment, all his perceptions sharpened dramatically. The chirping of insects and the calls of birds echoed as if they were right beside him. The world around him appeared vividly three-dimensional, as if an unseen force resonated with his awareness. Instinctively, he became aware of the 2 Lingxi coins resting on the table. A faint shift in their energy seemed to align with his perception. At that moment, Tang San slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 beams of purple light shot forth from the depths of his gaze, extending over half a foot. As the violet light burst forth, Tang San felt as though his vision had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. What he beheld was a kaleidoscopic world. The sky remained the same, yet everything was imbued with vibrant colors. Yet, within this expanse of sky, it is composed of countless hues. The azure points of light represent the essence of the wind element. The crimson signifies fire, the cerulean embodies water, the verdant symbolizes the vitality of life, and the amber denotes light. And what of the white? It appears to be the purest essence of the heavens and the earth. Under his gaze, the world seems to have been deconstructed, each entity reduced to its most fundamental elements. With a mere thought, he summoned the winds. Instantly, the azure wind elements coalesced towards him, and Tang San instinctively extended his hand, allowing these wind elements to gather naturally within his palm, forming a swirling vortex that spun gently. The ability to perceive elements was not merely a visual feat. It was a profound sensory experience. The fusion of the Eye of Insight and the Eagle Eye indeed proved extraordinary. It also enabled his purple extreme magic eye, in conjunction with it, to unleash even greater powers. Undoubtedly, in that fleeting moment, Tang San discerned that among the 4 skills he possessed, the most formidable was not the wind blade that facilitated ranged attacks, nor the leopard flash that granted him speed, or the heavy armor technique that provided defense, but rather this extraordinary Eye of Insight, a synthesis of the Eagle Eye and the Eye of Insight. The Eye of Insight lasted for 30 seconds, and as its effects faded, Tang San distinctly felt a slight soreness in his eyes, prompting tears to fall. What a wondrous ability! The Eye of Insight is undoubtedly a skill to be diligently enhanced in the future. Its benefits were already apparent, and in time, its potential for further elevation would be even more significant. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. As Tang San turned, he saw Wang Yanfeng entering through the door. Upon seeing him, Wang Yanfeng paused in surprise. "Why are you crying?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was just dazzled by the sunlight," Tang San replied hastily. Wiping away his tears, Wang Yanfeng scrutinized him. Sensing that something about Tang San had changed, he seemed somehow different, particularly in those eyes. Although tears had recently flowed, they appeared to possess a deeper profundity. "We must prepare to leave. Your ghost Anne has just gone out to gather information. After yesterday's collision competition, the Flash Leopard clan and the Wind Wolf clan engaged in a fierce battle, and only a significant intervention from the city guards managed to suppress it. Both clans are searching for you, the Wind Wolf vassal. We must depart from Jelly City swiftly. Though your face is concealed, your physique remains a glaring flaw. Tang San nodded. His actions yesterday had indeed been somewhat impulsive. While they brought considerable benefits, they also risked considerable trouble. Leaving promptly was clearly the wisest course of action. Yet, at that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he instinctively glanced out the window, fixating on a particular direction. He longed to see her once more before departing. But it now seemed impossible. Wait for me, my beautiful prince. I shall return promptly. In the heart of Carrie City. Miss May has just arranged the ingredients for milk tea in the multitude of cups before her and was preparing to brew the tea. Suddenly, her steps faltered, and her delicate brows knitted together. What is it, Xiaomei? Su Qin inquired with concern, casting a glance at her daughter. It's nothing, Mama. I just experienced a fleeting sensation of palpitations. I cannot fathom why, Miss May replied, gently shaking her head. Su Qin approached her, facing her directly, and tenderly caressed her long hair. If you're feeling unwell, you should take a break. Mother is here for you. I'm fine, truly, Miss May insisted, hastily shaking her head and offering her mother a radiant smile before resuming her duties. The influx of customers seeking milk tea was ceaseless, with hundreds of cups sold daily. After deducting costs, the earnings were quite satisfactory. As evening approached, one of the girls working in the shop took over Miss May's tasks. Mei Jia, you should rest. I'll handle the remainder, Xiao Xue suggested. Thank you, Xiao Xue, Miss May replied, turning her head to smile at her. Xiao Xue winked and gestured towards the back with her lips. Miss May seemed to understand intuitively, giving a slight nod. Yet, at the moment she turned, an inexplicable shift in her aura occurred. Chapter 44, Homeward Bound. Tang San and Wang Yanfeng exited the city with relative ease, as Gui drove a cargo truck to carry them away. It was only after they had distanced themselves from the gates of Jelly City that Gui allowed them to disembark. She regarded Tang San with a gaze laden with complexity. This child possessed a talent that far surpassed that of ordinary vassals. But was this truly a blessing for Wang Yanfeng? Or, indeed, for them as vassals? Tang San, Gui called out to him. Aunt Gui, he responded. With a soft sigh, Gui remarked, You are the most promising and exceptional vassal I have encountered among our kind. However, you must understand that in this world, the demon and spirit clans hold dominion. Their strength is overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond our capacity to contend with. Those who surround you, who have managed to survive as vassals, have endured countless tribulations. To live is to have a chance. While the future remains shrouded in uncertainty, if you aspire to make a difference for humanity, you must safeguard your valuable life. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand. Tang San nodded earnestly. Gui regarded him intently and said, I hope you truly grasp the weight of my words. Brother, this advice extends to you as well. You must protect him and keep a vigilant eye. Such incidents as occurred yesterday must never repeat. Luck will not always favor us. Wang Yifeng silently nodded, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Do not return to Jelly City for the time being. Wait until you have matured a bit more, at least until you are taller, before you come back. Gui instructed Tang San. Tang San cast a glance towards the direction of Jialicheng, pondering whether he could truly refrain from going there. This place held far too many significant ties for him. After bidding farewell to Gui, Wang Yanfeng and Tang San set forth on their journey. Along the way, Wang Yanfeng remained relatively silent, lacking the earnest guidance he had previously offered to Tang San. It was not until they veered off the main road onto the narrow path leading to Huifeng Wolf Town that Wang Yanfeng spoke up. Tang San, he began, prompting Tang San to turn his head towards him. In the past, I have always perceived you as still young, in need of time to mature and refine your aspirations. However, this time, I have come to realize that you are no longer a child. You exhibit a composure beyond my expectations. Yet, amidst this steadiness, what compels you to act impulsively? Such sudden impulsiveness. Tang San said, Teacher, I yearn for swifter growth and a greater strength. I hope that the tragedies of humanity may diminish. Wang Yanfeng nodded and replied, This is a desire shared by many enlightened individuals. However, as Gui rightly pointed out, we remain too feeble in this world. The might of the demon and spirit clans is beyond what you can presently fathom. Tang San, however, shook his head and replied, No, you are mistaken. I can envision their formidable power. Yet, does the strength of our adversaries grant us the right to remain passive? If we choose inaction, humanity shall forever remain in bondage. In terms of intellect, we still surpass both the demon and spirit races. But why must our kin be subjected to their tyranny? or worse, become their sustenance. Wang Yinfeng responded, "It is because heaven does not favor us. We possess wisdom, yet lack innate talent." Tang San remarked, "No, it's not that we lack talent. Rather, we have yet to discover a way to harmonize with this world." Wang Yinfeng was taken aback, for he had not anticipated such words from Tang San. He recalled having heard something akin to this once before. "Tang San, you." Tang San solemnly remarked, "Teacher, I do not believe that I alone possess the power to alter the fate of humanity. The true catalyst for such change lies in discovering the methods that allow us to resonate with this world, thereby enabling us to gradually grow stronger. This may not be achievable within a single generation, yet with perseverance, there will undoubtedly be a way forward. When I first arrived in this world, even the former deity that I was felt fear and helplessness. However, as my understanding of this realm deepens, I have begun to perceive its nuances. As I have articulated, humanity in this world has yet to uncover the means to harmonize with it, much like the Doloa continent of my previous life, where, at the time of my birth, the soul beasts were still immensely powerful, making it difficult for humanity to contend with them. Yet, humanity eventually discovered the path to awakening their martial souls, growing stronger, and evolving into soul masters, ultimately encroaching upon the habitat of the soul beasts and becoming the sovereigns of the Doloa continent. Thus, is not the fairy continent before us a nascent version of the Doloa continent? Perhaps, in a millennium or 10,000 years, humanity will similarly find ways to empower themselves, overcoming the demon and spirit clans. Although in this realm of Fa Lawn, on this fairy continent, such aspirations may appear daunting, given that the tiers of the demon and spirit clans far surpass those of the soul beasts in the Doloa continent. Nevertheless, hope is not entirely extinguished. Perhaps, in some cosmic design, my reincarnation in this world is meant to bestow hope upon its inhabitants. Wang Yinfeng suddenly chuckled. "I initially intended to persuade you. Yet I find myself swayed by your arguments. The teacher also looks forward to witnessing your discovery of a more harmonious approach to this world. However, before that, you must remain as inconspicuous as possible. The words you have shared with me today should not be mentioned to anyone else." "Understood," Tang San nodded. Upon returning to Wind Wolf Town, everything was as usual. Tang San went home first while Wang Yinfeng reported to the Wind Wolf Lord. As he stepped through the courtyard gate, Tang San felt the howling wind. Upon closer inspection, he saw the three Wang brothers engaged in a spirited sparring match. The trio appeared to be in a free-for-all, refraining from using wind blades, relying solely on the enhanced physiques granted by their Wind Wolf transformations. They were eagerly searching for openings, continuously launching attacks and entangling with one another. Ling Muxue stood nearby, watching with great interest, her hands shimmering with a green light, indicative of her practice in mastering the wind element. Upon noticing Tang San's arrival, her eyes brightened as she rushed over, exclaiming, "Tang San, you're back." Tang San offered a faint smile and nodded at her, clearly impressed by their fervent practice. "Indeed," he replied, "with you and the teacher absent, we were instructed to engage in more practical exercises. It is through such hands-on experience that we can more readily stimulate our ability to assimilate and master the transformation into the Wind Wolf." Ling Muxue remarked with a smile. Tang San nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, the sound drawing the attention of the Wang brothers, whose movements immediately ceased as they turned to face him. Tang San gently shook his head, remarking that your progress is exceedingly slow. Upon hearing this, both Wang Chao, Wang Zhong, and Wang Xiaolei were momentarily taken aback. Tang San is the youngest among the five of them. On most days, Wang Yinfeng often remarks on his youth, preventing him from participating in practical training exercises. Tang San, being taciturn, seldom engages in conversation with the others, dedicating his time to silent cultivation. It was only during their initial practical training exercise that they witnessed Tang San unleash his wind blade. At that time, the three brothers of the Wang family had yet to fully awaken their intellect, remaining somewhat oblivious to their surroundings. After a year of guidance from Wang Yinfeng, they have now gained a rudimentary understanding of the outside world. Wang Xiaolei snorted and said, "How can we be slow in our progress? Just look at my agile form." As he spoke, still in his Wind Wolf transformation, he suddenly lunged towards Tang San, his right hand clawing out swiftly. Startled, Ling Muxue, who stood beside Tang San, raised her hand to unleash a wind blade, but was promptly halted by Tang San's intervention. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward with a swift push off the ground. It was now Wang Xiaolei's turn to be astonished. He had merely intended to intimidate Tang San and had no intention of genuinely attacking him. As he observed Tang San charging towards him, he hastily attempted to withdraw his claws. Suddenly, he perceived a blur before his eyes, as Tang San deftly evaded his grasp and closed the distance between them. Wang Xiaolei, tall and slender despite his youth, stood nearly as tall as Wang Chao. Tang San raised his right hand, and snaring Wang Xiaolei by the neck and executing a swift spin. Wang Xiaolei felt his forward momentum abruptly redirected, sending him crashing sideways to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 45. Time waits for no one in his wind wolf transformation. Wang Xiaolei's physical prowess remained commendable. Upon landing on his back, he quickly sprang back to his feet, exclaiming in anger, "You're cheating. You ambushed me." Tang San merely stated, "Had this transpired on the battlefield, your throat would have been severed by my hand." Wang Chao and Wang Zhong exchanged glances, and Wang Chao could not help but inquire, "What has come over you today, Tang San?" Tang San glanced at them and remarked, "It's nothing. I merely believe that your rate of growth should be swifter. You three, come together. I shall accompany you in practical combat." Wang Chao, astonished, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind?" Before his words had fully escaped his lips, an ethereal blue light swirled in Tang San's hand, and two blades of wind shot forth towards him and Wang Zhong. Although Wang Zhong had remained silent, his focus was unwavering. Upon suddenly spotting the wind blades, he instinctively sprang into action, his explosive power propelling his body upward as he deftly sidestepped the blades, charging directly at Tang San. Bang! The wind blade he narrowly evaded detonated suddenly, sending a shockwave that caused Wang Zhong to veer off course in his advance. Meanwhile, the other wind blade also erupted. Wang Chao had intended to counter Tang San's attack with his own wind blade, yet it found only empty air, and the ensuing blast forced him to retreat a step. "Attack him!" Wang Xiaolei screeched, already dashing towards Tang San once more. Tang San turned his head to look at him, and with a swift movement of his feet, he approached Wang Xiaolei. When Wang Yanfeng successfully completed his task and returned to their residence, he was taken aback upon entering the door to find the three brothers of the Wang family sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Xiaolei's eyes were even rolling back in his head. Tang San was engaged in conversation with Ling Mu Shui, who appeared to be deep in thought. "What is the matter? Everyone rise." Wang Yanfeng furrowed his brow and reprimanded, "Teacher, you have returned." Wang Xiaolei suddenly sat up, his voice tinged with a sob. Tang San has assaulted us." "Teacher, are you being partial? Why is he so formidable, inflicting such pain upon us?" Wang Yanfeng was taken aback and turned to gaze at Tang San. Tang San calmly remarked, "I merely believe that they ought to mature at a swifter pace. Otherwise, I fear they may never attain the status of vassals." Wang Yanfeng was rendered speechless, having just advised him on the way back to maintain a low profile. Tang San naturally had his own plans. Before encountering the young Master Mei, he intended to progress steadily and discreetly, concealing his abilities as much as possible. However, nothing was more urgent for him than reaching the side of young Master Mei. Consequently, he also had to contemplate how to journey to Jelly City and how to depart from this place, not just for himself, but for all the vassals here. Undoubtedly, Jelly City offered far greater safety, and what Wang Yanfeng provided him was not merely knowledge. To facilitate the migration of everyone to Jelly City, numerous tasks needed to be accomplished. Strength was foundational, but suitable opportunities and justifiable reasons were also essential. With a heart brimming with ambition, he had to commence preparations, starting with the swift development of the Wang family's three brothers and Ling Mu Shui. The three brothers of the Wang family regarded Tang San with expressions akin to that of witnessing a marvel. They could hardly fathom that their youngest brother possessed such formidable combat prowess. Wang Yefeng observed Tang San, then glanced at the other three and contemplated before saying, "In that case, starting tomorrow, Tang San will also join the practical combat class." "What?" the Wang brothers exclaimed in unison. "Tang San, come with me," Wang Yefeng beckoned, leading Tang San to the second floor. "What is the matter?" Wang Yefeng inquired, looking at him. This journey to Jelly City had undeniably altered his perception of Tang San, not solely due to the combat strength displayed, but more importantly, because of his meticulous thinking. During the collision competition, from participation to departure, he left no traces of vulnerability. It seemed perilous, yet upon reflection, from donning a mask to feigning defeat and retreating, he afforded the Flash Leopard clan no chance to pursue. Such feats did not appear to be within the capabilities of a mere child. Mature beyond his years, indeed. "I wish to assist them in their rapid development," Tang San stated with unwavering confidence. Wang Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly. What do you intend to do? Tang San said, naturally, I am here to assist them in smoothly acquiring their vassal certificates. Teacher, could you help me locate some information about Windwolf Town? How many residents are there? What are their ages? What is their strength? And so forth. The more detailed, the better. I wish to help everyone analyze our opponents. Wang Yifeng was taken aback. Analyze the opponents? Tang San nodded earnestly. Is it truly just an analysis of the opponents? Wang Yifeng couldn't shake the feeling that it was more complicated than that. Tang San remarked. To know oneself and to know the adversary is the key to achieving victory in every battle. The vassal qualification examination 2 years hence is a matter of life and death. Thus, diligent efforts are paramount. Very well. I shall do my utmost to assist you in your search. However, you must be cautious and keep your capabilities confidential. Endeavor to remain discreet and limit your outings. Understood? Wang Yifeng advised. Yes, you may rest assured, came the reply. Tang San returned to his quarters to rest, while Wang Yifeng remained in his own room, contemplating for a moment before rising to leave. In the Windwolf Town, Wang Yifeng's primary duty involved overseeing the human vassals and serving the Windwolf Lord. Consequently, he often found himself with little to occupy his time, yet he could communicate directly with the Windwolf Lord. Within the confines of Windwolf Town, his status was rather precarious. As a vassal leader of the 4th tier, he possessed greater strength than most werewolves. Yet the lowly status of a vassal meant that even ordinary werewolves treated him with disdain. Tang San returned to his room, and Wang Zhong had already come back. Why are you so strong? Upon seeing Tang San's arrival, Wang Zhong immediately leaped down from the bed, his gaze intense and fervent as he stared at him. Tang San proclaimed, it is the combination of talent and hard work that leads to true strength. Just as Wang Zhong was about to say something further, he heard Tang San continue. Would you like to learn the footwork I employed during our battle today? Wang Zhong was taken aback, instantly recalling Tang San's elusive figure, which they could not hope to match, leaving them to bear the brunt of the assault. Absolutely. Wang Zhong replied without hesitation. I shall teach you. From that day forth, in the practical combat classes, Wang Yifeng permitted Tang San to join, yet upon his arrival, Wang Yifeng himself chose to withdraw from participation. Tang San's guidance to the Wang brothers and Ling Muxue was distinctly different. Wang Zhong, slight of build yet possessing a resilient character, was taught the ghost shadow stealth technique. Wang Chao, the most robust among them, learned the crane control and dragon capture technique. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaolei focused on mastering the mysterious jade hand. Each of the 3 absorbed a unique secret art from him. Typically, these 3 extraordinary skills, which Tang San had inherited from his previous life, required the support of the Xiantian skill for proper cultivation. However, here, he found himself unable to instruct them in the Xiantian skill. He had subtly guided Ling Muxue in her attempts to cultivate it, but she was immediately hindered by the influence of her own Wind Wolf transformation bloodline, rendering her incapable of practicing it and even risking bloodline chaos. This situation likely related to the unique attributes of the Xiantian skill. While he was uncertain if those without the awakened Wind Wolf transformation could cultivate it, he currently had no means to experiment. Thus, he could only adapt the 3 extraordinary skills to simpler forms, allowing their utilization through the strength of the Wind Wolf transformation bloodline. Ling Muxue was also instructed in the ghost shadow stealth technique. Among the 4, her talent was the most exceptional, and her progress the swiftest, though her physical strength did not match that of the Wang brothers. Additionally, their Wind Wolf transformation bloodline power was limited, as the wolf demon that bestowed their bloodline was not particularly formidable, resulting in a weaker inherited bloodline. Nonetheless, under Tang San's tutelage, the strength of the 4 advanced rapidly. As night fell, Tang San silently slipped through the window and ascended to the rooftop of the 2-story building, sitting cross-legged atop the roof. A faint glow sparkled in his eyes, a soft golden aura emanating not from the purple extreme demon eyes, but from the spirit inside eye. Instantly, the world before him transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, with various attributes and elemental hues vividly presenting themselves within his field of vision. Recently, as he delved deeper into training with the spirit inside eye, his mental strength and purple extreme demon eyes had both intensified alongside his mastery of the spirit inside eye. How wonderful it would be to gaze upon the distant city of Jelly. The image of that figure surfaced in his mind, igniting warmth within his heart. His mental energy began to ripple silently, guiding the azure elements among the vibrant hues to envelop the building below. Under the guidance of the spirit inside eye, he could feel the power to manipulate these elements, Consequently, the wind element in the building below became noticeably denser. This was Tang San's method to accelerate their cultivation, enhancing the wind element's density through the guidance of the spirit inside eye. A sphere of azure light gradually coalesced in the palm of his outstretched right hand, emanating a soft, gentle glow. This represented the wind elements that were continuously compressed. The external wind elements resonated with the bloodline power formed by the wind wolf transformation imprint within him. Thoughts of the variations and characteristics of the wind elements flooded Tang San's mind. If humanity were to truly rise in this world, it would require them to possess their own unique strength. After all, the power of the demon god transformation was borrowed from the spirits, not inherently belonging to humanity itself. Only by discovering a method for humanity to cultivate independently can there be a genuine possibility of establishing a foothold in this world. As Tang San's own strength grew, his comprehension of the power system of this realm gradually deepened. The elemental energy of this world is remarkably abundant, surpassing anything he has encountered in his lifetime. Although Phelan Star is indeed a planet, it does not reach the celestial heights of the divine realm. However, the density of elemental energy on this planet is not vastly inferior to the spiritual essence found in the divine realm, particularly within the great cities. The elemental energy in Jelly City is significantly more concentrated than that in Windwolf Town, likely due to some means of aggregation. Nevertheless, the elemental energy of this world possesses its own issues. It is exceedingly domineering. The power of this dimension is overwhelmingly strong, nearly constraining all forms of strength. The reason Tang San encounters a bottleneck in cultivating the Xiantian skill is due to the suppression from this dimension. Moreover, the elemental energy here is remarkably harmonious with the demon races, which is why they possess intelligence and innate formidable talents and abilities. This implies that both the demon races and the previously unencountered spirit races are favored by the sovereign of this dimension. In contrast, humans and certain other subordinate races receive no such mercy, rendering them incapable of cultivation. Thus, to cultivate in this world, one must align oneself with the demon or spirit races. This gives rise to the emergence of the demon god transformation. To break free from the constraints imposed by this dimension, only if Tang San were to restore himself to the pinnacle of his previous life could such a feat be possible. However, given the current circumstances, even breaking through to God level seems problematic. When he attempts to transcend to God level, he would be utterly exposed in this dimension and inevitably discovered by the dimension's sovereign. Growing to a higher level appears exceedingly arduous, and he may even become a target of the entire dimension. Overall, this dimension acts as a double-edged sword for him. The speed of normal cultivation is significantly faster than in his previous life due to the rich elemental energy. Yet, breaking through to reclaim the strength of a god king is exceedingly challenging. Sensing the wind element within the small building below gradually overflowing, Tang San quietly descended. Opting not to return to his room, but instead stealthily slipped out of Windwolf Town. Diving into the woods, he took a deep breath and instantly accelerated. His body enveloped in azure light, buoyed by the wind element, resembling a streak of blue light racing through the trees. With the enhancement of the eye of the spirit, he deftly avoided the towering trees, maintaining his high velocity. After a relentless sprint lasting half an hour, he finally halted, leaving a mark on the trunk of a nearby tree before returning. He was testing his speed. The journey from Windwolf Town to Jelly City spans 3 days. How long would it take if he were to sprint at full speed? He cannot easily leave Windwolf Town, as he lacks even the qualification of a subordinate. However, he continuously trains his speed in hopes of reaching Jelly City more swiftly in the future, even if it is just to catch a glimpse of her. Tang San's greatest desire at present is to absorb the ability of flight from the demon clan. If he could soar through the skies, a journey that would typically take 3 days could be accomplished in merely half a day. Should he embark on his journey at dusk, he would arrive at Jelly City by midnight. Unfortunately, during the last collision competition, he failed to acquire the skill of flight. The innate ability of the white-headed hawk demon is its keen eyesight, and flight is an inherent physical capability. If Tang San could attain the transformation of the white-headed hawk demon, he might indeed take to the skies through metamorphosis. However, as he cultivates the Xiantian skill, he lacks the true bloodline of the white-headed hawk demon, rendering such aspirations unattainable. On his return journey, Tang San pondered this dilemma intently. He himself does not possess the ability to transform into a demon, which poses a risk should he find himself in a large city in the future. What would he do if the demon clan required him to metamorphose during their assessment of vassals? Initially, he had little interest in demon transformations, after all. What benefit was there in becoming a demon as a human? Yet, the thought of being able to fly and potentially meet the esteemed young master in Jelly City ignited a newfound anticipation for the demon transformation within him. Upon returning to Jelly City and reaching his abode, Tang San settled into bed, adopting a meditative posture to practice. His recent continuous absorption, coupled with relentless training, had propelled his Xiantian skill to the pinnacle of the 4th level. However, as he had anticipated, he encountered yet another bottleneck. Undoubtedly, to progress to the 5th level, he must absorb the energy of a higher-tier Windwolf demon. Upon reaching the 5th level, he would possess a certain degree of self-defense capability. Focusing inward, he observed the 4 skill imprints of the Xiantian skill, each radiating a faint glow. The most potent among them was the azure orb representing the Wind Wolf transformation, followed by the Lingxi Eye, which combined the Heart Eye and Eagle Eye. Both of these were of the 4th tier. Conversely, the imprints of the Flash Leopard skill and the Heavy Armor technique, which had previously been diminished to the 3rd tier after being stripped once, shone with a fainter light. These skill imprints endowed him with the abilities of various demons, and when activated, they essentially harnessed energy from the Xiantian skill to unleash the corresponding skills. Is it truly possible to manifest the demon transformation? Even a partial manifestation would suffice. Tang San had been pondering this question lately, and he had undertaken a series of attempts, such as briefly merging the mark with his own bloodline. However, during the merging process, he encountered a problem. Once the integration with his bloodline occurred, the Xiantian skill would swiftly extract the ability, or, rather, expel it from his bloodline. It appeared that skills could only exist independently and could not genuinely integrate with his bloodline. A faint sense of fatigue emerged in his mental realm, and it dawned on Tang San that, due to his earlier reflections on the way back, the Lingxia had remained in a semi-open state. This semi-open state, a wondrous condition, allowed him to refrain from observing the external world while merely enhancing his own insights. This was the benefit conferred by the Lingxi Heart Eye, enabling Tang San's mind to be clearer and his thoughts more lucid. It proved especially useful during contemplation. Moreover, by not fully activating the Lingxi Eye, the consumption was naturally reduced, allowing him to maintain this state for a longer duration. Just as he was about to retract the Lingxi Heart Eye, he suddenly sensed some movement from upstairs. Chapter 47. Redemption of the tiger-faced man. Upstairs resided the couple Wang Yanfeng and Xiu Jing. Having lived together for so long, Tang San would normally disregard ordinary sounds, but in that fleeting moment, he perceived that there was more than just the two of them above. Instantly alert, he glanced at Wang Zhong, who was meditating and seemingly oblivious, then rose again and opened the window. With the Lingxi Heart Eye fully activated, the world around him transformed into vibrant colors. Tang San immediately sensed that the concentration of wind elements in the air was significantly denser than usual. It was evident that someone was manipulating a substantial amount of wind elements. Moreover, judging by the agitation of the wind elements, it was clear that this was not for cultivation but for combat. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang San leapt through the window and swiftly climbed up the outer wall. In just a few moments, he found himself outside the 2nd-floor window. The window was ajar, and within the room, 3 figures were silently confronting one another. Wang Yanfeng had activated his Wind Wolf transformation, and Xiu Jing had done the same. To Tang San's astonishment, the usually amiable and nurturing matriarch was exuding an aura that indicated she had reached the 4th rank. Her transformation was noticeably less pronounced than Wang Yanfeng's. Standing slightly behind him, before the couple stood a tall man clad in black, wearing a peculiar mask that bore a design reminiscent of a tiger, adorned with blue patterns. "Greetings, Brother Wang. No need to be alarmed," the tiger-faced man said, gesturing with his hands in a manner that seemed intended to instill calm. Yet, his aura subtly revealed itself. Although he had not activated the demon god transformation, his cultivation was evidently superior to that of Wang Yanfeng and Xiu Jing, marking him as at least a 5th-rank powerhouse. A human 5th-rank powerhouse? Tang San took a deep breath, striving to restrain his own aura. Even without employing the imprint within him, his ability to conceal himself remained formidable. "Who are you?" Wang Yanfeng inquired warily. The man with the tiger face chuckled softly. "I exist to save humanity, to herald its rise." Wang Yanfeng's pupils noticeably constricted, almost instinctively exclaiming, "Redemption?" Outside the window, although Tang San had already surmised this, he could not help but feel a jolt when those 2 words escaped Wang Yanfeng's lips. Had redemption truly arrived? When Wang Yanfeng initially began to instruct them, Tang San had pondered whether there was a connection between Wang Yinfeng and redemption. After all, there were scarcely a handful of individuals among humanity who had attained a cultivation level beyond the 4th tier. Yet, judging from the current circumstances, it appeared that Wang Yifeng was aware of redemption but had not allied himself with it. Upon hearing the term redemption, the tiger-faced man nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. It is us. It was Gue Gue who informed me of your whereabouts." At the mention of Gue Gue, Wang Yifeng visibly paused, his tense form remaining taut. Yet his vigilance intensified. The tiger-faced man succinctly stated, "She is one of us. I believe you can surmise some of this, without our assistance." Establishing a foothold in Jieli City is no simple feat. As these words left his mouth, Wang Yifeng inhaled deeply, slowly retracting the claws extending from his palms. "What do you seek from me?" he whispered. Beside him, Qiu Jing wore a look of confusion. The tiger-faced man lowered his voice further, saying, "We, as humans, struggle for survival on the fairy continent. The vast majority of our kin cannot even awaken their intellect, forced into servitude by them. What are your thoughts on this?" "Brother Wang?" Wang Yinfeng sighed. "What thoughts can I have? The monster and spirit clans are so powerful. How could we possibly overturn them?" The tiger-faced man fell silent for a moment. "Do you know how the Redemption Organization was initially formed?" Wang Yifeng was taken aback, puzzled by the abrupt shift in topic, and shook his head in confusion. The tiger-faced man's voice grew increasingly somber. "Those of us who possess the ability to transform into demon gods, we all lack mothers. The desire for vengeance for our mothers united us. At that time, the wish of redemption was to someday ensure that our children would have mothers." As these words were spoken, whether it be Wang Yifeng, Qiu Jing, or Tang San outside the window, they all felt a profound tremor in their hearts. Qiu Jing's eyes glistened with tears in an instant. Indeed, those who could transform into demon gods and become vassals of the monster and spirit clans were nearly all motherless. Unless both parents were human vassals, it was unlikely for their children to have mothers. Yet, how could the first generation of humans with the ability to transform into demon gods have such an opportunity? Their mothers had all suffered at the hands of the monster and spirit clans, which led to their very existence. Their mothers, too, would be brutally slain when they awakened their monstrous powers. The tiger-faced man continued. "During the initial period of my awakening, I was engulfed in confusion. After gaining clarity, I found myself contemplating that if my mother did not have to die, and we could remain together, I would willingly forsake this power and reject enlightenment. Even if it meant merely existing in a state of oblivion, at least I could be with her." Yet, the emergence of such thoughts only deepened my anguish and overwhelming hatred. In my mind, her visage has long since faded, to the point where I can scarcely recall her features. I am unable even to locate her remains now. Each of us, the Redeemers, is also a vengeful spirit. Yes, you are right. The monstrous clans and the spirit tribes are so formidable. What can our meager strength possibly achieve? Can we truly overthrow their dominion? It appears utterly unrealistic at present. But if we cannot topple them, should we simply submit? Should we allow them to butcher us and slay our kin? Do you know that within some of the larger monstrous clans, there are female members among us who, in secret, awaken their powers and willingly become prey to lure the monsters? Their purpose is to ensure that their offspring may inherit the ability to transform into a divine beast. Even knowing that their children's awakening will lead to their demise, they still march forward without hesitation. Once, a mother like this told us that after her death, she wished for her child to join the Redeemers, not for vengeance, but to provide humanity with a glimmer of hope. Wang Yinfeng listened quietly to his tale, relinquishing his wind wolf transformation, and spoke with a serene expression. "Why share this with me? I have witnessed far worse." "And then?" the tiger-faced man asked. "After seeing so much, have you grown numb?" Wang Yinfeng replied calmly. "What else is there?" The tiger-faced man said somberly, "Join us. Help us redeem more souls." "Redeem more souls?" Wang Yinfeng chuckled bitterly. "You know the reality of the divine beast transformation. What heights can we truly achieve? As the bloodlines continue among humankind, the potency of the divine beast lineage will inevitably weaken. What you can accomplish amounts to little more than assassination. Is there anything beyond that?" The tiger-faced man responded gravely. "When I first joined the Redeemers, I held similar thoughts, consumed solely by the desire for vengeance. I believed that was enough for me. However, I later discovered that redemption encompasses so much more. We are carving out our own world, though I cannot divulge much more. I can tell you this. The aim of redemption has never been mere assassination or a guild of killers. It is about enabling humanity to live better lives. Indeed, Our current capabilities are limited, and our capacity to assist others is constrained. However, we hold fast to the belief that with effort, we shall see the dawn. Wang Yifeng trembled slightly. The notion of carving out one's own world truly resonated with him. Do you realize the consequences of being discovered as a redeemer? Wang Yifeng furrowed his brow and spoke. Chapter 48. Tang San's Conditions. The tiger-faced man nodded and said, I certainly understand. However, in recent decades, have you ever heard of any member of the Redemption being captured and implicating others? Wang Yifeng was taken aback. His knowledge of Redemption was indeed limited. Gue is one of us. After years of development, Redemption has established its own stringent rules. Every member of the organization has meticulous arrangements for their identity and tasks to ensure their safety. Indeed, we have an assassination department, but that is not our sole focus. We also have a well-structured intelligence organization. The bloodline and beliefs of humanity unite us. While it is not impossible for someone to awaken their demon god transformation and betray us, the vast majority choose to remain human, as our appearance is still that of a human, making it inconceivable for us to be truly recognized by demons or spirits. Wang Yifeng took a deep breath and asked, If I were to join you, what would you require of me? The tiger-faced man replied, I have two main purposes for coming here. One is to hope that you will join us. You need not do much. Simply continue to manage our human vassals well, expand their numbers as much as possible, enlighten them, and instill some of our ideologies. This should not be difficult for you, as you have been doing this all along. Wang Yifeng relaxed slightly and nodded. And the other? The tiger-faced man continued. I heard from Gue that you have trained an exceptionally talented disciple. This child, despite his young age, already possesses fourth-tier strength. The organization has decided to cultivate him intensively, and I must take him with me. Wang Yifeng's heart tightened. You mean Tang San? He inwardly reproached his sister, as Gue had not revealed anything to him. He is still young, and he hasn't even fully embraced the identity of a vassal, Wang Yifeng said. The tiger-faced man waved his hand dismissively and replied, You need not worry about that. The organization will handle it. Moreover, whether he can be fully nurtured by the organization depends on his innate talent. Therefore, I still need to conduct a test on him. Wang Yifeng spoke in a deep voice. What if I refuse to join you? The tiger-faced man responded, That is of no consequence. Given your sibling relationship with Gue, along with the fact that betraying us offers you no benefit, I trust you will keep our secrets. However, if I confirm that the child possesses sufficient potential, I will take him regardless. And how will you test him? At that moment, a slightly childish voice echoed in the room. In the next instant, a figure gracefully entered the room and casually closed the window. It was Tang San. Upon seeing Tang San enter through the window, the tiger-faced man instinctively raised his hand, but paused upon hearing his words, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Before Tang San arrived, he had indeed not sensed his presence. How could this child, seemingly only 8 or 9 years old, hide his aura so well? Moreover, the ability to perceive his arrival signifies that his senses are quite astute. Tang San, come here. Wang Yifeng immediately beckoned him over. Tang San approached Wang Yifeng and Qiu Jing, and the man with the tiger mask did not obstruct him. Instead, he scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, assessing him from head to toe. The test was straightforward, practical combat. If you can endure for a minute under my hand, you shall pass. The man with the tiger mask declared with a smile. For reasons unknown, upon gazing into Tang San's eyes, clear yet reserved, he felt a peculiar sensation within him. A premonition that this boy was destined to bring him unexpected delight. Tang San said, I am willing to join you, but I have certain conditions. Oh? The tiger-faced man regarded him with keen interest. There was an air of maturity in Tang San's tone that belied his youth. What conditions? He inquired. You have yet to pass my test, and you seem quite confident. Tang San did not respond to his doubts. He merely articulated his terms. I hope that my training can take place in Jelly City, and I require a legitimate identity that ensures my safety. Listening to the conversation between the tiger-masked man and Wang Yifeng deepened his understanding of the Redemption Organization. Undoubtedly, this human organization could hardly be deemed formidable. Their objectives sounded admirable, yet the reality was exceedingly arduous. However, the arrival of the tiger-masked man presented him with an opportunity to extricate himself from this place sooner than anticipated. Otherwise, he would have to wait at least another year until he resolved his vassal status before he could depart. Reaching Jelly City sooner would allow him to be by her side more quickly, and for Tang San, nothing was of greater importance. The tiger-masked man replied, Your identity issue will naturally be resolved, But why is it that you insist on going to Jelly City? Tang San fell into a moment of silence, seemingly overcome by a sense of trepidation, before finally responding, because Aunt Ghost is there. The tiger-faced man inquired. Then why do you wish to join us? Tang San suddenly raised his head and declared without hesitation, revenge. As he spoke, his mother paused, pressing her lips together, and his eyes shimmered with a fierce light of hatred. Such emotions were not entirely feigned, for he was merely 9 years old, and he needed to exhibit certain traits characteristic of a child his age to avoid suspicion. Moreover, vengeance and hatred stemmed from the depths of his being. The tiger-faced man regarded him with a soft sigh and said, "Child, I support your desire for revenge. However, you must remember this. Do not allow hatred to blind your eyes. Our redemption organization has grander aspirations." Tang San silently nodded. "I understand. Yet this is at least the significance of my current involvement with the redemption organization. If you can agree to my terms, I am willing to join." The tiger-faced man nodded and said, "Very well, let's set aside your conditions for now. First, you must pass my test. Once you have succeeded in the test, we shall discuss your terms." Tang San naturally understood that he was about to explore his potential. In truth, upon his initial entry into Jelly City, he had already sensed that the ghosts he encountered might harbor issues. During his time in Jelly City, he witnessed several vassals, yet very few possessed their own enterprises. The two exceptions were the daughter of the esteemed Mei Gongzi, who owned a tea shop, and the ghostly figure. To Tang San, the tea shop presented the most significant concern, for it was established in the very heart of Jelly City. The mere fact that it operated there without any interference from monstrous clans attested to its uniqueness. As for the ghostly figure, while not as extraordinary, the ownership of a small inn within Jelly City, frequented solely by human vassals, raised questions. At that time, Tang San had already contemplated that the ghost might be connected to the redemption organization or be supported by some hidden power. Given that the ghost was Wang Yinfan's sister, the likelihood of substantial backing seemed minimal, thus leading to greater speculation regarding the former. Hence, when participating in the collision competition, Tang San had indeed considered the ghost's implications. Intending to make an impression, the arrival of the redemption organization today did not surprise him in the least, as it was precisely what he had hoped for. To resolve his identity crisis, an early venture into Jelly City was essential, yet relying solely on Wang Yifeng and himself would undoubtedly pose challenges. The redemption organization, while perhaps not overwhelmingly powerful, had managed to persist, being the only human entity with notions of resistance. Their foundation, albeit modest, was still significant. This very foundation was what Tang San currently required. Thus, his participation in the collision competition was not a mere impulse, but rather a well-considered decision with multiple benefits. Chapter 49. Birds returning to the forest. The appearance of the tiger-faced man occurred sooner than he had anticipated. His objectives were achieved, yet simultaneously, Tang San became increasingly aware that the redemption organization likely lacked strength. A formidable and tightly knit organization would never so readily engage in covert assessments. Their deficiency in talent, contrasted with his own youthful prowess at the 4th level, made it implausible for them to overlook him. A faint smile graced Tang San's face as he nodded and inquired, "May I commence?" The tiger-faced man narrowed his eyes and turned to Wang Yifeng and his wife. Wang Yifeng gently retreated, creating space in the modest room. Just as the tiger-faced man was about to speak, an unexpected sense of crisis suddenly enveloped the atmosphere. A flash of azure light flickered, and a blade of wind had swiftly arrived before him. Though seemingly small, this blade was remarkably dense, transforming from a pale azure hue to a striking cerulean, both pleasing to the eye and razor-sharp. The tiger-masked figure raised his hand with lightning speed, attempting to grasp the blade, but in that fleeting moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The blade, which had been mere inches from him, abruptly halted, defying the laws of motion in a most jarring manner. A layer of patterned fur enveloped his outstretched palm, noticeably swelling, yet he grasped nothing but empty air. In that instant, the cerulean blade surged forward once more, accelerating to reach the tiger-masked figure with astonishing swiftness. At this proximity, evasion was impossible. A deep, resonant roar erupted from the figure's mouth, its sound wave shattering the blade before him. However, the mask upon his face also fractured under the force of the roar. This initial encounter resulted in a slight setback for the tiger-masked figure. Wang Yifeng observed closely, realizing that Tang San had unleashed not one, but 2 blades of wind. The first blade, spinning as it flew, maintained its suspension in midair due to its rapid rotation. This technique, practiced alongside Wang Yifeng, was something he felt he could never master with the same finesse as Tang San, who could command the blade to hover precisely where he wished. The second blade collided with the suspended one, triggering a simultaneous release of numerous fragmented wind blades, creating a pervasive onslaught. Had it not been for the tiger-masked figure's roar dispersing the wind blades, the outcome would have been far graver. The mask shattered, revealing the resolute visage of a middle-aged man who appeared momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he beheld two more blades of wind soaring from Tang San's hands, tracing elegant arcs as they hurtled toward him. The tiger-masked figure's gaze sharpened, emanating a deep blue aura, causing the temperature in the room to plummet perceptibly. The dark blue fur on his arms thickened, and his forearms swelled with newfound strength. Yet, this transformation seemed confined solely to his arms, leaving the rest of his body unchanged. The wind blades, silent in their approach, appeared to veer off course, slicing past him from either side. Nevertheless, the tiger-masked figure remained vigilant, his instincts sharp. He did not need to rely on sight alone to feel the two blades circling back to strike at his back. Both the hovering blade and the arcing wind blades provided him with a profound sense of enlightenment. When Gui had reported on Tang San's prowess, he had found it hard to believe that a mere 9-year-old child could consistently defeat several fourth-tier monsters. To him, it seemed nothing short of fantastical. Yet at this moment, he found himself inclined to believe, for the sheer skill displayed was enough to leave him astounded. If all of this was indeed taught by Wang Yifeng, then that man was truly remarkable. Certainly, Tang San holds greater significance. His youth suggests an immense potential for future development. As myriad thoughts swirled within his mind, he continued to unleash a series of silent wind blades from his hands. These azure blades appeared elusive, akin to the horns of an antelope. Yet they invariably instilled a sense of threat in the tiger-faced figure. The first two wind blades, however, did not strike towards his back as anticipated, instead passing just over a foot behind him. At that moment, an ice shield had already coalesced behind him, yet it failed to provide any semblance of defense. Tang San unleashed a flurry of 12 wind blades, bathing the entire room in an ethereal azure glow. Remarkably, none of these azure rays caused any destruction to the surroundings. They danced gracefully around the tiger-faced man. This extraordinary control over the wind blades was a sight he had never witnessed before, prompting him to take the initiative. His eyes transformed into a deep cerulean hue, and an icy mist enveloped his powerful claws. With a swift push of his toes against the ground, a formidable aura erupted, causing the temperature within the room to plummet dramatically. An armor of ice manifested upon his body, disregarding the wind blades as he lunged directly at Tang San. The leap was executed with astonishing speed, a fierce tiger's pounce. At that very moment, the wind blades hovering in the air seemed to be triggered, converging upon the tiger-faced man like a relentless tide. The blades remained silent, yet it was this very silence that instilled the most profound sense of threat. Unperturbed, the tiger-faced man solidified his icy armor even further. Just as he was about to close the distance to Tang San, the latter made his move. In an instant, the tiger-faced man perceived a flicker before his eyes as Tang San vanished from sight, leaving behind only the illusion of his presence. In an instant, Tang San vanished, and simultaneously, the wind blades struck. At this moment, Wang Yifeng and Xiu Jing stood by, their mouths agape in astonishment. They could scarcely believe their eyes. The previously scattered 12 wind blades that had soared through the air now converged into a neatly aligned formation, systematically targeting the same spot on the back of the tiger-faced man. The technique known as 100 birds returning to the woods. With Tang San's mental prowess, he was not yet capable of controlling hundreds of wind blades, yet mastering a mere 12 was effortless. This technique emphasized the principle that, like birds in flight gathering in the forest, one must concentrate their assault on a singular point when faced with a formidable defense. Not only were Tang San's wind blades inherently compressed, but even a standard wind blade, when unleashed consecutively at a single point, would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage. With a resounding bang, the first wind blade detonated. Just as the tiger-faced man attempted to turn, the second wind blade arrived. The impact of the consecutive strikes left him staggering. Following swiftly were the third and fourth blades. As azure light flickered, the ice armor upon the tiger-faced man's back shattered, releasing clouds of icy mist and fierce gusts. A simple motion to turn his body became an insurmountable challenge. His mind was already a tempest of terror, yet he found himself utterly powerless. More critically, as the fifth wind blade descended, his layer of ice armor was on the brink of shattering. He strained to summon the power of his bloodline to reinforce the ice armor, yet his body remained uncontrollably propelled forward by the relentless barrage. Tang San silently sensed the atmosphere as the ninth blade of wind struck, sending the tiger-faced man's body crashing against the wall, shattering the icy armor enveloping him. The final three blades, however, did not descend. Instead, they dissipated quietly into the air. In an instant, the entire wooden cabin was enveloped in swirling wind and ice elements, reminiscent of a fierce snowstorm that had just erupted within. The tiger-faced man, pressed against the wall, felt a sharp pain in his back and a tumultuous surge of energy within his chest, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. Suddenly, he turned around, his body undergoing a transformation. More precisely, when the seventh blade of wind struck his back, he had already completed his demonic transformation, his stature swelling to 2.5 meters. His entire form adorned with dark blue striped fur. Chapter 50. Is it I who taught this? As the tiger-faced man pivoted, his slit pupils locked onto Tang San, who was now standing where he had originally begun, a fifth tier against a fourth tier. Yet he was pressed so severely by the relentless onslaught of wind blades that resistance seemed futile. More critically, the tiger-faced man recalled distinctly the number of blades that had struck his back, 9. What if there were 12? The ninth blade had completely breached his defenses. Should another strike land, even his thick fur would offer little protection. Setting aside the intricacies of the technique, the sheer potency of each wind blade was far beyond what an ordinary fourth-tier wind wolf could produce. At this moment, he understood profoundly that the talent of the child before him was far superior to what had been reported by the previous messenger. Tang San refrained from making any further moves, allowing his hands to rest naturally at his sides, his gaze calmly fixed on the tiger-faced man. Is that sufficient? The tiger-faced man took a deep breath and slowly nodded. He undoubtedly possessed numerous techniques at his disposal. If he were to exert himself fully, he held confidence in his ability to overcome Tang San. However, such an endeavor would transcend the purpose of the test. Of course, this confidence was solely in relation to himself, and it remained uncertain whether Tang San shared the same sentiment. Who instructed you in the control of that wind blade? The tiger-faced man inquired in a solemn tone. Tang San turned his gaze towards Wang Yifeng. A flicker of dismay crossed Wang Yinfeng's heart. What have I taught him? What nonsense is this? Yet at that moment, he began to grasp Tang San's intent, and thus nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "This child possesses remarkable insight. I have merely provided him with a few pointers, and he is able to draw parallels and form his own ideas. His mastery of the wind blade is now undoubtedly exceptional." The tiger-faced man silently nodded, his respect for Wang Yinfeng elevating to a new level. To be able to mentor such an outstanding disciple, even if his own cultivation was not particularly high, his teaching ability was indeed commendable. The two conditions you previously proposed should pose no issue. I will arrange for you to settle in Jilly City. I need to report your situation before making further arrangements. The tiger-faced man concluded, nodding towards Wang Yinfeng. Suddenly, he accelerated, swiftly moving to the window, flinging it open, and leaping into the darkness. His arrival had been abrupt, but his departure was even more so. Wang Yifeng had anticipated that there would be more to discuss once Tang San confirmed his willingness to join and pass the assessment. But he was caught off guard by the sudden exit. Wang Yinfeng cast a questioning glance at Tang San. His feelings towards the boy were now a complex mix of emotions. Setting aside everything else, the wind blade technique he had just demonstrated was nothing short of awe-inspiring. So the wind blade can be manipulated in such a manner? Little did he know, the reason Tang San had chosen to retain the wind blade was partly to conceal his identity as a wind wolf. More importantly, given his current circumstances, utilizing the wind blade as a hidden weapon allowed his secret technique to reach its utmost potential. The technique of 100 birds returning to the forest was merely the most elementary of skills. Even Tang San himself found it somewhat peculiar. In his previous life on the Doloa continent, he had initially risen to prominence largely through the use of mechanical hidden weapons. These exquisite and powerful devices had enabled him to establish a foothold before his strength was sufficiently formidable. However, in this world of the enchanting continent, due to the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the peculiarities of the demon-god transformation, he had more opportunities to practice the hidden weapon techniques of the Tang sect, truly showcasing the art of hidden weapons. Upon exiting Fenglang town and entering the woods, the tiger-faced man abruptly halted, and with a soft cough, a small mouthful of blood was expelled, finally allowing him to catch his breath. Why had he rushed off? It was simply to avoid the embarrassment of vomiting blood on the spot. To have a 5th-level practitioner made to cough up blood by a 4th-level one was indeed a disgrace, especially considering the opponent's bloodline was that of the not-so-strong wind wolf. He would have no face to return home. Even at this moment, his heart was still filled with incredulity. He could scarcely believe that a 9-year-old child could control the wind blade to such an extent, both in terms of its power and the finesse of its manipulation. This was no mere talent. It was an extraordinary gift. The transformation of the wind wolf seems as though it were tailored exclusively for him. It is imperative to devise a plan swiftly, enabling him to join the organization for training. Perhaps, in the near future, the organization will welcome another formidable high-ranking warrior. For redemption, such high-tier powers are not only crucial but exceedingly rare. The tiger-faced man has taken his leave. Within the wooden cabin, Wang Yefeng advised Qiu Jing to rest first, then led Tang San to their usual sanctuary for cultivation. Are you truly willing to join redemption? Is it for the sake of vengeance? Wang Yefeng inquired. After a moment of silence, Tang San spoke. Master, I yearn to explore the world beyond. I wish to become powerful. I seek vengeance and redemption. The one who spoke of instilling hope in humanity was right, I believe. Wang Yefeng sighed and replied, in truth. Gui has long urged me to join the path of redemption. I am aware of her affiliation with that cause. The reason I have yet to acquiesce is my desire to preserve the tranquil existence I have fought so hard to attain. I understand the grand principles, but ultimately, I am but a timid soul, lacking the courage to embrace this path. All I desire is to live a good life with your esteemed teacher. Tang San lowered his head, apologizing. I am truly sorry, teacher, for the trouble I have caused you. Wang Yefeng smiled gently and shook his head. Do not blame yourself. What is meant to happen will inevitably occur. You possess a level of maturity far beyond your peers. I trust that your choices will not lead you astray. Your talent should indeed contribute to the cause of redemption. I too hold a yearning in my heart for the rise of humanity. My role is to remain here, while you are destined to take flight in Sirhai. I hope that in my lifetime, I will witness even a glimmer of hope for humanity. Even if it is but a minute spark. It will happen, I am certain of it. Tang San replied resolutely, nodding his head. Thus concluded the dialogue between master and disciple. Upon returning to his room, Tang San fell into deep contemplation. The circumstances were nearly as he had anticipated, falling well within his plans. Redemption had indeed come, and he had successfully passed their assessment. He was not overly concerned about how they would escort him to Jelly City. If they could not manage such a minor task, then the organization of redemption would truly lack purpose. What remained now was to wait. Unbidden, the image of that youthful yet exquisite face surfaced in his mind, softening his gaze. In his strategy, he envisioned two scenarios, the first being the normal occurrence, where his judgment proved erroneous and redemption would not come. In such a case, he would simply continue his cultivation and improvement, formulating his own plans. And upon obtaining a vassal identity, seek a way to Jelly City. The greatest challenge of this plan lay in his ability to extricate himself from this place. Even if it meant destroying the entire Wind Wolf town, he pondered, what fate would befall the inhabitants? What of the vassals? Would they face collective punishment? This posed a significant dilemma. The second scenario involved redemption indeed arriving, which would be the ideal situation. With the capabilities of the redemption organization, aiding Tang San to enter Jelly City would certainly not prove difficult, and they would likely manage any subsequent issues more effectively. At this moment, Tang San found himself lacking not only an understanding of this world, but also an overall influence. Events were unfolding in a manner more favorable than he had envisioned. Now it was merely a matter of how the redemption organization would come to liberate him, a still enslaved miner. In the following half-month, Tang San engaged in regular meals, cultivation, and thoughts of the beautiful young man. Naturally, he also trained alongside the three Wang brothers and Ling Mu Shui in practical exercises. Under his guidance, his companions progressed rapidly, even outstripping their advancements under Wang Yinfeng's tutelage. After all, Tang San was the youngest among them. To the Wang brothers, being bested daily by their youngest sibling was a source of considerable embarrassment, especially in the presence of Ling Mu Shui. With their bellies full, their development began to normalize. Wang Chao, being the eldest, managed somewhat better, while Wang Zhong and Wang Xiaolei often found their attention diverted towards Ling Mu Shui. This was particularly evident with Wang Xiaolei, whose proximity in age made his interest all the more pronounced. Conversely, Ling Mu Shui appeared to grow increasingly fond of Tang San. With this connection established, the Wang brothers naturally intensified their efforts to defeat Tang San during their practical training sessions. As night fell once again, Wang Zhong entered into meditation while Tang San prepared to venture out for some cultivation. Suddenly, he heard a sound. Swiftly, he leapt through the window and ascended to the second floor. Wang Yinfeng was already waiting there, accompanied by the same tiger-masked figure from before. who had donned a new mask. Without uttering a word, Wang Yanfeng led the two directly to the quiet room, securing the door behind them. The gaze of the tiger-masked man fell squarely on Tang San. Your request has been approved by the higher authorities. A preliminary plan has been formulated, he stated. Wang Yanfeng, somewhat anxious, inquired, what do you intend to do? Despite Tang San's current status as a mere servant, he was still considered a quasi-vassal. His sudden disappearance would undoubtedly implicate his overseer. Especially with the growing influence of the Redemption Organization, the scrutiny of human vassals by the monster clans had intensified significantly. The tiger-masked man reassured him, rest assured, Brother Wang, you will not be implicated. We plan to orchestrate a disturbance. Amidst such chaos, the disappearance or death of a minor servant will not attract attention. We will seize this opportunity to extract Tang San. Wang Yanfeng asked, how do you intend to create this chaos? Do you recall the fourth-ranked Lightning Leopard that Tang San defeated during the collision tournament? The Lightning Leopard clan and the Wind Wolf clan are sworn enemies. Following that incident, there were several altercations between the two factions in Jilly City, which were subsequently suppressed by the city lord's intervention. We will devise a strategy to incite the Lightning Leopard clan to launch an attack here. In this way, we can abscond with Tang San. Just ensure your own safety, and you should be fine. At this, Tang San's eyes lit up. Indeed, this was an excellent plan. An assault by the Lightning Leopard clan on the Wind Wolf clan settlement was entirely plausible, given their long-standing enmity. Minor skirmishes had been a common occurrence over the years. Although the nearest village of the Lightning Leopard clan was still over 100 miles away, making such conflicts infrequent. A Lightning Leopard attack on the Wind Wolves would naturally have no bearing on human vassals, regardless of the aftermath. Blame could not be placed on Wang Yanfeng or the human servants. The Redemption Organization certainly had a clever scheme. Wang Yanfeng, understanding the implications, remarked, let us keep the scale of the conflict manageable. I fear for the safety of our kin. He was particularly concerned about the human slave villages surrounding Windwolf Town. Wary of potential reprisals from the Lightning Leopards, we will exercise strict control over the situation. An elder from our clan will personally oversee the operation. Should anything deviate from the plan, the elder will intervene directly, the tiger-masked man replied solemnly. Wang Yifeng nodded and then turned his gaze toward Tang San. Tang San nodded, replying, I have no objections. The man with the tiger face said, very well, I shall now disclose the detailed plan to you. Brother Wang, this matter must remain confined to you and Tang San. Do not disclose it to anyone else, including your wife. It is crucial for your future safety. You should comprehend my intent. Yes, I understand, Wang affirmed. The tiger-faced man produced a leather scroll from his bosom, which, when unfurled, revealed a map. This map unmistakably depicted the layout of Windwolf Town and its surrounding terrain. The tiger-faced man turned to Tang San and inquired, can you comprehend this? Tang San lowered his gaze and pointed to the central location, saying, is this our town? Indeed, this is Windwolf Town. This road leads to Jilly City. Over there resides the 5th-tier wolf demon lord of our Windwolf Town. And here lives the 6th-tier high priest. When the flash leopard strikes, they will undoubtedly intervene, drawing all attention towards them. Our preliminary plan is to lure the flash leopard to attack from this direction. This area will also be a crucial battleground. Brother Wang, on that day, you must gather all the vassals and refrain from venturing outside to avoid any misfortune. Once the battle commences, there will certainly be an alarm. Tang San. At that moment, begin to silently count in your mind. Starting from the beginning, at my current speaking pace, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 300. Then, you shall exit the house and run towards the rear of the town. To coordinate your departure, we will assist the Flash Leopard clan in breaching the interior of Windwolf Town, creating chaos. Brother Wang, remember not to act rashly at that time. Protect the other vassals well. If a Flash Leopard approaches, feel free to engage in combat. However, do not take the life of any vassals of the Flash Leopard clan, for there may be our own among them. Tang San, you must memorize the locations on the map. We will rendezvous at this spot. I will wait for you there. Then we shall depart for Jilly City. Brother Wang, after the battle concludes, you may declare that a Flash Leopard has abducted Tang San. You may even go to the Wolf Lord to lament if you wish. Our plan will be complete. At that moment, the tiger-faced man reiterated the entire plan 3 times, meticulously detailing every location and every time point, ensuring that Tang San and Wang Yanfeng firmly understood. This is how the plan is structured. We tentatively schedule to execute it in 3 days. I will return in 2 days to confirm the final timing with you. Tang San, remember to bring nothing with you. You must stealthily slip away. Timing is crucial, for we need to exploit a time differential. If you are late and truly encounter the Flash Leopard clan, it will be exceedingly difficult to escape. Our plan will then fail. Do you comprehend my meaning? Tang San nodded slightly, understanding the situation. The man with the tiger mask then expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Well, let us conclude for today. I shall return in 2 days." After bidding farewell to the tiger-masked man, Wang Yanfeng regarded Tang San with a gaze that was somewhat intricate, as he had not anticipated such a swift arrival. Tang San fell into silence. In his view, the redemption organization had taken half a month to prepare for the extraction of such a minor slave as himself, which he deemed an excessively long duration, certainly not swift. Fortunately, the arrangements were relatively meticulous. Wang Yanfeng, noticing his silence, stepped forward, embraced him, and squeezed him tightly. "Go now. You ought to venture over there. With your talents, you should contribute more to humanity. If you encounter insurmountable dangers, find a way to return. Even without a legitimate identity, I can protect you here. This will always be your home." "Teacher, I will return," Tang San declared earnestly. Wang Yanfeng smiled slightly and said, "If things turn out well over there, you must bring them back with you." "Certainly." Tang San understood precisely whom Wang Yanfeng referred to. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yanfeng mused, "Perhaps I should indeed do something. Let this be the beginning. As long as they can successfully escort you away, I will formally agree to join the redemption and serve as their eyes and ears here." A wave of warmth washed over Tang San. In his heart, he had never perceived Wang Yanfeng as a coward. Rather, he was someone striving to protect his kin within his capabilities. This was undoubtedly superior to those who recklessly charged forth into certain death. Chapter 52. Zhang Mingqi. Without Wang Yanfeng's protection, there would not be so many human vassals in Windwolf Town. 2 days later, the tiger-faced man returned once more, confirming the final timeline for action, adhering to the original plan without alteration. After sending off the tiger-faced man, Tang San returned to his room. He was aware that a significant moment was approaching since his arrival in this world. Quietly, he climbed into bed, seated himself cross-legged, and narrowed his eyes. A contemplative glimmer dancing within. The plan articulated by the tiger-faced man replayed in his mind. With 300 breaths of time, he could accomplish much. In the woods, agile figures darted swiftly, each lithe form exuding strength and grace. The trees served merely as leverage for their movements, never impeding their passage. They bore tawny stripes, and with each leap, they soared dozens of meters. Soon, they traversed the forest and emerged onto the main road, where nearly 100 figures swiftly coalesced. Leading them was a towering figure, standing over 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of power, with bright yellow eyes gleaming fiercely. Its claws retracted slowly as it stood upright, revealing a formidable lightning leopard. Behind it, numerous figures gathered, clearly orbiting around its presence. "Is this the direction?" the lightning leopard inquired, pointing ahead. A smaller figure swiftly approached its side and nodded gently. "Master Lightning Spirit, it must be this way. That place is called Windwolf Town." A fierce glint flashed in the lightning spirit's eyes, and a hint of red flickered within the yellow glow. "Windwolf? Curse it. Follow me." As it spoke, it suddenly waved its hand, the first to leap forth, followed closely by the other lightning leopards, each displaying a fierce glint in their eyes. The lightning leopard that had previously conversed with the swift spirit slightly retracted its fur, revealing a visage resembling that of a human. However, it quickly transformed again, seamlessly reintegrating into the ranks of its kind. Although the lightning leopard clan is not considered particularly formidable among the demon races, the sight of over 100 of them galloping together on this great avenue exuded an undeniable aura of menace, compelling even the mightiest of demon clans to retreat in trepidation when encountered alone. It was evident that the presence of these lightning leopards was somewhat unusual. Known for their remarkable speed, the lightning leopards excel in short bursts of sprinting, showcasing superior explosive power. Yet, even without such bursts, their inherent swiftness far surpasses that of ordinary demons. The leopard demons have long been regarded as the sovereigns of speed upon the ground. When they finally came to a halt, it was dusk. The swift spirit slowed its pace, stopping beneath a grand tree, raising its right forepaw. The lightning leopards behind it came to a halt, gathering around it. They would rest in place, preparing for the night's endeavors. This time, success was the only option. Failure was not permissible. The tone of the swift spirit was laced with a chilling intensity. The multitude of lightning leopards dispersed to find suitable resting spots. Their relentless pursuit had drained much of their bloodline energy, and seizing this opportunity to recuperate was essential for regaining their peak condition. Zheng Mingqi, come forth. The swift spirit commanded sharply. One of the lightning leopards swiftly darted forward, its fur fading from sight as its form shrank, transforming into a human subordinate. It bowed respectfully before the lightning leopard, addressing it as my lord. Let me see the map, the swift spirit gestured. Zheng Mingqi hastily retrieved a leather map from within his garments, unfurling it before the swift spirit, pointing to the illustrations on the map while glancing at the setting sun. He said, my lord, we should currently be at this location, with less than 10 kilometers remaining to the town of the Windwolves. If we proceed this way, we should arrive in about 10 minutes. Once you have rested, we can depart at any moment. The swift spirit scrutinized the map and inquired, are you certain it is this way? If you lead us astray, do you understand the consequences? Zheng Mingqi, appearing genuinely anxious, responded, I assure you, my lord. I truly saw them coming this way and entering this town. Should we not negotiate first? Perhaps they have taken your kin? A fierce light flickered in the swift spirit's eyes. Negotiate? What is there to discuss? Do you truly believe those cunning windwolves will speak the truth? We shall search upon arrival. A mere small town cannot possibly pose a significant challenge. If I find evidence, I will obliterate their town. An overwhelming aura emanated from the swift spirit, and the yellow light in its eyes momentarily shimmered with a faint golden sheen. Zheng Mingqi quickly lowered his head. Responding with utmost respect, I shall comply with your every command. Shanliang nodded with satisfaction and said, you should rest as well. If we succeed this time, I shall commend you. Yes, my lord, Zheng Mingqi replied, finding a corner nearby to sit against a large tree, taking a moment to adjust himself. His right hand silently pressed against the tree, fingers deftly tracing a few marks upon its surface. The sky gradually darkened, and the night descended. Shanliang emitted a low growl, prompting the resting flash leopards to rise and gather around him. Zheng Mingqi, lead the way, Shanliang commanded sharply. Understood. Zheng Mingqi swiftly transformed into a flash leopard. Though distinct from a true flash leopard, in the dim light of night, the differences were not easily discernible. Clutching a map in one hand, he confidently set off in the correct direction. The flash leopard clan was not particularly inclined towards intellectual pursuits, while all demon clans had achieved a degree of sentience. Their levels of wisdom varied. Some clans exhibited extraordinary intelligence, yet the majority prioritized the enhancement of their physical prowess over contemplation. For the flash leopards, navigating a map was a cumbersome task. This was why many clans had human vassals to assist with simple matters. Zheng Mingqi, however, would not misdirect himself. For the flash leopards, traversing 10 kilometers, even at a leisurely pace, would not take long. Soon, they spotted the faint wisps of smoke rising from a village. Unbeknownst to them, the path Zheng Mingqi chose conveniently circumvented the village inhabited by human slaves to prevent the flash leopards from unleashing their ire upon them. For the various demon clans, slaves and livestock were regarded as equivalent, and raiding one another's slaves was a common occurrence, especially in adversarial contexts. Upon sighting the town ahead, a fierce glint flashed in Shanliang's eyes. He lifted his forepaw and gently patted Zheng Mingqi on the shoulder, clearly pleased with his guidance. My lord, we have arrived. Zheng Mingqi said respectfully. Shanliang nodded, raising his right forepaw, causing the flash leopards behind him to part and halt. As Shanliang slowly closed his eyes, the yellow patterns on his body began to emit a soft, golden glow, each stripe seemingly animated, gently pulsing with the radiance. This sensation was exceedingly peculiar. All the flash leopards present, including Zheng Mingqi, distinctly felt as though their bloodlines were stirred, becoming palpably heated. Chapter 53, Kill. Within Windwolf Town, after dinner, Tang San was summoned upstairs by Wang Yefeng. Today marked the appointed time for their meeting with the tiger-faced beings. At that moment, Tang San suddenly felt a stirring within, as the brand of the flash leopard within him radiated a noticeable heat, causing his blood to feel as though it were boiling. He hurriedly employed the Xiantian skill to suppress the agitation of the brand. Although he was unaware of the unfolding events, he could surmise that the Shining Leopard clan had arrived. Outside the town, the yellow luminescence enveloping Shining Spirit gradually receded, and when it reopened its eyes, they were filled with a fierce crimson intensity. Right here, I can sense the presence of my kin. They remain feeble, yet undeniably real. Damn it, this is the spot. Charge with me, search the entire town, and show no mercy to any who obstruct us. Shining Spirit bellowed, its form flashing forward towards Windwolf Town. Behind it, the Shining Leopards emitted deep, resonant growls, following in swift pursuit like bolts of lightning towards the town. Wind Wolf Town's defenses had always been rather lax. After all, the expansive surroundings were predominantly forested, with the nearest Shining Leopard tribe situated miles away, leaving little need for vigilant guarding. However, at the moment Shining Spirit's roar echoed through the air, the high priest of Wind Wolf Town, who was preparing to dine in her abode, felt her murky eyes suddenly sharpen. She abruptly raised her hand, unleashing a tempest that sent her human attendant sprawling. Simultaneously, her elongated staff soared from the inner chamber, landing deftly in her grasp. With the staff raised high, a surge of azure light burst forth, accompanied by an ancient wolf's howl that emanated from her lips. The azure glow swirled around her, lifting her form slowly into the air. At this juncture, Shining Spirit had reached the outskirts of Wind Wolf Town, which lacked any enclosing walls, and with unparalleled speed, it surged forward in the direction indicated by its bloodline's call. It soon encountered a third-tier Windwolf, the Windwolf. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the figure, instinctively prepared to unleash a furious roar. Yet, before it could fully comprehend the intruder, a sharp pain seized its throat, silencing its growl as its robust form gradually crumpled to the ground. At that moment, Shining Spirit spotted the azure light soaring into the sky. It let out a fierce cry and leapt into the air, the yellow glow around its body flaring brightly, its fur once again radiating the previous golden aura. The shining leopards that had surged into Wind Wolf Town behind it felt their bloodlines boil, their essence significantly amplified. This phenomenon exemplified the innate traits of the beast clans. When a powerful leader guided their kin into battle, the leader's bloodline would invigorate their brethren, enabling them to unleash greater combat prowess. Shining Spirit quickly discerned the high priest of Wind Wolf Town ascending in the distance, her form gracefully leaping from rooftop to rooftop, heading straight for her. As the adage goes, to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. This elder Wind Wolf, who commanded attention and exuded a potent aura at the heart of Wind Wolf Town, was evidently its core. The high priest, rising slowly into the air, noticed the figure darting towards her, and though aged, her keen sight allowed her to identify the approaching shining leopard without hesitation. Upon recognizing the traits of the adversary's clan, a sense of foreboding settled in her heart. The lightning leopard and the wind wolf have always been adversaries. However, according to the customs of the demon clan, while they may occasionally clash, they would never dare to invade each other's territory. Such actions are strictly forbidden by their ancestral laws. Yet, here they are, brazenly intruding, their presence exuding an overwhelming aura that astonishes the high priest of Wind Wolf Town. Why do you invade our town? The high priest demands, his voice resonating with authority. Nevertheless, the lightning spirit shows no inclination to parley, emitting a furious roar as it lunges towards the high priest with alarming speed. Its form almost vanishes in an instant. At that very moment, the high priest feels a chilling surge of instinct, a foreboding sense of imminent peril. Without a moment's hesitation, his staff erupts with a vibrant azure light, enveloping him in a powerful aura. A striking yellow figure appears before him, claws poised to strike. Yet, the azure light bursts forth, swirling with formidable force, redirecting the lightning spirit's trajectory to the side. The high priest's previously frail form begins to swell as he cries out, "Ancestors, grant me your blessing." A piercing roar escapes his lips, and the azure light intensifies, transforming into a rich, verdant hue. Even the sky seems illuminated by this luminescence, revealing a colossal wolf's head flickering in the air. The lightning spirit, having missed its target, lands atop a nearby building, witnessing the high priest's rising power with a flicker of surprise in its eyes. A return to ancestry? A priest in this humble town? No wonder they dare to challenge us. Rather than feeling fear at the high priest's surge of energy, the lightning spirit's anger escalates. At that moment, a long, haunting wolf howl resounds, and a massive figure bursts forth, arriving at the high priest's side, the Wind Wolf Lord. Influenced by the high priest's earlier call, it has expanded to nearly 4 meters in height, its muscles bulging ominously. It immediately kneels before the high priest, its form becoming increasingly ancestral. The high priest ascends, settling upon the back of the Wind Wolf Lord, the two merging into a singular entity, their combined aura surging rapidly beyond the 6th tier. Meanwhile, the lightning leopards have infiltrated the town, not merely searching but engaging the wind wolves without hesitation. In an instant, chaos erupts as both factions collide. The Wind Wolf clan boasts a considerable number of members, yet true powerhouses among them are scarce, with many being the elderly, women, and children. In stark contrast, The hundreds of lightning leopards that have arrived are all vigorous young adults. In a moment of chaos, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. The wind wolves caught off guard and retreating in disarray, leaving behind lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The high priest of the wind wolves had transformed entirely, his emerald green eyes glinting with fury as he glared at the flash spirit. Why? Why have you attacked my kin? Do you not understand that intruding upon another clan's territory is forbidden by our ancestral laws? Intruding? Your clan has abducted the children of my people, and you have the audacity to question me? The flash spirit's eyes blazed with wrath, his aura rising dramatically, clearly indicative of his bloodline being fully awakened. Abducting our children? The high priest of the wind wolves was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance down at the lord of Wind Wolf Town beneath him. The act of seizing the offspring of other clans was indeed a grave taboo among the beast tribes. Historically, conflicts between the wind wolves and the flash leopards had arisen from such issues. The original animosity was rooted in this very transgression. Wolf meat was hardly delectable, and thus, few would covet it. The same could be said for the flash leopard clan. However, intriguingly, the young of the leopard lineage possessed a unique spiritual essence. Consuming a leopard child, regardless of their specific lineage, provided immense nourishment to the beast clans and could even enhance one's own bloodline, promoting its evolution. Consequently, the poaching of leopard offspring was a persistent and condemned issue, inciting deep-seated hatred from the leopard clan. In their quest to protect their young, they would exact comprehensive reprisals upon those daring enough to steal them, leading to several large-scale conflicts. The leopard clans thus became particularly united. Eventually, the ancestral council of the beast tribes formally decreed a strict prohibition against the poaching of leopard children, declaring that any offending clan would face the wrath of the leopard clan, with the council holding them accountable. Therefore, the hunting of leopard offspring was unequivocally a grave sin. Chapter 54. 7th Rank Flash Leopard. It was no wonder they dared to defy the council's edicts and invade Windwolf Town. Could it be that instances of leopard offspring being hunted truly occurred? The high priest of Windwolf Town found himself grappling with doubt. His suspicions were directed squarely at the lord beneath him. He was acutely aware that this lord had been striving to break through to the 6th rank, yet had repeatedly failed due to insufficient bloodline strength, which fueled his intense frustration. Only by reaching the 6th rank could he hope to be summoned to the city of Jelly. The lord of Windwolf Town had long harbored disdain for this remote village, and the notion of hunting leopard children for consumption indeed presented a perilous shortcut. In truth, even with the council's prohibitions, the clandestine hunting of leopard offspring had not entirely ceased. The lord of Windwolf Town emitted low, agitated growls. Great priest, I did not. The high priest raised his gaze to the flash spirit. Do you possess any evidence? The flash spirit roared back. I can sense the presence of my kin's bloodline. Is that not sufficient evidence? My bloodline has reached the ancestral strength, and my sensitivity to my own kind. Surely, as a priest, you must understand this? The heart of the high priest of Windwolf Town sank, for it understood that the words of its counterpart were likely true. Had it not sensed the presence of the young from the Flash Leopard clan within Windwolf Town, the adversary would not have acted so recklessly. This was a matter of great significance for both clans. Just then, the lord of Windwolf Town, beneath it, let out another roar. A potent surge of Windwolf bloodline energy erupting, invigorating the Windwolves in the town who were battling the Flash Leopards. The lord of Windwolf Town opened its mouth, unleashing a blade of wind directed at the Flash Spirit. This blade swelled in the air, the elemental winds coalescing rapidly around it, expanding to nearly a meter in width in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a piercing howl. In that moment, both the Flash Spirit and the High Priest of Windwolf Town comprehended the situation. Although the Lord of Windwolf Town did not explicitly admit to capturing the young Flash Leopards, it was evident that it was indeed responsible. Deep down, however, the Lord was engulfed by trepidation, fully aware of the troubles that capturing the offspring of the leopard demons would incur. Yet, the insatiable desire for power and the elevation of its bloodline rendered it incapable of relinquishing such an opportunity. Merely 2 days prior, while venturing outside, it had stumbled upon a family of flash leopards frolicking in the forest, among them 2 young cubs evidently just born. The couple of flash leopards were not particularly strong, hovering around the 3rd tier. Driven by greed, after a moment's hesitation, it had slain the couple and captured the 2 younglings. It believed it had executed this scheme with utmost stealth. Even its closest wife remained oblivious to the deed. Little did it expect that within a mere 2 days, the army of the Flash Leopard clan would be at its doorstep, demanding retribution. Cease this at once, the High Priest of Windwolf Town bellowed. As the flash spirit's eyes flickered with a yellow light, it prepared to evade, but the wind blade before it unleashed a formidable surge of wind elemental energy, manifesting a binding effect akin to a vortex, leaving it with an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Such a diminutive fifth tier, and yet it dares to shine? The flash spirit scoffed, a slight motion causing its form to split into three. The three silhouettes momentarily flickered before the surrounding bindings shattered, and the three flash spirits surged forth in unison, each darting towards the Lord of Wind Wolf Town and the High Priest. "Fool!" roared the High Priest of Wind Wolf Town, raising its staff high, a radiant azure light emanating from its being, as a tempest swept forth, forcefully repelling the three flash spirits once more. The Lord growled, "Eliminated, High Priest. If we can vanquish it and the invading flash leopards, I shall depart from the town. You know that without such measures in this resource-scarce land, I shall never ascend to the 6th tier. I am left with no choice." "Scoundrel!" the flash spirit retorted furiously. "You resort to harming the young of my clan because you cannot advance? Do you truly believe a mere ancestral return can stand against me?" As it spoke, the tawny leopard spots upon its body began to shift, a subtle golden hue gradually emerging, while its lithe form grew increasingly elongated and powerful. The radiance emanating from its eyes transformed into a delicate shade of gold. "7th tier," exclaimed the High Priest of Wind Wolf Town almost involuntarily. In truth, from the moment the shimmering entity appeared, he had sensed the intensity of its aura, and with each passing moment, his certainty deepened. The High Priest himself was of the 6th tier, yet, unlike ordinary wind wolves, his status as a priest allowed him to harness the essence of ancestral, godly strongholds to amplify his own power. However, even with such advantages, he was not truly of the 7th tier, only able to temporarily achieve that strength. The chasm between the 6th and 7th tiers was akin to an insurmountable gulf, a stark distinction in levels of prowess. Even as a priest, overcoming a genuine 7th tier powerhouse was nearly impossible, unless the Lord of Wind Wolf Town also attained the 6th tier, thereby permitting him to invoke secret arts to temporarily elevate the Lord to the 7th tier, creating a fleeting opportunity for resistance. The shimmering entity refrained from further speech, driven by an intense hatred that propelled it directly towards the formidable duo of the High Priest and the Lord of Wind Wolf Town. In an instant, the three powerful beings engaged in a fierce aerial battle, vibrant azure light and ancestral calls continuously augmenting the strength of the High Priest and the Lord. Beneath them, the altar of Wind Wolf Town shimmered with a soft azure glow, imbuing them with threads of power. After all, this was Wind Wolf Town, their home ground. Yet, the might exhibited by the shimmering entity was exceedingly formidable. It was acutely aware that the adversaries would gain advantages on their own turf. Yet it was a true 7th tier being, confident in its ability to confront and ultimately triumph over them. This was the essence of its strength. From a distance, one could only perceive the shimmering figure transforming into a golden silhouette, relentlessly assaulting the central azure light, compressing it time and again. However, reaching the defensive perimeter of the two adversaries would prove to be a daunting task. As the battle commenced, within a nearby 2-story wooden cabin, the three Wang brothers and Ling Mushui had been summoned together by Qiu Jing, barred from venturing outside. Wang Yanfeng and Tang San remained on the 2nd floor. Upon opening the window, they could witness the distant clash. The direction in which the shining leopard charged mirrored precisely what the tiger-faced man had foretold, devoid of any deviation. According to their agreement, after 300 breaths, Tang San would depart from this place. "Tang San," Wang Yanfeng turned to him. Tang San respectfully bowed to Wang Yanfeng, feeling a profound sense of reverence for this teacher who had first brought warmth to his family after his arrival in this world. "Teacher, I must take my leave now. Please take care of yourself and madam." Tang San spoke softly. "I will surely return to visit you both when it is convenient." "Are you leaving already? Did you not mention 300 breaths?" Wang Yanfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Tang San reassured, "Rest assured, it should be fine. The number of the Flash Leopard clan is considerable. Have you not noticed how many wind wolves have already gone to the front lines? There are hardly any left in the rear, and thus, no one will detect my presence. Soon, as the Redeemer indicated, the Flash Leopards should breach the town. By that time, it would be inconvenient for me to leave, so it is best I depart early and act according to circumstances. Are you not confident in my abilities?" Wang Yefeng hesitated briefly but nodded in agreement, saying, "Be cautious. Once you reach Jelly City, make time to find Gue Gue. She will relay your safe news to me." "Understood. Teacher, I shall take my leave," Tang San replied. He stepped forward to embrace Wang Yefeng, then turned and leaped through the window. With a graceful somersault, buoyed by the air element, he descended smoothly to the courtyard below. Turning back, he waved at Wang Yifeng through the window before swiftly vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 55. A chance for carnage. As he watched Tang San's departing figure, Wang Yifeng was suddenly engulfed by a sense of wistfulness. Over the course of a year, he had indeed imparted knowledge to Tang San, yet, conversely, he had also gleaned insights from him. After the initial period, he had come to regard Tang San not merely as a child, but as an equal. This sentiment was remarkably profound. Tang San was resolute yet composed. Perhaps, in the future, he could indeed bring a glimmer of hope to humanity. Clenching his fist instinctively, Wang Yifeng shut the window, preparing himself. With the impending arrival of the flash leopards into the town, he too needed to devise a strategy to absolve Tang San of any suspicion regarding his departure. Upon exiting the wooden cabin, Tang San was mentally counting down. He did not immediately leave Windwolf Town. In truth, after learning of the entire scheme of the tiger-faced beings, he had formulated his own plan. While departing outright was undoubtedly the safest option, it also presented an exceptional opportunity. Previously, his attempts to experiment with various demonic bloodline imprints had caused the Flash Leopard clan's imprint to regress from 4th to 3rd tier. Simultaneously, his Windwolf imprint had yet to reach its 4th tier pinnacle. The impending conflict between the Flash Leopards and the Windwolves offered him a prime opportunity to enhance his own imprint. The stronger the imprint, the higher the level of abilities he could wield from both clans. The Rhinoceros Demon, the Spirit Deer Demon, and the White-tailed Hawk Demon had proven elusive. Yet the Flash Leopards and Windwolves were right before him. In the chaos of battle, who would notice his presence? Tang San was already intimately familiar with the terrain of Windwolf Town. Concealing himself in the shadows, he swiftly approached the area where the two sides clashed. He would not venture near the center, where a 7th-tier entity faced off against a 6th-tier and a 5th-tier, compounded by the presence of the Windwolf Town altar. With his current strength, he was not yet capable of influencing that battle. Thus, he approached the edge of the battlefield. As he drew nearer, he could distinctly feel the burning sensation of the Windwolf and Lightning Leopard insignias within him, a clear indication of his bloodline being stimulated. He could also sense that the conflict between both parties was reaching a fevered pitch. Scaling a building, Tang San lay prone on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. Not far from his position, 7 or 8 lightning leopards were engaging in combat with 4 wind wolves. Both sides possessed powers ranging from the 3rd to the 4th tier. Among the monster clans, the overall strength of the wind wolves and lightning leopards was nearly equivalent, which explained their long-standing enmity where neither could gain the upper hand over the other. At this moment, it was evident that the lightning leopard clan held the advantage, with 2 among them being of the 4th tier. Coupled with the other lightning leopards, their speed was astonishing as they relentlessly assaulted the 4 wind wolves. Among the wind wolves, only 1 was of the 4th tier, while the rest were 3rd tier. In terms of speed, although wind wolves were not slow, they found themselves somewhat at a disadvantage compared to the lightning leopards. However, the wind wolves excelled in defense and strength, capable of unleashing wind blades. Therefore, although the lightning leopards had the upper hand, they remained cautious in their attacks to avoid being struck by the wind blades. Merely inflicting a series of wounds on the wind wolves, truly vanquishing them, would require considerable time and effort. Tang San observed their battle, then glanced towards the distant battle formations. The battalions here operated with a degree of independence. The leading wind wolf emitted a series of fierce howls, clearly summoning reinforcements. However, at this moment, the entire wind wolf town had already plunged into the throes of warfare, leaving no wind wolves available to provide assistance here. This place was quite remarkable. Tang San narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the next moment, he sprang into action. Instead of descending directly, he crouched atop the roof, his hands sweeping through the air as the wind wolf imprint within him was summoned. 2 blades of wind shot forth from the rooftop. Simultaneously, his spiritual sense awakened, capturing the trajectory of the lightning leopards. The 2 azure wind blades descended into the fray. The lightning leopards, of course, sensed the incoming threat and attempted to evade. However, the wind blades unleashed by Tang San were not comparable to those of ordinary lightning leopards. They traced elegant arcs through the air, seemingly aimed at empty space, only to collide with 2 remarkably swift yellow figures. With 2 muffled thuds, the 2 3rd-tier lightning leopards were almost instantaneously cleaved in half. This abrupt turn of events startled both sides engaged in combat. The 4 wind wolves rejoiced at the arrival of reinforcements, particularly powerful ones. It is worth noting that, under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for wind wolves to strike lightning leopards with wind blades unless they unleashed a barrage of concentrated attacks. The speed of the lightning leopards was simply too formidable. Yet here, the two lightning leopards not only fell victim to the onslaught but were also obliterated in an instant, indicating the extraordinary potency of the wind blades. A fourth-tier lightning leopard roared and leaped into the air, charging towards the rooftop. Although it was unaware of how the adversary had executed such a feat, it knew it must eliminate the wind wolves perched above. As the fourth-tier lightning leopard ascended to the rooftop, it caught sight of a yellow silhouette. The similarity in bloodline aura instinctively led it to believe that this was an ally. The leopard flash was the innate skill of the lightning leopard clan. Thus, its immediate impression was that a comrade had arrived to dispatch the wind wolves atop the roof. At that very moment, the opponent was already before it. A hand shot out with lightning speed, striking directly at its throat. The fourth-tier lightning leopard's pupils constricted in an instant, and in the next moment, as it suffered the devastating blow, it beheld a pair of violet eyes, plunging it into a state of stupefaction. The power of its bloodline surged uncontrollably within. Tang San forcefully pinned it to the rooftop, channeling the Xiantian skill and unreservedly absorbing the energy within the fourth-tier lightning leopard. This creature, despite being a formidable foe, was rendered powerless under his guise and ambush. Moreover, after his expedition to Jialicheng, Tang San's strength had evolved significantly, making the lightning leopard no match for him. Whether it was deliberate or not, as he continued to devour, the Xiantian skill surged with vitality, and the imprint of the lightning leopard within him began to radiate warmth and brilliance. Once he had completely consumed the bloodline power of this fourth-tier lightning leopard, the imprint within him ascended to the fourth tier as well. This represented the entirety of a fourth-tier lightning leopard's bloodline power, a substantial boon indeed. With the consumption of the lightning leopard complete, Tang San silently counted in his mind, reaching 50. 50 breaths had passed since the onset of the battle. He glanced towards the fierce clash occurring in the heart of Windwolf Town, where 3 formidable warriors were engaged. Time was of the essence. Below, the power of the lightning leopard faction had sharply diminished, coupled with the desperate efforts of several windwolves, causing what had seemed an inevitable victory to fall into a stalemate. Taking a deep breath atop the eaves, Tang San swiftly activated the Xiantian skill, invigorated by the recently absorbed essence of the fourth-tier lightning leopard. A flurry of wind blades shot forth, cascading downwards. With his spiritual eye attuned, he accurately guided the wind blades to blanket the battlefield. The lightning leopards embroiled in combat immediately sensed the impending doom. The descent of the wind blades signified not only the arrival of a new threat, but also hinted at the demise of the fourth-tier lightning leopard that had ascended to confront their enemies. The cascading wind blades illuminated the ground with a vivid aquamarine hue. The lightning leopards hastily evaded, striving to dodge the oncoming blades. However, this time, Tang San showed no mercy. 18 wind blades launched simultaneously, surpassing the number he had unleashed against the tiger-faced beings previously. With their 5th-tier prowess, the tiger-faced beings could only withstand 9 blades, while the lightning leopards, known for their speed and not their defense, found their agility rendered futile under Tang San's precise targeting through his spiritual eye. Their speed, instead of being an asset, became a grave liability. The wind blades, as if possessing sentience, consistently intersected the paths of their high-speed dashes, rendering them utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Tang San has now reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Xiantian skill, complemented by the 4 great seals within him, rendering him incomparable to ordinary 4th-tier monster clans. At this moment, his full-force attack unleashed 18 blades of wind, transforming into a tempest that swept across the battlefield in an instant. This marked the first time he had exerted himself to such an extent. The 18 blades represented the utmost limit of his control. Were he not to consider the precision of his manipulation, he could summon even more. Yet, often, the significance of accuracy far outweighs the mere quantity of attacks. The 4th-tier lightning leopards were nearly obliterated in an instant. While they barely managed to evade a few strikes due to their instinctual awareness of danger, the 18 blades of wind acted as if they were harbingers of doom. They spiraled and twisted through the air, even colliding with one another to alter their trajectory. This was one of the exquisite techniques from the Tang sect's arsenal of hidden weapons, ranked above the 100 birds returned to the forest, known as the Batwing Reincarnation. It was not only precise, but also elusive. Under the guidance of his Lingxi hard eye, Tang San elevated this bat wing reincarnation technique to a new level. Each blade of wind was composed of wind elements, and under the watchful gaze of the lynxy hard eye, these wind blades absorbed the air's wind elements as they flew, augmenting their power. Consequently, the 18 blades grew larger and more formidable in their assault, to the point that even Tang San could no longer mask their sound. The piercing whoosh was akin to a death knell. With a series of thuds, the remaining fourth-tier leopard demons found themselves utterly exposed, felled in midair by the convergence of the wind blades. Witnessing this scene, the few surviving wind wolves were left in stunned silence. Was this the wind blade? The innate ability of their clan, the wind blade? Could it truly be wielded in such a manner? Could it possess such overwhelming strength? This was a scenario they had never even dared to imagine. Yet, the stark reality before them left no room for disbelief. The sensation of narrowly escaping death filled them with a frenzied joy. However, just as exhilaration surged within them, they suddenly realized the wind blades were circling in the air, first dispersing, then coming at them from all directions with fierce intent. The terrified howls of the wolves had barely begun to emerge before they were abruptly silenced. Already severely wounded, how could they possibly withstand such a potent assault from the wind blades? 60 breaths had elapsed. Tang San silently counted in his heart. After annihilating the wind wolves and flash leopards below, he descended swiftly. He first sought out the fourth-tier beings among the wind wolves and flash leopards, quickly devouring the remnants of their bloodline imprints. The effect was somewhat disappointing, perhaps due to the incomplete corpses, which resulted in significant loss of bloodline power. The third-tier flash leopards and wind wolves held little value for consumption. However, in pursuit of speed, he found himself with limited options. Regarding the demon race, ever since his biological mother was slain by them in this world, he had long since relinquished any semblance of mercy. To him, all demons were deserving of extermination. Having consumed the bloodline power of a few fourth-tier demons, Tang San departed swiftly. The battlefield here was rather secluded, making it difficult to be discovered. The bloodline power from the fourth-tier demons provided him with considerable sustenance. The imprints of Windblade and Leopard Flash were noticeably more solid than before, marking a significant advancement in his fourth-tier position, especially the imprint of the Wind Wolf, which had become exceedingly bright. However, it seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Unable to progress further, Tang San was not surprised by this. The imprint was closely linked to his own cultivation of the Xiantian skill. It was only natural that if the Xiantian skill could not be enhanced at the fourth tier, the bloodline imprint would also remain stagnant. 80 breaths had passed. Tang San lifted his gaze, once more directing his attention towards the fierce clash occurring at the heart of Windwolf Town. At this moment, the formidable 7th-tier Flash Leopard, Shining, had fully showcased its advantage in speed. Despite the area of effect wind elemental assaults unleashed by the Grand Priest of Windwolf Town, not a single strand of air managed to graze its form. The swiftness of the Flash Leopard was astounding. It could even retreat 100 meters in the blink of an eye, just as the Grand Priest launched a barrage of wind blades. The instant the blades dispersed, it would swiftly dart back, striking with renewed ferocity. The Windwolf Lord, his eyes blood-red, was currently unleashing a battle prowess far surpassing his usual capabilities, bolstered by the bloodline power imparted by the Grand Priest, reaching an impressive 6th-tier strength. His already imposing stature withstood most of Shining's onslaught, yet he bore numerous wounds upon his body. Even though the Grand Priest had forcibly elevated their powers through ancestral secrets, the disparity between the 7th and 6th tiers remained an insurmountable chasm. Shining was undoubtedly dominating the fray. Moreover, the duration of the secret arts was ultimately limited. They could not be employed endlessly. Once the effects waned, the Grand Priest and the Lord would not only plummet in strength, but also suffer backlash from the secret arts. Nothing comes without a price, and the same holds true for the ancestral secrets. Simultaneously, the Flash Leopard clan had launched a full-scale invasion into Windwolf Town. The able-bodied defenders of Windwolf Town could no longer hold the line. Even the women and children had joined the fray. In such dire circumstances, the might of the monster clan became evident. Even the youngest among them possessed a measure of combat capability. Regrettably, they were pitted against the elite of the Flash Leopard clan. Although, apart from Shining, none surpassed the 5th tier, sweeping through Windwolf Town was still well within their grasp. Tang San has successfully slain a considerable number of the Flash Leopards, alleviating their assault from this direction. However, a greater number of them have already infiltrated Windwolf Town. If this continues, the entirety of Windwolf Town may face utter annihilation. Cease at once. A sharp cry suddenly pierced the air. Concurrently, The azure light emanating from the high priest of Wind Wolf Town surged in intensity, transforming into a colossal whirlwind that swept the flash spirit away. The wind blades conjured by the vortex inflicted numerous wounds upon the body of this seventh-tier powerhouse, momentarily stalling his advance. The high priest of Wind Wolf Town glared furiously at the flash spirit, and with a resounding crack, his staff shattered. Instantly, an immensely potent bloodline aura coalesced into an emerald green orb that appeared in the palm of his hand. Command your kin to halt. Otherwise, we shall face mutual destruction. You should recognize what this is. The high priest elevated the emerald orb. The flash spirit's expression shifted, halting its advance. It certainly knew what this object represented. In any clan of monsters or spirits, the priests hold a revered status, as they possess the ability to summon ancestral powers, continually fortifying and stabilizing the bloodlines of their kin, preventing their strength from waning through generations. In this process, the priests often gather this bloodline power and maintain a connection with their ancestors' bloodlines. When these forces coalesce, they become the very essence of a tribe. The emerald orb cradled by the high priest embodies the heart of the Wind Wolf, containing the bloodline essence of all clansmen in Wind Wolf Town, along with the vitality accumulated through rituals and sacrifices. After years of refinement by the high priest, this power has fused with the ancestral essence of the Wind Wolf lineage, rendering it the very core of Wind Wolf Town and a vital component of the bloodline legacy. Chapter 57. The Heart of the Wind Wolf. If you persist in your aggression, I shall detonate the heart of the Wind Wolf. All of your kin shall perish. Save for you. The conflict between the Flash Leopards and the Wind Wolf lineage will be to the death, the high priest declared fiercely. A flicker of wariness crossed the eyes of the Flash spirit. The high priest spoke the truth. Should the heart of the Wind Wolf explode, it would spell doom for nearly all Wind Wolves and Flash Leopards present. The magnitude of such an explosion would be catastrophic. Furthermore, the detonation of the heart would undoubtedly provoke the highest echelons of the Wind Wolf lineage. More critically, the bloodline hearts of various clans are pivotal to their heritage. The destruction of a bloodline heart equates to a grievous blow to the lineage's legacy, second only to total extermination. Should such an event transpire, even the ancestral grounds would be powerless to prevent retribution. At that juncture, a true and relentless confrontation between the Wind Wolves and Flash Leopards would commence. The Flash spirit had not anticipated the existence of the heart of the Wind Wolf within this seemingly insignificant town. It had indeed harbored lethal intentions moments before. Subsequently, the young members of the tribe were abducted, and the formidable warriors of the Wind Wolf were slaughtered almost entirely. Even on a rational level, this could be justified. However, it was unforeseen that the high priest of Wind Wolf Town would be so resolute as to extract the heart of the Wind Wolf. It is crucial to note that once this object is activated, even if it is not detonated, retracting it would require an immense sacrifice. For the high priest, this meant he had to offer his own bloodline power to stabilize the heart of the Wind Wolf. A fierce glint flickered in Shining Spirit's eyes as he bellowed for them to halt. The attacking Shining Leopards immediately ceased their assault. Meanwhile, Tang San, positioned at a distance, had just withdrawn from a fourth-tier Shining Leopard and slipped back into the shadows. What was that object? He was filled with curiosity about the heart of the Wind Wolf in the high priest's grasp. The moment the heart of the Wind Wolf was extracted, he experienced a profound sense of trepidation, a clear threat to his very existence. Following this, he felt his Wind Wolf mark grow fervently hot, almost instantly reaching a boiling temperature. Through his spiritual perception, he sensed an overwhelming longing from the Wind Wolf mark towards the heart of the Wind Wolf, as if it yearned to merge with it. The heart of the Wind Wolf was undoubtedly absent from the teachings imparted by Wang Yanfeng. Yet, its capacity to instill dread in a seventh-tier powerhouse signifies its considerable importance to the Wind Wolf lineage. Gradually, the conflict within the town subsided, and Tang San could no longer stealthily take advantage of the situation. He could only act when both sides were engaged in battle. In just that brief moment, he had already devoured the bloodline powers of 7 or 8 Wind Wolves and Shining Leopards. 160 breaths had passed. It was time for him to prepare to depart. Concurrently, Tang San felt a quiet astonishment regarding the Redemption Organization. The tiger-faced man had previously instructed him to leave within 300 breaths. The strength exhibited by the Shining Leopard clan's warriors was evidently capable of leveling Wind Wolf Town. Had it not been for the high priest extracting the heart of the Wind Wolf, the town would have surely faced destruction. According to the earlier instructions from the tiger-faced man, it seemed he had already deduced that the Shining Leopard's assault would not be sufficient to annihilate Windwolf Town. 4. Should Windwolf Town be eradicated, there was no doubt that Wang Yinfeng and his kin, as vassals of the Windwolves, would also meet their demise. It appeared that the Redemption Organization was thoroughly acquainted with both parties' backgrounds when devising their plans. They likely even anticipated that the High Priest of Windwolf Town could extract this luminous orb. At this juncture, Shining Spirit coldly remarked, "You believe that by presenting the heart of the Windwolf, we will refrain from rescuing our kin? Shall the enmity for the slaughter of our young be dismissed so easily? You must comprehend the consequences of your actions. Even if this escalates to our ancestral grounds, your Windwolf lineage will inevitably face severe repercussions." The High Priest of Windwolf Town took a deep breath, fully aware that this matter would not be resolved so simply. The blame lay with the greed of Windwolf Town's lord. The High Priest solemnly stated, "This predicament is indeed our fault. I acknowledge this. However, you have already slain numerous members of my clan. I can surrender the surviving children of your kin to you, provided you retreat." The Spirit of Lightning was infuriated. "Is this all there is to it? Will the true instigator be spared? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? If you persist in this manner, even if it means my kin perish here today, I shall undoubtedly lay waste to everything in this place and seek justice at our ancestral grounds. Do you truly believe we fear your relentless pursuit? Your slaughter of our children is an unforgivable grievance, just as relentless." The High Priestess of Windwolf Town's eyes flashed with a resolute light. She ascended gracefully, alighting from the Lord of Windwolf Town to the air beside him, stabilizing her form upon the currents of wind. "Very well, I shall provide you with an explanation. Feng Xiong, you may leave. By the authority of the High Priestess, I hereby declare that from this moment forth, you are stripped of your title as Lord. From now on, you are no longer the leader of Windwolf Town, and any matters concerning you shall no longer pertain to our lineage." The Lord of Windwolf Town was taken aback. Feng Xiong was indeed his name. "The High Priestess, your eyes brimming with bloodlust." The High Priestess of Windwolf Town bellowed, "Do you truly wish to see everything in Windwolf Town obliterated due to your folly? Depart at once." Feng Xiong seemed to grasp the situation, gritting his teeth as he suddenly darted away into the distance. In the next instant, the Spirit of Lightning moved, leaping forward like a panther to obstruct Feng Xiong's path. However, at that very moment, a wall of wind abruptly materialized before it, blocking its advance. The Spirit of Lightning glared coldly at the High Priestess of Windwolf Town, inquiring icily, "What do you mean by this?" The High Priestess replied with calm deliberation, "I can sense that there are still children of your kin alive. Shouldn't you hasten to their aid?" The Spirit of Lightning narrowed its eyes, and at that moment, empowered by the prior enhancement of the High Priestess bloodline, Feng Xiong had already covered several hundred meters. "You very well." A fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the Spirit of Lightning. Yet it was genuinely wary of the heart of the Windwolf and the High Priestess grasp. This artifact must not be detonated, otherwise, even at the 7th tier, it would sustain grievous injury. More importantly, instigating a duel between our clans is a burden I cannot bear. Out of respect for the heart of the Windwolf, I grant you 100 breaths of time. Within this time, I shall not pursue. After 100 breaths, should you attempt to impede me, there shall be no mercy. Withdraw from Windwolf Town." As it spoke, it swiftly swung its right forepaw. The Shining Leopard clan within the town retreated like a flowing stream. The High Priestess of Windwolf Town remained unyielding, silently cradling the heart of the Windwolf, watching the scene unfold. Undoubtedly, as the Shining Leopards withdrew from the town, the threat posed by the heart of the Windwolf to the Spirit of Lightning diminished significantly. Should it self-destruct, it would spell doom for the entire Windwolf clan. Yet the conditions set forth by the Spirit of Lightning were within the High Priestess' tolerance. 100 breaths was ample time for Feng Xiong to cover considerable distance. Though the Shining Leopards excelled in speed, Feng Xiong was certainly more familiar with the surrounding terrain. If he could not escape under these circumstances, it would simply be a matter of misfortune on his part. As for the fate of Feng Xiong, it is not within the High Priest's power to determine. The decision lies with the clan. As long as he is not discovered by the Lightning Leopard, evading for a while is a prudent choice. Once the storm has passed, they can reassess the situation and, if necessary, relocate. Shanshan gazed at the High Priest of Windwolf Town, her eyes narrowing slightly. "While your cultivation may not be formidable, your ability to preside over the heart of Windwolf suggests a lineage of remarkable purity. You are no ordinary Windwolf. What brings you here?" The High Priest of Windwolf Town replied coolly, If I still possessed my former strength, do you truly believe you could dare to boast before me? Shan Shan was momentarily taken aback, observing the aged visage before her, as if recalling something, yet she refrained from speaking further, silently counting the passage of 100 breaths in her heart. Chapter 58. Devouring Fengxiong. At this moment, Fengxiong had already burst forth from Windwolf Town, his heart aflame with rage and resentment. How could he have been discovered? He knew that the high priest had driven him away to save his life. Continuing to battle that 7th-tier lightning leopard would undoubtedly lead to his demise, especially since the adversary had seized upon his vulnerabilities. For now, the only option was to flee. No matter how swift the lightning leopard might be, it could not surpass his familiarity with the terrain, and with the aid of the wind element, he could traverse long distances, perhaps even outpacing the leopard. The wind element could also mask his own bloodline's aura. Yet, he felt the power of his previously awakened 6th-tier bloodline gradually waning, and the wounds on his body sent sharp pangs of pain through him. Though blood loss was minimal, it still affected him. Nevertheless, he could not afford to pause. He must swiftly distance himself from this place. Only in doing so could he hope to escape with his life. He accelerated with all his might, plunging into the woods. Fengxiong's plan was straightforward. First, he would head to the Wind Spirit Stone Mine, where a tunnel had been excavated as a contingency plan, one that had been overseen by the high priest himself. Within the tunnel lay numerous forks, resembling a labyrinth. If he could reach the Wind Spirit Stone Mine and enter the tunnel, he would be essentially safe. The wind element within the Wind Spirit Stone would further conceal his aura. Just as he resolved to head towards the Wind Spirit Stone Mine, an indescribable sensation surged within him. Abruptly, he slammed to a halt, instantly decelerating. A streak of azure light darted past him like lightning. Had he not slowed down just then, that azure light would have struck precisely at his throat. Who? Fengxiong bellowed. Windblade. Just now, that was clearly a windblade. Could it be that a clansman had plotted against him? From behind a large tree, a figure slowly emerged. The diminutive silhouette left Fengxiong in astonishment. Was this a human? A child, no less. He could hardly recognize the identity of this human. Indeed, the one who stood before him, blocking his path, was none other than Tang San. Tang San murmured to himself, 50 breaths should suffice. 20 breaths for the kill. The time for devouring is rather tight. Nonetheless, it is nearly adequate. As he spoke, his hands began to move, and under the astonished gaze of Fengxiong, a series of azure wind blades, each over a foot wide, erupted forth. 18 wind blades in total, unleashed without reservation, soared into the air, each accompanied by a piercing shriek. The elemental winds in the atmosphere seemed to respond to the call of the blades, swiftly coalescing around them. In the depths of the youth's eyes, Fengxiong beheld a glimmer of golden-purple light. With an enraged howl, Fengxiong surged forward, its cultivation having plummeted from the 6th to the 5th rank, and even suffering a sense of weakness from the earlier activation of its bloodline. It felt no fear towards the human youth before it. Yet the obstruction posed by this boy would undoubtedly diminish its chances of escape. A 7th-rank lightning leopard was always hot on its heels. Thus, its instinct was to resolve the conflict swiftly. In an instant, a surge of azure light erupted from its form, transforming every strand of its fur into a brilliant teal. Its eyes shimmered with fierce resolve as it charged directly at Tang San, paying no heed to the scattered wind blades that flew aimlessly through the air. As the Lord of the Windwolves, it possessed an innate talent for wind blades and a robust resistance to wind elements. The attacks from these blades did not instill any trepidation within it. Even if they could inflict harm, such damage would be significantly mitigated. Its sole desire was to swiftly eliminate this human boy and make a hasty retreat. At this moment, it had no time to ponder why a young human could unleash such a multitude of wind blades without manifesting the wind wolf transformation. As Fengxiong charged directly towards him, Tang San's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his gaze brimming with malice. The very mother of this world had undoubtedly perished at the hands of this creature and that high priest. He questioned whether he could contend with a 6th-rank high priest. Yet he felt confident in dealing with this severely wounded 5th-rank wind wolf, whose bloodline power was rapidly diminishing. Through the eye of the spirit link, he could distinctly perceive the fluctuations in Fengxiong's bloodline aura. Having followed it all the way, he chose this moment to strike, emboldened by his newfound assurance. Faced with Fengxiong's frontal assault, Tang San did not evade. Instead, he stood firm. A flash of yellow light enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he traversed 20 meters. Just as Fengxiong leapt forward within 5 meters of him, Tang San was already standing directly before it. Leopard Flash. This marked the first occasion in which Tang San employed the Leopard Flash in actual combat, following its elevation to the 4th tier. Feng Xiong's eyes were filled with disbelief. Unable to fathom how a mere human could possess both the Wind Blade and the capabilities of the Leopard Flash. At that moment, a fist loomed larger before its eyes. With a resounding thud, Tang San's fist struck fiercely against Feng Xiong's left eye. The momentum of the leap came to an abrupt halt. Yet a pair of wolf claws continued to reach for Tang San, while simultaneously, the wind elements surrounding Feng Xiong erupted, attempting to thrust Tang San away. As Tang San's eye of spiritual insight radiated with brilliance, at the very moment Feng Xiong unleashed the wind element, a sudden flash of violet light flickered within his gaze. Feng Xiong felt a sharp pain piercing through his mind, causing the wind elements he had just released to dissipate instantaneously. Under normal circumstances, given his bloodline talent, it would have been nearly impossible for Tang San, even with the power of the Eye of Spiritual Insight, to wrest control over the wind elements from him. After all, the innate abilities of the Beast Clan granted them a significant advantage in controlling their powers, further compounded by the disparity in cultivation levels. However, when his mind was struck, he could no longer maintain command over the wind elements. Under Tang San's influence, the wind elements scattered in an instant. In that fleeting moment of confusion, the 18 wind blades that had previously been shot forth were now whistling back toward him, like birds returning to their nest. The wind blade struck Feng Xiong's neck in rapid succession, although his fur shimmered with a green light, counteracting the onslaught of the wind elements. The sheer number of attacks proved overwhelming. Simultaneously, Tang San had firmly grasped Feng Xiong's front claws. As Feng Xiong regained consciousness, he felt a fierce pain in his neck. He attempted to struggle, but found his front paws seemingly cast in iron, utterly unable to break free. In terms of physical strength, even at the 5th tier, Tang San would find it challenging to contend with a 5th-tier beast, unless bolstered by special enhancements. The bloodline talents of the Beast Clan endowed them with formidable physical prowess. Nevertheless, he did not require prolonged control over Feng Xiong. With the aid of the Xin Yu hand and the Rhinoceros Clan's heavy armor technique, he could easily seize Feng Xiong's front claws for a brief duration. Moreover, the Xian Tian Gong had been activated at the earliest opportunity, forcefully devouring Feng Xiong's bloodline essence. Upon the initial surge of Feng Xiong's bloodline essence flowing into Tang San's body, he sensed a profound difference. The purity of Feng Xiong's bloodline essence far surpassed that of any wind wolf he had previously consumed, and the energy was exceptionally refined. So much so, that as he began to absorb it, the wind wolf imprint within him erupted with a dazzling turquoise radiance, enveloping Tang San in a shimmering aura. A series of slicing sounds from the wind blades echoed continuously. In Chapter 59, The Bloodline of the Wind Wolf King, Feng Xiong was struck down to the ground by the relentless wind blades attacking the same spot. His fur was finally severed, and he struggled desperately. On the second strike, he nearly managed to shake Tang San off. However, the critical attack to his neck could no longer be endured. When the 10th wind blade struck, the nerves at the back of his head were already damaged, and his once mighty form collapsed rapidly, akin to a deflated balloon. By the time the 15th wind blade descended, his cervical vertebrae had been severed. In Tang San's eyes, a flicker of brilliance dispelled the final 3 blades of wind. At this moment, Feng Xiong was on the brink of death, clinging to its last breath. He could not allow its head to be severed, for that would impede the consumption of its bloodline. The entire battle, from inception to conclusion, spanned merely 10 breaths. While it appeared straightforward, in truth, Tang San had exerted every ounce of his strength. All 4 bloodline imprint skills were employed, in conjunction with his Tang sect's unparalleled techniques. Although it seemed to take less time, the outcome was directly linked to Feng Xiong's responses. As Tang San unleashed the wind blades, he could have easily concealed himself in the shadows. However, he deliberately chose to appear before Feng Xiong, intending to disarm his opponent's vigilance. At merely 9 years old, he is but a human child, seemingly inconspicuous, and, to any beastly lineage, unworthy of attention, especially one so tender in age. His slight stature stands in stark contrast to Feng Xiong, naturally inviting a sense of contempt from the latter. Previously, when Feng Xiong was driven into retreat, Tang San had been nearby, meticulously observing through his spirit eye. The moment he decided to strike was indeed impeccably timed. Feng Xiong's initial instinct was undoubtedly to hasten his escape, yet he could never have anticipated that the adversary before him would possess such formidable strength. Tang San unleashed his full power without reservation, drawing upon his peak fourth-tier strength, the battle experience of a once-great god king, and psychological mastery, all augmented by the devouring capabilities of the Xiantian skill. Under the influence of these multiple factors, he managed to subdue the wounded and weakened Feng Xiong in a remarkably brief time. With the Xiantian skill activated to its fullest, he voraciously consumed the bloodline power within Feng Xiong, simultaneously siphoning away the last vestiges of its vitality. The light in Feng Xiong's eyes gradually dimmed, and its body began to wither. In contrast, Tang San felt an overwhelming surge of bloodline power flooding into his being. Suddenly, his aura erupted, and his bones resonated with a series of cracking sounds. He had broken through. Indeed, by consuming Feng Xiong's bloodline power, he transcended the peak of the fourth tier and ascended to the fifth tier. This was not merely a breakthrough of the Xiantian skill. The wind blade mark within him also advanced, transforming from its original azure hue to a profound green, its radiance intensifying further. It was clear to Tang San that Feng Xiong's bloodline was distinct from that of ordinary wind wolves. Could it be attributed to its status as a lord? Although this was his first encounter with the bloodline power of a fifth-tier wind wolf, based on his prior experiences with the third and fourth tiers, he expected a significant increase in strength. However, this transformation was extraordinary. To put it succinctly, the bloodline power of ordinary wind wolves contained impurities, necessitating a process of conversion and filtration during absorption. In stark contrast, Feng Xiong's bloodline power was nearly consumed directly by the wind blade mark, bypassing filtration entirely. The purity of this bloodline power was unparalleled, akin to the distinction between pristine water and sewage, and in substantial quantity. The act of consuming a single Feng Xiong surpassed all the bloodline marks of wind wolves he had previously absorbed combined. Initially, he believed that to break through to the fifth level of the Xiantian skill, he would need to devour a fifth-tier powerhouse, but he achieved success in one fell swoop. This clearly indicated the extraordinary nature of Feng Xiong's bloodline. Regardless of the circumstances, he had ultimately succeeded. In truth, when he and the tiger-faced man devised their plan and secured 300 breaths of time, Tang San had already formulated his own strategy. His early emergence was intended to exploit the chaos and seize the opportunity to elevate his power. Initially, he had no designs on Feng Xiong, the lord of the Wind Wolf town. He lacked absolute confidence in subduing a fifth-tier Feng Xiong, particularly given the disparity in tiers and the absence of abilities from his previous life, making it exceedingly difficult to overpower a being with such formidable physical strength, especially with the high priest of the Wind Wolves present. Thus, he merely intended to absorb some bloodline power from the Wind Wolves and flash leopards amidst the turmoil, which he had indeed begun to do. However, when Feng Xiong was driven away and its aura diminished due to the prior activation of its bloodline, Tang San astutely recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Sooner or later, he must confront the fourth-tier pinnacle to challenge the peril of the fifth tier. For only by devouring the bloodline power of the fifth tier can he transcend to the fifth level of the Xiantian art. What could be a more fortuitous chance than this? Time is ample. He must act in accordance with the unfolding circumstances. Indeed, he succeeded. With no time to digest and absorb the energy of Feng Xiong, he was fortunate that during the breakthrough to the fifth level of the Xiantian art, a substantial amount of energy had already been absorbed through its automatic operation. Even so, he was enveloped in a shimmering azure light, and the imprint of the fifth-tier wind blade within him had evidently advanced significantly, despite his inability to fully assimilate it. Having consumed as much as possible from Feng Xiong, Tang San rummaged through Feng Xiong's garments and soon uncovered a small pouch. It likely contained coins. Without pausing to examine it, he swiftly tucked the pouch into his bosom. Mobilizing the Xiantian art, he suppressed the wind blade imprint. Simultaneously, he activated the leopard flash imprint, his form transforming into a streak of yellow light that flickered rapidly. The yellow light circled Feng Xiong's lifeless body in a swift dance, depleting some of his Xiantian power, and only then did Tang San determine a direction, utilizing the leopard flash to accelerate extravagantly away from the site. Just as he departed, having barely elapsed 10 breaths, two figures descended from the heavens. The yellow light flickered, and Shining Spirit had landed beside Feng Xiong's corpse, a look of astonishment etched upon the countenance of this formidable seventh-tier lightning leopard. Following closely, the high priest of the Wind Wolf town arrived, supported by a swirling gust. Upon encountering Feng Xiong's fallen body, a piercing wail escaped its lips, and it lunged forward, the Wind Wolf heart in its grasp trembling violently. Who has slain him? Who? The howl of the high priest of the Wind Wolf town resonated mournfully, audible even 10 miles away. It was not I? Shining Spirit replied without hesitation. Upon witnessing Feng Xiong's demise, its initial reaction was one of exhilaration, swiftly followed by bewilderment. Although this lord of the Wind Wolf town had yet to breach the 6th tier, he should have possessed the prowess of a 5th-tier pinnacle. How could he perish here in such a brief span? Previously, it had been locked in a standoff with the high priest within Wind Wolf town. Yet before the 100 breaths had elapsed, the high priest's expression had suddenly shifted, hastening towards this location. Although Shining Spirit was unaware of the events that had transpired, it followed suit, guided by its perception of Feng Xiong's aura, arriving first, only to be met with the sight of Feng Xiong's lifeless form. When the high priest of the Wind Wolf town raised its head once more, its eyes brimmed with vengeful light. It was you, the Lightning Leopard clan, who did this. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Do you understand that he bore the bloodline of the Wind Wolf King? The high priest raged almost frantically. I have said it was not I. Shining Spirit retorted, its bravado undermined by trepidation. Simultaneously, it was astounded within, the bloodline of the Wind Wolf King? In the 60th chapter titled Young Master Mei, I have arrived. The high priest of Wind Wolf town gasps for breath, his age evident, yet his resolve unwavering. Suddenly, he consumes the heart of the Wind Wolf, and an intense tremor courses through his body. His once formidable aura, previously at the 7th tier, swiftly diminishes to the 6th, and subsequently to the 5th tier, leaving him increasingly frail. The high priest emits low, rumbling roars and mournful cries, yet the lifeless form of Wen Xiong, the diminutive lord, shows no signs of revival. Standing nearby, Shanling's eyes flicker with urgency. He senses the necessity to depart swiftly. The high priest and the deceased lord of this town seem to harbor complexities beyond the ordinary. Gradually, the high priest rises, his gaze piercing as it locks onto Shanling. Taking a deep breath, the dimness in his eyes unexpectedly deepens, as if he intends to imprint the visage of this 7th-tier flash leopard into his memory. A whirlwind erupts from his hands, lifting Wen Xiong's corpse and carrying it slowly toward Wind Wolf town. Shanling takes 2 steps, but ultimately halts, contemplating before choosing a direction and departing rapidly. His objectives have been achieved. He has rescued the living flash leopard, eliminated the principal antagonist, and vanquished numerous wind wolves. Yet, he is left pondering the peculiar connection between the high priest and the deceased lord. Regardless, his allegiance lies with his kin. He resolves to report back to his tribe. With Wen Xiong's body cradled in his grasp, the high priest returns to the town, ascending to the altar where he gently places the corpse at its center. He murmurs incantations, the crimson hue in his eyes intensifying. The altar begins to tremble, and ethereal azure patterns emerge upon its surface. Strangely, Wen Xiong's body emanates a bluish-green glow, interspersed with flecks of pale gold. O great Wind Wolf King, your descendants have suffered at the hands of others. We offer their blood as a sacrifice. I implore you, deliver justice for us. The high priest's heart-wrenching howl pierces the air, as a brilliant azure light, tinged with blood red, ascends skyward, transforming into a colossal pillar of cerulean and crimson. Upon the emergence of this radiant beam, Wind Wolf Town quakes violently. Inside a wooden cabin, Wang Yanfeng, who had been on high alert since the flash leopard's incursion, is taken aback by the sight of the luminous column shooting into the heavens. Gazing towards the altar, a momentary daze enveloped him. Whether it was he, Qiu Jing, the 3 brothers of the Wang family, or Ling Muxua, each could feel their blood surging within them. Their emotions palpably stirred. What could this phenomenon be? 5 kilometers west of Wind Wolf Town, Tang San lightly descended to the ground, and as he surveyed his surroundings, a figure emerged from behind a large tree, revealing itself to be the tiger-faced man from the Redemption Organization. The tiger-faced man gestured to Tang San, who promptly followed him. Let us depart, the tiger-faced man said succinctly, leading Tang San toward the distance. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, the tiger-faced man abruptly halted, turning to look back. Tang San sensed it as well, for the wind wolf imprint within him stirred noticeably. They beheld a colossal azure pillar of light ascending from the direction of Wind Wolf Town, intermingled with streaks of crimson, as if tainted. Such great resentment. The expression of the tiger-faced man shifted dramatically. Let us depart from here at once. It seems a disturbance has arisen within Wind Wolf Town. As he spoke, he grasped Tang San's arm and hastened away with purposeful strides. In the heart of Jelly City, Within the Wind Wolf ancestral home, a venerable Wind Wolf reclined in a chair, feigning slumber. Suddenly, its body convulsed violently, and it sat upright. In that instant, one could discern that this elder Wind Wolf stood approximately 2 meters tall, with a robust and imposing physique. Strangely, its form bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, though its skin shimmered with a pale azure hue, complemented by a cascade of aquamarine hair. Each strand radiated a gentle azure luminescence, while its deep green eyes appeared as profound as bottomless abysses. Who dares to slay my progeny? A low growl emanated from its maw. In the next moment, the entire ancestral home of the Wind Wolves trembled. On one side of the central square of Jelly City, at the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop, Mei Gongzi, her mother, and a female staff member busied themselves. Their roles were well defined. Mei Gongzi's mother prepared the milk tea. Mei Gongzi handled the payments, and the staff member delivered cups of milk tea to eager patrons. This time of day marked their busiest hours. As the square came alive with activity, populated only by members of the prominent clans in Jelly City. Suddenly, the female staff member gasped. Mei Gongzi remained unfazed. But her mother, Su Qin, instinctively turned to see the cause of the commotion, equally astonished. A robust Wind Wolf, who had just purchased milk tea, radiated a dense azure light. At that moment, the spectacle caught Mei Gongzi's attention. Before they could inquire, the Wind Wolf disregarded the milk tea and abruptly turned to dash away. In Jelly Square, the few Wind Wolves present ignited like azure lanterns in the dark, each accelerating swiftly toward the Wind Wolf ancestral home. 2 days later, 2 figures, one large and one small, appeared not far from the city gates of Jelly City. Both approached the gates with a humble demeanor. The smaller human quietly lifted their gaze toward the towering city walls, a smile curving at the corners of their mouth. Jelly City, I have arrived. Mei Gongzi, I am coming. Chapter 61. Re-entering Jelly City. Outside Jelly City, the tiger-faced man halted, quietly removing the mask from his face, revealing the visage of a middle-aged man that Tang San had once encountered. In the distance, they could already see the imposing city walls of Jelly City and the mountains rising majestically on either side. Tang San vividly recalled the stark temperature difference he experienced upon his first arrival here, where the walls of the city stood both inside and out. As one of the principal strongholds of the demon clan, the opulence of this city left an indelible mark on his memory. Of course, this grandeur was entirely unrelated to humanity. Tang San, hold this, said the tiger-faced man as he handed him a plaque. Tang San took the plaque and observed that it was crafted from azure wind spirit stone, of a quality surpassing any he had encountered before. One side bore the intricately carved visage of a wolf's head, while the other displayed inscriptions in the language of the demon tribes. These markings likely chronicled his name and the clan to which he belonged. This clan was undoubtedly the Wind Wolf tribe. Yet it no longer pertained to that small Wind Wolf town, but rather to the ancestral residents of the Wind Wolves in Jelly City. There was no doubt. This was an official vassal token. Possessing this token signified that Tang San had attained a formal identity within the realm of the demon tribes, one that shielded him from arbitrary slaughter by demons. Remember, from this moment forth, you are a human vassal of the Wind Wolf ancestral house. Your parents, too, served as vassals for the Wind Wolf King within the ancestral house, which is why you have received this status at such a tender age. Should you encounter any inquiries, simply state this. The vassal identity token is genuine and will withstand scrutiny. Do not panic in the face of any patrols. The tiger-faced man advised. Esteemed elder, how should I address you? Tang San inquired. Upon hearing the term esteemed elder, the tiger-faced man appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to such a form of address. Esteemed elder? That is indeed fitting. I am Zhang Tianxiao, affiliated with the redemption of Jelly City, the tiger-faced man replied, a smile gracing his features. Tang San inquired. Does this mean that I have officially joined the redemption organization? Zhang Tianxiao shook his head and replied, the organization will require you to undergo a series of evaluations. Of course, the most crucial aspect is your cultivation. The primary reason you were selected at such a young age is your innate talent. In the forthcoming study and training, you must dedicate yourself wholeheartedly. While philosophical discussions may abound, they hold little significance at this moment. Do you not seek vengeance for your mother? Therefore, you must acquire greater strength. Additionally, safeguarding yourself equally necessitates power. Indeed, Tang San nodded in agreement. Zhang Tianxiao led Tang San into Jelly City. The city gates appeared unchanged from his previous visit. They traversed along the edges of the road, deliberately avoiding any encounters with the various monster clans. The temperature within Jelly City was considerably warmer and more comfortable than outside. The city remained vibrant and bustling, teeming with an array of creatures. The status of the different monster clans could be discerned from the areas they occupied on the streets. Those bold enough to walk in the center were undoubtedly formidable clans. However, when faced with even stronger factions, they would instinctively yield. This seemed to reflect the hierarchical structure within the monster clans. "Senior, where are we headed now?" Tang San asked in a hushed tone. Zhang Tianxiao glanced at him and responded, "To the academy." "The academy?" Tang San momentarily froze. For him, the mere mention of those two words held profound significance. In his previous life on the Dolua continent, the academy he entered in his youth eventually became the continent's foremost institution due to the excellence of his cohort. He vividly remembered the motto of that academy: "We only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals." Upon arriving in the fairy continent, he had never anticipated that such an institution would exist in this world as well. An academy for the monster clans? I had assumed they relied solely on familial traditions for education. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Tianxiao explained, "Indeed. Your understanding of this world was limited while residing in that remote town. The monster clans certainly possess their own academies, complete with a clear hierarchy. However, not all monsters are eligible for admission. These academies are exclusively open to the nobility of the monster clans, and the tuition is exorbitantly high. Yet, the institution I intend to take you to is not one belonging to the monster clans, but rather our own, the Redemption Academy." Tang San was taken aback. The Redemption Academy? The organization possesses its own academy? This was indeed something he had never anticipated. Over the years, he had gained a clear understanding of humanity's standing in this world. To think that even a faction of humans subservient to the demon race could possess their own academy was unimaginable. Zhang Tianxiao had just mentioned that not everyone among the demon race could gain admission to the academy. With a mysterious smile, Zhang Tianxiao remarked, "You will understand once we arrive. The redemption has existed for many years. We must have our own methods. Otherwise, would we not have perished long ago? To survive in the presence of such formidable demon races, we undoubtedly possess certain means." Jelly City was vast. Although he had visited once, Tang San was not well acquainted with its geography. However, Zhang Tianxiao seemed remarkably familiar, navigating the streets with great speed, leading Tang San through the alleys of the city. After an hour and a half of walking, according to Tang San's sense of direction, they should now be in the eastern district of Jelly City, quite close to the city center. Zhang Tianxiao slowed his pace. Tang San surveyed his surroundings. He observed that the street they were traversing was quite expansive. To the right, or rather the eastern side, lay the foothills of undulating mountains. This range served as a natural barrier, forming the fortress-like walls of Jelly City. The mountainside extended downward, seamlessly merging with the interior of the city, and the area at the mountain's base was precisely where they found themselves. Along the slopes, numerous edifices rose in a tiered fashion, yet these structures were enveloped by an array of towering vegetation, cloaking them in verdant splendor. As Zhang Tianxiao walked, he elaborated. The most prosperous and prestigious area of Jelly City is its city center, where the ancestral homes of the prominent clans are established. To the east lies the next most elevated district, inhabited predominantly by nobles who can stand apart from the clans. In other words, if one belongs to the noble class of the Wind Wolf clan, for instance, one possesses the privilege to independently purchase and construct a residence, free from the necessity of clinging to one's lineage. The nobility of the demon clan in this vicinity is likewise exceedingly affluent. Tang San etched his words into his memory, as they were evidently crucial for comprehending the intricacies of Jelly City. At merely 9 years of age, he recognized that the esteemed young master resided within this very city, and he understood that he would likely dwell here for an extended period. Thus, it was of utmost importance to familiarize himself with his surroundings and deepen his understanding of the demonic tribes. As the two continued their journey, they soon approached a dense thicket. Only upon reaching the edge of the woodland did Tang San discover a broad avenue extending inward through the center of the trees. Zhang Tianxiao turned sharply and ventured into the grove. Upon entering the wooded area along the path, Tang San immediately felt the air around him become significantly more invigorating, brimming with abundant natural essence, bringing him a sense of comfort. Chapter 62. Jelly Academy. The concentration of natural essence within Jelly City was already superior to that of the outside world, and within this particular area, it surpassed that of other locales in the city, at least those he had previously visited. If one were to cultivate in this place, the results would undoubtedly be remarkably efficient. Truly, it was a splendid location. After walking for a good 10 minutes, Tang San could sense the terrain rising and falling. In the distance, a towering wall came into view. These imposing walls were constructed from the trunks of colossal trees, standing at a height of no less than 15 meters, rendering the interior completely obscured from outside observation. Before them loomed two grand gates, the largest entrance Tang San had encountered in this world aside from the city gates of Jelly. The gates towered even higher than the adjacent walls, and at the pinnacle hung a magnificent plaque inscribed with bold characters, Jelly Academy. Tang San recited those 4 words. Zhang Tianxiao nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is the Jelly Academy. This institution represents the pinnacle of education in the entire Jelly city. In every major city of the demon and spirit clans, such a prestigious academy exists. Only those with exceptional talent or noble lineage are deemed worthy to study here. The criteria for admission to the academy are stringent, encompassing age, cultivation level, background, and bloodline, all of which must be evaluated. Only those who meet these standards may gain entry. Is this our place of salvation?" Tang San inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Zhang Tianxiao's lips twitched slightly, pondering the implications. What a fanciful notion. If we were to possess such an academy, would we still be considered vassals? Follow me. As he spoke, he pulled Tang San along, not proceeding towards the Jelly Academy, but instead taking a less conspicuous path that led into the forest. As they traversed the woods, they essentially circled the outer walls of the Jelly Academy. After walking for some time and ascending to a higher elevation, they seemed to have arrived at the academy's rear flank. In the distance, a cluster of houses came into Tang San's view. Due to the imposing walls, he had previously been unable to see inside the Jelly Academy. However, the wooden houses before him evoked a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the architecture in Fengling Town. These wooden structures stood just beyond the robust city walls of the academy. As Tang San drew closer behind Zhang Tianxiao, he noticed that the area was predominantly inhabited by humans. Upon seeing Zhang Tianxiao return, some greeted him with cheerful smiles. "Old Zhang, back already? Care for a drink tonight?" "Not just yet. I've just returned and I'm a bit fatigued," Zhang Tianxiao replied with a warm smile. "Tired? Have you been up to no good?" Haha. The atmosphere here was surprisingly relaxed. As they entered this quaint town-like area, Tang San observed that all around him were humans. Immersed in the surrounding ambience, he felt as though he had crossed into another realm. The population here was substantial, numbering at least in the thousands. To his astonishment, among these thousands, there was no hint of the numbness typically associated with slavery. Rather, most individuals appeared composed, akin to those he had known in his past life. Thousands of them, all vassals? Is it possible that Jelly City harbors such a multitude of vassals? Moreover, the atmosphere here starkly contrasted with that of humanity he had encountered elsewhere. At the very least, the people here walked with their heads held high. Just as Tang San was about to speak, his mouth was suddenly covered. "The name I mentioned to you is for your ears only. Do not utter it aloud, understand?" Zhang Tianxiao whispered. "Yes," Tang San nodded. Zhang Tianxiao led him deeper into the town, continuing, "Isn't it peculiar why there are so many people here? And they are clearly not slaves?" Tang San nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Tianxiao remarked, "The existence of this town is intrinsically linked to the presence of Jelly Academy. The cultivation of offspring is of paramount importance for both the demon and spirit clans. The esteemed academies hold a significant position within these two races. Almost every principal of a prestigious academy concurrently serves as the city lord. The highest-ranking institution resides in the sacred city, where the ancestral court maintains direct oversight. Thus, the status of Jelly Academy even surpasses that of the city lord's residence. Here, irrespective of race, any demon who gains admission to study within its walls is considered elite. Our town exists solely to serve the needs of Jelly Academy. Do you comprehend?" Tang San suddenly realized why this town relied on Jelly Academy for its existence. Indeed, such a vast institution necessitated an abundance of resources and services. Although humans lacked any innate abilities, at best possessing some strength through the transformation of the demon gods, their ingenuity rendered them well-suited to serve as vassals for the academy. Concurrently, he comprehended that the so-called Redemption Academy of the Redemption Organization must be situated in this town. Cloaked by the esteemed presence of the academy, allowing the organization to endure in this locale, it was likely one of their most crucial strongholds. Zhang Tianxiao escorted Tang San to a wooden cabin deeper within the town, pushing open the courtyard door and stepping inside. He guided Tang San into the cabin, advising him to rest for a while before departing. Once Zhang Tianxiao left, Tang San began to observe his surroundings. The cabin's decor, though unpretentious, was equipped with all the essential living necessities. The ambient vitality of the heavens and earth was remarkably rich here. While he was uncertain how it compared to that within Jelly Academy, it was undeniably far superior to that of Fenglang Town, even more abundant than that found in Jelly City. How far was this place from the Maigongzi milk tea shop at the city center? Once he settled in, he would first venture out to scout the area. Tang San contemplated inwardly. Thousands of human vassals resided in this place, which he recognized as the first patch of pure land he had encountered among human habitats, at least when compared to the places he had previously seen. It could be deemed a sanctuary. Before long, Zhang Tianxiao returned, accompanied by a tall, imposing man. This man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, towering over 2 meters in height. His physique was exceptionally robust, with bare arms showcasing muscles as solid as granite. His countenance was stern, yet his eyes radiated a remarkable tranquility. Is he the one? The towering man inquired of Zhang Tianxiao. Zhang Tianxiao exhibited evident respect towards him. Indeed, I have conducted tests. If you have any reservations, feel free to assess it yourself. The middle-aged man silently nodded and addressed Tang San. Come with me. Tang San remained silent, accepting the situation with equanimity. He rose to his feet and followed the middle-aged man and Zhang Tianxiao as they made their way outside. The middle-aged man evidently held a significant position in the town, as passers-by greeted him with familiarity. Mayor was the appellation bestowed upon him. This middle-aged individual was, in fact, the town's mayor, a human rather than a representative dispatched by the monster clan, which struck Tang San as rather peculiar. However, he refrained from inquiring further and simply trailed behind the middle-aged man. They entered a larger wooden house situated towards the rear of the town. The mayor and Zhang Tianxiao ushered Tang San inside. This wooden structure was noticeably more spacious, devoid of excessive ornamentation, yet it exuded a robust sense of homeliness. The mayor regarded Tang San with a calm gaze and said, "Please introduce yourself, including your areas of expertise." Tang San remarked, "My name is Tang San, hailing from Wind Wolf Town, and I am 9 years old. I possess the ability of Wind Wolf transformation and excel in the manipulation of wind blades." He spoke succinctly. Listening to Tang San's composed voice, the town mayor narrowed his eyes and then turned to Zhang Tianxiao, asking, "Did you say he has reached the 4th tier?" Zhang Tianxiao nodded and replied, "Indeed. I have battled with him, and even I found it challenging to withstand his wind blades. The finesse with which he controls them is the most exquisite I have ever encountered." I also inquired with Wang Yanfeng, who mentioned that he seems to have encountered our people in his childhood and received some guidance. Nevertheless, for one so young to cultivate to the 4th tier is indeed a remarkable talent. Chapter 63. Exposure. The mayor furrowed his brow in contemplation and stated, "Very well. Leave him to me. You may take your rest. Your efforts have been commendable. This matter is more troublesome than we anticipated. There has been significant activity at the ancestral home of the Windwolf. Coordinate with Zhang Mingqi to clarify the situation." Understood. Zhang Tianxiao respectfully saluted the mayor and then turned to exit the wooden cabin. Once he departed, only Tang San and the mayor remained within the confines of the dwelling. The mayor regarded him with a calm gaze, and Tang San returned the stare with equal tranquility. "Do you wish to live or die?" the mayor suddenly inquired. Tang San was taken aback. In the following moment, a chilling sensation coursed through him. A palpable and formidable aura of murderous intent suddenly erupted from the mayor, who sat in his chair. This terrifying presence rendered the surrounding air frigid, and the light within the wooden cabin dimmed in an instant, as if, in that fleeting moment, they had transcended from their original abode to a different realm altogether. Tang San instinctively took a step back, his internal Xiantian skill operating at an accelerated pace. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind the sudden murderous intent directed at him, he understood that self-preservation was paramount at this moment. In the next instant, the town chief moved. His right hand grasped the air as a low, thunderous roar erupted in Tang San's ears. The roar came so unexpectedly that it left Tang San momentarily dazed, his mind swirling in confusion. Yet, at that very moment, his spiritual perception reacted instinctively, and a faint golden hue flickered in his eyes, allowing him to regain a semblance of clarity. The Xiantian skill surged within him, and the heavy armor technique was unleashed. Faced with life and death, he dared not hold back in the slightest. Relying entirely on his instincts, he swept his hands in front of him, tracing 2 semicircles. The gentle energy of the Xiantian skill guided the sharp aura aside. Simultaneously, Tang San's body moved like lightning. executing the ghost shadow perplexing step as he darted towards the window, rather than the door, due to its proximity. "Ah!" the town chief exclaimed softly. In the next moment, Tang San felt the air around him suddenly become scorching hot. Under the scrutiny of his spiritual perception, he was horrified to discover that the air within the wooden cabin was completely saturated with fire elements, which had driven away all other elements. A formidable heat surged toward him, instantly parching his clothing. The Xiantian skill enveloped him, overlapping with the heavy armor technique, causing a layer of white light to manifest on his skin, resembling armor. This shielded him from the searing energy, and in the same breath, Tang San's figure flickered, executing the leopard flash to reach the window almost instantaneously. "You cannot escape," a deep voice resonated in his ears. In the next moment, the surrounding fire elements vanished, and the heat dissipated. However, it was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming force of attraction that yanked his body backward. At that juncture, Tang San relinquished his resistance, his face etched with resignation. There was no way to resist. The disparity in levels was crushing. No matter how skilled he was, such a gap rendered his techniques ineffective. The town chief had now risen from his seat, standing before Tang San. In the palm of his right hand lay a sphere of dark crimson light, from which the immense suction emanated, pulling Tang San's body, leaving him utterly unable to break free. This was no mere fourth tier, good heavens. He had likely just entered the fifth tier. The town chief gazed in astonishment at this child before him, while Tang San was taken aback by the chief's cultivation. The latter was even more astonished. A 9-year-old child at the fourth tier was already remarkable, let alone one who exceeded that level. As the town chief withdrew his right hand, Tang San stood before him, appearing somewhat pale with a hint of fear in his eyes. This fear was, of course, feigned. When faced with the realization that he could not resist any longer, Tang San found himself grappling with a mixture of speculation and regret. For if his conjectures proved accurate, he should not have responded in such a manner, as it revealed far too much. In that very moment, his mind raced, contemplating how to navigate the predicament before him. "You are indeed remarkable," the mayor remarked, his gaze piercingly fixed upon Tang San, though beneath that intensity lay a deep-seated astonishment. Indeed, Tang San's intuitions were correct. The mayor's sudden aggression was primarily a means of testing him. With the mayor's profound cultivation, he had sensed Tang San's prowess the moment their eyes met. Although Tang San endeavored to suppress it, the vast chasm in their respective levels and the fluctuations in his vitality were exceedingly challenging to conceal, at least. Tang San was not yet capable of achieving such a feat thus. The mayor unleashed his murderous intent to probe further. However, this trial proved significant. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, the latent potential and capabilities Tang San exhibited genuinely astonished the mayor. Tang San lowered his head in silence, inwardly lamenting that since his rebirth, he had indeed been adversely affected by the inherent frailty of this body, causing a decline in his judgment. In the past, how could he have failed to perceive that the other party was merely probing? The exposure of his heavy armor technique and the revelation of his leopard flash were evident. While it remained uncertain whether his lynxy heart had also been unveiled. The simultaneous manifestation of such abilities within a single individual fundamentally contradicts the principles of the demon-god transformation. The formerly calm gaze of the town chief now bore an unmistakable hint of peculiarity, the source of which was all too clear. "Do tell, what is the matter?" The town chief inquired nonchalantly. "How is it that you can simultaneously possess the abilities of several clans?" Tang San remained with his head bowed, refraining from uttering a word. The town mayor resumed his seat, allowing him a clear view of Tang San's countenance. "I merely sense that your cultivation has reached the 5th rank, which prompted me to test your abilities. There was no ulterior motive. The fact that you are human is an unalterable truth. We have thoroughly investigated your origins, which are entirely unblemished. However, the extent of your capabilities lies entirely beyond the scope of our inquiry." Tang San gradually lifted his head, gazing at the town mayor, his mind already formulating a plan. The worst-case scenario would be that the mayor coveted his Xiantian skill and subjected him to severe torture. His final resort would naturally be to summon his fragment of divine consciousness, unleashing his full power. While he might not obliterate this place, escaping would certainly be within his grasp. He could even potentially slay the mayor, who was evidently of a much higher caliber than himself, through the eruption of his divine awareness. However, should he resort to such measures, establishing himself in Jelly City would become exceedingly arduous. That would represent the direst of outcomes. Yet, his abilities had now been exposed, which remained a troublesome predicament. Certain truths could no longer be concealed. Mayor, I did not intend to keep this hidden. It appears that my abilities are unlike those of ordinary demon gods, Tang San hesitantly confessed, recognizing that he could not afford to forego the pretense in such a moment. The mayor responded gravely, "Is Wang Yanfeng aware of this matter?" Tang San quickly shook his head, stating that he was the first to know. The town chief appeared to relax slightly and said, "All right, go ahead. How did you acquire this ability?" Tang San recounted, "In my childhood, there was a day when I was playing in the woods and stumbled upon a grievously injured human. At that moment, he was being pursued by the Wind Wolf clan's monsters. I was terrified and hid behind a tree as I witnessed the fierce battle. Eventually, I saw him valiantly slay several of the pursuing wind wolves, yet he himself succumbed to severe injuries." The town mayor nodded, recalling that he had heard from Zhang Tianxiao about how a wise figure once guided Tang San in his youth, with the information being relayed from Wang Yanfeng. Chapter 64. The Mayor's Reaction. Tang San continued, "With great courage, I ventured out, determined to assist him. Upon seeing me, a human, he confided that he could no longer endure his plight and entrusted me with a book, instructing me to memorize its contents and subsequently destroy it." "A book?" the mayor exclaimed in astonishment. "What book?" Tang San remarked, "The book is titled Xuantian Baolu. It contains various methods of cultivation. At that time, I had not yet awakened the demon god transformation. Subsequently, I meticulously recorded the contents of the book as instructed and then incinerated it. Fearing that I might forget, I recited the material daily, gradually acquiring some extraordinary abilities. This skill is known as Xuantian Gong. At the time, I was unaware of its purpose. It was not until I inadvertently encountered the body of a wind wolf that I felt as though I absorbed something from it through Xuantian Gong, which subsequently granted me the ability of wind blades." Upon hearing this, the mayor could not help but grip the arms of his chair tightly. Yet he refrained from interrupting Tang San. Tang San had been keenly observing the fluctuations in his expression from the gaze of the mayor. He discerned not a hint of greed, but rather an air of anxiety and contemplation. Tang San continued, "Thereafter, I persisted in my cultivation, and my mastery of the Xiantian skill advanced. It appears that the Xiantian skill is divided into 9 levels, each corresponding to a tier within the demonic realm. By engaging with and absorbing certain abilities from the wind wolves, I eventually acquired the capability to manipulate wind blades. However, I was unable to achieve the genuine transformation into a wind wolf. Under the protection of Teacher Wang, I successfully passed the preliminary assessment of the vassal and became his student, learning under his guidance. Yet, in truth, I do not possess the ability to transform into a wind wolf. I only command the Xiantian skill and the wind blades." "And what about your method of controlling the wind blades? Did you also learn them from the same book?" the mayor inquired. Tang San nodded affirmatively. The town chief inquired, "Do you still remember the name of the person who bestowed the book upon you?" Tang San said, "It seems he is called Zhu Jiesin." Zhu Jiesin? Upon hearing this name, the mayor's eyes clearly flickered, indicating his familiarity with it. "When Zhu Jiesin handed you the book, did he mention its origin?" Tang San shook his head. "There is no evidence to support that." The town mayor, deep in thought, inquired, "So, did you later absorb the abilities of other monstrous races during the collision tournament?" Tang San was not at all surprised. The other party had already thoroughly investigated the experiences he had undergone, the abilities he had previously demonstrated, Leopard Flash, Heavy Armor Technique, and Lingxi Hard Eye, remarkably resembled those of several monsters he had encountered during the collision competition. The mayor took a deep breath and remarked, "Your abilities are truly remarkable." Tang San cautiously inquired, "May I share the cultivation method with you? Would you like to learn it?" "No," the mayor almost instinctively retorted. The fire elements in the surrounding air intensified noticeably, but this time they were not directed at Tang San. Instead, they enveloped the entire room, creating a complete barrier. The mayor rose, his brow furrowed, and Tang San could distinctly sense the tension radiating from his body. The mayor paced within the confines of the room, his steps uneven, betraying his emotional turmoil. After a considerable pause, he returned to face Tang San, a hint of bitterness etched on his features. "The abilities you have acquired from this book are indeed quite extraordinary. However, when it comes to redemption, they may not necessarily be advantageous. At least, not at this moment. The Xiantian skill comprises only 9 levels, does it not?" Tang San nodded slightly. He certainly would not reveal that he could cultivate to the level of a deity. The methods beyond the 9th rank were entirely of his own invention. After his unique abilities were discovered, he opted for a narrative that was half truths, half fictions. After all, in the eyes of the mayor, he was still a child, and the mayor would find it impossible to discern the veracity of his words. The mayor gazed at him with a complex expression and said, "Tang San, remember what I have told you. From this moment onward, do not disclose what you have just shared with me to anyone. Apart from myself, no one else in the realm of redemption shall be privy to this knowledge. I shall not report it to the organization either." Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from the mayor. He had originally believed that the mayor's first request would be for him to provide the cultivation method of the Xiantian skill. He was not opposed to this notion. If more individuals could become powerful through the practice of the Xiantian skill, thereby enhancing humanity's strength, it would undoubtedly be a positive development. In his previous life, the Xiantian skill had been disseminated to the point of near ubiquity, albeit merely as a foundational technique. The strength of an individual could not solely be represented by the Xiantian skill. Mayor, I am willing to document the Xiantian skill and contribute it to the organization. This is inherently a matter of redemption, Tang San declared. The mayor cast him a surprised glance but quickly shook his head without hesitation, saying, "That is not permissible. You may recount to me the cultivation method of the Xiantian skill shortly. I only require it for reference. However, you must not disclose this matter to anyone other than myself." Tang San, perplexed, inquired, "Why?" The town chief, with a wry smile, replied, "I can sense that you possess a maturity far beyond that of your peers. The reason I cannot allow you to disclose the existence of the Xiantian skill is due to several concerns. Firstly, the upper limit of the Xiantian skill is merely the 9th level, and as far as I am aware, no one else has practiced it. At least not to my knowledge. We remain uncertain about the ultimate potential one could achieve through its cultivation. It is highly probable that its capabilities would only rival those of the 9th tier within the monster and spirit clans. However, achieving merely the 9th tier would hardly empower our humanity significantly. The true might of formidable demons and celestial spirits is beyond our imagination. Secondly, although the Xiantian skill cannot be cultivated to higher tiers, its unique ability to assimilate various powers from the monster and spirit clans is immensely formidable. It enables humanity to acquire the abilities of these clans through its practice, without necessitating the bloodline inheritance typically required for the transformation into a divine entity. This would fundamentally alter the manner in which humanity approaches learning and would facilitate a more accessible acquisition of abilities for our kind. Tang San, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Isn't this a good thing?" The mayor's expression grew even more somber as he replied, "A good thing? This is a calamity that could spell disaster for humanity. One must ponder, if the demon and spirit races were to learn that we, possessing superior intelligence, could acquire their abilities by means of consumption, what would their response be? Annihilation would be a distinct possibility. Do you truly believe this is a good thing?" Tang San, upon hearing this, finally attained a moment of clarity. After all, his familiarity with this world was still lacking, and the mayor's concerns were indeed valid. Should the demon and spirit races become aware that humans can devour their abilities through the Xiantian art, the repercussions would be catastrophic. This was without even mentioning the potential for consumption to cause the demise of demons. The mayor took a deep breath and stated, "Therefore, apart from you, no one else must be privy to the existence of the Xiantian art. As for you, we shall ensure your protection as you continue your cultivation. However, you must never reveal this ability, not even at the cost of your life. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly bring calamity upon humanity. Do you understand? Humanity is already struggling to survive in the face of the two fairy races, and the challenges are immense. We have gradually begun to glimpse a sliver of hope. And your Xiantian art can be considered one such beacon, but it must remain concealed." Tang San certainly would not reveal his abilities during a life-and-death crisis. Yet he still nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 65. Apprenticeship. The mayor's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. "Of course, should you encounter formidable adversaries in the future, facing the risk of annihilation, you may indeed employ such abilities. I hope to witness your mastery of the Xiantian skill reach its utmost pinnacle, so that we may evaluate the true potential of this esteemed technique. Only then can we determine whether to disseminate this extraordinary knowledge further. The reason I asked you to disclose this is to create an additional record for our mutual safeguarding, but it shall remain solely between us. You have not imparted the Xiantian skill to anyone else, have you? It could also serve its purpose in silencing those who know too much." Tang San contemplated silently in his heart. Tang San shook his head, revealing that he had only instructed teacher Wang on the manipulation of the wind blade technique. In truth, he had previously experimented with whether he could learn the Xiantian skill from Lingmu Shui, albeit she remained unaware that it was indeed the Xiantian skill. as her possession of the demon god transformation rendered the attempt futile. He refrained from disclosing this to avoid causing further trouble for Ling Mushui and her companions. The mayor's reaction took Tang San by surprise, yet he found it to be acceptable, although his mental fortitude was not particularly robust. The glimmer of consciousness hidden within his mental strength was sufficient to discern the sincerity of a person's words. Very well. Remember, what you have shared with me today must remain confidential, not only from outsiders but also within our organization. I will compile a classified dossier regarding your circumstances. Should I remain alive, no one shall have access to this document, not even those of higher standing within the organization. Upon my demise, my successor will inherit this dossier to maintain our communication. The fewer individuals privy to this information, the safer you shall be. At this juncture, he paused, a flicker of light seeming to dance in his eyes. If, in the near future, you can demonstrate that the techniques you practice can be elevated to a higher level, then perhaps humanity will have a chance of its own. Tang San could only nod repeatedly, at a loss for words. When the mayor uncovered his secret, he had already mentally prepared for the possibility of eliminating him to silence the truth. His greatest trump card was the glimmer of consciousness he had brought from his past life. Once unleashed, he believed it could resolve the majority of issues. However, this also meant that once expended, that fragment of consciousness would be irretrievable until he attained divine rank. What Tang San did not anticipate was that the mayor's reaction exceeded even his most optimistic expectations. Not only would the mayor keep his secret, but he also insisted that Tang San maintain his own silence. This revelation elevated Tang San's regard for the Redemption Organization. Let us establish a master-apprentice relationship, the mayor suddenly proposed. Tang San momentarily paused, contemplating the notion of apprenticeship. The town chief regarded him, his gaze returning to a state of tranquility. Otherwise, what do you propose? He inquired. Very well. What more could Tang San utter? One must abide by the circumstances. At that moment, he knelt before the chief, performing a profound bow. Master. The town chief nodded in satisfaction, a hint of a smile gracing his serene visage. Little San, should you one day demonstrate that the cultivation method you practice is beneficial for all humanity, I hope you will agree to contribute it. It would serve as a significant force for the rise of our kind. Indeed, Tang San silently scoffed. Haven't you already discerned its worth? What more must I contribute? The chief declared, I am Zhang Haoshuan. My demon transformation is the Blazing Flame Tiger King. Among tiger-type demons, the Blazing Flame Tiger ranks second, surpassed only by the golden bloodline of the Tiger Emperor, classified as a 9th tier. 9th tier? Tang San's heart quaked. This could be considered the most formidable presence he had encountered since arriving in this realm, although he had sensed an insurmountable disparity during their earlier confrontation. Only upon hearing Zhang Haoshuan's own admission did he grasp the full extent of the chief's prowess. Comparatively, this individual stood at the pinnacle just below the divine rank of soul masters, akin to a titled Olua. Furthermore, from his words, it was evident that the bloodline power of his demon transformation was quite remarkable. Tigers are the sovereigns of beasts, and tiger-type demons surely rank among the elite within the demon community. The Blazing Flame Tiger, being second among its kind, boasts a bloodline that is undeniably formidable. The town chief continued, from this moment forth, you shall be a part of the redemption. Given your cultivation level, you could have directly attained the orange tier of redemption. However, to conceal your true strength, we shall commence with the initial red tier. Before Tang San could inquire further, the chief elaborated, within our redemption, every member is categorized into ranks. Members of varying levels possess differing degrees of authority. There are 7 primary tiers, each corresponding to the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red is the lowest, while purple is the highest. As a newcomer, you will naturally begin as a red tier redeemer. By accumulating merit, you may advance in rank. To encourage members to enhance their cultivation and expedite their training, according to the organization's regulations, any 5th tier being, regardless of merit accumulation, may ascend to the orange tier as long as they are a formal member of the organization. This is why I previously mentioned your potential to attain the orange tier. Upon reaching the 7th tier cultivation, one may naturally progress to the yellow tier. The 9th tier corresponds to the green tier. This represents the upper limit for direct elevation in rank based on cultivation alone. Higher tiers necessitate not only formidable cultivation, but also significant contributions to the organization to qualify for such ranks. 7 levels of the rainbow. Quite intriguing, Tang San mused inwardly. Master, what tier do you occupy? He inquired with an expression of curiosity. Zhang Haoshuan replied, I am at the cyan tier. Those above the green tier constitute the upper echelons of the organization. Here in Jelly City, I am one of the primary individuals responsible for managing daily affairs. Tang San inquired, so you are the highest-ranking Redeemer here? Zhang Haoshuan shook his head and replied, not quite. There are 2 Redeemers of a higher rank than I. But their circumstances are rather unique, and they do not directly manage the affairs of this organization. Here in Jelly City, I am primarily responsible. Understanding this, Tang San gained a slight insight into the Redeemer organization. Zhang Haoshuan continued, to conceal our identities and avoid detection by the Demon Clan. The organization employs a special method to validate identities. I will imprint a secret mark on the back of your hand. When a higher-ranking Redeemer is present, they can use this mark to ascertain your identity. Likewise, you may choose to reveal your mark to confirm its authenticity, facilitating mutual assistance when necessary. Master, are all the townsfolk part of our organization? Tang San asked, voicing his most pressing curiosity. Zhang Haoshuan shook his head, stating, certainly not. It is impossible for us to possess so many members. A large number of people can lead to exposure, which would spell disaster. Only about 1% of the town's population belongs to the organization. You will gradually learn who they are. Therefore, you must also keep your identity concealed. This is why I chose to take you as my disciple. It grants you a legitimate identity. You need not concern yourself with other matters. Simply focus on your cultivation. I will briefly outline the situation in our town. Our small town exists in conjunction with Jelly Academy, hence it is also known as Academy Town. It primarily serves Jelly Academy, and many residents often undertake various tasks within the academy. As a vassal, we enjoy relatively favorable treatment there. At least the demons here possess higher qualities and are unlikely to harm vassals easily. Working within the academy also serves as a form of training and can sometimes be beneficial for us. You will learn more about this in due time. Under suitable circumstances, I will also facilitate your entry into the academy for further training. Chapter 66, Crimson Level 1C, Tang San nodded thoughtfully. If 1% refers to a few thousand residents, then only a few dozen genuinely belong to the Redeemer organization? That indeed does not seem many. However, a tightly knit organization is evidently advantageous. His newly appointed teacher likely would not divulge more specific details, considering he had only just joined the Redeemers. Master, I previously heard from Senior Zhang Tianxiao that we refer to this place as the Redeemer Academy. Zhang Haoshuan nodded, affirming, indeed. The primary mission here is to cultivate reserve talents for the organization. Being adjacent to Jelly Academy allows us to utilize some of its resources. Thus, from this moment onward, you are part of the Redeemer Academy and may study alongside others. Very well, Tang San nodded, feeling an innate affinity for the term academy. Zhang Haoshuan continued. I will first imprint your mark to establish your identity as a Redeemer, and then take you to report to our Redeemer Academy. You must steadfastly remember my admonition. Any information regarding the Xiantian skill must remain confidential. Furthermore, do not display the abilities of other monstrous tribes in public. You possess but one capability, that of the Windblade. Indeed, the brand resembles a tattoo. Zhang Haoshuan meticulously dipped a fine needle into a special liquid and inscribed a mark resembling a snowflake on Tang San's right hand. The contours of the mark were subtly more pronounced, and once completed, it transformed into a vivid red hue. This red snowflake exuded an air of melancholic beauty. Once the mark was etched and the liquid fully absorbed, it naturally vanished from the surface of the skin. Under Zhang Haoshuan's guidance, to reveal the mark, one must summon the power of their bloodline, circulating it beneath the skin in a unique rhythm for it to manifest, which is indeed extraordinary. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to the academy. After completing these tasks, Zhang Haoshuan nodded in satisfaction. As he led Tang San out of the wooden cabin, Tang San instinctively glanced at the spot on his hand where the mark had been branded. From this moment forth, he had truly become a part of the redemption. One wonders how this will be recorded in the annals of history on the fairy continent. Should he regain his former glory, today may indeed become a day worthy of commemoration. Zhang Haoshuan guided Tang San towards the rear of the academy town. They walked until they reached a plateau halfway up the mountain, stopping before a cluster of wooden houses. The timber used in their construction bore a color reminiscent of the mountain rocks, making them difficult to discern from a distance. Only upon approaching could one notice the considerable number of wooden structures that formed a somewhat expansive circle. This area, located on the mountainside, was a platform surrounded by dozens of wooden houses, subtly encircling the space. As they neared, a figure emerged before them. It was a young boy, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years old. Upon seeing Zhang Haoshuan, he exclaimed with a smile, "Mayor, you have arrived." Zhang Haoshuan nodded at him. "I have brought a newcomer." The boy leaned forward to scrutinize Tang San, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. A newcomer so young. Was it not said that one must be at least 12 years old and undergo trials before coming here? Do you have so much to say? Lead the way. Zhang Haoshuan retorted curtly. The boy, clearly intimidated, turned and began to walk ahead. They passed through the first wooden house, and behind it lay a spacious courtyard, encircled by additional wooden structures, resembling a grand compound. The mayor has arrived, the boy shouted, prompting a dozen youths to emerge from within the wooden houses. Their youthful exuberance was palpable as they bounded out, followed by a few adults who trailed behind. Tang San stood beside Zhang Haoshuan, observing with a detached gaze. He noticed that the number of teenage boys here slightly exceeded that of the girls. The essence of their bloodlines varied, yet none seemed weak. This strength was not merely a matter of skill, but rather the inherent potency of their bloodlines. It appeared that the qualifications for entering the Redemption Academy were indeed quite rigorous in terms of talent. Meanwhile, the youths regarded him with curious glances. In terms of age, Tang San was evidently younger than them. Zhang Haoshuan clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, stating, "This is my newly accepted disciple, Tang San. From today onward, he will also be studying at the academy. Lao Guan, please make the necessary arrangements." A middle-aged man of average build and refined appearance approached, visibly surprised. "Your new disciple? You have accepted a disciple?" Zhang Haoshuan nodded. "This child is quite exceptional and holds great potential for development. I will discuss further details with you later. For now, please make the arrangements." "Understood." Lao Guan offered a brief nod and refrained from further comments. Zhang Haoshuan turned to Tang San, saying, "This is Director Guanlong Jiang, the head of the academy. He will oversee your living arrangements and studies. I will visit you periodically. I have matters to attend to now, so I must take my leave. Do not forget my instructions from today." "Yes, teacher." Tang San nodded in response. Zhang Haoshuan then pulled Guanlong Jiang aside for a private conversation before preparing to depart. "Teacher." Tang San hurriedly stepped forward to call out to Zhang Haoshuan. "What is it?" "One must gradually acclimate to a new environment." Zhang Haoshuan assumed Tang San was feeling a bit timid in this unfamiliar setting. Tang San confidently stated, "I am certain I can adapt. I merely wish to inquire if I may venture out occasionally, perhaps to procure some necessities in the city." Gulong Yang, standing nearby, cast a surprised glance in his direction. Zhang Haoshuan replied, "It is advisable to refrain from going out, should you feel it absolutely necessary. You must seek permission from Dean Guan and only proceed once you receive approval. Furthermore, you are required to return on the same day." "Understood, teacher. As long as I can go out, that suffices. After all, how else can I meet young Master Mei?" For Tang San, returning to Jelly City held paramount importance, primarily to meet young Master Mei. Zhang Haoshuan then took his leave. Gulong Jiang said, "Come, Tang San, allow me to introduce you to everyone." As he spoke, he led Tang San back to the center of the courtyard. Gulong Jiang continued, "In our academy, including you, there are currently 16 students, including myself and the mayor. There are 5 teachers. Let me first introduce you to the other 3 instructors." He pointed to a strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age. "This is teacher Mu Yunyu, who is primarily responsible for your daily life and physical training." Mu Yunyu stood tall, approximately 1.7 meters in height, clad in a garment of azure. Her gentle gaze resembled tranquil waters, and her large eyes sparkled with warmth, exuding a touch of fragility. However, Tang San discerned that as Gulong Jiang introduced her, the other students around them displayed unmistakable signs of trepidation. The true nature of teacher Mu likely differed significantly from her outward demeanor. "Greetings, teacher Mu." Tang San promptly bowed in respect. Mu Yunyu smiled softly, her voice possessing a slight lilt. "Hello, Xiao Tang San. Welcome to the academy. You appear rather frail. You must strengthen your physical training henceforth." "Thank you, teacher." Tang San nodded earnestly. Nonetheless, her sweet tone sent a shiver down his spine. Gulong Jiang furrowed his brow and coughed lightly, pointing to another middle-aged man. "This is teacher Mu Wenqing, the elder brother of teacher Mu Yunyu, responsible for practical combat courses." Mu Wenqing bore little resemblance to Mu Yunyu, his tall stature and rugged features exuding a sense of boldness. It was difficult to fathom that he and the delicate, enchanting Mu Yunyu were indeed siblings. The final instructor introduced was an elderly gentleman, and Gulong Jiang clearly reserved this introduction for last, indicating a higher status. "This is teacher Siru, who teaches various knowledge pertaining to the transformation of demon gods. I am responsible for social practice, while the mayor oversees the entire academy. Tang San respectfully greeted several of his teachers. Among them, the one who left the deepest impression on him was the seemingly unassuming elderly gentleman. Siru appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, slightly stooped, of short stature, with graying hair and an ordinary appearance, yet he always wore a gentle smile, exuding an amiable demeanor. When Guo Longjiang introduced him, smiles would almost invariably grace the faces of the students, clearly indicating a favorable impression of this teacher. However, among these instructors, it was only this particular individual who stirred something within Tang San's consciousness. The fact that his awareness was stirred signified something profound, which Tang San understood well. The lingering fragment of his consciousness, if it were to truly erupt, could unleash a formidable power in an instant. Just how powerful that might be was uncertain to Tang San, as it was his first experience of self-detonation and rebirth as a divine king. Yet, he was acutely aware of the implications of a stirred consciousness. Even if he were to wield that fragment of awareness, it might not be sufficient to contend with the individual before him. Indeed, that was the sensation he experienced. Even when facing the town mayor, who possessed 9th-tier cultivation, he had never felt such an intensity. This suggested that teacher Siru was likely stronger than the mayor. Divine level? Could it be that he had already touched the realm of divine strength? As Tang San silently marveled, he had already formed his own judgment. Guan Yinlong smiled and said, "Tang San, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone as well?" Tang San said, "I am Tang San. The demon god transformation I possess is the wind wolf transformation, specializing in the manipulation of wind blades at the 4th rank." When he uttered the words 4th rank, gasps of astonishment erupted among the students. For he appeared younger than the other attendees, yet had already attained such formidable power. Moreover, the wind wolf transformation was not a particularly powerful demon god transformation. Guan Longjiang, clearly already aware of his circumstances, nodded and remarked, "I shall not introduce each of you individually. You may converse amongst yourselves later. Since you are new today, take a day to rest, and you will officially join the study tomorrow." "Dubai," Guan Longjiang called out, and immediately a slender, sprightly youth scampered over. "Here." Guan Longjiang regarded the somewhat quirky boy and instructed, "Take Tang San and help him settle in." Briefly explained the academy's situation to him. "Let him stay in room East 3. He is living alone? East 3 is still unoccupied," the boy named Dubai remarked with evident envy. "Enough chatter." Guan Longjiang scolded curtly. Dubai stuck out his tongue and replied, "All right, I'll take care of it. Tang San, come, I'll show you to your dormitory." "Thank you," Tang San responded, following Dubai to the side of the courtyard. He could sense the curious gazes of both students and teachers upon him. He also felt that the students here possessed extraordinary abilities. More importantly, the atmosphere was vibrantly alive, far more so than in Windwolf Town, evoking a sense reminiscent of the human world from his previous life. At the very least, his initial impression of the Redemption Organization was quite favorable, even though he remained unaware of its true undertakings. As Dubai led Tang San towards the east side, he spoke with an ease that suggested familiarity. "Tang San, Teacher Guan is really kind to you. We all share rooms, yet you have one to yourself. How wonderful it is to have a private space. I can't help but wish for my own room someday." Tang San merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. It was likely Zhang Haoshuan who had arranged for him to have his own room, considering the need to conceal his cultivation of the mysterious heavenly treasure record. Being alone would certainly facilitate his endeavors. However, after arriving here, attempting to sneak away unnoticed would prove to be quite the challenge, at least for the time being. The instructors here possessed abilities far superior to that of teacher Wang Yanfeng. Deceiving their perceptions to escape would be nearly impossible, unless he could acquire another imprint of a demon god with sufficient concealment capabilities and a high enough rank. Room 3 in the East Dormitory was spacious, boasting not merely a bedroom but also a living room of approximately 20 square meters, a standard one-bedroom apartment, complete with a separate bathroom. Altogether, it measured around 60 to 70 square meters. For Tang San, who had commenced his journey in this world as a slave, this could undoubtedly be regarded as a mansion. The room was furnished with all the necessary amenities. "Later, I will take you to purchase some daily necessities, and then you can settle in," said Dubai with a cheerful grin. Tang San remarked, "Then I shall trouble you." The narrator chuckled, "Why are you always so polite? We shall all be like family from now on. Do you know what my demon god transformation is?" Tang San was taken aback, shaking his head. "Look into my eyes," Dubai suddenly remarked. Tang San turned his head to gaze at him. When their eyes met, he suddenly noticed a pearlescent halo shimmering within Dubai's gaze, with concentric rings of light subtly radiating outward from the center. In that fleeting moment of connection, Tang San distinctly felt a momentary disorientation in his mind. Yet, within the core of his mental strength, a strand of divine consciousness resided, almost instantaneously as the moment of confusion washed over him. A burst of purple light erupted from his eyes. The purple extreme demon eye activated in response. The purple essence flickered from the depths of Tang San's gaze. And Dubai, as if struck by lightning, let out a shrill cry, stumbling backward and collapsing onto the ground. All of this transpired with astonishing swiftness, leaving even Tang San unprepared. The piercing sound of Dubai's scream startled Tang San. Almost immediately, the door swung open, and a figure darted in like the wind. "What is happening?" a sharp voice exclaimed. Tang San felt an instant chill enveloping him, as if the surrounding air had solidified. The thought of an ice elemental deity crossed his mind. At that moment, Dubai was rolling on the ground, clutching his eyes. The one who rushed in was none other than Mu Yunyu. Upon seeing Dubai writhing on the floor and Tang San standing there in bewilderment, she refrained from further questioning. Instead, she crouched down and swiftly pulled Dubai in front of her, a cool energy flowing gently, causing Dubai's body to tremble, but evidently calming him considerably. At this juncture, several other teachers and students also hurried over. Tang San, with a bewildered expression, remarked, "I am at a loss as to what has transpired." He inquired if I was aware of his demon god transformation, to which I replied in the negative. He then urged me to gaze into his eyes. Feeling slightly dizzy, I succumbed to the experience. At that moment, Guan Longjiang's lips twitched. Was it a backlash of mental energy? The state of Dubai was gradually stabilizing, though his body still exhibited slight spasms, accompanied by murmurs escaping his lips. Guan Longjiang turned to Mu Yunyu and suggested, "Let us take him to rest. This lad, relying on his limited abilities, is always eager to pry into others. He deserves this fate." He then shifted his attention back to Tang San and explained, "Dubai's demon god transformation is a unique inheritance from a rare species of demon known as the celestial fox. The celestial fox lineage, while not particularly adept in combat, holds royal status among the fox demon clans, possessing the celestial fox eye, which grants the ability to perceive the heavens and the earth. The celestial fox demon king enjoys a highly esteemed position within the ancestral homeland of the fairy continent, revered as one of the two great prophets. Dubai has yet to fully cultivate his celestial fox eye. His ability to probe into others stems from an unstable temperament and insufficient restraint. It seems his mental fortitude is not as robust as yours, which resulted in the backlash while attempting to probe into your mind. The issue should not be significant." Chapter 68. The Celestial Fox Eye. The Celestial Fox Eye? Tang San pondered, his heart stirred. This ability sounded remarkably prestigious. The Celestial Fox Demon King is indeed one of the two great prophets of the ancestral homeland. That places him at the pinnacle of existence across the fairy continent. He was astounded to discover that Dubai possessed such a remarkable demon god transformation inheritance. If he could also acquire this mark, might the Celestial Fox Eye and the Lingxi Eye be capable of merging, thus allowing for the continued evolution of the Lingxi Eye? The advantages bestowed by the Lingxi Eye were evident: enhancement of mental strength, improvement of vision, the ability to uncover elemental secrets, and even a degree of foresight in matters of fortune and misfortune. The sole drawback lay in the arduous journey of elevating the Lingxi Eye, as it was born from the fusion of two distinct abilities, the Lingxi Heart Eye and the Eagle Eye. Tang San originally contemplated further devouring the bloodline powers of the white-headed falcon demon and the Lingxi Deer demon, believing that such acts might enhance the capabilities of his Lingxi Heart Eye. However, upon hearing about the ability of the Heavenly Fox Eye, he was struck by a peculiar sensation. What if he were to continue merging other visual abilities of the demon gods with his Lingxi Eye? Could this lead to a significant transformation in its nature? The Heavenly Fox Eye might indeed be one of the most formidable innate bloodlines in this regard. It certainly seems like an excellent choice. Teacher Guan, what tier is Dubai? Tang San inquired curiously. Guan Longjiang replied, he is at the 3rd tier. All heavenly foxes are initially born at the 1st tier, quite fragile. Moreover, the lineage of the heavenly fox bloodline is exceedingly rare, always held in high regard. Dubai is currently the only known human with the inheritance of the heavenly fox transformation. This matter must be kept confidential. It must not be mentioned outside. Tang San hurriedly nodded, wondering if he would be all right. Guan Longjiang reassured him, stating that there was nothing to worry about. The essence of the celestial fox transformation was remarkably stable, and at this point, he paused, suggesting that Tang San should rest. Once the other individual had recovered, he would have him apologize. No need, no need. If anyone should apologize, it should be me for him being injured, Tang San replied awkwardly. He could sense the curious gazes of his fellow students upon him. Evidently, he was not the first to be scrutinized by the one who could read minds. However, to have caused the mind reader any distress, he realized, made him one of the few fortunate individuals. With the faculty and students of the Redemption Academy having departed, Tang San felt a sense of relief. His assessment of the academy had significantly improved due to the incident with the mind reader. The celestial fox transformation was undoubtedly among the most elite bloodlines within the entire demon clan. Even if the mind reader's lineage was not entirely pure and could not be compared to a true celestial fox demon, Guan Longjiang had previously mentioned that he was the only human to inherit this transformation. This alone attested to his significance. It was unlikely that any ordinary person could enter the Redemption Academy and receive such focused training from the Redemption organization. The talents of his fellow students must also be formidable. In terms of bloodlines, however, Tang San's apparent wind wolf transformation was undoubtedly the weakest among them. With the mind reader's mental state compromised, Tang San faced the immediate issue of having no one to accompany him to procure daily necessities. Just as he was preparing to make do and meditate on the wooden bed that night, there was a knock at the door once more. "Come in," Tang San called, standing up and stepping out of his room. As the door swung open, a petite figure entered. She appeared slightly older than Tang San, likely around the same age as the beautiful young master. Her hair was styled in a high ponytail, her fair skin was delicately rosy, and her large blue eyes were strikingly beautiful. When she smiled, her cheeks displayed two charming dimples. "Hello," Tang San greeted her warmly. "Hello, I am Cheng Zicheng. I'm here to take you to buy daily necessities," Cheng Zicheng replied with a cheerful smile. "Then I must thank you." Tang San responded with a smile of his own. "The teachers are truly considerate." "It's no trouble at all," Cheng Zicheng replied, still grinning. "Consider it a token of gratitude for you." "Gratitude?" Tang San was taken aback. Cheng Zicheng nodded, saying, "Yes, that mind reader is utterly detestable. He constantly relies on his celestial fox eye to spy on us, especially enjoying to eavesdrop on the girls. I wish someone would blind him, humph." From her, Tang San could distinctly sense a murderous intent and couldn't he help but silently lament how one should never offend a woman, regardless of age. They were all the same in that regard. Cheng Zicheng continued with a smile. "Now, he has suffered a setback because of you. The teacher said he wouldn't be able to use his celestial fox eye for at least half a month. Serves him right." Tang San smiled wryly, remarking, "I did not intend for this to happen. His injuries are not severe, are they?" "Not at all. The Tianhu clan is renowned as the children of fortune, blessed with remarkable luck. It is not so easy for them to meet their demise. It is quite peculiar that you managed to injure him. We often wish to subdue him, yet we invariably encounter bizarre circumstances that allow him to slip away. Moreover, anyone who attempts to confront him tends to suffer misfortune. How vexing. You must also exercise caution. Having harmed him, you should be wary of your own luck. However, the fact that you were able to injure him suggests that your fortune is quite commendable as well. Is there truly such a concept as the children of fortune?" Tang San pondered. He understood that the strokes of luck attributed to others had little bearing on him, for he was a reincarnation of the God King, and the whims of fate seldom yielded adverse effects in his case. His arrival in this realm was, after all, a defiance of destiny itself. To be reborn in this world with memories intact, his genuine adversary was none other than the sovereign of this realm. Not even the luck of the Tianhu Demon King could possibly sway him. "Come, let me lead you," Cheng Zicheng called, gesturing for him to follow as she turned to leave. Tang San followed Cheng Zicheng out of the Redemption Academy, retracing the path that Zhang Haoshuan had previously led them along towards the town adjacent to the academy. "Where are we going to purchase our supplies?" Tang San inquired. Cheng Zicheng replied, "We can find common necessities in our town. However, for more specialized or valuable items, we must venture into the city." "Yet, I presume you do not need to go to the city, do you?" Tang San exclaimed. "I long to visit the city, particularly the bustling downtown. I yearn for a cup of milk tea. However, having just arrived, it is prudent to first acclimate myself to the surroundings, without rushing into the city." He nodded in agreement. Cheng Zicheng remarked, "Teacher Guan has asked me to introduce you to our quaint town. In total, our town is home to over 1,800 households, amounting to approximately 5,000 to 6,000 residents. Among the human vassal communities, we are considered relatively large. Most of the inhabitants hail from various noble families of Jilly City, and the primary reason for their congregation here is to serve Jilly Academy, as you are aware. Tang San remarked, the town mayor once mentioned this to me. Cheng Zicheng replied, the primary role of the town is to supply various necessities for Jilly Academy. At times, we also assist the monstrous students of the academy in their training. Thus, we have a dedicated training team. A training team? What is that? Tang San inquired with surprise. Cheng Zicheng clarified, as the name suggests, it is a team that trains those monsters. The trainers can earn some income from this, and it constitutes one of the main sources of revenue for the town. Other services provided to the academy also contribute to our earnings. The entire town exists in reliance upon Jilly Academy. Isn't there a risk involved in training? Tang San asked. Cheng Zicheng assured him, generally, there is no danger. A few unforeseen incidents may occur. The students of Jilly Academy harbor no hostility towards us humans. Moreover, by training with them, we aid in enhancing their strength. Tang San nodded slightly and said, it seems you have quite a favorable impression of Jilly Academy? Cheng Zicheng glanced at him and replied, you will understand in due time. Now, let us speak of the town. Chapter 69. The three groups in our town. There are several distinct divisions. The training group is primarily composed of young and robust individuals with considerable strength. Additionally, there exists a procurement group responsible for supplying daily necessities to Jilly Academy. They are tasked with sourcing various items from the city to provide for the academy, earning a percentage of the profits in the process. Furthermore, there is the herbal gathering group. Behind us lies the expansive Jilly mountain range, renowned for its cold climate that yields numerous high-quality natural treasures. However, the mountains are also inhabited by fierce beasts and fraught with various dangers, making the work of the procurement group the most perilous, albeit with the highest potential returns. The spiritual herbs they collect are purchased at a premium by Jilly Academy, serving as the town's primary source of income. Thus, our academy town is essentially divided into three groups: the training group, the herbal gathering group, and the service group. In the future, you will have the opportunity to choose among them. Choose? Why? Tang San inquired. Cheng Zicheng explained. The rule in our town is that no one can reap rewards without contributing effort. Everyone must rely on their own labor for sustenance, and we are no exception. The academy will not provide for us. All expenses for food, shelter, and daily needs must be earned through completing tasks. The academy will supply some resources for cultivation, but to obtain more, one must rely on oneself. The teachers often say this is a form of training for us. Thus, you may join one of these three groups to earn a living and cover your cultivation expenses. Teacher Guan often says that a truly capable person cannot solely focus on cultivation. Strength is a composite of various factors, and survival skills are among the most crucial components. This philosophy struck Tang San as refreshingly novel. He found himself in agreement with this notion. The fairy continent differed significantly from the Doloa continent he once inhabited. In Doloa, attending an academy also required financial resources, and the resources within the academy were likewise obtained through task completion. There was a certain resemblance in their differing paths. It seemed that the Redemption Academy was on a proper course. I can lend you some money for daily necessities today. You can repay me later when you are able. However, you seem exempt from working for now. You haven't turned 12 yet, have you? Before you reach the age of 12, the academy will cover your cultivation resources, though the expenses will accumulate as debt to be repaid once you can work. No need to trouble yourself. I have money, Tang San replied to Cheng Zicheng. He still possessed some funds, having a few demon coins made from wind spirit stones, and he had earned 3 spirit tokens during the collision competition, which Wang Yinfeng later returned to him. Furthermore, most importantly, he had acquired a small pouch from defeating the Lord of Wind Wolf Town, which he presumed contained money. However, he had yet to examine its contents, but he surmised that, as the town's leader, it would not be insignificant. Thus, Tang San finds himself in a position of relative financial comfort. Cheng Zicheng cast a surprised glance in his direction and deemed it quite fortuitous. As they conversed, the two ventured deeper into the quaint town, the street bustling with various vendors primarily catered to everyday necessities. Tang San noted the presence of a shop dedicated to spiritual herbs, which stood as the largest establishment amidst the entire thoroughfare, conveniently located at the heart of the town. Not far from the residence of the mayor, Zhang Haoshuan. This academy town, home to around 5,000 or 6,000 inhabitants, thrived with vibrancy. Upon his return, Tang San observed not only humans, but also the distinct figures of the monster clan. clad in coordinated attire of a striking peacock green, tailored to their diverse physiques. They appeared quite splendid. Without needing an explanation from Cheng Zicheng, he surmised these must be the students of the monster clan from Jelly Academy. Among them, Tang San recognized several unfamiliar beings from the monster clan. Indeed, these could serve as potential targets for his assimilation. Having ascended to the 5th rank, he was now poised to acquire another imprint, a new ability. He had garnered an understanding of the relationship between the Xiantian skill and the bloodlines of the monster clan. Thus, the selection of this 5th ability required careful contemplation. It was imperative to choose one that resonated with him. However, assimilating multiple bloodline imprints seemed feasible. If he integrated a sufficiently potent bloodline imprint, it could replace his existing abilities. Furthermore, if the attributes aligned, the imprints might even merge harmoniously. Yet, it was worth noting that enhancing a fused imprint could prove to be cumbersome. It was often simpler to elevate a single imprint independently. Hence, merging represented a double-edged sword. Successful integration could amplify abilities, while poor fusion might yield adverse effects. In this regard, Tang San felt little apprehension, for his discerning perspective as a deity and the wisdom gleaned from his past life equipped him to accurately assess the compatibility of various bloodlines for fusion. The more pressing concern lay in the potential difficulty of augmenting the imprints post-fusion. Even the independent assimilation of a specific bloodline prior to merging might not guarantee enhancement. Balancing multiple assimilations or fusing with similar bloodlines would necessitate Tang San's continuous exploration. Fortunately, the characteristics of the Xiantian skill allowed him to extricate ineffective imprints, providing a margin for error even in the event of subpar fusion. Thus, he remained unhurried, confident that as his strength burgeoned, ample opportunities to select diverse bloodlines from the monster clan would undoubtedly arise in the future. Under the adept guidance of Cheng Zicheng, Tang San procured some essential supplies using demon coins crafted from wind spirit stones. The prices were quite reasonable. Although demon coins are regarded as the lowest denomination of currency, they still possess a modicum of purchasing power. After acquiring the necessities, the two returned to the Redemption Academy. "I truly appreciate your assistance today," Tang San said, presenting a demon coin to Cheng Zicheng. Cheng Zicheng's expression shifted. "What are you doing?" Tang San sincerely remarked, "I cannot waste your time in vain." Cheng Zicheng snorted and replied, "How could I be compared to that fellow Bai?" After saying this, she turned away, clearly a bit irritated. Tang San could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Throughout their journey, Cheng Zicheng had been expounding on the concept of equivalent exchange and the necessity for self-sufficiency in this world. Thus, his recent actions were prompted by her teachings. Yet he had not anticipated that it would incite her anger. Truly, the heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Her thoughts are undeniably elusive. As twilight descended, Tang San recalled Cheng Zicheng mentioning that dining at the academy involved communal gatherings, where teachers and students shared meals in a designated cafeteria. However, it was still not time for dinner, and they would have to wait a while longer. Tang San arranged the daily necessities he had purchased, instantly infusing the room with a sense of warmth and vitality. As he gazed at his room number 3, an inexplicable sensation welled up within him. He was uncertain how long he would reside here, yet it seemed he had finally secured a semblance of stability. Both the Redemption Academy and the Jelly Academy would require time for him to comprehend fully. Of paramount importance, however, was the relentless endeavor to enhance his own strength. Nothing held greater significance than the cultivation of power. He settled into a chair, quietly attuning himself to the transformations occurring within his body. After vanquishing the Lord of Windwolf Town, he had been on the move with the tiger-faced man, Zhang Tianxiao, fearful of revealing his true capabilities, and thus had not yet had the opportunity to fully absorb the Lord's bloodline energy. The bloodline energy of the Windwolf Lord was exceptionally potent and pure. As a peak 5th-tier being, once Tang San completely consumed the bloodline, he ascended to the 5th level of the Xiantian skill, achieving 5th-tier prowess in this realm. Entering the 5th tier naturally heralded a transition to a new echelon. Yet, he had not entirely digested the bloodline power of the Windwolf Lord. To fully assimilate this pure energy would require at least a week. By that time, Tang San anticipated a significant advancement in his Xiantian skill at the 5th level. Slaying and devouring formidable monsters was undoubtedly a shortcut to elevating his cultivation. However, his current strength remained insufficient, and the risk of exposure was considerable. Reflecting on that day, had the Lord of Windwolf Town not been gravely injured, Tang San doubted he would have emerged victorious. That battle intensified his realization of his limited understanding of the monster clan. He yearned to acquire more knowledge upon entering the Redemption Academy, for such knowledge was of utmost importance to him. At that moment, his wind blade imprint had predictably ascended to the 5th tier, enhancing his perception of the wind element. Previously, when facing Mayor Zhang Haoshuan, he had been unable to showcase his abilities due to the vast disparity in their powers. In truth, his combat prowess had notably improved since his encounter with the Lord of Windwolf Town. The higher his cultivation, the more adeptly he could wield the abilities from his past life, many of which were applicable in this world. Time for dinner. Time for dinner. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice echoed from outside. In the next instant, a knock resounded at the door. Tang San concluded his introspection and, upon opening the door, was met with a rather unexpected sight. Dubai. Their eyes locked, and a palpable awkwardness ensued. Clearing his throat, Dubai remarked, "I didn't anticipate your mental fortitude to be so formidable." Hee, Tang San. From this moment forth, we shall be brothers. Tang San found himself slightly at a loss with Dubai's erratic thought process and responded helplessly, "Is your vision all right? I heard from senior sister Chung Zicheng that you need some time to recuperate." Dubai, however, appeared quite nonchalant, dismissing the concern with a wave. "It's nothing really. When I first met our teacher, it was even more overwhelming than this. I thought I might go blind." The dramatic cries I uttered back then were merely to elicit a bit of attention from the teacher. "Now let us go eat. I hear there are delicious treats prepared in honor of your arrival. The town mayor is also here." His eyes bore a noticeable dullness, clearly affected by the earlier encounter. As they exited the room, Dubai led the way to the cafeteria. While walking, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Tang San, what ability are you cultivating for your eyes? That purple hue. Surely it isn't the power of the wind wolf transformation, is it?" "It's quite impressive," Tang San remarked. "It appears to be a peculiar innate ability of mine, perhaps a mutation of my wind wolf transformation." "Ah, that explains it. Impressive, indeed. Once I cultivate to the 4th tier, I shall attempt to meet your gaze once more." Bai, without suspicion, acknowledged that within the Redemption Academy, everyone's abilities are indeed remarkably diverse. If it were merely an ordinary transformation of a demon beast, one would hardly qualify to be here. The dining hall is situated on the western side of the courtyard, nestled within a spacious wooden cabin. Upon entering, an intense and delightful aroma immediately enveloped him. Having dwelled in this world for 9 years, Tang San had long since relinquished any expectations regarding its culinary offerings, regardless of the ingredients. The predominant cooking methods were essentially boiling or grilling, often accompanied by a dash of simple salt. The flavors could neither be deemed exceptional nor lamentable. When the ingredients were fresh, they were tolerable, yet on most occasions, they could aptly be described as having the taste of wax. However, upon entering the dining hall today, he felt a refreshing change. The rich aroma of food ignited his appetite. A long table was laden with a variety of dishes, while the cooking methods appeared largely unchanged. The olfactory experience was undeniably pleasing. Some ingredients were unfamiliar to Tang San. At the center of the table rested a colossal platter, exceeding a meter in diameter, showcasing an entire animal, the identity of which was unknown but exquisitely prepared. This dish could undoubtedly be described as a magnificent spectacle. What a sizable morsel, he mused, as the most intense fragrance emanated from this platter. By gulped, grinning, we are in for a treat. This is a low-tier demon beast known as the Sky Mouse, a flying rodent with succulent flesh found exclusively within the Jelly Mountain range. Due to its swift flight, it is notoriously difficult to catch. A single one can fetch 30 to 50 demon coins. Being able to indulge in it once or twice a month is already a luxury. The meat of demon beasts is renowned for its ability to enhance one's bloodline. Even within Jelly City, only the nobility can afford such delicacies. Demon beast meat? Tang San had never partaken before. Yet, upon hearing it was a mouse, his appetite waned from its initial fervor. At that moment, the faculty and students of the Redemption Academy had gathered in the dining hall. Being a newcomer, Tang San was naturally assigned to the end of the table. Upon seeing the boiled Sky Mouse, the students' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, revealing their fervent desire for the flesh of demon beasts. Mayor Zhang Haoshuan, seated at the head of the table, waited for everyone to arrive before declaring, "Today, we warmly welcome Tang San into our family. From this day forth, he shall be among us, and I have formally taken him as my disciple. Henceforth, may you all cherish one another, train together, and progress collectively." Taking a disciple? Upon hearing that Zhang Haoxuan had taken Tang San as his disciple, both the students present and even the instructors could not help but display expressions of astonishment. Ru, who had previously worn a perpetually cheerful demeanor, now showcased a hint of surprise in his gaze, clearly taken aback by the announcement of this apprenticeship. He turned to look at Zhang Haoxuan, who, seemingly oblivious to his scrutiny, stood up and approached the boiled celestial rat, tearing off a leg before coming back to Tang San and placing it onto his plate. Tang San felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly lamenting, "Oh, dear teacher, could I possibly forgo this?" However, in the presence of so many peers, he could not possibly undermine Zhang Haoxuan's dignity. Thus, he steeled himself and replied, "Thank you, teacher. Let us begin." At Zhang Haoxuan's command, the students exhibited no semblance of modesty, almost instantaneously launching into their meal. As dinner commenced, Tang San soon grasped the reason behind Zhang Haoxuan's earlier gesture of offering him a leg of the sky-flying mouse. In a mere 3 seconds, yes, merely 3 seconds, the largest platter was entirely cleared. The speed was astonishing. Tang San could hardly comprehend the swift spectacle as the boiled sky-flying mouse vanished into thin air. The teachers remained unaffected, contentedly savoring other dishes, while the students eagerly divided the sole sky-flying mouse among themselves. The teachers had long grown accustomed to such scenes. A voice echoed in Tang San's ear, urging him to eat quickly, for those who hesitated would be left wanting. At this moment, Tang San had come to a realization and, not daring to be negligent, swiftly began to eat. He was not particularly finicky about food. He first bit into the leg of the flying mouse, then proceeded to conquer the other dishes. As the other students were preoccupied with tackling the flying mice that had been snagged onto their plates, none competed with him for the remaining food. The flesh of the flying mouse was notably elastic, devoid of any unpleasant odor, and bore a unique fragrance. Aside from psychological factors, it was quite palatable. After consuming it, a warm sensation enveloped his abdomen, sending waves of heat coursing through his limbs. Clearly, the earlier assertion was not unfounded. The meat of the demonic beast indeed possessed the nourishing properties to enrich one's bloodline. Throughout the dinner, not a word was spoken, perfectly adhering to the principle of eating in silence. When the last morsel had been cleared away, only empty plates, stripped bare, remained upon the dining table. Tang San had indeed feasted quite heartily. One must admit that this meal was perhaps the finest he had experienced since his arrival in this world. Although the flavors remained somewhat ordinary, the quality of the ingredients was exceptional. Both the vegetables and the meats were remarkably fresh. Chapter 71. Assessing the gains after the teachers finished their meals, they departed one after another, and the students, too, concluded their dining and gradually left. There was little conversation. Each returned to their respective quarters. Dubai finished his meal and promptly took his leave, merely informing Tang San that he was heading back to cultivate. As Tang San stepped out of the dining hall, he noticed that the sky had completely darkened. The courtyard was enveloped in silence, while the houses encircling it glowed with numerous lights, creating an atmosphere that was both serene and alive with vitality. Exhaling deeply, Tang San made his way back to his residence, room East 3. The moment he entered, he sensed something amiss. Zhang Haoxuan was seated in the living room, gazing at him intently. "Teacher," Tang San said, hastening forward to pay his respects. Zhang Haoxuan smiled gently and replied, "Let us converse while seated." Tang San seated himself in the chair opposite. Zhang Haoxuan inquired, "Are you settling in well?" Tang San nodded slightly and remarked, "I am just beginning to adapt. This place is quite nice." Zhang Haoxuan replied, "Do you have any idea how long it took us to cultivate such a state here?" Tang San paused momentarily. Shaking his head, Zhang Haoxuan said, "Over 300 years. Over 300 years? Tang San couldn't help but raise his voice slightly. Zhang Haoxuan sighed softly and continued, "The accumulation of vassals has led to the demon race's recognition of our capabilities, gradually evolving into dependence. This journey has seen the establishment of the Academy town and its subsequent growth. Step by step, it culminated in the founding of the Redemption Academy. It has taken us over 300 years in total. To be precise, the birth of the Redemption organization also spans 3 centuries. This place can be regarded as one of the rare sanctuaries for humanity. If all of humanity across the continent could possess such a haven, it would be a magnificent blessing, freeing our kin from suffering." Indeed, Tang San nodded silently in agreement. Zhang Haoxuan continued, "Beginning tomorrow, you will officially commence your studies at the academy. I came specifically to remind you that here, Your foremost objective is to gain the recognition of both your teachers and classmates. This acknowledgement does not pertain to how diplomatically you navigate social interactions, but rather to your strength. In our Redemption Academy, strength is the foundation of all. I observe that your character is steady, which alleviates my concerns in that regard. However, your strength is essential for establishing your foothold. At necessary times, you may reveal your fifth-tier cultivation, but you must keep your Xiantian treasure record confidential. Understood, Tang San replied earnestly. Zhang Haoshuan rose to his feet and said, after a long journey, you should rest early tonight as you will begin your studies tomorrow. As he spoke, he moved toward the exit, with Tang San accompanying him. Just as Zhang Haoshuan reached the door, he suddenly paused, turning to look at Tang San. He gently ruffled his hair and said, our Redemption Academy has another rule. One may only acknowledge a single true master. Do you understand? With that, he patted Tang San's shoulder, and in a flash of light, his towering figure vanished into thin air. Only one true master? What is he subtly reminding me of? A fleeting moment of doubt flickered through Tang San's mind as he securely closed the door and returned to his chamber. After a brief cleansing ritual, he ascended to his bed. Instead of immediately commencing his meditation, he retrieved a small pouch from within his robe. This pouch, crafted from an indeterminate leather, exhibited a subtle tawny hue and was no larger than the palm of his hand, appearing rather unremarkable. He had acquired this pouch after vanquishing the Lord of Wind Wolf Town, Feng Xiong, and had since joined forces with Zhang Tianxiao on their journey to Jelly City. Throughout the journey, he had been unable to examine it closely. Now, settled at last, he sought to uncover the treasures it contained. At the time of Feng Xiong's defeat, this pouch was the sole possession he had. In his desperate flight, it was evident that the value of this singular item must be significant. Despite the modest stature of Wind Wolf Town, Feng Xiong was its lord, a position he had held for many years. More importantly, when Tang San had absorbed its bloodline power, he discerned that it differed markedly from that of ordinary wind wolves. Its essence was exceptionally rich. Indeed, the energy derived from consuming this singular entity was greater than the cumulative energy he had garnered from all previous monsters. Such revelations were nothing short of astonishing. In retrospect, the origins of this lord were likely extraordinary, and the probability of valuable items being concealed within his personal effects was significantly heightened. The pouch, while light to the touch, possessed a texture akin to fine sandpaper. As Tang San activated his spiritual perception, he felt a jolt of energy resonate within him. Upon scrutinizing the pouch with this heightened awareness, he immediately detected a faint, fluctuating wave of spatial attributes emanating from within. He understood all too well the implications of spatial fluctuations. Could this be a treasure capable of storing items, akin to the mythical treasures of the past? If so, he had stumbled upon a remarkable find. It was well known that even in his previous life, items possessing spatial properties were exceedingly rare. Although such objects had lost their significance once he achieved a divine level, enabling him to create his own spaces, this was the first time he had encountered such an artifact in the realm of fairies. Furthermore, if this pouch were indeed a spatial treasure, it would imply the capacity to hold far more than its modest size would suggest. Contemplating this, Tang San endeavored to open the pouch, discreetly probing with his mental energy. The originally tawny pouch, upon contact with his spiritual force, suddenly shimmered with a faint azure light. He sensed a subtle resistance within, obstructing his attempt to peer inside. This barrier, while not overwhelmingly strong, proved remarkably supple, effortlessly repelling his mental intrusion. Intrigued, Tang San did not cease his exploration. Instead, he summoned the imprint of the Wind Wolf transformation, enveloping himself in a soft azure glow. Indeed, upon activating this imprint, the barrier momentarily stiffened before quietly dissipating. Within the Wind Wolf's imprint, the most potent essence emanates from the bloodline of Feng Xiong. After all, the vitality of Feng Xiong's lineage surpasses that of all the wind wolves he has previously consumed combined. This reveals that this seemingly inconspicuous small pouch is, in fact, a recognized item, signifying it possesses a certain level of sentience. Delving into his spiritual awareness, a look of delight swiftly illuminated Tang San's face. Inside the pouch lay a verdant expanse, and the internal space was remarkably ample, measuring nearly 10 feet in diameter. This is quite extraordinary among space-concealing treasures. The primary challenge for such storage artifacts lies in maintaining a stable space, and the larger the stable volume, the more difficult it is to sustain. The exterior leather appears to be crafted from the hide of a spatial creature, though the specific processes involved remain unknown to Tang San. Nevertheless, the fact that the inner space is approximately 10 feet and remains stable is, in itself, a rare treasure. What this pouch contains is rather simple. It is filled with currency. Among these, the most striking to Tang San is the vibrant green currency, which radiates a luminous aura and pulsates with rich wind elemental vibrations. Although this is the first time Tang San encounters such currency, he can ascertain from its intense wind elemental resonance that this is indeed the elemental coin. Ranking third in the entire Monster Clan's currency system, specifically aligned with the lineage of the Wind Wolves. Within this small pouch, there are no fewer than several hundred wind elemental coins. This constitutes an extraordinary fortune. In addition, there exists a considerable quantity of wind spirit stones. These stones are remarkably clear and translucent, evidently differing from the wind spirit stones he has previously encountered. The value of such pure wind spirit stones is beyond Tang San's comprehension, but it is undoubtedly substantial. Chapter 72. A windfall. Tang San stirred the contents within the pouch with his mental force, and to his astonishment, he discovered 3 coins shimmering with a radiant 6-colored brilliance hidden among the pile of wind elemental coins. These coins, similar in size to the wind elemental coins, were crafted from a fusion of 6 distinct materials. Remarkably, these 6 substances, each representing different attributes, complemented one another, resulting in a remarkably stable energy fluctuation. It appeared that these coins were a superior tier of currency, known as Tianyu coins. One Tianyu coin was equivalent to 100 elemental coins, highlighting their extraordinary value. All currencies possessed by the various monster tribes could be utilized for cultivation, which is the essence of their worth. Each high-grade coin could be considered a treasure. Upon fully examining the contents of the pouch, Tang San's immediate reaction was one of elation. He had struck it rich. Indeed, the benefits gained from vanquishing the wind beast exceeded his expectations. The rich heritage of the Wind Wolf bloodline, along with what was likely the majority of wealth accumulated in Wind Wolf Town over the years, now belonged to him. However, the true treasure was not merely the wealth itself, but the spatial storage pouch. This small bag would greatly enhance his convenience. With a cubic space of significant dimensions, it could hold a multitude of items. For Tang San, this pouch would facilitate his future endeavors far more than any monetary gain. With a firm grip on the bag's opening, the spatial fluctuations naturally ceased, and everything returned to normal. Tang San exhaled deeply. Having previously possessed 3 Lingxi coins, he had considered himself somewhat affluent. Now, he felt he could confidently regard himself as a minor wealthy individual. In a place like Jelly City, possessing wealth ensured an abundance of cultivation resources. With such capital in hand, his foremost concern would be how to swiftly convert these resources into his own strength. Enhancing his power was of paramount importance. As for the Redemption Academy, his impression thus far was quite favorable. It seemed to be the best platform for humans to exist in the fairy continent. Moreover, the proximity to Mei Gongzi was particularly significant. Once settled, he would be able to visit her. The mere thought of Mei Gongzi filled Tang San's heart with warmth, and his eyes sparkled with brightness. Calming his mind, he settled into a meditative posture, silently entering a state of cultivation with the Xiantian art, continuing to absorb the bloodline power belonging to the Wind Beast. The absorption of the Wind Beast's bloodline power through his Wind Wolf transformation imprint was remarkably effortless, and Tang San could distinctly sense that upon entering the 5th rank, his Wind Wolf transformation imprint was beginning to evolve. This change was not solely due to the rank advancement. A crucial factor was the purity and richness of the Wind Beast's bloodline power. His Wind Wolf transformation imprint had now transformed into a vibrant green hue, exuding clarity, as if a colossal wolf was roaring towards the heavens within the imprint. With the enhancement of the Wind Wolf transformation imprint, Tang San's perception and control over the wind elements had significantly strengthened. As he absorbed the power of this bloodline, the Xuantiangong advanced at an astonishing pace. Theoretically, Feng Xiong's lineage must surpass that of an ordinary wind wolf by a considerable margin. Wang Yanfeng had previously informed him that among the demon tribes, the more formidable the creature, the purer its bloodline, and the closer it is to the ancestors. Therefore, within the various demon clans, the strongest are invariably of royal descent, for their bloodlines have been passed down through generations, placing immense value on the purity of their lineage. The more pure-blooded a demon is, the greater their strength. Although humanity has inherited the transformation of the demon gods, in reality, due to the presence of human blood in their veins, It is impossible for humans to cultivate the demon-god transformation to the same level as that of a demon. Nevertheless, the offspring of powerful demons and humans will possess a stronger manifestation of the demon-god transformation. Feng Xiong's bloodline must be extraordinary among the Wind Wolf clan. Yet, it remains a mystery why he was situated in Wind Wolf Town. Tang San could sense that the strength of the Wind Wolf bloodline was remarkably close to the 6th tier. Upon their first encounter, he had felt something, and after consuming it, the sensation became even more pronounced. When Feng Xiong ultimately perished, Tang San sensed an enigmatic energy within him vanish abruptly, disappearing alongside his life. At the time, he had no opportunity to ponder this due to time constraints, but in retrospect, these changes were likely connected to his own pure Wind Wolf bloodline. He hoped that Feng Xiong's death would not bring trouble to Teacher Wang and the others. There should not be significant issues, as the Wind Wolf clan could only blame the Shining Leopard clan for the incident, considering they were the ones launching a widespread attack at that time. If Feng Xiong's identity was indeed extraordinary, this incident could potentially ignite a dispute between the two clans. Let them tear each other apart. As his thoughts gradually crystallized, he entered a state of meditation. A faint azure light enveloped him, as the power of Feng Xiong's bloodline transformed bit by bit into his own strength. The night passed without incident. At dawn, as the distant sky began to brighten, Tang San emerged from his meditation. He opened the window, awaiting the arrival of the auspicious purple energy, while retrieving the spatial storage pouch. This pouch was, in fact, an item that Feng Xiong had claimed. Although he could currently utilize it due to the resonance of Feng Xiong's blood, it remained uncertain whether he could continue to do so once he fully absorbed the bloodline energy. Thus, he needed to erase the mark belonging to Feng Xiong. This required a considerable amount of mental strength, and the morning training of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye was the moment when his mental faculties were at their peak. In the east, a faint light began to appear, and Tang San's eyes transformed into a deep purple hue. His concentrated mental energy silently infiltrated the spatial storage pouch, accompanied by the essence of the Wind Wolf transformation. Soon, he discerned the intricate pathways within. His previous life's experience with spatial elements allowed him to accomplish this task swiftly. A flash of azure light flickered and vanished, as the original seal was undone. Tang San once again left his imprint of the Xiantian skill upon it, sealing and controlling it while retaining a thread of spiritual energy within. Consequently, whenever he wished to retrieve something from this spatial storage bag, a mere thought would suffice to locate his desired item. As the sun gradually ascended, a faint smile graced the corners of Tang San's mouth. Indeed, it heralded the splendid beginning of a beautiful day. He carefully stored the spatial storage bag close to himself, stretched his body, and after freshening up, stepped out of his room. Although Jelly City lay in the northern region, its temperature was considerably warmer than that outside the city walls. The basin's terrain rendered this place akin to spring all year round, exceptionally comfortable. From the mountainside, one could distinctly see the Academy town enveloped in curling wisps of smoke. In the distance, Jelly Academy appeared shrouded in a hazy aura, not due to fog, but rather akin to some kind of concealing formation. This air of mystery ignited within Tang San a desire to uncover its secrets. Just the day prior, Cheng Zicheng had mentioned that he could join the sparring group to earn some income. The sparring group had access to Jelly Academy, providing him with an opportunity for future endeavors. "You're up." A familiar voice rang out, and Tang San turned to find Du by approaching him. Compared to yesterday, his eyes seemed slightly red, perhaps a result of a night spent cultivating to heal. "Good morning, Brother Du Bai," Tang San greeted him with a smile. Hearing himself addressed as brother caused Du Bai's eyes to light up. Before Tang San's arrival, he had been the youngest here at just 11 years old, always referring to others as brothers and sisters. To his surprise, he now had a younger brother. "Just call me brother. We are all family here," Du Bai replied with a cheerful grin. "Very well, brother," Tang San acquiesced. "Come, let us have breakfast," Du Bai urged, pulling Tang San into the dining hall. The breakfast was plentiful. Though it lacked the delicacies of beast meat, there was an ample supply of meat, eggs, and staple foods. The meals were undeniably superior to those in Wind Wolf Town. Apart from them, several other students had already gathered for breakfast. Du Bai introduced Tang San to his peers, facilitating their mutual acquaintance. With Tang San's remarkable memory, he had already begun to recall the names of the 10 or so brothers and sisters present, with Du Bai and Cheng Zicheng being the most familiar. "I will take you to class shortly. This morning, we have physical training with Teacher Yu. Be prepared," Du Bai stated, just as a voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the dining hall. "Ah, Dubai, you're doomed for talking bad about teacher you behind her back," came the teasing voice of Cheng Zicheng, her face adorned with a playful smile. "What? I said nothing of the sort. You must have misheard. I only remarked that teacher Yu is the most beautiful woman in our academy town," Tang San interjected amidst the laughter. In a moment of hesitation, Dubai abruptly changed his words. Cheng Zicheng cast him a sidelong glance, then approached and settled beside the two, addressing Tang San. "Do not heed his nonsense. Although teacher Yu is strict in his teaching, it is all for our benefit. However, for the physical training class in the morning, you must eat a bit more, otherwise it will be difficult to endure. I shall go fetch some food." With that, she stood up once more to retrieve sustenance. "And what about the afternoon?" Tang San inquired. Dubai replied, "In the afternoon, we shall have a practical training class, conducted by teacher Mu." Tang San faintly understood that when he referred to teacher Yu, he was speaking of Mu Yunyu, while teacher Mu should be Mu Enching. He noted this form of address in his memory. Tang San inquired, "Is this how it usually is every day?" Dubai replied, "For the most part, yes. There are occasions when teacher Guan conducts lessons for us. Those days typically do not require physical training, allowing us a respite. Additionally, teacher Shiru holds a class once a week, or rather, an opportunity for us to enhance our cultivation, at which point you will understand. The town mayor visits us approximately once a month for evaluations. Those who excel receive commendations, while those who fall short face admonishments. There are rewards for the most significant improvements, though I have never been fortunate enough to receive one." He concluded with a hint of melancholy. At that moment, Cheng Zicheng arrived with breakfast. "You're not doing too badly, at least you have never faced punishment. The teachers are partial to you, saying that your transformation into a demon god is challenging to cultivate, making progress difficult. Thus, even if you rank last, you will not be penalized. How unfair." It seemed evident that Dubai's transformation into a celestial fox was indeed arduous. From the bloodline aura emanating from him, Tang San could discern some of the students' cultivation levels. For instance, Dubai was at the 3rd tier, while Cheng Zicheng appeared to be around the 4th tier. Both were relatively young, approximately 11 or 12 years old. The other senior students displayed varying strengths, with some being of such high caliber that even Tang San could not perceive their exact levels, likely above the 6th tier. As Cheng Zicheng nibbled on her food, she cast a glance at Tang San. "You should be cautious during this afternoon's practical class. Since you're new here, teacher Mu will undoubtedly require you to demonstrate your abilities. Perhaps I will be your opponent." "Yes, thank you for the reminder, senior sister," Tang San replied earnestly. Dubai placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder and addressed Cheng Zicheng, "Little Orange, if you are to face junior brother today, please be mindful not to injure him." Cheng Zicheng shot him a glance. "Little Orange? You think you can call me that? Let us see if you can avoid being beaten to the ground first." Dubai's lips twitched. In terms of combat prowess, he indeed was no match for anyone. "As if you would dare to challenge me. Aren't you afraid of misfortune?" Cheng Zicheng, undeterred by his retort, looked at Tang San with curiosity. "Little Tang, did you experience any repercussions from the backlash you caused yesterday? Was there any change?" Should there have been any change?" Tang San asked curiously. Dubai gazed at him with equal curiosity. "I am the child of destiny. If my celestial fox eye is cultivated to a formidable level, it can glimpse the future. Anyone who has harmed me will encounter misfortune. Did you not feel anything?" Tang San silently shook his head, pondering to himself, "I am the God King, endowed with divine consciousness. How could your meager backlash of destiny possibly affect me?" Dubai scratched his head, perplexed. Has it truly failed? How peculiar. I must strive for a breakthrough. I must exert myself. Teacher Guan mentioned that once I reach the 4th tier, my celestial fox I will possess a certain degree of practical ability. When that time comes, I shall be formidable. Cheng Zicheng curled her lip, continuing to savor her breakfast. After finishing their morning meal, the students gathered in the courtyard, including Tang San. There were a total of 16 students at the Redemption Academy. Tang San's stature was akin to that of Dubai, making him one of the most diminutive individuals in the entire academy. The two stood at the farthest edge. Mu Yunyu, who had not been seen earlier in the cafeteria, approached the group with measured steps. Tang San immediately noticed that with her arrival, all the students present instinctively straightened their postures. Mu Yunyu, with a cheerful smile, announced, "Today we shall continue with our physical training. We have a new member joining us. Tang San, you are 9 years old this year, correct?" "Yes, teacher Yu." Tang San promptly replied. "Very well, then your intensity will match that of Dubai. The target is Tianpeng. Collect your weights, and let's get started, Mu Yunyu stated calmly. Upon hearing the name Tian Pong, the students couldn't help but grimace. Yet none dared to voice their concerns as they swiftly made their way towards the adjacent building. Upon entering the room, Tang San quickly grasped the meaning of weights. The walls were adorned with several vests resembling those made of leather, each equipped with dozens of pockets. The students selected vests suited to their physiques and proceeded to a nearby table where they inserted metal blocks into the pockets of their vests. When Dubai helped Tang San choose a vest that fit him well, the two approached the metal blocks. Dubai whispered to Tang San, "Each block weighs 10 kilograms. Since our standards are the same, that means 4 blocks for you." Tang San observed that one of his senior brothers had at least 20 metal blocks affixed to his body. Wouldn't that equate to a staggering weight of 200 kilograms? Such a notion was truly daunting. What manner of place was Tiangong? He picked up 4 metal blocks, strategically placing them on his chest and back to maintain balance. With 40 kilograms added to his upper body, he felt a slight heaviness. However, given his current cultivation level, it was hardly a challenge. Dubai smiled wryly, explaining that Tiangong lay about 100 miles away in the mountains, and the path was exceedingly treacherous. It required traversing 4 mountain peaks, complete with steep cliffs. More critically, their powers would be sealed, forcing them to rely solely on their physical capabilities to proceed. The use of the demon god transformation would be prohibited. Is it truly that severe? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. After all, the physical strength of humans could not compare to that of the monster clans. If their demon god transformation was restricted, burdened with such weight while climbing mountains, it certainly wouldn't be a trivial task. Indeed, it is quite harsh. Teacher, you will accompany us throughout. The most daunting aspect is that the last 3 individuals to return will find themselves without food. Let us be on our way. Everyone is competing on equal footing. Being younger is our only advantage as we carry less weight. The two exited the room, where Mu Yunyu awaited them, casually slapping her palms together, which sent a peculiar surge of energy into their bodies. Tang San immediately felt an unusual force enter him, rendering his Xiantian skill seemingly frozen. A refreshing sensation enveloping his chest and abdomen, yet he found himself unable to mobilize any energy. Chapter 74. Physical training. His mind stirred, and he discerned that given his current cultivation, he could forcibly attempt to break through the seal. However, there was no doubt that should he do so, Mu Yunyu would sense it instantly. This thought prompted memories of his previous life, during which he had trained alongside companions in similar fashion to enhance their physical abilities. Without the mobilization of Xiantian skill, he would have to rely solely on his physical strength. While Tang San appeared slender, this was largely due to his deliberate control of his physical development through Xiantian skill during his training, particularly in Fenglang Town, where he sought to remain inconspicuous. However, upon arriving at the Redemption Academy, his safety was assured, and he resolved to cease suppressing his physical growth. Especially with the presence of the beautiful young master in Jelly City, he understood that his reincarnated wife would retain no memories of her past life. Thus, in this lifetime, he would have to pursue her anew. This would not be an easy endeavor, especially considering how stunning the young master was while he currently felt rather ordinary. He needed to develop himself adequately, at least to appear more appealing. Dubai led Tang San as they stepped forward, joining other senior brothers and sisters, making their way into the forest behind the Redemption Academy. The rear mountains were not overly steep, yet proceeding with added weight proved arduous. Although Tang San had controlled his physical development, his natural physical strength was not to be underestimated. Having once been a deity, he fully comprehended the significance of physical strength. No matter how high one's cultivation, the body must bear the weight of it all. The body resembles a vessel. The larger and more robust the vessel, the greater the capacity it possesses to hold. The Xiantian technique, renowned for its formidable refinement of the body, endows its practitioners with remarkable strength, rendering them deceptively powerful despite appearing frail. The senior brothers and sisters ahead bear heavier burdens, yet they navigate the terrain with agility as they swiftly ascend the rear mountain. This mountain towers over 1,000 meters, and the climb from the Redemption Academy reaches nearly 700 meters in altitude. Fortunately, the terrain is relatively gentle, making the ascent manageable. Ultimately, the trio must return before noon, as dictated by the physical training requirements. Is there any other form of physical training besides this outdoor exercise? Tang San inquired of his companion, Dubai. Dubai nodded in affirmation, but remained silent. What other forms are there? Tang San's curiosity persisted. With a wry smile, Dubai advised, save your breath and conserve your energy. Soon enough, you shall feel the strain. Tang San smiled faintly and said, "All right, let us proceed." Upon traversing the first mountain, a slight sheen of perspiration appeared on Du Bai's forehead. However, to his astonishment, Tang San, participating in physical training for the first time, displayed no apparent changes. At this moment, the differences in stamina among the group were not yet evident, likely due to the varying weights they were carrying. Consequently, they all continued to advance together. The descent proved no less arduous than the ascent, as the added weight made each step more challenging. The steepness of the path required meticulous control of both posture and strength. A moment's lapse could result in a perilous slip. Although Tang San did not perceive the presence of Mu Yunyu, he could faintly sense that this esteemed teacher was likely in close proximity. Following their journey and quite possibly focusing on him, the newcomer, as they descended the first mountain and traversed the valley, the path ahead was relatively smooth. The thorns along the way had mostly been trampled down, indicating that this was a route they frequently traveled. The individuals leading the group began to quicken their pace. And amidst the burden they carried, the sounds of labored breaths began to emerge from within the ranks. Tang San and Du Bai remained at the rear of the group. Du Bai gritted his teeth, maintaining a steady pace, striving to minimize his physical exertion as much as possible. Tang San followed closely beside him, and the 40-kilogram burden felt rather insignificant to him at this moment. As they commenced the ascent of the second mountain, the disparity began to manifest. Some senior brothers and sisters ahead started to accelerate. Meanwhile, beads of perspiration on his forehead began to multiply. Tang San, however, did not quicken his pace. He merely trailed beside him, silently following. Whenever Du Bai glanced at him, he would notice that, although Tang San matched his speed, he exhibited no signs of fatigue, save for a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. Upon reaching the second peak, Du Bai's breath became noticeably unsteady. "If you are capable, you may proceed ahead," Du Bai remarked to Tang San. Tang San shook his head, stating that he could barely keep up with the pace. The protagonist, with a wry smile, lamented, "Every physical training session feels like a tormenting ordeal for me. Fortunately, the practical classes do not require my participation. Let's rest this afternoon. However, if you persist in following me like this, you might end up missing your meals." Tang San said, "That is not the case. Let us strive together. Please lend me a bit of your weight." Du Bai immediately shook his head and replied, "No need, no need. I can manage on my own. Although teacher Yu has high expectations of us, it is all for our own benefit, as we are all aware. No matter the circumstances, we must not resort to deceit or trickery." Tang San looked at him in surprise, feeling a newfound respect for his younger senior brother. Upon their initial meeting, Du Bai had struck him as somewhat frivolous. However, during their training, he demonstrated a commendable level of perseverance. "Let us strive together," he said as they continued their journey. Du Bai's physical stamina was evidently waning, whereas Tang San remained steadfast. The figures of the two gradually faded ahead of them, leaving them trailing behind. The distinction between traversing 100 kilometers of mountainous terrain and 100 kilometers of flat land was stark, especially under the constraint of their sealed cultivation. By the time they reached the fourth mountain, Du Bai's endurance had significantly diminished. "You should go on," he said with a hint of resignation. "To be honest, I can only make it back by evening. If you're able, you might as well proceed ahead. I'll guide you on the way." Tang San contemplated for a moment and said, "I shall accompany you." However, the character shook her head, asserting, "No, I wish to rely solely on my own strength. You need not concern yourself with him. Otherwise, it would defeat the purpose of honing your physical capabilities." At that moment, a melodious voice resonated. Tang San and Du Bai were momentarily dazzled as Mu Yunyu silently appeared before them. With a flick of her wrist, two shadows darted towards Tang San. Tang San instinctively raised his hand to receive 2 weights. "Here are 2 additional weights for you. You must forge ahead on your own." As she spoke, she tossed over a rolled-up map. Tang San silently inserted 2 weight plates onto his body, glancing at Du Bai, who waved at him. "See you at the academy." Tang San bowed to Mu Yunyu, then rose swiftly, climbing the mountain with agility. Observing his noticeably accelerated pace, Du Bai couldn't help but exclaim, "Everyone seems to have a similar physique. How is his stamina so exceptional?" Mu Yunyu retorted, "It's because his foundation is superior to yours. Now, get up quickly unless you wish to feel the whip." As she spoke, she miraculously produced a whip from somewhere, cracking it in the air with a sharp snap. "No, please, teacher Yu, I'm going." Du Bai struggled to rise, continuing his arduous journey forward. No longer trailing behind Du Bai, Tang San increased his speed. The 60 kilograms of weight was not overly burdensome for him. Having previously maintained a slower pace with Dubai, his energy expenditure had not been excessive. Now, unrestrained, he surged forward with great strides. As his stamina waned, a warmth began to envelop his body, and his breath grew heavier. Yet, the circulation of his blood and the stimulation to his body brought him an unusual exhilaration, akin to a liberating release. His speed continued to escalate, occasionally glancing at the map and the sky to ascertain his direction before pressing on at a rapid pace. However, due to the prolonged delay with Dubai, he had yet to spot any of the others ahead. It was only as he neared his destination that he finally caught sight of Qing Zicheng. Chapter 75. Have they flown away? Tianping is the pinnacle of a towering mountain, reaching nearly 2,000 meters high, and is regarded as their so-called endpoint. It was only upon arriving here that Tang San understood the name Tianping. For atop this summit stood a magnificent tree with a crown nearly 100 meters in diameter. Casting a vast shadow over much of the mountaintop, this must be the origin of its name. Qing Zicheng, surprised to see Tang San ascending the mountain, remarked with a smile. Impressive stamina. I thought I would see you on the way back. Beneath Tianping, not only was Qing Zicheng present, but also Mu Wenqing. Upon seeing Tang San arrive, she nodded at him without uttering a word, merely raising her hand to pat him on the shoulder. Instantly, the power that Mu Yunyu had previously sealed within him dissipated, and the Xiantian energy resumed its flow. Tang San had previously wondered how it was possible to return before noon if it involved the burden of sealing abilities. Now it seemed evident that upon reaching Tiangong, the restrictions on one's cultivation would be lifted. Let us depart swiftly. Perhaps we might still have a meal, he urged. Qing Zicheng, pulling Tang San along, was the first to descend the mountain. As she leapt from the summit, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. A radiant orange glow enveloped Qing Zicheng, and in the blink of an eye, her arms extended, sprouting exquisite orange feathers. Her hair transformed into a vibrant orange, adorned with 3 elegant plumes that danced in the air. With a powerful flap of her arms, which had now become wings, she turned back to Tang San, flashing a beaming smile. I shall take my leave first, she declared, gliding gracefully down the mountainside until she became a mere speck in the distance. Is she flying? Has she truly taken to the skies? Is this not a form of cheating? Tang San opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of magical transformation was this? The orange feathers and the ability to soar were unlike anything he had ever encountered. Yet, sensing the change in her aura after she performed this transformation, Tang San recognized that it was an exceptionally potent form of metamorphosis. Moreover, the ability to fly was exceedingly rare. Senior sister, if I cannot utilize my 5th imprint, I shall choose you, he exclaimed. For the power of flight had become one of Tang San's most fervent desires. Tang San took a deep breath, and a shimmering azure light enveloped him as he suddenly leaped from the mountaintop. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and the abundant wind elements in the mountains began to converge towards him. Lightened by their presence, he sped down the mountainside with astonishing swiftness. Though his velocity could not be directly compared to the flight of Qing Zicheng, it was nonetheless remarkably swift. As Mu Wenqing watched his departing figure, a hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Each student, upon reaching this height through sheer physical exertion, would typically feel utterly exhausted. In such moments, liberating them to regain control of their innate powers not only deepened their appreciation for the precious abilities bestowed by the demon god transformation, but also enhanced their understanding of their own bloodline powers during the return journey. This was a significant reason for the structure of the physical training course. Just moments ago, Mu Wenqing had distinctly perceived that while Tang San exhibited some fatigue, it was not severe. After all, he was only 9 years old. Moreover, as he departed, there were no apparent changes in his body following the release of the demon god transformation, yet his command over the wind elements was remarkably strong, seemingly surpassing the 4th tier in intensity. Initially, when the teachers learned that Tang San possessed the wind wolf transformation ability, they were not particularly impressed with this student. Had it not been for his tender age of 9, they might not have permitted a child with relatively weak demon god transformation abilities to join the Redemption Academy. Although the academy appeared to have few students, with only a handful enrolled, its standing within the larger Redemption organization was notably high. It was specifically established to cultivate exceptional high-level talents for the cause of redemption, and there were only 9 such academies across the entire fairy continent, all managed by the core members of the Redemption organization. At this moment, as Mu Wenqing witnessed Tang San employing the wind wolf transformation to harness the wind elements and enhance his speed, her perception of him underwent a transformation. According to the information she had previously acquired, Tang San exhibited an extraordinary proficiency in manipulating wind blades. His mental acuity must far exceed that of an ordinary individual, a fact evidenced by his ability to cause the reading of the celestial fox eye to recoil against him yesterday. The celestial fox eye significantly amplified the mental power of the reader compared to others of the same tier. And for Tang San to instigate a backlash from it suggested that his mental prowess was at least double that of the reader, a truly intriguing revelation. What fascinated the teachers most about Tang San was his apprenticeship under the town mayor, a figure they were quite familiar with. In pursuit of lunch, Tang San dashed forward. He had developed a deeper understanding of the physical training course. The outbound journey was focused on physical conditioning, while the return journey was intimately connected to one's innate abilities. Though this arrangement was perhaps not entirely equitable, it proved to be an engaging form of challenge. At this moment, he felt a fervent surge within his bloodline, and the sensation of muscle soreness was distinctly palpable when the Xiantian skill was lifted from its restrictions. Its inherent characteristic of perpetual vitality began to circulate within his body, rapidly restoring his previous physical consumption. This process proved to be quite beneficial for his physical training, especially since he had just broken through to the 5th tier, necessitating his body to acclimate to the 5th tier Xiantian skill. Today's physical training further accelerated this adaptation process and even hastened his absorption of Wen Xiong's bloodline energy. As he sprinted back, the return journey was anything but singular. For instance, while Cheng Zicheng could soar through the air, his path was distinctly different from the groundbound route he took. Consequently, during his return, Tang San did not encounter any others. However, upon arriving at the academy, he found that everyone had returned except for Dubai. His clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat, and he wearily removed the weighted blocks from his vest, feeling somewhat helpless as he realized he might miss a meal today. Had he not been followed by Dubai, there might have been a chance. Yet, this experience clarified for him that none of the seniors in the academy were to be underestimated. On the way back, despite utilizing his 5th tier cultivation and the acceleration of wind elements, he had achieved a speed that was quite remarkable, reaching approximately 80% of his peak level. Nevertheless, he still failed to surpass the others and recover the distance he had fallen behind. The other students of the Redemption Academy were equally astonished to see Tang San return so swiftly. After all, he was only 9 years old. As Mu Yunyu had not yet returned, Tang San was preparing to quietly head to his room to freshen up and then endure his hunger when Guan Longjiang approached him. "It's your first day participating in training. I want to punish you today. Go wash up and join everyone for dinner." "Thank you, teacher," Tang San replied graciously, not stubbornly refusing to demonstrate his capabilities, but rather accepting the suggestion readily before hurrying back to freshen up. At that moment, the composed Si Ru approached Guan Longjiang. "What do you think of this child?" Guan Longjiang responded, "Not bad. Though young, he is quite steady and lacks arrogance. His physical capabilities are commendable. He just removed 6 weighted blocks. For his age, such physical prowess indicates a solid foundation. His breath is long. He appears to be at the peak of the 4th tier." Siru shook his head and remarked, "No, he is at the 5th tier." "5th tier? At 9 years old?" Guan Longjiang exclaimed, extending his right hand with fingers splayed in surprise. Siru smirked slightly and said, "Otherwise, do you think Zhang Haoshuan was so eager to take him as a disciple? This young Tang San likely possesses more than just 5th tier capabilities. He may harbor secrets we are yet unaware of. You know Zhang Haoshuan's character well. He never acts without a motive." Guan Longjiang blinked. "Are you suggesting that this schemer is trying to get ahead of us?" Siru chuckled softly. "That is indeed the case. I simply find it unnecessary to expose him. After all, this child's transformation is merely that of the Windwolf. Even if his Windwolf form has undergone some mutation, the foundational bloodline remains somewhat weaker. Let us hope he can progress even further." Guan Longjiang, pensive, remarked, "If one's foundational bloodline is somewhat inferior, even if they can attain higher levels in the future, they are likely to remain a weaker presence among their peers." Siru responded, "This is merely a preliminary assessment. The true measure will depend on the extent of their exhibited capabilities. The afternoon's practical lesson would provide Inqing an opportunity to thoroughly evaluate him." "Very well. We shall see then." Guan Longjiang nodded in agreement. Upon returning to his quarters, he refreshed himself and donned a set of crisp garments. Tang San immediately felt as though a weight had been lifted from his entire being. The Xiantian skill is exceptionally nourishing for the body and inherently possesses remarkable health benefits. Moreover, having cultivated the Xiantian skill for 3 lifetimes, he was exceedingly familiar with it. In just this brief interlude, the fatigue that had once enveloped him had dissipated significantly, and his vitality surged with renewed vigor. However, this came with the side effect of an insatiable hunger. In the cafeteria, lunch was already prepared: boiled meat. This so-called boiled meat was indeed simply meat cooked in water, seasoned with a touch of salt, a simplicity that was refreshingly unadorned. For the students, whose physical exertion was substantial, the nutritional value of meat was paramount. A large basin brimming with steaming boiled meat sat on the table. At Guang Longjiang's call to commence the meal, everyone eagerly and unceremoniously dove in. It was clear that dining was a matter of swift action. The quick would feast, while the slow would go without. Tang San, too, soon immersed himself among the throngs vying for meat. He devoured the succulent flesh, washing it down with savory broth. Before long, a comforting warmth enveloped his entire being. As he began to feel satiated, not only had the meat vanished, but even the remnants of bones were scant. Tang San was not entirely satiated. Yet the sight of the empty large bowls left him in a state of helplessness. With no food remaining, the students gradually dispersed. Tang San called out to Cheng Zicheng. "What's the matter? Are you not full?" he inquired. "You might consider purchasing some provisions in town for yourself." The teachers are indifferent to such matters. Especially when one is punished and deprived of meals, it becomes imperative to find ways to replenish one's sustenance. It is undoubtedly wise to prepare more food. Cheng Zicheng replied with a smile. "Yes, I will go buy some later." Tang San wholeheartedly agreed with this suggestion. At his current stage of cultivation, it was inconceivable to neglect the need for nourishment. The better the nutrition, the more beneficial the refining of the body, especially since he was now ready to allow his body to grow. "Senior sister, may I inquire when the academy permits us to enter the city?" Tang San asked. Cheng Zicheng responded, "Generally, after classes each day. It is indeed allowed, but the stipulation is that at least 2 individuals must travel together. Entering the city alone is prohibited to avoid potential dangers. Furthermore, one must remain discreet and avoid causing trouble, or else face severe penalties." "I understand," Tang San nodded. Cheng Zicheng added, "Do not overthink it. Generally speaking, after a day of rigorous training, one is too exhausted to even contemplate entering the city." Tang San smiled and deftly shifted the topic, saying, "Senior sister, your flying just now was truly magnificent. What transformation was that? May I inquire?" Cheng Zicheng chuckled softly and replied, "My transformation is the Golden Rock transformation, a legacy of the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Peng." Tang San's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As he remarked, "That sounds truly formidable." Cheng Zicheng responded with a hint of resignation. "However, my bloodline's potency is somewhat lacking, which has impeded my progress in cultivation. My teacher mentioned that should I manage to transcend to the 7th tier, he would endeavor to facilitate a return to ancestral lineage for me, thereby enhancing my bloodline's strength. This would present greater opportunities for advancement in the future." "What is a return to ancestral lineage?" Tang San inquired, astonished. Cheng Zicheng replied, "I'm not entirely certain myself. I have merely heard my teacher speak of it as a kind of ritual, though it necessitates numerous precious materials and is quite challenging. The concept of returning to ancestral lineage is not of our own invention. It was conceived by the monster tribes and the spirit tribes as a method to purify bloodlines, which is beneficial to us as well." Tang San silently nodded and inquired, "Senior sister, will this afternoon's practical class be a session for us to spar?" Cheng Zicheng's gaze shifted slightly as she responded, "What? Do you wish to spar with me? Do you think my youth makes me weaker? Let me assure you, I am quite formidable. Be careful, or I just might give you a good thrashing." Tang San smiled and remarked, "I merely wish to acquire the Golden Rock transformation from my esteemed senior sister." The statement echoed with an enigmatic allure. Cheng Zicheng chuckled softly in response, saying, "I shall not show you any mercy." With that, she announced her intention to rest, expressing her fatigue. As she departed, Tang San silently pondered, "Senior sister, my desire to spar with you is not born from your perceived weakness, but rather from my admiration for your bloodline power. Even a modest absorption would suffice. The ability to soar is of utmost importance." Indeed, after listening to Cheng Zicheng unveil her demon god transformation, Tang San had resolutely decided that his 5th demon god imprint would be the Golden Rock transformation. During his brief sojourn at the Redemption Academy, he had begun to grasp the essence of this place, and his initial impression was that he had stumbled upon a trove of treasures. His senior brothers and sisters were all remarkable individuals, each possessing extraordinary and rare demon god bloodlines. This signified that he could undoubtedly learn from their potent transformations. While the future of enhancement could be contemplated later, he could at least possess such abilities in the present. Furthermore, as his senior brothers and sisters advanced in their cultivation, their bloodline powers would naturally strengthen. By judiciously absorbing a fraction of their essence, his own learned bloodline imprint would surely amplify. This endeavor was far simpler than hunting monsters. The celestial abilities of those he was most familiar with, such as the heavenly fox eye possessed by Dubai and the golden rock transformation of Cheng Zicheng, were invaluable assets that would significantly aid him. The capabilities of other senior brothers and sisters would reveal themselves through careful observation, serving as potential aspirations for the future. Fortunately, a modest absorption of bloodline power would allow them to recover swiftly, and with due caution on his part, they might remain oblivious to his actions. Tang San currently possesses 4 distinct imprints: the Wind Wolf Transformation Imprint, the Flash Leopard Transformation Imprint, the Rhino Transformation Imprint, and the Spirit Eye Imprint, which is a fusion of the White-Headed Falcon Demon and the Spirit Deer Demon. Fundamentally, these imprints are not exceptionally powerful, as they do not stem from the bloodlines of the more formidable demon races. For Tang San to grow stronger in this world, aside from enhancing his Shintian skill, he must also harness the abilities conferred by these bloodline imprints. This is a limitation imposed by the nature of this world. Only after he transcends to the divine level will he have the potential to confront this realm and reclaim some of his abilities from a past life. Chapter 77. Practical Combat. The morning's physical training was exhausting, and during the midday break, Tang San quickly entered a meditative state. His internal vitality surged, harmonizing with the power of his Shintian skill, allowing him to perceive noticeable improvements within himself. It was not until the bell rang within the academy that he emerged from his meditation, greeted by the burgeoning sounds of activity outside, signifying the commencement of afternoon classes. After stretching his body, Tang San sprang to his feet and exited his room. In the courtyard, many had already gathered, including his peers who, like him, were emerging from their quarters. Guanlong Jiang and Mu Wenqing were present, while Mu Yunyu and Si Ru were absent. In a brief span, the students had congregated in the courtyard. Mu Wenqing announced, "Today's practical class will take place within the academy. Tang San, step forward." Tang San stepped forward. Emerging from the crowd, Mu Wenqing remarked, "You are a new addition to the academy, and we, including our instructors, must familiarize ourselves with your abilities. You may select one individual as your opponent for a practical combat session. During this exercise, you are free to unleash your full potential. Both I and Teacher Guan will ensure your safety." With a nod, Tang San turned to the other students. The members of the Redemption Academy exhibited a degree of curiosity towards this newcomer, particularly since he was the youngest among them. They were already aware of his successful completion of the physical training course earlier that morning, even after Mu Yunyu had added extra weights along the way. The physical training led by Mu Yunyu was notoriously challenging. Every newcomer had faced considerable difficulties during their initial days. Tang San's remarkable physical prowess at such a young age had certainly garnered him additional respect among his peers. It was worth noting that the Redemption Academy had always placed significant emphasis on potential when selecting candidates. Tang San's gaze swept across his senior brothers, and one individual repeatedly gestured with his hands, indicating a desire to refrain from engaging in actual combat with him. It was evident that he had just returned not long ago, his youthful face still bearing a pallor. The physical training session was indeed somewhat torturous for him. Tang San had long since established his objective and, without further observation, declared, "I choose senior sister Cheng Zicheng." "Very well," Mu Wenqing responded, "but be prepared. Cheng Zicheng's demon god transformation is of the flight type." Cheng Zicheng emerged, her crimson lips pursed, fully aware of the situation. "I encountered you during physical training today. Are you truly challenging me? I assure you, I will show no mercy." Her latter remark was directed at Tang San, who merely smiled in return and replied, "Senior sister, I humbly seek your guidance." The others stepped back, clearing the courtyard's center for their duel. Mu Wenqing and Guan Longjiang positioned themselves at a closer distance, ready to intervene should any danger arise during the confrontation. The two stood 20 meters apart, facing one another, with a confident glimmer illuminating Cheng Zicheng's eyes. Already eager for the impending contest, Tang San appeared remarkably calm, his gaze steady and serene as he looked at her. "Commence." With Mu Wenqing's command, the first real battle since Tang San's arrival at the Redemption Academy began. The orange-yellow light radiating from Cheng Zicheng flickered as her arms spread wide at her sides. transforming into a magnificent pair of wings. Her long hair also shifted to a vibrant orange, interspersed with delicate feathers that danced among the strands. Among the myriad of human transformations that Tang San had witnessed, most individuals, upon undergoing their beastly metamorphosis, became grotesque in appearance. However, Cheng Zicheng's transformation was a striking exception. It rendered her even more resplendent and captivating, significantly altering her entire aura. As Tang San simultaneously unleashed his demon god transformation, he took action. Confronted with Cheng Zicheng, who possessed the golden Peng transformation, his foremost challenge lay in the opponent's ability to fly. In that moment, a flash of azure light enveloped Tang San as the wind wolf seal was activated, drawing the ambient wind elements towards him and rendering his body as light as a feather. With a sudden burst of acceleration, he traversed a distance of 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Cheng Zicheng did not immediately take to the skies after activating her golden pink transformation. Instead, her arms, transformed into wings, swiftly converged inward. The two wings, resembling sharp guillotines, descended towards Tang San with a fierce sweep. The piercing sound of the air being sliced apart echoed, as if the very atmosphere were being torn asunder. As Tang San propelled himself forward, it appeared as though he willingly placed himself upon the executioner's block. At that very moment, his hands swung simultaneously, unleashing two blades of azure wind that shot forth with breathtaking speed. In the blink of an eye, they struck against the golden wings of Cheng Zicheng, producing two crisp sounds that momentarily halted her momentum. The force of the wind blades caused her to stagger backward. Simultaneously, Tang San's fingers quivered, and a torrent of wind blades erupted from his palms, launching outward with remarkable velocity. 18 blades of wind blossomed like celestial flowers in an instant, casting a vibrant azure hue across the battlefield. The rich essence of the wind elements filled the courtyard with a distinct howling sound. Notably, none of the 18 wind blades were aimed at Cheng Zicheng. Rather, they ascended into the air, weaving together to form an expansive net. This intricate web effectively extinguished any thoughts of flight in Cheng Zicheng, who had just been jolted back and was contemplating taking off. As the 18 blades arced through the air, both Guan Longjiang and Mu Inqing's eyes widened in astonishment. They exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Although they had learned from Zhang Tianxiao about Tang San's exquisite control over the wind blades, witnessing such a display firsthand was a different matter altogether. The sheer number of blades he could release in an instant, each so solid and perfectly under his command, left them in awe. Could a mere 9-year-old truly achieve such mastery? This level of control was typically seen only in the 9th or 10th rank of the Wind Wolf clan and was unlikely to be executed with such finesse. In stark contrast to their admiration, Cheng Zicheng was consumed by a tumult of anger and shock. While she had anticipated and assessed Tang San's abilities, knowing him to be adept at wielding wind blades, she had never fathomed that their initial encounter would leave her so thoroughly suppressed. The two wind blades wielded by Tang San were exceedingly heavy, and upon collision, her resilient golden wings were left tingling from the shock. As she attempted to take flight while being forced back, the 18 wind blades hovering in the air posed a formidable threat, rendering her unable to ascend. The sensation of losing control in battle was truly unbearable. However, Cheng Zicheng, as a member of the Redemption Academy, was no ordinary individual. Realizing that ascending might make her a target for the wind blades, she reacted almost instantaneously, opting to advance rather than retreat. With a powerful flap of her wings, she conjured a tempest that served as her shield against the aerial blades, simultaneously propelling her body forward with remarkable speed. It was as if she had teleported directly into Tang San's embrace. In a flash of orange light, she found herself face to face with him. At that moment, having just unleashed 18 wind blades, Tang San was clearly unable to release any more. A faint smile finally grazed Cheng Zicheng's lips. If you wish to obstruct my flight, then I shall strike directly at your heart and defeat you in close combat. Yet, in an instant, her smile froze at the corners of her mouth. Tang San vanished. Just as Cheng Zicheng believed she was about to collide with him, a sudden flash obscured her vision, and he inexplicably disappeared into thin air. Immediately thereafter, a multitude of sharp sensations assailed her from all directions. Not only that, but her wings tightened, and she felt an unmistakable halt in her movement. To the onlookers, it appeared as though, at the very moment of impending impact, Tang San's body flickered, and without any discernible transition, he found himself behind Cheng Zicheng. Grasping her shoulders with both hands, instantly her body became immobilized. Meanwhile, The 18 blades of wind that had been previously conjured in the air surged forth like fledglings seeking the warmth of their nest, heading straight for Cheng Zicheng. Chapter 78. Sister, I yield. The rapidity of these events was astonishing, so swift that the gasps of the spectators had yet to escape their lips. Before Cheng Zicheng stood a scene enveloped in verdant hues. She attempted to break free from Tang San's grasp, only to find her body unexpectedly weakened. Failing to escape his hold on the first attempt, in the next instant, the wind blades had arrived. The overwhelming azure light filled her vision, engendering a sudden surge of panic within her mind. How could this be? This was the sole thought that echoed in her consciousness at that moment. Yet, in the very next heartbeat, the blades of azure light abruptly suspended before her, halting a mere meter away. At that moment, Guan Longjiang and Mu Inqing had positioned themselves to either side of her. However, before they could act, the wind blades paused, transforming into gentle breezes that quietly dissipated into the air. Tang San released his grip on Cheng Zicheng's shoulders and took a step back. Cheng Zicheng's body swayed slightly before she abruptly turned around. What met her gaze was Tang San's serene smile. Senior sister, I concede. In an instant, Cheng Zicheng's eyes brimmed with tears. She had lost, just like that, without even a semblance of a process, succumbing to Tang San, who had only recently entered the academy and was considerably younger than herself. The shame and indignation swelling within her erupted almost instantaneously. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. I simply lost. Mu Inqing placed a reassuring hand on Cheng Zicheng's shoulder, stating, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. When you lose, it's essential to discern the reasons behind it. That is, after all, the purpose of our practical lessons. Meanwhile, Guan Longjiang turned his attention to Tang San, inquiring, have you reached the 5th rank? Tang San did not wish to conceal the level of his cultivation. Undoubtedly, within both the Redemption Academy and the Redemption Organization, the greater one's abilities, the more privileges and resources one could obtain. Furthermore, his newly appointed teacher was aware of his 5th-tier status, thus rendering any concealment unnecessary. Just recently broken through, Tang San nodded in affirmation. To reach the 4th tier at the age of 9 is already astonishing, and now you have attained the 5th tier? The other students cast peculiar glances at Tang San. It is worth noting that among the 16 students, excluding Tang San, the highest cultivation level was merely the 6th tier, and even that was just at the threshold. Most were at the 4th tier, similar to Cheng Zicheng. With only 3 individuals at the 5th tier, how could they not be astonished that this mere 9-year-old child had already achieved the 5th tier level of cultivation? Cheng Zicheng was momentarily taken aback as well. 5th tier? Indeed. The formidable power he wields with his wind blade is certainly not something a 4th tier could accomplish. Has he truly reached the 5th tier already? Guan Longjiang chuckled. No wonder the town chief took the initiative to accept you as his disciple. You are indeed remarkable. Take a moment to rest, and we shall engage in another practical combat session shortly. At this moment, Tang San felt quite elated. When he grasped Cheng Zicheng's shoulder, he had silently absorbed a fragment of her bloodline power, resulting in the emergence of a brand new mark of the demon god transformation within him. Although the absorbed bloodline energy was minimal, it had nonetheless formed an imprint of around the 3rd rank. Yet, this was sufficient. He could now preserve his 5th imprint. Naturally, he could not yet attempt to explore the effects of the golden pung transformation on himself, but it should enable flight. This differed from the eagle-eyed abilities of the white-headed falcon demon. The golden-winged great ping was renowned for its flight capabilities, soaring high with the winds, ascending to 90,000 miles. Among flying demons, it undoubtedly ranked among the elite. Well, Tang San refrained from proclaiming that he did not need rest, deeming it unnecessary to be so ostentatious. He merely acknowledged with a nod, apologetically signaling to Cheng Zicheng before retreating back to stand beside Dubai. Cheng Zicheng, feeling quite indignant, followed closely behind him, coming to a halt at his side and whispering, have you truly reached the 5th rank? How can you cultivate so rapidly? Tang San raised his hands in exasperation, exclaiming, I am merely cultivating normally. However, Dubai had already grasped his arm, exclaiming in disbelief, you have reached the 5th rank. How could you possibly be at the 5th rank? A wave of envy washed over Tang San, as he lamented, when will I ever attain the 5th rank? As the least skilled in the entire academy, upon his arrival, Tang San had harbored hopes of not finishing at the bottom. Yet, he now realized the vast chasm that separated him from his peers. Seizing Tang San's arm, he quietly activated his Xiantian skill, drawing a wisp of bloodline power from Dubai. Given Dubai's relatively weak state and his injuries, Tang San only managed to extract an imperceptible trace of bloodline power, so faint that Dubai remained entirely unaware. Within Tang San, this manifested as a faint bloodline imprint, roughly equivalent to a first rank, belonging to the bloodline of the celestial fox eye. He intended to transform the golden rock change into a genuine ability, while he hoped to merge the celestial fox eye with his lynxy eye, thereby enhancing its evolution. As his cultivation progressed, the benefits bestowed by the lynxy eye became increasingly evident. Primarily, it significantly elevated Tang San's observational capabilities, combining with the purple extreme demon eye to yield remarkable results. Furthermore, it enhanced his ability to observe and control elemental forces, functioning like a magnifier for his mental prowess, leading to noticeable improvements in his elemental manipulation. This proved invaluable in executing the techniques of the Hidden Weapon 100 solutions. Additionally, the lynxy eye allowed him to perceive his opponent's vulnerabilities, making it exceptionally useful in combat. In stark contrast, the celestial fox eye possessed an entirely different purpose. It represented one of the most elite abilities within the demon clans. Yet it was not intended for battle, hinting at its formidable potential. Dubai was likely the only human to possess the celestial fox eye, a fact that constituted the greatest secret of the Redemption Academy. Had the celestial fox clan been aware, they would undoubtedly have sought to reclaim him. The true extent of such a revered ability among the demon clans was something Tang San would have to explore to fully comprehend. Muanqing announced, "Next up, Guli and Zhang Zabin, step forward." Two youths, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, approached, bowing respectfully to their teachers before taking their positions. As the next match was about to commence, Dubai finally released Tang San, though the envy in his gaze remained unmistakably evident. Tang San inquired softly, "What is the procedure for the practical combat classes?" Dubai replied, "Under normal circumstances, everyone is required to engage in a battle. Each practical class features different opponents. Once all the battles have concluded, the instructor will provide feedback, discussing both our commendable performances and areas needing improvement, offering guidance on how we might enhance our skills." Cheng Ziqing interjected irritably, "Leave us out of it. This does not concern you." Dubai's lips twitched slightly. "Come on, don't be so harsh. Behaving this way will leave you friendless." Cheng Ziqing scoffed, "I refuse to associate with a third-rate loser." Tang San glanced at Dubai and then at Cheng Ziqing, unable to suppress a smile. It was evident that Cheng Ziqing was venting the frustration of her recent defeat on Dubai. "What are you staring at? Once I reach the 5th rank, I will surely triumph over you." Cheng Ziqing shot Tang San a glare, her cheeks puffed in indignation, clearly still dissatisfied with the outcome of the previous battle. Yes, sister, do your best," Tang San encouraged. In the arena, the two young men had already taken their stances. "Begin." With Muanqing's command, the second round of combat commenced. The boy named Guli appeared somewhat smaller in stature, not much taller than Tang San. Yet at that moment, his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. A thick layer of what resembled a keratinous scale emerged from beneath his skin, even reshaping his head, while a long, prominent tail sprouted from his back. This transformation was indeed monumental. Typically, the transformation into a demon god would induce some changes in a human's physique, but these alterations were usually limited. The greater the change, the closer the bloodline aligned with that of a demon. At this moment, Guli's metamorphosis was so pronounced that it was nearly impossible to recognize him as human. Chapter 79. The Transformation of the Scarlet Serpent. Time's change as he transformed. A dazzling aura emanated from him. Though grotesque, it exuded an unusual and captivating charm. What type of demon god transformation is this? Tang San could not identify it, at least among the creatures described to him by Wang Yefeng. He had no recollection of such a being. It bore a slight resemblance to a crocodile, yet how could a crocodile possess such a radiant quality? Guli's opponent, Zhang Zabin, was also experiencing a transformation. His stature increased significantly, and a powerful aura erupted from him, revealing diamond-shaped scales. Horns sprouted from his head, and his once average frame quickly grew robust and towering. In a matter of moments, he had transformed into a formidable figure over 2 meters tall, covered in scales and adorned with horns, exuding an intensely fierce presence. Guli was likely at the 4th rank, while Zhang Zabin's aura indicated he had reached the 5th rank. Was this truly a fair combat scenario? A 4th rank against a 5th rank? What were the instructors thinking? As Tang San pondered in confusion, the battle between the two had already commenced. A fierce roar erupted from Zhang Zabin as he leaped forward, his form seemingly expanding midair. His ebony scales suddenly radiated a brilliant crimson hue, and from his mouth, a torrent of red flames was unleashed towards his adversary. In an instant, the brilliance enveloping Guli intensified, and he propelled himself forward, charging directly into the flames. In the next moment, a sudden flicker of light emanated from Guli, causing Zhang Zibin's fiery breath to bizarrely stagnate in midair. However, Zhang Zibin, driven by momentum, collided headlong into the suspended flames. What power is this? Tang San's heart raced. This appears to be a time-stopping ability. Having once been a divine king, he understood profoundly the formidable nature of powers that manipulate time and space. Among all abilities, those governing time and space are the most enigmatic. On the battlefield, as Zhang Zibin plunged into his own flames, his body trembled slightly. Yet the scales adorning him suggested formidable defense. At that moment, Guli executed a swift pivot, his elongated tail striking fiercely towards him. Zhang Zibin stepped forward, twisting his body to evade the attack but refrained from countering. Instead, he crossed his arms defensively in front of him, crouching low in a protective stance. In the next heartbeat, his body noticeably faltered, and Guli's tail landed a direct blow upon him. With a resounding thud, Zhang Zibin was flung sideways for 5 or 6 meters. He rolled upon the ground, quickly regaining his footing and lunging once more at Guli. His right fist now engulfed in a vibrant blaze. Guli retreated, the radiance surrounding him dimmer than before, occasionally using his tail to disrupt Zhang Zibin's movements while engaging in a series of collisions. Both fighters boasted remarkable defenses, particularly Guli's. Even when struck by Zhang Zibin's fiery fist, he sustained no discernible injuries. However, as the battle wore on, Tang San noticed that Guli gradually began to falter, his extraordinary control waning, likely due to excessive consumption of his bloodline power. Yet, Guli's resilience remained formidable, even when unable to effectively counter Zhang Zibin. He managed occasional defensive strikes, his tail crashing down upon Zhang Zibin like a sledgehammer. Zhang Zibin, too, possessed considerable defense and strength, bolstered by the formidable firepower of his demon god transformation. In terms of power, speed, and explosive force, he was not to be underestimated. The skirmish unfolded with both combatants exchanging blows, but as time elapsed, Guli's energy reserves dwindled, his radiant glow fading, and even the demon god transformation became increasingly untenable. Stop. Muanchin called for a halt to the match. Though Guli's abilities were exceedingly unique, Zhang Zibin's higher cultivation ultimately triumphed through attrition. At that moment, however, Tang San was enveloped in profound astonishment. He now finds the golden rock transformation he recently absorbed somewhat lacking in allure. The ability to manipulate time in his homeland is extraordinarily potent. It is not merely spatial confinement, but rather a mastery of time that surpasses the very essence of spatial force. It can instantaneously bring time to a standstill. This command over time proves to be far more effective than direct spatial elemental restraint. With such mastery, Zhang Zibin finds himself utterly powerless, even when facing an adversary of a higher cultivation level. This ability to manipulate time is something he must learn at all costs. While Guli's combat experience is somewhat lacking, and his combat techniques are not particularly impressive, the same ability in the hands of Tang San would yield monumental results. He is currently contemplating which of his own imprints he could replace with this temporal ability, or whether he should forego the golden rock transformation altogether and directly absorb the power of time instead. However, the ability to fly is also crucial, and he finds himself in a state of deep indecision. He is hesitant to recklessly merge different types of demon god transformation imprints, fearing adverse effects that could impede rather than enhance his strength. Brother Dubai. What transformations did those two brothers just use? They appeared so extraordinary, Tang San inquired softly. Dubai replied, Zhang Zibin has adopted the red flood dragon transformation, a subdragon species. The red flood dragon clan is quite rare, yet they are formidable among subdragons. He possesses a well-rounded skill set, strength, explosive power, speed, and flame mastery. Our teacher has remarked on his comprehensive capabilities. As for Brother Guli, his prowess is remarkable. He wields the time crocodile demon god transformation, also known as the time transformation. Generally, our demon god transformations retain the characteristics of their original beast forms, but his does not. Due to the overwhelming power of his time manipulation, it is said that if one can cultivate to the divine level, they could reverse time on a grand scale, resurrecting the dead. However, like my own abilities, his is quite challenging to cultivate and requires significant effort. Time crocodile, red flood dragon. Treasure boys, wait for me. Tang San silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He felt that his understanding of the demon god transformation was undergoing a profound change since arriving here. It was only upon entering the Redemption Academy that he truly opened his eyes and witnessed the formidable powers of the various powerful monster clans. In comparison, the abilities he previously possessed seemed rather insignificant. How to adjust and reconfigure his skills was likely a matter he would need to contemplate deeply for an extended period in the future. A well-coordinated combination would undoubtedly elevate his strength to new heights. The practical combat class continued, and the preceding battle had been relatively lengthy, lasting about 5 minutes. Due to a stalemate between the two sides, Tang San and Cheng Zicheng's match ended in merely a few seconds. As the subsequent battles unfolded, Tang San observed intently. He discovered that his senior brothers possessed remarkably unique abilities, none of which could be deemed ordinary. Although their practical experience and application might not be commendable from Tang San's perspective, their innate talent was undeniably superior to that of any human minions he had encountered before. Even among the monsters he had previously seen, few belonged to such a bloodline type. Tang San, are you well rested? After the 7th practical match concluded, Muwenxing once again called for Tang San. I am well rested, Tang San replied respectfully. Muwenxing nodded and said, you will be the one to conduct the final match. Your opponent will be Wu Bingji. He is the only student among all the trainees who has attained the 6th rank. You may give it your all. And let us see where your limits lie. 6th rank? Tang San couldn't help but feel surprised. Naturally, he was aware of who Wu Bingji was, although he was not yet familiar with everyone. Among all the matches that had taken place, only 2 students had not participated. One was Dubai, and the other was a youth who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Chapter 80. Ice Spirit Transformation. This youth appeared tall and slender, with a hint of scholarly demeanor on his face, and he was quite handsome. He had remained very quiet while observing the matches from the sidelines. He was likely the oldest among everyone, and also possessed the highest cultivation level. This is the senior brother of the Redemption Academy. The senior brother is very strong. Be cautious. Dubai reminded from the side. Understood. Tang San nodded and then stepped forward. Wu Bingji had also emerged, wearing a faint smile and nodding towards Tang San. Muwenxing remarked, this match can be considered a battle of elements. Bingji's demon god transformation is the Ice Spirit transformation, the only one among you all that does not originate from a monster clan. The Ice Spirit transformation is derived from the Spirit clan, a legendary innate spirit capable of mastering ice from birth. Bingji's Ice Spirit transformation did not come from direct bloodline inheritance. The Ice Spirit clan can only pass on their lineage through division. By a stroke of fortune, he was inadvertently affected when an Ice Spirit divided, resulting in a mutation of his bloodline and the emergence of the Ice Spirit transformation ability. Within our academy, several students possess unique transformations of demonic deities, and the Ice Chronicle is one such ability. Time transformation and Celestial Fox transformation are likely to exhibit uniqueness as well. Tang San pondered silently. The Ice Spirit transformation, derived from the Spirit Beast clan's demonic transformations, was a first encounter for him. Mastery over ice elements implies a comprehensive command of such abilities. Master brother, I seek your guidance, Tang San said, slightly bowing as he greeted Wu Bingji. Wu Bingji smiled and replied, your control over the wind blade is remarkable. Mastering elements is also a path I aspire to pursue. Let us engage in further exchanges. His voice was soothing and melodious, devoid of any hint of worldly concerns. Despite practicing the ice element, he emanated no chill, easily endearing himself to others. Begin. With Muwenxing's command, both of their auras underwent a transformation simultaneously. Tang San's eyes instantaneously transformed into a vivid emerald hue, a verdant radiance enveloping his entire being. In contrast, Wu Bingji was adorned with a shimmering ice blue luminescence. Yet his physical form remained unchanged. Rather than initiating the assault, he graciously gestured towards Tang San, embodying the true essence of a senior brother. Tang San was not the least bit courteous in the face of a formidable opponent, confronted with a rare and undeniably powerful transformation of a demon god. He was fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Raising his right hand, 2 blades of wind shot forth instantaneously, tracing elegant arcs through the air as they surged toward Wu Bingji. It was only in the very next moment that Wu Bingji responded, lifting his right hand and pressing it forward in Tang San's direction. In an instant, crystalline ice spikes began to materialize before him. Without glancing at the wind blades arcing through the air, a dozen ice spikes, accompanied by a piercing shriek, hurtled toward Tang San. Simultaneously, beneath him, A path of frost had already formed, leading toward Tang San, and he glided along this icy pathway as if flying just above the ground. Faced with the oncoming ice spikes, Tang San did not unleash his wind blades for defense. Instead, observing the frosty path approaching him and sensing the rapid drop in temperature, he poised his toes against the ground and charged directly toward the ice spikes. The two wind blades struck first, but Wu Bingji showed no inclination to evade. Rather, he allowed Tang San's control to become somewhat ineffective, as it was inevitable that they would hit him. Was there any need for finesse? With two resounding clashes, the wind blades collided with Wu Bingji's back, producing a crisp sound as they shattered, yet his body merely swayed slightly. Was his body crystallized in ice? Or perhaps he was an elemental being of ice. Truly, he was formidable at the 6th rank. In the moment that Wu Bingji was struck by the wind blades, Tang San had already met the ice spikes head-on. Instead of releasing wind blades, his figure became ephemeral in an instant. Visually, it almost appeared as though his body twisted in that fleeting moment. Just at that critical juncture, he slipped through the gaps between the ice spikes, evading all of them. The distance between the two opponents had diminished as Tang San deftly sidestepped the ice spikes. Cheng Zicheng watched this scene with wide eyes, vividly recalling how Tang San had mysteriously evaded her frontal assault, appearing behind her and ultimately causing her defeat. Now, she was intently focused, yet still unable to discern how Tang San had evaded those ice spikes. How had he achieved such a feat? It was far more than mere speed. Unbeknownst to her, this was the Tang Sect's ultimate skill, the Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps. With sufficient cultivation backing him and having immersed himself in this skill for countless years, Tang San had refined the Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps to an extraordinary level. The distance between Tang San and Wu Bingji diminished, yet he deliberately avoided the encroaching path of frost beneath him. Observing Tang San's evasion, Wu Bingji displayed a look of astonishment. With an ethereal grasp, a spear of ice materialized in his hand. As he thrust the spear forth, it instantaneously transformed into a flurry of spear shadows, cascading towards Tang San. Furthermore, a thick mist of ice suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. The frost-laden path emitted a muffled thud. The icy mist surged forth, racing towards Tang San. Instantly, the temperature surrounding Tang San plummeted, rendering his entire being somewhat rigid. The oppressive force of the 6th rank was indeed extraordinary, particularly as Tang San sensed that Wu Bingji seemed to have become one with the very essence of ice. The relentless chill that emanated was profoundly potent. At that moment, Tang San's eyes sparkled, and a flurry of wind blades shot forth. Much like during his previous battle with Cheng Zicheng, it was still 18 wind blades. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that these 18 wind blades were decidedly more substantial than those from before. Tang San delicately pointed his toes to the ground, nimbly leaping sideways, while 18 blades of wind whirled and shot forth, aimed directly at Wu Bingji. Simultaneously, Tang San raised his right hand before him, where a cerulean light coalesced in his palm, forming a wind blade. In an astonishing turn, yet another wind blade materialized, and the two blades swiftly fused into one, transforming back into a singular wind blade, albeit with a noticeably deeper hue. In Tang San's eyes, a cerulean light veiled his lynxy eye. Under the formidable control of his mental power, 18 blades of wind were aimed directly at Wu Bingji's back. As Wu Bingji charged towards Tang San, he conjured a massive surge of icy mist that erupted towards him. Simultaneously, an ice wall rose behind him to shield against the onslaught of wind blades. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 wind blades struck the ice wall, causing Wu Bingji's expression to shift noticeably, halting his pursuit of Tang San momentarily. The 3 blades had landed in the same spot on the wall, leaving deep gouges, while the subsequent wind blades formed an orderly line, following closely behind. Just as he paused, the 5th blade pierced through the ice wall. This spectacle left the spectators in a state of dizzying awe. As the saying goes, the observer has clarity. To their eyes, the 18 wind blades, which had appeared to fly chaotically in the air, suddenly realigned their trajectory and descended in unison, aimed directly at Wu Bingji. An impeccably arranged line of 18 blades. For the first time, Wu Bingji displayed a hint of panic. He could no longer pursue Tang San, opting instead to unleash the icy mist towards him while swiftly turning, wielding his ice spear to defend against the subsequent volley of 18 wind blades unleashed by Tang San's skill, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. A resounding boom echoed with each impact, as Wu Bingji shattered one wind blade after another. Yet, the blades were too tightly connected. Despite his utmost effort to control the ice element, even summoning another ice wall, he found himself continuously retreating under the relentless assault. Chapter 81. Defeated? The waves of impact surged upon him, leaving him breathless. Meanwhile, Tang San, amidst the icy mist, had swiftly evaded to a distance. Though he bore an additional layer of frost, his movements were slightly sluggish. Nevertheless, the wind blades in his hands continued to shift and evolve. One by one, the blades materialized, then overlapped and compressed. At that moment, the wind blade, which had appeared merely a foot wide, had transformed into a deep emerald hue, its core clearly harboring an ominous energy. The sheer mastery of this ability astonished Guan Longjiang and Muinqing. Tang San was merely a 5th tier, while Wu Bingji was a 6th tier. One commanded the wind element, the other the ice element. Relatively speaking, the ice element is more stable and easier to control, possessing greater power, suitable for both offense and defense. Yet, in the control of the wind element, Tang San evidently excelled, particularly with this method of compression. Such proficiency could only be achieved through an intimate understanding of elemental properties. He was not merely compressing one blade. He was continuously infusing wind elements into the mix. They were unaware that, under the influence of the Lingxi Eye, the fluctuations of the wind element were wholly within Tang San's dominion. This was not a matter of elemental affinity, but rather a testament to the strength of his own mental control. He was once a divine king of his era, and his comprehension of the elements far surpassed that of Wu Bingji. Upon closer observation, one would notice that Tang San, with his right hand cradling the dark green wind blade, was engaged in a rhythmic motion. Each pulsation served to stabilize the tumultuous wind elements. By the time Wu Bingji managed to deflect 18 wind blades, he appeared somewhat disheveled. His arms were numb, and he had already replaced his ice spear 3 times. This was only possible due to his remarkable mastery over the ice elements, coupled with the formidable defensive capabilities of the ice attribute. Sheng Zicheng, watching the battle, suddenly felt that her defeat was not unjust. Even someone of Wu Bingji's caliber struggled against those 18 wind blades. It was only natural that she could not withstand them. Furthermore, it was evident from this confrontation that Tang San had not unleashed his full potential during their previous encounter. His strength could truly rival that of his elder brother? At that moment, the dark green wind blade in Tang San's hand finally surged forth. As it shot out, it possessed a peculiar sense of slow levitation in the air, with faint azure electric arcs flickering along the dark green blade. Even Muinqing and Guan Longjiang felt a sense of impending danger. Wu Bingji's expression grew serious. He did not consider evading this wind blade. Based on the techniques Tang San had previously demonstrated, he realized that avoiding the wind blade was futile. Taking a deep breath, Wu Bingji's body transformed entirely into a brilliant ice blue. On the other side, after releasing the wind blade, Tang San's complexion noticeably paled, clearly indicating he had exhausted himself. A massive ice shield began to coalesce before Wu Bingji, rapidly becoming more formidable, followed by another ice shield. The ice blue luminescence emanating from Wu Bingji intensified as 9 ice shields swiftly formed, all positioned in front of him, creating a striking spectacle. Siru had appeared in the courtyard at some point, his gaze fixed intently on the dark green wind blade hurtling towards the ice shields, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Although the wind blade, barely a foot wide, seemed disproportionate against the stacked 9 ice shields, he understood that crafting this singular wind blade was far more challenging. The creation of the 9 ice shields merely required sufficient cultivation. Wu Bingji, with the enhancement of his ice element body, managed to produce them through sheer effort. Although this consumed considerable energy, it did not demand much finesse. However, compressing such an immense amount of wind element into a small blade necessitated an extraordinary level of understanding and control over the elements. Was this truly achievable by a mere 9-year-old child? Mayor, you really are one to strike first. Finally, the dark green wind blade collided with the ice shield, and in an instant, the first ice shield was pierced through. In an instant, a flurry of icy mist erupted, accompanied by a series of resounding booms. The dark green blades of wind, like a relentless force, pierced through one ice shield after another. As the battle unfolded, even the onlookers held their breath, mesmerized by the astounding spectacle before them. Bang, bang, bang. The 6th, 7th, and 8th ice shields shattered in succession. Finally, the wind blade struck the last remaining ice shield. With a resounding crash, just as everyone was holding their breath and Wu Bingji's complexion turned pale, the final ice shield did not shatter as anticipated. Instead, a deep mark was etched into its surface, the highly compressed wind blade having exhausted its last remnants of elemental force without penetrating the 9th ice shield. I have lost. Tang San gasped, his breath visibly faltering, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was a side effect of excessive mental strain. Controlling and compressing that wind blade had indeed posed a significant challenge for him, yet it was also a crucial endeavor. With his cultivation having reached the 5th rank, his mental prowess was continuously enhanced by the Eye of Lingxi. He sought to explore capabilities that would enable him to fight beyond his current tier. Today's wind blade was a testament to that ambition. Wu Bingji, momentarily taken aback, retracted his ice elemental form. Although his recovery abilities were formidable due to the ice elemental state, the consecutive casting of 9 ice shields had nearly exhausted his strength. His gaze towards Tang San was laced with complexity. He said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Tang San smiled softly. And it was only at this moment that someone finally exhaled. For a brief interval, aside from the sound of heavy breathing, the courtyard was enveloped in an eerie silence, with no one daring to utter a word. When Tang San triumphed over Cheng Zicheng, the students had not yet fully grasped the significance of the victory. However, this battle against the eldest senior brother, the most formidable disciple of the Redemption Academy, had pushed Wu Bingji to the brink. Moreover, let us not forget that he was merely at the 5th rank, and at the tender age of 9. Wu Bingji, on the other hand, was already nearing 17. One could only wonder how powerful Tang San would become by the time he reached 36 or 37. Siru gradually approached, and upon seeing him, Guolongjiang and Muanqing were jolted back to reality. Siru stood beside Wu Bingji and inquired, "Do you understand where your disparity lies?" Wu Bingji nodded with a wry smile, acknowledging that when it came to control over elements, little Tang surpassed him significantly. Siru nodded in agreement, stating, "The gap in mental strength, along with your comprehension of the elements, places you at a disadvantage compared to him. He has managed to cultivate the wind blade to such a remarkable degree, although I am uncertain how he accomplished this. You should seek his guidance on element control in the future. If you can elevate your control to his level, the possibility of breaking into the 7th rank will be within reach." "Indeed," Wu Bingji replied, turning his gaze toward Tang San, hopeful for his senior's guidance. "You are too modest, eldest senior brother. I, too, wish to engage in more discussions with you." Tang San held a keen interest in Wu Bingji's ice element abilities, pondering whether they were a result of his innate talent from the demon god transformation or if they were achieved through rigorous training. With the conclusion of the practical combat, Tang San's performance was undeniably impressive, and the teacher's gazes reflected a shift in their perception of him. Next came Muanqing's summary. All the students lined up, and Muanqing stepped forward, scanning the crowd with her gaze. "We shall analyze each match in turn. First, the battle between Tang San and Cheng Zicheng. Cheng Zicheng was defeated swiftly, primarily due to the disparity in strength. Furthermore, Cheng Zicheng, you failed to utilize your advantages effectively and succumbed quickly. From the outset, Tang San aimed to counter your aerial advantage, denying you the opportunity to truly take flight. Once airborne, with the speed afforded by the Golden Rock transformation, even if you could not defeat him, you should have been able to engage him in a struggle. Thus, when facing an opponent of his caliber, your foremost consideration should be how to ascend into the air." Chapter 82. Praised Cheng Zicheng stuck out his tongue and remarked, "Who knew he was at the 5th rank? Am I not familiar with him?" Muanqing's expression hardened. "Is ignorance an excuse for blind aggression? It is precisely because you are unfamiliar that you should prioritize leveraging your own strengths to probe the opponent. Where was your probing? You were solely focused on showcasing your prowess and swiftly vanquishing your opponent. In the midst of combat, one's mentality should be paramount. Use your strengths to exploit the opponent's weaknesses. If your mindset is flawed, even the strongest of abilities may falter." In this regard, Tang San performed admirably. His first thought was to restrict your flight. The wind blade he unleashed initially sealed off all your airborne routes. At that moment, he had already secured his victory. Certainly, his combat skills surpass yours by a considerable margin. Throughout the entire ordeal, he maintained an unwavering composure. As for Tang San, I find little to critique. He has performed admirably. Cheng Zicheng turned to glare at Tang San, who responded with a slight smile, conveying a sense of apology. Meanwhile, Du Bai nudged Tang San and remarked, "Little Tang, I never anticipated your prowess. Would you consider becoming my guardian? I have heard that every formidable member of the Tianhu clan possesses a guardian, as their protectors play a crucial role in ensuring their safety." Tang San cast a glance at him and replied, "Thank you, but I shall leave such a splendid opportunity for others." The voice rolled his eyes and retorted, "Do you have any idea what you are missing? You have overlooked the chance to guard the magnificent eye of the celestial fox." Tang San shrugged, remaining silent. Muanqing's critique continued, with the second focused naturally on the battle between Gu Li and Zhang Zabin. His gaze first turned to Gu Li. You remain overly anxious in combat, or rather, you have not fully capitalized on your greatest strengths. Despite being aware that your opponent is exhausting your bloodline power through his superior cultivation, you have made little alteration, resembling the circumstances of your previous defeat. Gu Li lowered his head and said, "Teacher, my attack power is somewhat insufficient to breach his defenses, leaving me vulnerable to his continuous assaults. This is quite disadvantageous. I still need to collaborate with partners who possess stronger offensive capabilities to maximize my potential." Muanqing nodded, saying, "You speak correctly. Your attack power does indeed appear weaker compared to your defenses and control. However, every strength has its weakness, and it is normal to possess certain shortcomings in your abilities. In such situations, even if you cannot triumph over your opponent, you should strive to coordinate your bloodline power to prolong your combat effectiveness and find ways to deplete your opponent's bloodline energy. For instance, when controlling your opponent, choose moments when they are exerting their bloodline power more vigorously. This will lead to greater exhaustion on their part. Even when facing a fourth tier against a fifth tier, opportunities can still emerge." "Indeed," Gu Li replied respectfully, appearing quite earnest. Muanqing then turned to Zhang Zabin, stating, "You two have numerous issues. You are well aware of his strong control. Why did you not opt for more evasive maneuvers during the initial attacks? Although it involves consumption as well. How many times were you hit? If his attacks had been stronger, penetrating your defenses, you would have faced dire consequences. When your opponent's control is formidable yet temporally limited, maintaining distance is your optimal strategy. Preserving your safety is paramount. You possess the ability to unleash ranged fire. Why not utilize it effectively? Charging recklessly serves little purpose. Your previous consumption was also considerable. If you were to endure for a few more minutes, defeat would fall upon you." Zhang Zabin grimaced, but nodded repeatedly. Subsequently, Muanqing pointed out the various issues faced by the students during practical combat and provided methods for improvement. In this regard, his insights were of little utility to Tang San, as Tang San's discerning eye perceived issues far more clearly. The final match, the most riveting one to date, saw Tang San declare a loss. However, in my view, he did not truly lose. Had his attack power been even slightly greater, it would have been Ice-G facing defeat. This battle can be recalled with great detail, as both sides responded with remarkable precision, particularly Tang San, who maintained the initiative throughout. Ultimately, he succumbed only to the disparity in cultivation. His mastery over the wind element, however, surpassed Ice-G's command of the ice element. He demonstrated an ability to compress elements, transforming decay into wonder, enabling the wind blades of the Wind Wolf to unleash astonishingly powerful attacks. Today, I offered no critique, only praise. In terms of ability utilization in practical combat, despite being the youngest, he presently outshines all of you. Muanqing generously lavished praise upon Tang San, his gaze brimming with satisfaction. Wu Bingji, lost in thought, displayed no sign of impatience despite receiving criticism. In terms of intensity, the wind element pales in comparison to the ice element, and it is also less stable. Thus, controlling it proves to be more challenging. Yet, under such circumstances, Tang San managed to exercise remarkable control, a feat that is truly commendable. In the realm of control, everyone ought to learn from Tang San. In today's practical class, Tang San undeniably made a name for himself, particularly in his battle against Wu Bingji, which garnered him the attention and recognition of all for his prowess. The Wind Wolf transformation is undoubtedly the weakest among all the transformations, without exception, yet Tang San skillfully wielded the wind blade to astonishing effect. This left the other students without a trace of disdain for him. Just as Tang San was preparing to return for some rest, he was halted by several instructors. "Come with us," said Si Ru with a cheerful smile. Tang San followed his three teachers into a larger wooden cabin. In Si Ru's eyes, a spark of brilliance flickered, and suddenly, Tang San felt an unmistakable shift in the atmosphere of the room, as if the air itself had become viscous. In that instant, his body seemed to transcend physicality, leaving him with an overwhelming sensation of exposure. Almost instinctively, he connected with his Wind Wolf imprint. A gleam of azure light danced in his eyes, and his Xiantian skill instantaneously transformed into the abilities of the Wind Wolf. Yet, the surrounding wind elements were entirely severed, rendering him incapable of utilizing them. How peculiar. There was a significant divergence, yet the essence still appeared to stem from the lineage of the Wind Wolf. What could be the cause of this? Si Ru mused thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Tang San's internal astonishment was no less profound. although the sensation he just experienced was not overwhelmingly intense. He was certain of one thing: the force probing into him was no mere manifestation of spiritual power, it was divine consciousness. While this divine awareness, when compared to the consciousness he possessed during his tenure as a divine monarch, was negligible, it was nonetheless a true embodiment of divine-level essence. Tang San never anticipated that upon arriving in this world, the first formidable being he would encounter would be a human, a creature so seemingly frail and delicate. Within this Academy of Redemption, the most powerful presence was not the mayor, but rather the esteemed teacher, Si-Ru. He recalled the mayor's prior mention of the existence of a higher tier of redemption, the blue-level redemption, aside from his own green level. It was likely that teacher Si-Ru belonged to that esteemed echelon. He was indeed a being of divine caliber. Of course, with Si-Ru's extraordinary spiritual perception, he would be unable to detect the wisp of consciousness nestled within Tang San's mind. There exists a vast disparity between different levels of consciousness. Even though Tang San's fragment was feeble, it was nonetheless of the divine king level, far surpassing Si-Ru's own spiritual awareness by innumerable tiers. What is the situation? Guolongjiang inquired of Si-Ru. Chapter 83. The blue-level saintess. Meanwhile, Muinqing offered Tang San words of reassurance. Do not worry. The teachers merely wish to examine your physique to ascertain the nature of your demon god transformation, thus enabling us to tailor our instruction to better harness your abilities in the future. Indeed, after the 2 practical sessions Tang San had participated in that day, the teachers had reached a consensus. His demon god transformation must have undergone some form of mutation. If it had not, how could he possibly exhibit such formidable strength? This circumstance was utterly contrary to reason. However, discerning the nature of this mutation was of paramount importance. For humanity, research into the demon god transformation had been ongoing, particularly in cases such as Tang San's, where a youth could wield such power. It was exceedingly rare and could not be overlooked. As Tang San wielded the wind blade, his physique exhibited no signs of transformation. No part of him resembled that of a wind wolf. This phenomenon bears some resemblance to the ice transformation of Wu Bingji, being a pure elemental alteration. However, the fluctuations of bloodlines within Tang San distinctly echoed those of the Wind Wolf clan, rather than embodying the essence of wind elements. Thus, when considering the sheer intensity of elemental control, he fell short compared to Wu Bingji's ice transformation. Yet, intriguingly, he demonstrated an exceptional mastery over the wind elements. Despite not possessing sufficient elemental strength, he enhanced its potency through compression, even surpassing that of Wu Bingji. Both Si-Ru and Guolongjiang, along with Muinqing, discerned that Tang San had shown a degree of restraint. Had he not, the outcome of Wu Bingji's victory would have been uncertain. This observation underscores Tang San's remarkable maturity and composure that belies his years, a truly extraordinary trait. Coupled with the mayor's eagerness to take him as a disciple on his very first day, the curiosity of the teachers regarding Tang San has significantly intensified. Upon hearing this, Tang San nodded, revealing no signs of dissatisfaction. Si-Ru furrowed her brow and said, Tang San, please enlighten us on how you manipulate the wind element. Tang San was momentarily taken aback and said, I can perceive them, and they heed my call, thus I am able to exert control over them. I have been playing with them for a while, and they have become increasingly obedient to my commands. I attempted to induce some transformations within them, and following these alterations, they produced various effects and functions. Upon arriving here, Tang San had already discerned that the instructors here differed significantly from his own teacher, Wang Yefeng. They were seasoned individuals with genuine experience and formidable abilities. Therefore, his remarkable mastery over the manipulation of wind elements would undoubtedly provoke suspicion and curiosity. Since the mayor forbade him from disclosing matters related to the Xiantian treasure record, he would have to elucidate using alternative methods. He had already devised a plan and remained unperturbed. You can observe elements? Thought Si-Ru, intrigued. Then tell me, what is the nature of the wind element? Tang San remarked, they are individual points of light, shimmering in shades of azure. They are vibrant, constantly in motion, relishing their freedom, and abhor any form of confinement. When restrained, they become irritable. Yet, when they soar freely, they radiate immense joy and delight. His comprehension of the elements is profound, succinctly encapsulated in just a few phrases. Upon hearing his depiction, both Guolongjiang and Muinqing's gazes instinctively turned to Si-Ru. Si-Ru nodded slightly, affirming the truth in his words. I believe he can perceive the wind element. Otherwise, such an in-depth understanding of the elements would be unattainable. Indeed, what a treasure we have found. This child possesses an extraordinarily unique talent for mastering the wind element. I am nearly certain that his wind wolf bloodline is mutated, and the mutation leans towards the mastery of the wind element. In this regard, he has a distinctive sensitivity to the wind element, and his mental strength has been enhanced due to this perception. His remarkable control over the wind element can be attributed to his high affinity for it, as well as his formidable mental prowess. At this juncture, he fixed an intense gaze upon Tang San and said, "Tang San, it is well known that the mayor is not particularly adept in elemental abilities. You must be aware of this. Within our academy, I am the foremost expert in elemental manipulation. Thus, I believe it would be inappropriate for the mayor to instruct you, especially given his numerous commitments. Instead, why not consider me as your mentor? I shall guide you in your elemental cultivation." Guanlongjiang interjected with a cough, expressing, "Teacher, that is quite inappropriate. How can you compete with the mayor for a disciple? In fact, over the years, I have garnered more understanding regarding the elements. Wu Bingji has directly benefited from my guidance. Perhaps you should join us, and I will mentor both of you together. I am confident that before long, you shall reach the 6th tier." Muijing turned his head away, being an earnest individual. He found it somewhat embarrassing to witness these two earnest contenders vying for a pupil. Tang San gazed at the two individuals before him, and he now comprehended the mayor's earlier admonition. Clearly, the mayor had anticipated this very scene. The instructor had mentioned that within the academy, one could only take on a single master. Perhaps you should communicate with him? I am at a loss regarding what to do. It is simply not the time to make a choice. After all, not only does the mayor possess knowledge of his secret, but even if he were unaware, he could not risk offending the mayor by seeking another mentor. This young man, Siru muttered resentfully, a misguiding influence on his disciples. I shall confront him. With that, a flash of blue-violet light enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air. Thunder and lightning. Tang San was suddenly struck by the formidable ability recently exhibited by Siru, his astonishment deepening. Perhaps Siru was indeed correct. He was undoubtedly the most adept individual in elemental cultivation within the academy, divine level, and moreover, he commanded the power of lightning, renowned for its explosive nature. The might of divine-level lightning would surely be formidable. Guanlongjiang, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Tang San, you may return for now. We shall discuss this matter later. Focus on your training. Your potential is vast. Strive to enhance your capabilities as soon as possible. You may directly undertake missions. Later, let Dubai and Cheng Zicheng guide you to the mission board. The Academy will also organize beneficial tasks for you to participate in. Do visit the Academy shop. There will undoubtedly be items suited to your needs, but you must earn the means to purchase them. The Academy maintains a policy of fairness and will not show favoritism." Understood, Tang San replied, the two key phrases of accepting missions and the shop becoming increasingly clear in his mind. Today's practical exercise should serve as a test for him. Only upon passing this test would he gain access to such privileges. It was essential to explore these aspects further to become more familiar with this place. As Tang San sought out Du Bai and Cheng Zicheng, the mayor was standing in the center of his residence, respectfully bowing towards the figure seated in the main position. "Lady Saint," Mayor Zhang Haoshuan said with a deep bow. "Please, Mayor Zhang, do not be so formal," she replied, slowly raising her right hand, revealing a blue pattern that emerged. The mayor glanced at it, a smile spreading across his face as he nodded in acknowledgement. The woman, clad in a pale blue gown with a conical hat obscuring her features behind a veil, seemed to exude an ethereal aura, as if the very air surrounding her was somewhat illusory. "How have you been of late, Lady Saint?" Zhang Haoshuan inquired with a smile. "Quite well. It has been peaceful recently, with no significant engagements," she responded. "How are the children at the academy faring?" "All is proceeding smoothly. Everyone is diligently teaching," Zhang Haoshuan reported. "By the way, we have recently welcomed a new member, discovered among the Wind Wolf clan. This child's circumstances are rather unique, as his Wind Wolf transformation appears to be somewhat mutated. At merely 9 years of age, he has already attained the 5th rank. We have thoroughly investigated his background and found no issues, so he's been accepted into our ranks and is currently studying at the academy." Chapter 84, United like a fire, scattered like stars, 9th rank at such a young age? That is indeed impressive talent. The Lady Saint did not appear overly surprised. Then, let the mayor guide him well. The academy now has 16 children, does it not? Yes, with the addition of the new arrival, we have exactly 16, the mayor confirmed. The Lady Saint sighed softly. I fear that our stay here may not last much longer. Zhang Haoshuan exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? The Lady Saint replied calmly. It seems he has become somewhat aware. For the sake of safety, we must consider a change. The academy may need to relocate. Of course, this is not yet a definitive decision. Circumstances may still evolve. Unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer to see no changes occur here. This is a favorable situation we have painstakingly achieved. Zhang Haoshuan smiled wryly and inquired, how much longer do we have? The Holy Mother shook her head and replied, it's hard to say. I'll notify you with specifics. There shouldn't be too much danger. I understand. Please take care of yourself. You are the backbone of the organization. Having sacrificed so much for it, you must remain unharmed. Zhang Haoshuan bowed respectfully. The Holy Mother shook her head, assuring him, I will be fine. For the sake of our grand endeavor, I shall ensure my survival. At that moment, the Holy Mother's veil suddenly turned toward the door, and in the next instant, the door swung open abruptly, revealing a somewhat irate voice. You despicable Zhang Haoshuan. The words abruptly halted as a blue-violet light coalesced in the room, clarifying into the figure of Si Ru. Noticing the woman seated in the main position, he slightly twitched his lips and bowed. Holy Mother, I apologize for not realizing you were here. The Holy Mother smiled gently. No need for formalities, Teacher Si Ru. You are still as hot-tempered as ever. Si Ru scratched his head awkwardly. It's unavoidable, influenced by my own bloodline. Zhang Haoshuan retorted, what if someone sees you rushing in like that? Why did you enter berating me? Si Ru replied, you must hand over that child Tang San to me. He is wasted under your guidance. You know nothing of elemental control. Zhang Haoshuan scoffed. I knew you would try to steal him from me. That's why I acted first. He has officially become my disciple. You have no chance. Just as Si Ru was about to respond, the Holy Mother interjected. Are you referring to the new child? Yes. Zhang Haoshuan nodded. The Holy Mother smiled. I am quite curious. It must be something remarkable to move Teacher Si Ru so deeply. It seems his talent is indeed exceptional. Si Ru continued. The Wind Wolf transformation grants him an extraordinary affinity and control over the wind element. Truly rare. His fifth-tier strength is on par with Wu Bingji. He is undoubtedly the best prospect in the academy, and he is only 9 years old. As an elemental controller myself, it would be a waste not to entrust him to me. Zhang Haoshuan retorted, you understand nothing about elemental control. To compare wind element control to ice element control? Even the town mayor would be astonished. When he subdued Tang San, he didn't even allow Tang San to showcase his true abilities. He placed great importance on Tang San's mastery of multiple abilities, but he didn't anticipate that this child was stronger than he imagined. Just a wind wolf transformation is enough to make Si Ru desperate. If only Si Ru knew he could wield other abilities. The Holy Mother, intrigued, remarked, that is indeed impressive. Pure cultivation may not be remarkable, but if his control can rival that of Bingji, then he truly possesses formidable talent. You must nurture him well. Now, I must take my leave. The mayor, I urge you to prepare in advance for what I have mentioned, just in case. As she spoke, she had already risen to her feet. Zhang Haoshuan and Si Ru each placed their right hands over their chests, revealing the redemption runes upon the backs of their hands. Had Tang San been present, he would have observed that the redemption runes on Si Ru and Zhang Haoshuan were identical, both of vibrant green rather than the anticipated blue. Like a gathering of flames, scattering like the stars in the sky. The Holy Mother softly intoned a chant, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a flicker of light and quietly vanished. Like a gathering of flames, scattering like the stars in the sky. Zhang Haoshuan and Sira solemnly echoed her earlier words. After a considerable pause, Sira turned to Zhang Haoshuan and asked, Can I have the disciple? Not a chance. Zhang Haoshuan replied without hesitation. Are you looking for a fight? Si Ru retorted fiercely. Zhang Haoshuan said gravely, Do you know why the Holy Mother came just now? Si Ru paused. Why? Zhang Haoshuan's expression grew serious. She mentioned that our situation here may not last. The academy could close at any moment. What? Si Ru's pupils dilated. Have we been discovered? That shouldn't be possible. We have been exceedingly cautious. Zhang Haoshuan sighed. You are well aware of her capabilities. Were it not for the Holy Mother's protection, could we have remained here safely for so many years? We should prepare early. Notify everyone and implement the advancement plan. Aside from the children at the academy, who need not rush to evacuate, the other departments should disperse to different cities and lie low. Once the storm passes, we can see if we can return. Sira nodded. The Holy Mother's personal visit indicated the gravity of the situation. What about the children? Zhang Haoshuan contemplated before responding. We shall proceed with the third plan. The third plan? Why not the first? Wouldn't that be safer? Siru exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Haoshuan shook his head. The third plan is preferable. This group of children is exceptionally talented. I am somewhat reluctant to part with them. Moreover, with the Holy Mother overseeing us, any risks can be significantly mitigated. You have a multitude of clever ideas. I suppose we shall follow your lead. What about the disciple? Tang San would surely fare better with me than with you. Siru had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. Zhang Haoshuan replied, You should certainly guide him, but do not entertain thoughts of changing teachers. I have only just acquired a disciple. Even if he were to transform into a wind wolf, could he truly compare to the foundations of Dubai, Cheng Zicheng, and the others? You were unmoved by the ice spirit's transformation in the Ice Age. Why this sudden change of heart? When will you learn to temper your impatience? If not for this flaw of yours, you would already be at the blue level. How could the Lord allow me to keep watch over you indefinitely? At the very least, wait until Tang San breaks through to the 7th tier and achieves a higher level before you entertain such notions. Siru gazed at him intently. You have far too many clever schemes. According to everyone else, it is best not to let you talk too much. The most effective method is to take action and beat you into submission. For the sake of the Holy Mother, I shall let you off this time. Once Tang San ascends to the 7th rank, he shall be compelled to acknowledge me as his master. Zhang Haoshuan cast a glance at him, displaying no anger, but rather replied coolly, When he reaches the 7th rank, let him choose for himself. If he wishes to forsake his master and ancestors to acknowledge you as his teacher, I shall not oppose. Siru, aware that he could not outmatch this individual in argument, chose to remain silent and turned to leave, refraining from confronting Zhang Haoshuan. As he watched Siru depart, Zhang Haoshuan let out a soft sigh, pondering. Old Si, how little you comprehend. This child bears within him the potential for another glimmer of hope for humanity. Even the sovereign remains uninformed. The fewer who know before his growth, the better. This was the nature of the task at hand. Within the Redemption Academy, Dubai led Tang San to a secluded chamber in the corner. To Tang San's surprise, this was the dwelling of Wu Bingji, who was also responsible for managing the task assignments. Senior brother, Tang San greeted him with respect. Wu Bingji smiled gently and inquired, Hello, little Tang. Are you interested in accepting a task? Chapter 85, They All Favor Him. Tang San said, The teacher mentioned that I could come and take a look. Could you please introduce the tasks we have on the task list, senior brother? Wu Bingji nodded and replied, The tasks at our academy are primarily designed for everyone's training. The rewards are exclusively monetary. They encompass 3 main categories. Practice partner assignments that require traveling to Jieli Academy, hunting ferocious beasts, and gathering precious spiritual herbs. These 3 types are the most significant, and you are eligible to undertake them. However, given your youth and your cultivation that surpasses that of ordinary humans, I would advise against taking on the practice partner tasks, as you may attract undue attention from Jieli Academy. The latter 2 tasks would be more suitable for you. Generally, tasks involving the collection of spiritual herbs and the hunting of beasts can be completed in teams. It is prudent not to venture out alone to ensure mutual support and safety. At that moment, he brought over several sheets containing detailed information. Although he advised Tang San against the practice partner tasks, those listings were included as well. I understand. Thank you, senior brother, Tang San replied, spreading the task list across the table for inspection. Beside him, Dubai expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Senior brother, why have I never come across these tasks? I only receive assignments like delivering messages or procurement, with rewards that are pitifully meager. Wu Bingji couldn't help but chuckle. You lack the ability to protect yourself. One must act according to their capabilities, little brother. Dubai retorted, I am no longer the little brother. Tang San is. Wu Bingji glanced at him and then at Tang San, shaking his head as he remarked, If he desires, it won't be long before he becomes the senior brother himself. Hence, I call him Xiao Tang, not little brother. Dubai's lips twitched slightly, but recalling the bout between Wu Bingji and Tang San earlier that day, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, what could he say against someone so formidable when his own combat prowess was lacking? Tang San perused the task list, directing his primary focus towards the hunt for demonic beasts. These creatures were, in essence, monsters devoid of awakened intelligence. He had tasted the flesh of these beasts on a previous occasion and found it to possess considerable benefits for the refinement of his physique. Moreover, he discerned that among the 3 distinct task lists, the rewards for hunting demonic beasts were the most substantial. Each offered rewards at least equivalent to the level of Lingxi coins, as well as elemental coins, and even rewards of a higher caliber, such as Tianyu coins. The abundance of these rewards was evident. Tang San's interest in hunting demonic beasts was piqued, not only due to the generous rewards, but also because he wished to explore whether the bloodline power of these beasts could be directly consumed. He wondered how their bloodline power differed from that of the monster clan. After reviewing the list, Tang San inquired of Dubai, "Where's that small shop? Please take me to see it." Dubai replied with a smile, "Indeed, a visit to the small shop will reveal to you what you desire, allowing you to select the corresponding tasks to procure your desired items." Tang San once again bowed respectfully to Wu Bingji. Just as he was about to depart, Wu Bingji remarked, "Little Tang, if you are free this evening, I would like to seek your counsel on some matters regarding elemental mastery. Would that be agreeable?" This senior brother exhibited no pretentiousness and bore no ill will despite Tang San's display of prowess during the practical exercise earlier that day. Tang San could sense the sincerity in his words, and with a smile, he nodded in affirmation, saying, "Of course, senior brother, you are too kind. Let us engage in discussion together." "Excellent. I shall come to find you after dinner tonight," Wu Bingji replied with a smile. As they exited Wu Bingji's chamber, Dubai quietly remarked, "Senior brother is truly a wonderful person. He is the quintessential good soul of our academy. Everyone finds him approachable, and his strength is formidable. The girls are almost all fond of him. Cheng Zicheng is no exception. Let me tell you, defeating her is one thing, but if you manage to best senior brother, she might just go all out against you." Just as Tang San was about to speak, a sudden piercing scream echoed nearby, and in the next instant, Dubai was lifted into the air. Tang San then beheld Dubai being carried to the rooftop by Cheng Zicheng, who flapped her wings and repeatedly tapped his head, exclaiming, "Do you wish to die? Do you wish to die?" Observing Cheng Zicheng's flushed face and exasperated demeanor, Tang San comprehended that Dubai's words were undoubtedly accurate. This young girl was truly precocious. Yet, it was likely just an innocent infatuation. A brother in distress cannot be forsaken, especially since he needed Dubai to accompany him to the convenience store. With a gentle push of his toes against the ground, Tang San leaped onto the rooftop. "Senior sister, I heard nothing at all. What did Dubai say just now?" Cheng Zicheng paused momentarily, turning to face him, where she was met with Tang San's earnest gaze. "You truly did not hear anything?" Cheng Zicheng's expression was one of skepticism. Tang San remarked, "I have heard that senior brother is particularly kind." But before I could catch the next part, you whisked him away to the rooftop. "Is it possible that senior brother is not good?" Cheng Zicheng stared wide-eyed and replied, "How could he not be? Senior brother has always been quite admirable. I merely felt indignant about him speaking ill of others behind their backs. Is it not permissible to praise someone?" Dubai lamented, his head already swollen with 2 bumps. Cheng Zicheng shot him a glare, raising his wings as if to strike again. Tang San hastily raised his hand to intervene, urging, "Senior sister, temper your anger. We are all on the same side. Senior brother has even invited me to discuss elemental mastery tonight. Would you care to join in this exploration?" "Did senior brother invite you?" Cheng Zicheng paused momentarily. "Indeed, senior brother is exceptionally adept in ice elemental control, and I wish to seek his guidance. Senior brother suggested we convene in my room," Tang San added. Cheng Zicheng's flushed face gradually calmed, and she said, "Is it appropriate for me to attend? I am not particularly knowledgeable in elemental matters." Tang San remarked, "In truth, your golden rock transformation during flight also relies on the power of the wind. I believe we can engage in a discussion regarding the elemental aspect of wind, sister, as we might mutually benefit from each other's insights." Cheng Zicheng reluctantly replied, "All right then. What time shall we meet this evening?" "After dinner, in my room," Tang San responded with a cheerful smile. "Very well." Cheng Zicheng, without a glance at Dubai, gracefully descended from the rooftop and departed. Dubai, rubbing his head, looked at Tang San and then at the already departed Cheng Zicheng, exclaimed, "My brother, your ability to speak such earnest nonsense is truly remarkable." Tang San chuckled, "This is not nonsense. It is emotional intelligence. Pay attention, and you shall learn how to avoid unnecessary suffering." Descending from the rooftop, Dubai winced in pain, muttering, "To dare strike this mascot is to invite misfortune." Meanwhile, in the distance, Cheng Zicheng had just entered her room. Unbeknownst to her, she slipped and stumbled over the threshold, her foot twisting awkwardly, resulting in a sharp crack as she sprained her ankle. "Ah, how it hurts." At that moment, Dubai had already accompanied Tang San to the southern room in the courtyard. He knocked on the door, and a melodious voice beckoned from within, "Come in." Upon entering, Tang San immediately noticed a sign on the ground that read convenience store. The letters were somewhat crooked, certainly not aesthetically pleasing. Yet, the moment he stepped inside, he was enveloped by a distinctive blend of medicinal and fragrant aromas. Most importantly, the spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense. The natural vitality of Jelly City was already quite rich, especially near Jelly Academy. But this room was undoubtedly the most concentrated source of vital energy Tang San had ever encountered. Various elemental fluctuations were present, and the air felt somewhat viscous due to the overwhelming vitality. Even without using his spiritual senses, he could perceive a peculiar haziness in the air, not muddiness, but rather a result of the sheer density of energy. Instinctively, he inhaled deeply, feeling a slight awakening in his bloodline. However, he quickly recognized a complication. Despite the richness of the energy, it was rather chaotic. If one were to cultivate here purely, refining the energy would prove to be a rather arduous task. Chapter 86. The convenience store. The southern room was spacious, comprising 3 interconnected chambers, each lined with cabinets brimming with a myriad of items. Many of these objects were covered, yet they still emanated diverse auras, contributing to the rich atmosphere of vitality. Indeed, this was quite the convenience store. The owner of the previously heard voice had now approached them. It was none other than Mu Yunyu, the physical education instructor. Without even casting a glance at Dubai, she scrutinized Tang San twice and remarked, "I have heard of your achievements. It seems I have been rather conservative in your physical training. Tomorrow, you shall increase your load." Tang San's lips twitched slightly as he replied helplessly, "All right, Sister Yu." Mu Yunyu said, "Take a look. Our little shop has quite a few good items. Would you like me to introduce them to you? However, each item comes with a description, so you can also peruse them on your own." Tang San hurriedly replied, "Allow me to take a look myself. I wouldn't want to trouble Sister Yu." Although the items in this world seemed somewhat unfamiliar to him, the discerning eye of the God King was not to be trifled with. Moreover, with the annotations provided, exquisite treasures would certainly not evade his keen perception. Tang San was preparing to observe when the voice beside him suddenly became limping. "Yujia, it seems I've strained a muscle today. Could I have a day off tomorrow?" Mu Yunyu replied indifferently, "Get lost. You have no money for anything. Don't be an eyesore here." Dubai struggled for a moment and said, "Yujia, I am the lucky charm. You should treat your lucky charm a bit better." Mu Yunyu scoffed, "Your meager luck has no effect on me. Let us talk again when you break through to the 6th level. Though, I've always felt you might never achieve that." Dubai's mouth twitched slightly. "Yujia, that is not right. Why wouldn't I be able to break through? I surely can. Stop the nonsense and hurry up and leave. Don't let me see you vexing me," Mu Yunyu retorted. Dubai helplessly conceded, "All right, Yujia, I'll take my leave then." In this academy, he truly felt he couldn't provoke anyone. Watching him depart, Mu Yunyu shook her head in resignation. Within the academy, if one were to judge who among the gifted demon gods was the strongest, it would be difficult to determine. However, when it came to potential and rarity, the Tianhu transformation undoubtedly ranked first. Even among the entire demon clan, the Tianhu's eyes were the most exceptional. The Grand Priestess of the Tianhu was also one of the foremost figures in the ancestral grounds. Unfortunately, the bloodline within Dubai was rather thin. Perhaps it was exceedingly challenging for humans to make strides in this aspect, which is why his cultivation of the Tianhu's eyes progressed at a glacial pace. The academy had actually allocated the greatest resources to him, harboring the highest expectations. Dubai hardly needed to undertake any tasks to obtain the finest resources for assistance within the academy. Yet, to this day, he had yet to break through to the 4th level. Of course, if he were to achieve that breakthrough, it would elevate him to an entirely different realm. The abilities of the Tianhu's eyes at the 4th level would far exceed what he could currently achieve. After Dubai left, Mu Yunyu returned to her seat in the main hall, perusing a book in her hands. Tang San, on the other hand, began browsing in the small shop. He started from the room on the far left, which predominantly contained items related to plants, all accompanied by simple annotations. They were mostly various spiritual herbs, detailing the type of energy they contained and their effects. Each was clearly priced, and naturally, the cost was quite steep. The rarer and more suitable spiritual medicines for the general populace were correspondingly more expensive. Upon arriving in this world, Tang San had yet to consume any elixirs. However, in his previous life, he was renowned for his profound understanding of such potions. The Tang sect he established possessed remarkable prowess in the realm of pharmaceuticals. Even in his prior existence, his knowledge of medicinal substances was exceedingly high, a fact chronicled within the Xiantian treasure record. Nevertheless, the elixirs of the fairy continent differed significantly from those of his past lives. Perhaps this discrepancy arose from the existence of peculiar beings in this realm. Yet, an elixir remains an elixir, and many of its characteristics yield similar results across different contexts. As Tang San examined the items, he diligently assessed and compared them in his mind. The annotations on these elixirs proved immensely beneficial, enhancing his understanding of the species native to this dimension. During the period of Mu Yunyu's observations, she glanced at him thrice, each time noting that Tang San was intently studying the descriptions of the wares in the small shop. It was astonishing to witness such composure in a 9-year-old, prompting her to nod in quiet approval. When Bai first arrived here, his initial inquiry revolved around the most expensive item, followed by a question regarding what could elevate his rank. His third query, however, remained unuttered as Mu Yunyu expelled him from the premises. In stark contrast, Tang San refrained from asking anything throughout his exploration of the 3 rooms, thoroughly surveying each until the sound of the dining bell echoed from outside, rousing him from his reverie. "Dinner is served. I shall close the door now. Is there anything you desire?" Mu Yunyu inquired. Tang San expressed his disappointment. "Sister Yu, I haven't finished yet. Can I come back tomorrow to take a look?" Mu Yunyu nodded and replied, "Of course, the shop is always open. You may visit at any time. As a newcomer, you can select an item worth 1 Lingxi coin to take home for free. The purchasing power of 1 Lingxi coin is already quite impressive outside, yet here, there are hardly any items valued below 1 Lingxi coin. All right, thank you, Sister Yu. I will go have dinner now and return tomorrow to choose," Tang San said, leaving with a satisfied expression. He had not expected that his greatest gain today would come from the small shop, significantly enhancing his understanding of the species in the fairy continent. Dinner was still sumptuous, but it was evident that there was no beast meat. As acquiring such a delicacy is no easy feat, Tang San heard from Bai that even if a beast were captured, it would typically be sold to Jelly Academy, which pays for it, making this one of the Academy town's significant sources of income. After dinner, Wu Bingji and Cheng Ziqing arrived as promised. When Wu Bingji saw that Tang San had invited Cheng Ziqing as well, he was somewhat surprised, yet he merely smiled at Cheng Ziqing without saying much more. Tang San poured each of them a glass of water and took a seat in the living room. Wu Bingji remarked, "Little Tang, I am quite intrigued by your wind blade compression technique. Moreover, the manner in which you manipulate the flight of the wind blades. Does it rely solely on mental strength, or is there a specific technique involved?" Tang San remarked, "The compressed wind blade is undoubtedly the result of the fusion of mental strength and one's own bloodline power. The method of launching the wind blade relies more on technique, supplemented by a degree of mental control." Cheng Ziqing gazed at him in astonishment. Everyone believed that Tang San's exceptional mental prowess was the reason he could manipulate the wind blade with such precision. However, it was indeed unexpected that he emphasized technique as the primary factor. Tang San nodded and said, "It is primarily the technique, which I have developed." His words were somewhat ambiguous, yet it would not be inaccurate to claim that it was indeed his own research. The intricate techniques of the Tang sect's hidden weapons are indeed remarkably exquisite. However, they do not quite reach the level attained by Tang San in his previous life. After all, in his former existence within the Tang sect, he possessed no extraordinary abilities, nor did he have any concept of mental power control. During his time in the Doloa continent, he integrated the methods of the Tang sect's hidden weapons with his mental prowess, which significantly enhanced their effectiveness and prominence. Such mastery is not achieved overnight. It is a precious legacy carried over from his past life. Chapter 87. Guidance. Wu Bingji's gaze brightened as he inquired, "Could you impart this technique to me?" Tang San gazed at him, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. The techniques of the Tang sect's hidden weapons were exceptionally intricate, while he himself wielded them with remarkable talent. Imparting this knowledge to Wu Bingji was an entirely different matter. This situation was not akin to his time in Windwolf Town. This was a crucial stronghold for redemption. If Wu Bingji were to learn these skills, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion within the organization. Even with the mayor's protection, it was not a favorable situation. Wu Bingji discerned his hesitation and remarked, "I can offer you compensation in accordance with the task. Would that suffice?" Suddenly, Cheng Ziqing interjected, "What further compensation is needed? We are all comrades here. Come on, Tang. Be straightforward." Tang San cast a glance at her, realizing that this girl had indeed been accurately described. The allure of the senior brother was truly remarkable. Before Tang San could utter a word, Wu Bingji, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "Orange, one must not speak in such a manner. Our instructor has consistently taught us the principle of equivalent exchange. This is a foundational tenet within the academy, which is why task lists exist. If we wish to gain something, we must be prepared to offer something of equal value in return. Little Tang, feel free to propose a price. If it is within my means, I shall gladly learn from you. Tang San said, Master brother, it is not that I am unwilling to teach you. Rather, the techniques I have developed are based on my own exploration and are tailored for the mastery of wind elements. They may not necessarily be applicable to ice elements. I will take some time to contemplate and see which methods may also suit your needs. Wu Bingji responded with delight. Thank you very much. You are correct. The characteristics of different elements vary significantly. Ice elements are, in fact, among the more stable types, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities, along with inherent cold properties. Recently, I have found myself somewhat perplexed during my training, uncertain whether to focus more on offense or defense. Engaging in battle with you today has been quite enlightening. I never anticipated that, with your 5th-tier cultivation, you could enhance the offensive power of wind elements to such an extent. It appears that there is indeed no inherent superiority among the elements. Rather, it depends on the wielder's skill. Tang San nodded slightly and remarked, Indeed. The distinctions between the strengths of elements are not absolute. Some elemental attributes possess certain peculiarities. For instance, today, Senior Brother Gu Li's manipulation of time is remarkably extraordinary, allowing him to command time for a brief period. To fully harness the power of the elements one controls, the foremost requirement is to possess a profound understanding of one's own elements, capitalizing on strengths while circumventing weaknesses. Wu Bingji wholeheartedly agreed, saying precisely, Xiao Tang, how well do you comprehend the ice element? Tang San remarked, I appreciate your humility, yet I have always felt that although the ice element appears reserved, it harbors an immense latent power within its stillness. Ice is the crystallization of water. If water embodies the utmost gentleness, then ice stands as its antithesis. While the formidable nature of ice lends itself to defense, I believe that fully unleashing its offensive potential would yield even greater results. Indeed, attack is the best form of defense. Upon hearing that final statement, Wu Bingji's eyes sparkled with understanding. Yes, attack is indeed the best form of defense. You articulated that perfectly. I think I am beginning to grasp it. Thank you, Xiao Tang. Your words have illuminated my mind. Although Guolong Jiang was his mentor, even his guidance did not convey the clarity that Tang San had just provided. Tang San, perceiving that he had conveyed his thoughts effectively, smiled slightly. As a revered god king, guiding these young individuals was indeed a task of utmost simplicity. Although he had immersed himself in this identity for nearly a decade on the fairy continent, he remained, at his core, a being who had lived 3 lives. Cheng Zicheng, somewhat perplexed, glanced between Tang San and Wu Bingji, struggling to comprehend what insight Wu Bingji had attained. Yet, she had never witnessed him exhibit such exuberance. Typically, her senior brother bore a demeanor of composure. However, seeing him joyous brought her happiness as well. Little Tang, you are truly remarkable. What do you think of my golden Peng transformation? Cheng Zicheng inquired, turning her gaze toward Tang San. Tang San remarked, the great rock soars on the wind, ascending straight to 90,000 miles. Among the demon race, the golden rock embodies the pinnacle of aerial prowess, particularly in long-distance flight. Therefore, it is imperative that you fully harness your advantage in flight. This encompasses both speed and adaptability. Currently, your skills in these areas are somewhat lacking. I suggest that you frequently take to the skies. Attempt to fly at low altitudes through the forest, evading the trees while maximizing your speed. This practice will naturally enhance your flying techniques. Additionally, when transforming, it is crucial that you ascend in the shortest time possible. Only by taking flight can your abilities reach their fullest potential. Should you find yourself grounded, you may struggle to unleash even half of your strength. Engaging in combat on the ground is ill-advised, as it would be to attack with your weaknesses against the enemy's strengths, an unwise strategy. Cheng Zicheng had merely inquired out of curiosity, yet was taken aback by the volume of advice offered by Tang San, surpassing even that of a teacher. Momentarily, she found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Wu Bingji, who listened attentively, nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Tang San's counsel. Low altitude flying through the woods. You say? That sounds intriguing. Cheng Zicheng, I truly believe you should give it a try. The phrase the great rock soars on the wind, ascending straight to 90,000 miles is beautifully articulated. You are extraordinarily talented, Tang. Tang San chuckled, I was merely speaking casually. If my sister finds it beneficial, she may give it a try. Indeed, Chang Zicheng, being an astute individual, noted down this advice, bolstered by Tang San's words and Wu Bingji's affirmation. Wu Bingji then inquired, "Little Tang, what about your method for compressing wind elements? The wind element is notoriously unstable. Achieving its compression is no simple task. How do you manage to control such volatility?" Tang San remarked, "This must be examined from the perspective of elemental arrangement. The instability of all elements is relative. If they are arranged cleverly according to their inherent characteristics, they can naturally achieve a certain degree of fusion. The tighter the fusion, the more compressed it becomes. Allow me to demonstrate a simple experiment." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a flicker of azure light illuminated the space, manifesting a small whirlwind of azure wind within his palm. This azure whirlwind spun and danced in his hand, showcasing the intrinsic freedom of the wind element. Tang San extended another hand, and similarly, a whirlwind manifested within his palm, its size comparable to the previous one. As he gradually brought his hands closer together, the winds generated by the two whirlwinds exhibited a distinct repulsion, causing both to sway unsteadily as they approached one another. "Observe closely," Tang San urged, then separated his hands slightly, allowing the whirlwinds to gain distance. A flicker of azure light illuminated the scene, and the whirlwinds appeared to undergo subtle transformations. Gradually, even Chang Zicheng discerned the nuances. The rotation frequencies of the two whirlwinds began to converge. As Tang San drew the whirlwinds nearer once more, they still trembled slightly. Yet the sense of repulsion was markedly diminished. When the two whirlwinds finally converged, they unexpectedly generated a pull towards one another, initiating a swift fusion that resulted in their amalgamation into a singular entity. The newly formed whirlwind was noticeably more solid in hue and boasted an enhanced strength in its gusts. It now spun steadily within the palm of Tang San. This spectacle was profoundly extraordinary for Chang Zicheng, while for Wu Bingji, who had diligently studied elemental control, it was akin to discovering a new realm. The synchronized rotation? Indeed, the two whirlwinds, in their final fusion, resembled two coiling springs that intertwined to form a tighter, more cohesive spring. The phenomenon of rotating at equivalent frequencies, with slight deviations that compensated for one another, rendered the impossible into the possible, seamlessly merging them into a more potent whirlwind. As Tang San seamlessly integrated the wind blade during the day, even his instructors found themselves unable to discern the method behind his mastery. However, now, as he demonstrated with the wind rotation, the clarity was markedly enhanced. The concepts of arrangement and frequency became indelibly etched in Wu Bingji's mind. "Thank you, little Tang." Wu Bingji expressed sincerely, his heart ablaze with a surge of profound inspiration at that moment. "Let us conclude for today. I feel I can absorb no more. I must take the time to assimilate this knowledge. Once again, thank you. I shall take my leave now." With that, Wu Bingji rose, offered a slight bow to Tang San, and turned to depart, his movements decisive and unhesitating. He cherished the fleeting moment of inspiration he had just seized, for it might very well be the key to his imminent breakthrough to the 7th rank. Tang San watched Wu Bingji depart, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he silently mused. The youth is indeed teachable. Chang Zicheng, observing Wu Bingji's retreating figure and then glancing at Tang San, remarked with a smile, "Little Tang, you are quite remarkable. Even our senior brother holds you in such high regard. Well, I shall take my leave now." "Thank you," Tang San remarked. "If you have time, you may attempt what I suggested, showcasing your unique talents." I understand. Thank you." It remained uncertain whether she truly absorbed his words, yet the lovely maiden promptly exited, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Watching them depart, Tang San exhaled a sigh of relief. Wu Bingji, proficient in the manipulation of ice elements, was indeed well suited to learn the techniques of concealed weaponry, as it would significantly enhance his control over ice elements and augment the offensive capabilities thereof. A gentle smile graced Tang San's visage, radiating a soft glow. Today had yielded considerable rewards in various aspects. Now, he found himself contemplating whether to merge the imprint of the golden rock transformation into his 5th imprint. From a hierarchical perspective, the time transformation undoubtedly presented a superior option. Should he acquire the abilities of the time transformation, it would unequivocally elevate his combat prowess and overall capabilities. Nonetheless, the golden rock transformation possessed its own advantages, the most notable being the ability to fly, which was undeniably advantageous for swift escapes. His earlier assessment of the golden rock transformation was accurate. It was indeed the most adept among the avian beasts, excelling in long-distance flight. However, he was uncertain of how his flight would manifest after integrating the imprint of the golden rock transformation. It was unlikely he would sprout wings akin to Cheng Zicheng. Many flying creatures did not inherently possess the ability to fly. Rather, flight was an instinctual trait. For instance, he had previously absorbed the bloodline power of the white-headed falcon, whose ability was keen eyesight rather than flight. Nonetheless, flight remained of paramount importance. Before reaching the divine level, it seemed that the only means to achieve flight was through the power of the demon god transformation. At worst, he could later discard the golden rock transformation if a superior option arose. As for the time transformation, he could devise a method to absorb it and store it for later, postponing the completion of the imprint for now. With this resolution, he no longer hesitated. Returning to his bedroom, he sat cross-legged upon the bed, activated the Xiantian Gong, and commenced the merging of the golden rock transformation. The energy of the Xiantian Gong surged within him, and the bloodline power flowed naturally. The orange-yellow imprint representing the golden rock transformation began to glow softly under the stimulation of the Xiantian Gong, emanating a gentle luminescence that imparted a wondrous texture. This sensation was distinctly different from his previous experiences of merging other imprints, perhaps due to the elevated nature of the golden rock transformation. He could palpably sense changes occurring within his bloodline, as if his physical strength had notably intensified, particularly in his arms. The 4 imprints he had already possessed also emitted a faint glow, stimulated by the newly arrived golden rock transformation imprint, indicating a clear enhancement of Tang San's bloodline power. An increase in bloodline power signified a nurturing effect on his body, fortifying his physical constitution and enabling him to harness more energy. The refining effect of the Xiantian Gong was already formidable, and now, bolstered by the stimulation of the 5 imprints, Tang San felt the tumultuous flow of his bloodline power. Akin to a surging tide, a subtle warmth enveloped his entire body, and his overall aura began to elevate. The residual power from the bloodline of the Wind Wolf Lord, Feng Xiong, which he had yet to fully absorb, was now being accelerated towards the pinnacle of the 5th rank. The transformation of the golden rock was indeed extraordinary. Although this bloodline power was merely of the 3rd rank, it felt distinctly different from the 4 he had previously absorbed. Was it a matter of hierarchy? Tang San pondered within himself, resolving to inquire further with the mayor upon their next encounter. Before long, the imprint of the golden rock had been completely assimilated. Tang San opened his eyes, and at that moment, the night outside had deepened, yet his gaze grew increasingly luminous. He took a slow, deep breath, activating the Xiantian skill to stimulate the orange-yellow imprint within him. Instantly, he sensed a peculiar force surging forth from within, rendering his arms noticeably more solid. In the next moment, he beheld 2 orange-yellow shadows extending from his arms, spreading outward and transforming into 2 ethereal wings of light. Though somewhat illusory, they were undeniably real. With a gentle motion of his arm, the orange-yellow imprint within him flared brightly, and his body felt lighter. As he flapped his wings, he gradually ascended into the air. Suspended mid-air, he spread his wings wide, stimulating the Wind Wolf imprint, with wind elements swirling around him, allowing him to hover gracefully in the void. Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, he had the ability to fly. This was quite impressive. He was thoroughly satisfied. With a mere thought, he retracted his Xiantian skill, and the luminous wings on his arms folded back, allowing him to gracefully descend to the ground. With the completion of the 5th imprint, he had now acquired the ability of the golden rock transformation, flight. Even at this moment, Tang San had yet to fully comprehend the peculiarities of this world. Yet he was beginning to develop an affection for it. He was entirely certain that the strangeness of this realm was no less remarkable than that of the Doa continent he once inhabited. The monster clan and the spirit clan certainly possessed remarkable attributes. With the newfound ability to soar through the skies, his chances of survival increased significantly. Moreover, he had demonstrated his strength to his teachers. Perhaps he could request a day off tomorrow? As this thought crossed his mind, warmth flooded his heart, and his enthusiasm for cultivation surged. He returned to his bed, practiced the Xiantian skill with full intensity, and continued to absorb the bloodline power of the Wind Wolf transformation. Life at the Redemption Academy proceeded as usual. The morning bell awakened the students and teachers immersed in their training, signaling time for breakfast. However, for Tang San, there was a noticeable change. During breakfast, he observed that his seniors were regarding him with a distinctly altered gaze. Just yesterday, While their looks had been friendly, most had not paid him much heed. Yet today, as he entered the dining hall, or when his seniors followed behind him, they instinctively stole glances in his direction and greeted him warmly. His battle with Wu Bingji the previous day had left a profound impression on everyone. Wu Bingji's 9-eye shields had nearly failed to withstand Tang San's wind blade. Could they have fared any better? Chapter 89. Wind God Slash? Dubai leaned closer to Tang San and said, "Little Tang, when will you demonstrate that wind God Slash for us again? Everyone is quite curious about how you compress the elements." Wind God Slash. What is that? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Dubai explained, "It's that wind blade you compressed yesterday. Its power was immense, and we decided to give it a name, Wind God Slash." How magnificent! Tang San could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation as he replied, "Yesterday, it was my senior brother who showed me kindness. No, I did not concede. Rather, it is you who may have exercised restraint." A hearty laugh resonated from the entrance as Wu Bingji stepped inside, evidently having overheard the conversation between Tang San and Dubai. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and a joyous expression adorned his face, as if his entire aura had undergone a noticeable elevation. He approached Tang San and took a seat beside him, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Your words yesterday truly enlightened me. The effects of my practice last night were remarkably evident. I believe I may have discovered a path that belongs to me. The teachers have mentioned that to ascend to higher tiers in the future, we must find our own way. Only in this manner can we elevate ourselves to loftier heights." "Thank you, Xiao Tang. I owe you a favor for this. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I will procure a spirit herb for you, one of the wind attribute." At this hour, nearly all the students were dining in the cafeteria, and Wu Bingji spoke these words without concealing them from anyone. Upon hearing his remarks, the other students immediately displayed expressions of astonishment. One could not help but inquire, "Senior brother, what did you discuss with Xiao Tang yesterday?" Wu Bingji replied with a smile, "It was about elemental control. Xiao Tang provided me with significant insights. His research on the elements far surpasses my own." "You are being modest," Tang San said with a hint of helplessness, acutely aware that the gazes of his fellow seniors had shifted in their regard for him. Wu Bingji winked at him and gestured towards the doorway with a nod. Tang San's heart stirred, and in the next moment, he comprehended the situation. It seemed that Wu Bingji's cultivation had advanced, and the teacher had noticed this. Subsequently, he reported his conversation with Tang San from the previous day to the teacher, who then instructed him to mention it in the cafeteria. Was the intent to encourage others to seek his guidance? As expected, the slender figure seated across from him, Guli, could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Little Tang, do you possess any knowledge regarding the element of time?" Tang San's lips twitched slightly. He certainly had gained insight. Upon reaching the divine level, anyone would inevitably develop an interest in the formidable attributes of time and space, and he was no exception. Moreover, he had once possessed a profound understanding in this realm. In his previous life, both his son and grandson exhibited remarkable prowess in the mastery of time. However, he could not disclose this knowledge now. If he were to convey his comprehension of temporal abilities, the teachers would undoubtedly dissect him for study. Tang San shook his head repeatedly, remarking, "The mysteries of time are beyond my comprehension. I still wish to seek guidance from my senior brother." His hometown expressed a hint of disappointment, stating, "I do not fully understand it myself. I can merely apply it in a rudimentary manner." Sitting not far away, his opponent from the previous day, Zhang Zabin, interjected, "All right, enough with the understanding. If you delve any deeper, will you leave us any way out?" Laughter erupted among the group. His ability to freeze time was indeed a formidable control power that would trouble anyone during actual combat. As discussions unfolded, the atmosphere in the cafeteria grew notably lively. Occasionally, individuals posed inquiries to Tang San, who responded with decorum. The topics of conversation broadened, and breakfast became an extraordinarily animated affair. Tang San felt a palpable sense of acceptance within this group. Among them, the role of his senior brother, Wu Bingji, was undoubtedly the most significant. His affability towards Tang San naturally enhanced the latter's favor in the eyes of others. The bell for class rang. This morning did not involve physical training. Rather, it seemed intended to allow the students to recuperate from the exertions of the previous day. The morning was reserved for a theoretical lesson held in the largest room of the North Building, and all students were required to attend. The lecturer was none other than Guan Longjiang. Tang San followed the group into what could be considered a spacious classroom, where he found a chair in the corner and sat down. Dubai naturally took a seat beside him, while the others settled in their respective places. At that moment, Teacher Guan Longjiang was inscribing something on a board embedded in the wall. Teacher Guan, everyone has arrived, reported Wu Bingji. Well then, let us commence the lesson. Guan Longjiang replied, turning around and briefly pausing his gaze on Tang San as he surveyed the students. Today we shall review the hierarchical classification of the monster race. This topic has been covered previously, but as a newcomer, Tang San is not yet familiar with it. You all have likely forgotten much of it as well. Thus, I will take a bit of time today to elaborate on it. The classification of the monster race? Tang San was instantly elated, as this was one of the subjects he most desired to learn. He was entirely ignorant of the higher echelons of the monster race. The teachings of Wang Yefeng had only encompassed foundational knowledge, as he too lacked insight into the upper levels of the monster race. Guan Longjiang continued, generally speaking, the monster race is divided into 5 major tiers based on bloodline. The situation among the spirit monster race is quite similar. The varying bloodline tiers dictate the different classes within the monster race. In both the monster and spirit monster races, bloodline supremacy reigns. A powerful bloodline signifies formidable strength and potential. As for us humans, we do not belong to these 5 tiers. The tiers I refer to pertain solely to the monster race. No matter how elevated the bloodline tier of a subordinate, they remain merely a subordinate. Only when our bloodlines and strength are formidable can we attain a slightly higher status. However, overall, we are still just subordinates. Therefore, the classification of the monster race I am discussing is not something you need to relate to, as it bears little significance. The 5th tier of the monster race refers to those relatively weak beings that are not particularly adept at combat. This includes some subordinate races within the monster race, such as the pig demons, which fall into this category. The most notable characteristic of this tier is the absence of subcategories. For instance, all pig demons are simply referred to as pig demons without distinctions such as black pig demons or white pig demons. Due to their weakness, they are collectively termed. In contrast, the battle-hardened hedgehogs do not belong to this category, as they are classified separately. Monsters in the 5th tier may possess some combat capability, but generally, they are not born exceeding the 3rd rank. Their future potential for growth is quite limited, categorizing them as the lower echelon within the monster race. The 4th tier of the monster race marks the beginning of what can be deemed true monsters. They are predominantly skilled in combat, with innate birth ranks of at least the 2nd tier, though typically not exceeding the 5th. The apex of the 4th tier monsters, at birth, is not significantly different from those of the 3rd tier, but their potential for growth varies. This tier boasts the highest population, with most mid-level monster races falling within it. Their primary characteristic is the difficulty they face in cultivating beyond the 9th tier to achieve higher divine levels. In the 4th tier, it is indeed possible to cultivate to the 9th rank. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a refreshing shift in his understanding. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, an entirely new realm unfolds. The monsters of the 3rd tier, upon their innate birth, possess a strength of at least the 3rd rank, though they rarely exceed the 8th rank. This tier can be regarded as the backbone of the monster race, with several powerful clans belonging to this level. For instance, the royal families and formidable branches among lions, tigers, leopards, bears, wolves, and dragons are all within this tier. Weaker branches are classified in the 4th tier, such as the wind wolves, which belong to this level. Currently, the most powerful beast of the wolf demon lineage is the golden wolf king. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, there lies the potential for cultivation to the divine level, which we refer to as the 10th rank, with even the possibility of breaking through to the 11th rank. However, it is exceedingly difficult to reach the pinnacle of the ancestral demon tier, which is the legendary 12th rank Great Demon. Chapter 90, Great Demons and Celestial Demons. The 12th rank? This should correspond to a level just below that of the Divine King in my former world. I pondered silently. It seems to be quite similar. The Wind Wolf lineage is merely in the 4th tier, not even qualifying as 3rd tier. Guan Jinlong's specific mention of the Wind Wolves was clearly directed at me. Guan Jinlong continued, stating that the 3rd and 4th tier monster races constitute the main force of the entire monster world. They are the most numerous and the most active. The majority of monsters we encounter daily belong to the 3rd, 4th, or 5th tiers. Upon reaching the 2nd tier, a new world emerges. Monsters of the 2nd tier can be referred to as great demons, their lineage known as the Great Demon Bloodline. Both the 2nd and 1st tier existences possess the potential to cultivate to the 12th rank ancestral Great Demon level. Of course, potential does not guarantee attainment of that level. It ultimately hinges on one's effort and fortune. Nonetheless, the potential is undeniably present. The hallmark of the second tier is represented by the golden bloodlines of the major powerful clans. The golden bloodline characterizes the second tier, flowing with the purest ancestral blood, inheriting tremendous power. Those strong beings of the second tier often possess strength of the 8th or even 9th rank at birth, making them extraordinarily formidable. Almost upon reaching maturity, they ascend to the divine level, standing atop the pyramid. They are the sovereigns of the monster race, governing the entirety of their kin. And only those of the second tier possess the qualifications to enter the ancestral abode. They are the true great demons, an insurmountable chasm for us. The disparity between the second and third tiers is immense. They command the third and fourth tiers, managing the entire monster empire. Monsters of this level are beyond our capacity to contend with. In the future, if humanity truly wishes to rise, it is imperative that someone attains this level for even a glimmer of possibility. As he recounted this, a palpable sense of melancholy crossed his countenance, evidently due to the daunting challenges humanity faces in reaching such heights. The first tier. As Guan Longjiang approached the final tier, he paused momentarily. At times, we refer to the first tier as the great demons. However, in ancient times, the true essence of the first tier was known as the celestial demons. The significance of a celestial demon is not determined by their level at birth, but rather by the prophetic bloodline they inherit from their lineage of demons. They are the architects of history. The first tier of demonkind rarely strays from their ancestral grounds. All second-tier demon rulers consider it their duty to protect them. The celestial demons are already the stuff of legends, their numbers exceedingly scarce. Upon reaching this level, it is assured that they will mature to the 12th rank, potentially even to its pinnacle. Legends speak of celestial demons capable of ascending to even higher realms, knowledge that eludes us. Yet, within the realm of demonkind, every celestial demon stands as the apex of existence, wielding absolute authority, their lineage intertwined with the very fate of their race. If the leaders of various tribes, possessing golden bloodlines, are deemed demon kings, then those with the first-tier bloodline, the celestial demons, are the true sovereigns, the emperors of their kin. According to existing records, there are 7 celestial demons within demonkind, their presence reverberating throughout the celestial empire. Each of the 7 corresponds to one of the 7 principal cities of demonkind. The rulers of these cities are, in fact, descendants of the celestial demons. Thus, it should be clear to you that among the spirit beasts, there are 8 beings of equal caliber to the celestial demons. However, as far as we know, not all of these beings are extant. Currently, there should only be 12 celestial demons and spirit beasts. 3 have already passed, and their descendants have yet to ascend to that pinnacle level. As he recounted these tales, a tempest of emotions surged within Tang San. The existence of the first tier could almost certainly be compared to the first-tier divine beings of his past life, even hinting at the possibility of touching the realm of the divine monarch. In retrospect, his assessment of the level of this world, the magical continent of Fa Lan Xing, was indeed flawed. This plane was of a higher caliber than he had initially perceived. This realization was daunting. If this were the case, relying solely on his own abilities, even if he were to regain the level of a divine monarch, he might not be able to empower humanity to rise again. He had not anticipated that the strength of this world could reach such heights. The phrase 7 celestial demons was indelibly etched into Tang San's mind. The atmosphere in the classroom grew heavy as Guan Longjiang shared his insights. Though the children were still young, they understood the significance of the Redemption Organization's existence. Everything Guan Longjiang spoke of were adversaries the organization must confront. To defeat such formidable opponents seemed an almost insurmountable task. This was no mere challenge. As Guan Longjiang's gaze swept across the audience, upon seeing Tang San, he discerned no fear in his expression, only contemplation. Well, we shall conclude our review of the hierarchical analysis of demonkind here. Therefore, it is imperative that you comprehend the lineage you inherit and the corresponding hierarchy of the demon-god transformation. This understanding will aid you in making choices during your future cultivation. These hierarchies are not entirely fixed. A lower-tier lineage has the potential to evolve into a higher tier if it undergoes mutation to a certain extent. Within the realm of the demon race, it is not uncommon for individuals to ascend to the golden bloodline through diligence and fortuitous encounters. Among you, the newly arrived Tang San's Wind Wolf transformation bloodline appears to be a mutation. You have likely observed that when he employs the wind blade, his form does not undergo wolfification, which is a significant characteristic of mutation. Consequently, his command over the wind element is far superior to that of an ordinary wind wolf, with even greater potential for growth. The ice element control of the Ice Age also stems from a mutation within the ice spirit transformation, resulting in the birth of the ice element body, which further expands his capacity for development. Gaining admission to the Redemption Academy essentially signifies that you all possess a bloodline comparable to the third tier of the demon race, accompanied by the talent for the demon god transformation. However, the extent of your journey will depend on your own efforts. It is crucial to recognize that a vassal is distinct from a true member of the demon race. You do not possess their innate strength, and the power we can attain relies heavily on our persistent endeavors. Furthermore, the intensity of our vassal bloodlines is generally much weaker compared to that of the same lineage within the demon race, making it exceedingly challenging to cultivate to their level. Tang San listened intently as Guan Longzhang recounted his story, while the voice beside him gently brushed against him. Tang San turned his head to look at him, revealing a questioning gaze. The speaker chuckled softly and whispered, "Would you like to be my guardian? There's still time, you know. I am the only one among us who possesses a first-level bloodline legacy." Tang San felt a surge of realization. It dawned on him that among the 7 celestial demons, one must indeed be the celestial fox demon emperor. Could the potential of the celestial fox I truly reach such heights? Observing the smug demeanor of Dubai, Tang San merely smiled and continued to listen to Guan Longzhang's narration. Meanwhile, Chang Zicheng, seated beside Tang San, interjected softly, "Do not be swayed by his boasts. While the celestial fox bloodline is indeed one of the 7 great demon bloodlines, the truth is that his lineage is rather feeble. Otherwise, how could he fail to break through even to the 4th tier? The true celestial fox lineage, although initially not powerful at birth, faces nearly no obstacles on their path to growth." "How cruel, Zicheng, to speak so coldly. You'll have no friends at this rate," Dubai retorted with irritation. Cheng Zicheng merely rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. Chapter 91. The levels of the 5 imprints. Tang San listened to their conversation, his gaze sweeping across the assembled students. Among these senior brothers and sisters, how many possessed 3rd tier or 2nd tier bloodlines? "Sister, what tier is your golden rock transformation?" he inquired softly. Cheng Zicheng responded with a hint of pride. "The golden rock lineage does not have branches. It is a singular lineage characterized by its golden bloodline, though the strength of the bloodline varies. If we consider the golden rock itself, it would be classified as a 2nd-tier bloodline. However, I suspect my own concentration may be insufficient. We vassals generally lack sufficient concentration." Upon hearing this, Tang San experienced a moment of enlightenment. He began to understand